This man is too strong to detect zero roots. But his master, Qingmai, has an unrivaled level of training. The woman actually chose to give up rest for her and stayed with her in the Red City and changed. But the man is because the level of the withdrawal formation is too low. The specifics of his being Xianzuan cannot be compared with Ji Wei. Everyone thought he was flying, but it just released a drop of 0.0. Xi Ling in the movie almost burst into tears. We were all dumbfounded when it was repeated. They only heard about this kind of movie spirit among those top-notch movies. In just a few breaths, they then saw the rise of the Chinese language. The man's name is Yun Qingqiu. That is the strongest in the Xiuxian world. He is invincible in the world all his life. Just the content about Du Jie becoming a god. Unexpectedly, his soul penetrated into the body of a boy with the same name, and this boy was in the middle of Xinzi's bath. Bring Yun Qingqiu back to divine love. These girls have already met and are ready to kill her. At this moment, the originally calm lake surface suddenly shot out huge snowflakes, and several female cultivators were blown away on the spot. Which one of these has a 4th level yang shou that has been practicing for thousands of years? Every girl's eyes are full of fear. I am afraid that only the elders in the establishment of shares can unite with the people who are determined to. One of the women made everyone cry and went to invite the elders in Chinese. And he is leaving Duan Hong. But how can he be an opponent with such a thin waist? Even if I'm beaten to the point of being helpless, a woman bites. First choose to spray out the gradually losing consciousness. Just as he fell, a young man held him in his arms. The red stone will have a strong internal pressure on the little gallbladder. Yun Qingqiu turned around, looked at her waist not far away, and clenched her fists. Finally, the joy of refreshing spring shoes has passed. The next second, Jing, who was suffering from waist thinness, couldn't run anymore. In the end, even should Ji Yu would leave a piece of it, I forgot to put it away. I still wanted to eat grilled fish. Yun Qingqiu checked the grill gas. Just before leaving, suddenly he saw the face of a young man from the lake. The next time, a burst of giant sound came from his head. He felt like there was some kind of memory that was constantly entangled with him. After a while, he realized that he was the young god who had traveled through Qingqiu in the famous teaching camp. The boy went out to show off, but encountered a monster in the picture. In the end, the two fought for 3 days and 3 nights, causing him to die. Thrown to weightlessness, Yun Qingqiu first checked her body. The current state has officially entered the state of transformation into gods, but strangely, there are no symptoms of non-Chengfa. While he was in trance, a girl ran away. He is the Qingwei master of this prime minister. Ma is very narrow-minded. When the girl sees her change, she wonders where she has been these past few days. The recruitment address for returning to the original architecture is coming soon. Who here doesn't want to set foot on the immortal map and become the best possible existence for all people? Next, I have a high repair line. The corners of Yunqing's mouth are drawn out after autumn. I have been practicing for thousands of years. When the show is over, I have to start over again. Finally got a chance to make a fool of myself. Let people come to the Mr. Gui Yuan stock building. If you pass the test here, you will be qualified to take advanced courses. Lin Xiaoya jumped and looked at the mountain top in the distance. If she could be chosen to stay here, she could fly to those grooms in the sky. It was just an expected flight. Yun Qingqiu told him that it was actually very simple, and the woman thought she was bragging. Yun Qingqiu Nai is a man at the top of the world. The selection of a small sect like this, even in trouble, is easy for him. But in the eyes of women, he can't even get into the top position of the class, let alone think about it. Yun Qingqiu was extremely unhappy about this. He was thinking about whether to smile or not to smile insincerely. Testing must begin soon. A fairy is registering the distance to go. Take her to see Yun Qingqiu. It turned into this lamp group at a glance. He dared to rush to pull his senior sister over. Raw score difference. How he survives being injured in the world. On the surface he wrote that he was very happy, but he hopes that Yun Qingqiu will stay and teach this guy a lesson in the future. Accounting materials. Xiaya saw the big shield stone. Yun Qingqiu can only attribute it to his handsomeness. After the names of all the people in the same period are completed, the test officially begins. A single attribute with 0 roots will pass the test. A dual attribute will become a genius cultivated by the middle school. Only one person with 3 attributes has been tested so far, and 2/3 of these people failed to pass the exam. Yun Qingqiu looked at Lin Xiaoya's back with a smile. His qualifications had already been discovered by Yun Qingqiu in advance, and he would shock everyone later. Sure enough, the moment I brought Lin Xiaoyao into Lin Town, Lin Li's desire to act quickly spread, and in the remaining time, 3 different colors of light covered his whole body. Sanlingen, a member of Tonghong.com, the head of stock construction, can be chosen as one genius in 100,000. We looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. After Lam Zheng's light disappeared, Lin Xiaoya nervously waited for the announcement of the result. He is a cultivator. The real master smiled and said, Lin Xiaoya, you have outstanding talent. You came back to the sect with us in advance. As soon as these words came out, the important people were extremely surprised. But after Lin Xiaoya hesitated for a moment, she asked Nagato to let him wait for the test to do the trick. Leader Jiangu is in a good mood. Naturally, he agrees to this simple request. Yun Qingqiu walked up with a calm expression. He stood blankly on Lin Zheng and waited for a long time, but there was no movement at all. Jiangu Changning looked at the girl's disappointed look, so he persuaded him, "Don't worry about me." Time flies by like a blank sentence. Decades have passed in the blink of an eye. How can I miss this mortal? Lin Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with inner light. He didn't want to leave this man. Just when he was about to tell Chang Wen to give up rest and grow old with this man, he suddenly noticed that Chang Lun's expression was extremely pale. Lin Xiaoyao turned around and took a look. I was so surprised and helpless that I opened my mouth. I saw that Yun Qingqiu's body was emitting a medicinal light, and the powerful fluctuations almost blew the test spirit out of his face. All the elders were dumbfounded. This is the legendary mutant spiritual root, but Yun Qingqiu was helpless. This test, Lingzhen's level, was too low to test his spiritual roots. In desperation, I can only take the initiative to release a little bit of spiritual energy, just enough to attract attention. But he accidentally detected and leaked the ice attribute spiritual root. Now the director will explode in the face. Dual attribute mutated spiritual roots, this level of talent has never been heard of in the top midfielders. Faced with the rise of mid-career wearables, they immediately gathered together to discuss who could know such a peerless foot. Yun Qingqiu, who originally wanted to keep a low profile, was instantly dumbfounded. He just wanted to attract attention, but he didn't expect that he would become a hot commodity in the end. Zhongzhang Lao and Nagato didn't care about the following test. They started scrambling on the spot. The leader is the first to accept the two of them as disciples. A group of elders suddenly tried to transform their machine eyes, and they began to fight against each other, provide various benefits to people. Lin Xiaoyao's choice is where to go with Yun Qingqiu, and Yun Qingqiu, the most obedient of the four elders in the same hall, is a disciple. He was accepted without saying a word. All the elders were dumbfounded at this moment. They never thought that the biggest winner would be the fourth elder who had never appeared before. Seeing that the two of them were determined, it was hard for them to say anything more. Then the two Shijie players played it again. They visited Zhongmen together. Maybe no matter what Qingqiu is afraid of, I always want to eat it. Kai Io Yinxiao, press his head and apologize to the world. I didn't expect that this guy in the world is also a fire eater. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at their residence. There's only one room with this place. Shi Jianwen thought they were right, so he handed them the cultivation axis and stood up to leave. Lin Xiaoyahong is so busy with the leader and sister. After some explanation from him, the world finally understands. So in Yun Qingqiu's hobby, Lin Xiaoya followed the two worlds out of the hall. As they walked away, he turned around and made a grimace to Yun Qingqiu, thinking about the things he was holding in his mind. Early the next morning, they arrived at the agreed training location. When Yun Qingqiu mentions cultivation, his brain starts to ache. He has just graduated from the cultivation path and is about to start it again. When the world saw the two people arriving, it started the most basic lecture. The realm of modification from low to high is divided into chi training and single clicking to solve the single, the reason for the single distance, the speed of movement and the formation of the knot. The head of Gui Yuan Jiangu is an overhaul of fine elixirs. Standing next to Lin Xiaoya, everyone in the hall was boiling with excitement. Yun Qingqiu, as the elder who turned into a neurotic, was actually being blown up in front of Qi by a little scumbag. He was really suffering and couldn't tell, and practicing Qi is actually the beginning of practice. After more than 10 years of explanation, Lin Xiaoya immediately closed his eyes and tried to practice. It didn't take long for the zero energy of those ethereal floating birds to become residual and circle around him. After Lin Xiaoya entered the state of Mingxiang, the world couldn't help but praise her. However, the anti-official Qingqiu was lazy on the sidelines. Lin Xiaoya was like a nuclear pool facing her, and the two worlds also believe that although his talent is outstanding, it is never a good thing to be too high and far away. Yun Qingqiu was a little helpless about this. In his understanding, absorbing spiritual energy is like breathing. It is a skill that comes with birth. He didn't expect that he would have to learn such a thing. In order not to be the director of the girl, he immediately entered the Mingxiang state. The world shield suddenly changed and they were shocked. They didn't expect that this junior brother's physical advancement was so high. An hour passed, and Yun Qingqiu still didn't look like he was awake. It's the sisters who haven't recovered from the shock yet. Next time, they were dumbfounded. Is this in Xinnan Lingqi? They felt that their worldview had been impacted. In all my years of living, I have never heard that beginners can absorb spiritual energy modifications. The amount of Yun Qingqiu Sinai's zero energy episodes can be compared with the master. Where did this Tianzhong equipment come from? In order to avoid causing unnecessary thoughts about heaven and earth, Yun Qingqiu quickly opened a channel for spiritual defeat, and there are more than one such spiritual defeat. Xie forced to suppress the shock in his heart. I can't help but praise Shan Dao. It's really difficult to apply the land. His talent comes from cultivation. He can have a profound influence on people all over again. He can also succeed in the Southwest Festival without anyone's guidance. He tried his best to calm down and then asked his junior brother how he did it. Yun Qingqiu spread his hands helplessly. In his knowledge, there has never been such a thing as practice. He can only attribute everything to his handsomeness. But the result of being cool is not the next 3 days. Lin Xiaoyao was hit and concentrated on practicing, but no one paid attention to him. Yun Qingqiu was very bored. No one could squeeze his body at that time. Writing ink alone was the most tormenting thing for him. Lin Xiaoyao was also very happy that Yun Qingqiu could master the practice method so quickly. But it was he who had been protecting this man in the past. She didn't expect that men would surpass her so quickly. This made him determined to practice big and thoroughly. So Yun Qingqiu could only find 24 players. If you wish to refer to Taizu Huang and Liu Yanjingqi's Yun Qingqi, the princess, who was eating one dish after another, said, "I'm afraid it's not the rice legs that have been turned into gold." If my sister looks at the newly satisfied girl, she feels a little uneasy. This junior fellow student completed the exercises and advanced study in one morning. Every day I write so hard that I don't blame myself. This isn't cultivation at all. It's just being a big boss. Now Yun Qingqiu wants to go out to play again after eating. If the world suddenly remembered that the peeping battle was not over yet, then a trace of bad thoughts appeared in the corner of his mouth. World Emperor Liubu, come over and have a chat. He deliberately pretended to be a little angry, but Yun Qingqiu didn't think too much and changed into the past. But next time I can lie down and wait for the Lord. The plump legs under the group are in place and the white color is original and tough. The lines are also very perfect. A layer of tendons is peeling off. Just when it is fascinated by it. If you are willing to point out the dense warmth, does it look good? Yun Qingqiu blurted it out. Of course it looks good, it's really cool. But when he saw the eyes of the world's nose, his shoulders changed and he said it was the white of the floor. The world asked him, were you the one who lost money that day? Faced with this kind of thing, Yun Qingqiu would certainly not admit it. He said sweetly, who can be so indifferent to the incident of escape? Liu Yuan only didn't respond to it. Instead, he opened his clothes and saw the blood-white bow and NVSU. Zero Qingqiu Federation dances each other and Jian Yun Qingqiu look like this. If you are willing to use your skills to hold the Yun Qingqiu giant Buddha, then you see now, Yun Qingqiu is a bit stupid. Can it be so late? I am more than 10,000 years old, but I can't play with a little girl in her 20s. I have changed after trying it for real. Yun Qingqiu, he can hug the world's lobby and tell the world that he didn't mean it and he doesn't know why he is there. If the world is built here and touches its head, it would be rude for you to come before us. If I peek later, I can sense your presence. After all, I am in the late stage of the flight. Yun Qingqiu Lenghen DC he praised the world. Ruo Wanxi then asked him, even the midfielder couldn't have alerted him that time. Did you see some expert coming? Yun Qingqiu lied without mentioning both sides and just talked about her wedding. Liu Yuan only had no doubts about this and saw that Yun Qingqiu was planning to escape. He can cultivate a spiritual relationship with the general throughout his life. I didn't say I would forgive you. Whether it was intentional or not, you have already failed him. Now a group of ice sapphire girls who robbed golden people have been captured by you. You respect them deeply. These words are like the mutual evil grass of Yun Qingqiu. Until he enters the lottery list. The world actually allowed this man, who once traversed the 4 paths and 12 reigns, and still swept hundreds of high-level waste sweeps, to manipulate female workers. The first thing I saw when I was being teased was that I felt so fast. I just hummed Koizumi when I was in the courtyard and left happily. Yun Qingqiu looked at this wave that was difficult for Emperor Zhu Jiayao to deal with, even if you follow the same group as the world. At this time, among the big books, Luo Yuanji and Mu Yun were showing some old secretaries with sad faces. Yun Qingqiu was so moved that he was willing to help them plagiarize but was unwilling to do the work. Implement decoding tone. Wash your body and point to the bookshelves in the room. Have you seen these books? Do you think it is easy? Why won't Yun Qingqiu use his spiritual power in the future? The world told him that it was extremely difficult to get started with Zero Ju like Feng Ju, otherwise the Great Elder would not have set such a punishment. After the explanation, Shi Jiebian prepared to super-manifest again. Nan Qingqiu told them in embarrassment that he actually knew how to deal with Feng Ju. After saying that, it walked up to Shujia to make sure it was right. So you use your spiritual thoughts to control the blood-thinning devices that are captured by hairy bones. You personally have more than 20 books to show off the blood thinning at the same time. Next to him, Luo Yuan just looked at him in disbelief. He felt a little wronged in his head, as if he was in a dream. This little junior brother only took a few days from being a mortal to cultivating, so he gave them too many positive shouts. In the 6 years since he started working, he has never heard of anyone from the electrical group fund who can learn and appreciate the scenery. How did that domestic product do it? Did he do the overhaul from the list? Damn it, your clothes look like the address for a newbie. The whole library was punished to write the address. I just feel like there is too much world. After the end of bringing clouds to Qingqiu, Dian saw what the two of them were stunned at. Shidi, When did you learn the mayor's pre-blocking technique just now? Facing the world's inquiries, Yun Qingqiu casually pulled a yellow line to deal with it, but the world was slightly excited as it listened and kept praising it as a cultivation equipment. This matter will surely cause a sensation if word spreads about it. As soon as this flower appeared, Yun Qingqiu was dumbfounded. Cheng Ni Madwa could cause a sensation. She was afraid that the impact would be too great, so she only controlled 20 sticks. He also used the pre-sealed technique as an excuse, otherwise he could borrow a trace of his spiritual thoughts and become able to control the entire library's books. Only a ghost would know that no one could successfully practice the pre-sealed technique. Yun Qingqiu dares to explain that he is a fox without trying to learn, but the world's reaction was even more intense. They had to notify the commander of the change. Yun Qingqiu is going crazy at this moment. How can this thing get bigger and bigger? Coffee essence is not warm enough. Using his mutated wind spirit as an excuse. Finally, it took more than 12.5 weeks to persuade the two of them. The three of them rested for a while and continued to read. However, those fellow disciples who were watching did pass on the real version. One by one, they chose the goods. Looking at these scrolls, this guy is still a little dull. They are preparing to pack up and go home for dinner, but Yun Qingqiu directly told them not to rush. Just hit the sailor and those scrolls will be lifted up automatically. Then they were placed on the table in full order. As of now, my heart is full of no pressure. 3 people came to 500. In the Ming and Qing dynasties, in order to keep a low profile, they pretended not to be able to fly. It was successfully completed with 0 effect from Shijie. The courtyard is only for those who drive in front. And Mu Yun was worried that Yun Qingqiu would be scared if she had never done Ling Qi, so he came to Yun Qingqiu and gently supported her. Yun Qingqiu originally planned to put his hand on the pre-reduction finger of Luo Yuan. Unexpectedly, Shisha grabbed his hand and placed it on his waist. It's easy to lose balance when flying, isn't it? After saying that, he just changed control and moved forward. Mu Yun behind him saw Yun Qingqiu's body moving and thought he was afraid, so he hugged him tightly from behind. In the front is Sister Yu with a good figure, and in the back is the cute and crazy girl. Yun Qingqiu stopped unconsciously. As the speed of the car increased, it would have been as if it had been checked. He immediately turned red. 3 happy flight captains. After the belt landed, Lin Xiong returned to his original size and returned to Luo Yuan Yixia's Hong. Kihara originally wanted to care about Yin Qingqiu. Unexpectedly, the faces of this family were so angry. Shijie also thought it was because of the strong wind. Luo Yuan only looked at Yang Yin Qingqiu with all the eyes in the courtyard. And then forcibly suppressed the flying tiger on his face. Since entering the hall, I tried my best to find out that Ling Xiaoyang was still cultivating. So I moved to another house. After leaving the hospital and returning to the room, I suddenly saw Yun Qingqiu's beautiful face dripping from the bed. After seeing it, he liked it very much. Abstract things can also make women like it. Yun Qingqiu is a bit dull. At this moment, I heard Ling Xiaoya's joyful voice. The world heard that he had reached Jinqi and respected him and was happy for him. Lin Xiaoya thought that this time she finally felt like she had defeated this idiot Qingqiu. What he said made you feel proud all day long, but the next second he heard what the world said about today's events. He was completely stupid for the blind time. It's not easy to learn how to practice qi. I thought I was sentimental about this education. I didn't expect that he had already learned the qi skills. Zero Xiaoya was deeply hit. Holding the power against Yun Qingqiu, he was going to go back to his room to watch the department's follow-up film. This time it couldn't eat the food cooked by Ling Xiaoya for 10 days. And if you wish to go out for something, Small World Mu Yun organizes it every day and clicks hard. There are only the sizzling horns of its strings. Those who are bored can only come and read the levels in the tube and pretend to be busy. However, for Yun Qingqiu, these books are still very attractive to him, especially the set of Ghost Fathers about the daily love between real people and apprentices, which he read carefully and moved. It was completely invisible in his time. Unknowingly, he had been in the library for 3 days. His body was already a little overwhelmed, and when he saw that Jingjing was in position, the little senior sister and Lin Xiaoya wanted her to come over. Lin Xiaoya was very different about this and didn't hate opening books. Faced with the woman's doubts, Yun Qingqiu Alliance hid the loss behind her back. She told the woman that these were just some spiritual books about corruption. After reading them, she could temporarily feel nothing but nothing. Out of curiosity, Lin Xiaoya also wanted to turn the devil away. How could Yun Qingqiu let him see her own fate? It stores books and opens images at the same time. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoya didn't think too much. He gave Meng Yun a color, and he didn't want to let it slip. It seems that several Yuan has a little secret in his heart. Mu Yunqi begged Yun Qingqiu to go to the mountain with her to use it because her pre-sealed seal was so useful. Yun Qingqiu thought it was boring, so she agreed. The 3 of them came to Baidao Peak. Mu Yun took out a map and looked at it carefully with an extremely serious expression. Yun Qingqiu glanced at the map and didn't expect that except for one soft spot, it was almost all pointing lines. Do you still need to watch your horse? With the help of Yun Qingqiu, required efficiency plan, I quickly collected the needed medicinal materials. When the leader left, Yun Qingqiu deliberately stepped on the precious battle beads because of the little junior sister. This is mainly because he is very invisible. If it weren't for his powerful original god, it would be difficult for ordinary people to find him. But I didn't expect that this small world would be filled with an innocent brother without any brains. The first time he fried the fruit, Yuan Qingqiu was a little speechless. The second time I dug out the country half a year ago, Yun Qingqiu has a headache. The third time I finally looked up at the number, Yun Qingqiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect him to go through CAIMO. Yun Qingqiu couldn't bear it anymore. He passed Mu Yun and came to the tree. Then I jumped up directly, and directly on the tree there was a collared grass emitting a faint silver light, asking to take it off and put it in front of Mu Yun. Mu Yun looked at the blue forest grass with excitement. Suddenly in the same house, this is a zero-level transformation. It takes 10,000 pigs to transform one pig into one. Junior brother, how did you find it? Yun Qingqiu remained silent. Then he turned around and took out his two small red eyes. This is 300 years of eating Britain. Lin Xiaoya stood aside. Although she didn't know what happened, she could tell from Mu Yun's expression that something terrible had happened. After several repetitions, Mu Yun had filled a bunch of precious medicinal materials. Yun Qingqiu patted the soil on his palms. Nian Wu's expression was well received, and Wen remembered their taste and made mistakes later. Yun Qingqiu took them around a few turns. When he came to a dying old book, he saw that there was nothing special at all, and when he opened up the pane, Envy Liang was immediately attracted by the strange medicinal fragrance. I didn't expect that a 0-year plan would actually grow in this dead tree. He is so secretive that he can be found by his junior brother. Did you find him like a dog? Just when they were suffering from new injuries, suddenly, there was a burst of extremely fast footsteps. The righteous girl and the boy wear good clothes and look good, and belong to Zhong's old family. Their master and the fourth elder have always been at odds with each other. And these three people are all hosts who are practicing meditation. After seeing them, Mu Yun had some wild rumors in his heart. The man wanted to take action but was stopped by the wolf of the world. Because in their eyes, Lin Qingqiu is just a weakling who needs their protection very much. But not only does this senior brother not have him, but he also has to do double cultivation with Lin Xiaoya. Lin Xiaoya's eyes were filled with coldness at this incident, and General Qingqiu was firmly behind him. This is a habit he has developed since childhood. Every time Yun Qingqiu is in danger, he always ignores the party at the front. Feel the inner part. The man then planned to face these new Ouchi. Do you think that such a talent of 30 roots can be lawless? Today I will teach you the rules for your world. The moment he rushed forward, the woman in red caught a cold. Lord, please don't do anything harsh. After all, he is the future genius of the sect and they don't dare to trust him. Something that no one expected. The man's fist that rushed forward had not yet landed on Lin Xiaoya's face. The backhand hit was strong. In the end, Lin Xiaoya took advantage of this opportunity, stomped the air on the ground with one foot. There were expressions of incomprehension on everyone's faces. This new student had only been in school for a few days and he actually learned how to sleep coldly. The man got up angrily and removed the picture on his face. He was so powerful as a resident, but he was actually videoing it in the hands of a new student. Just when he was about to take action, senior sister Mu Yun also rushed forward. With the cooperation of the two, Fang Tu was beaten back and even became disadvantaged. Lin Xiaoya just started working for a few days. Mu Yun, on the other hand, came from Shengmen Darby's shop. A man was spanked by two girls. It was so embarrassing. The woman in red asked her junior brother to go up and help. This man rushed forward like a ferocious wolf, feeling the powerful spiritual power within him. Mu Yun felt that it was not a good idea to pin him down. The two of them worked together to deal with Fang Tu. They were exhausted and had no chance of winning against multiple opponents. The man threw out a memory that directly dispersed the two people's attacks. Human fire spreads a vicious treasure. The hot air made Lin Xiaoya and Mu Yun low and red. The moment they were about to be swallowed up by the flames, a small voice blocked in front of them. When Lin Xiaoya saw that this person was Yun Qingqiu, she was so excited that she shouted desperately. Can be downloaded. I saw Yun Qingqiu's palms gently questioning. The flames of sweat on the chest spread out in all directions. Then the tiny flames of the painting disappeared into the ground. The man hasn't had time to clear up the chapter yet. Then I saw a figure coming out of the smoke. Last time he was completely stupid. Yun Qingqiu said lightly, "You are very crazy." Silver steel fall fell directly onto his chest with such speed that he had no time to defend himself. This terrifying scream made Fang Tu's soul freeze. That guy is a stronger being than him. How could he be recorded by a new disciple? He saw that Yun Qingqiu didn't take him seriously, and was ready to sneak in from behind. All they are waiting for is one skill to restore his blood body. He kicked him directly next to He Ning, and the two lay together. Two monks who lived in Jijin were beaten by a trustworthy person who had just started. It was embarrassing to spread the word. The woman in red is just about to take action, but he found that the young man had arrived in front of him at some point. Then there was a strong incoming wind that directly knocked it away. Yun Qingqiu then used foam wren to destroy 3 pieces of bamboo. The grey hand painted them neatly on a tree. Many of them were in different walks of life. This red-bellied one fucked 2 girls. When they returned home, they still couldn't believe everything that happened during the day. Ling Qingqiu, who had just started practicing, had entered into a new chapter of strength and easily defeated 3 masters of the host mirror. I just raised my head and wanted to say something, but I saw Ling Sonia sleeping vigorously, as if she was about to fall down at any moment. Yun Qingqiu hurriedly stepped forward and exposed him in her arms, and then carefully felt the golden spiritual energy inside. But when it identified the box, it directly placed 1. This is the legendary Tianyu Shengtai. Yun Qingqiu was so shocked that she rushed to report him, then put it on the bed. Use the power of Daolin to control his style, for fear of causing the world to. When he looked at Ming Xiaoya, who was playing the role of Chen Shui, he felt a little stupid. This system is originally the innate system of the ancient 777 Western Friends. Those who possess this system are enlightened by the disease of heaven. And finally practice for no reason to the peak of the world of cultivation, becoming the forerunner of the people's consciousness. If Yun Qingqiu had such a system, he might have become a god 2,000 years ago. But now Ling Xiaoya decided to wake up too early. With its current body, it is impossible for it to mature. After thinking about it, Yun Qingqiu, take off Ling Xiaoya's coat. The girl's blessing can be smooth, very pure and charming. But Yun Qingqiu couldn't step forward to appreciate it, and a gleam of eagle-white light ignited in his hand. Then the woman died in the yin formation on the island. Confirmed that Wu Wu no. Yun Qingqiu used 0 power to move the magic circle into. Next time, Ling Xiaoya's soul and body will generate heat. He felt a strange surge of energy stimulating the 4 animals, reaching deep into his soul. The woman was so cold that she froze Yun Qingqiu's neck. Some unknown things happened after school. Yun Qingqiu pushed him on the bed. After controlling the heartbeat, Yun Qingqiu's cold floating body examination method symptom mark. It's okay if you don't look at it, but you'll be shocked when you look at it. The magic mark pattern turned out to be your own supernatural power. This is the principle that only dual cultivation can have mutual sensitivity. But he and Lin Xiaoya did nothing. Yun Qingqiu sat on the steps of the courtyard, carving a blade of grass in her mouth and thinking about life. After being single for 10,000 years, I suddenly found the principle of dual cultivation and the content of having my own profits. Because this kind of spiritual seal function can pass, even if we have been together for thousands of years, the probability is only seconds, let alone forcibly occupied. This is a name that can only be recognized and blessed by heaven. After possessing the spiritual seal, the spiritual power obtained by the 2 of them through double cultivation will increase tenfold. This 01 cannot be captured, and the body cannot be escaped by a man other than 01. This is a constraint from heaven and cannot be changed by strength. What makes Yun Qingqiu even more strange is that this spiritual seal is one-sided. He doesn't have Lin Xiaoya's supernatural powers. It's just that Lin Xiaoya has unilaterally identified herself. In other words, Lin Xiaoya will only belong to him from now on. Although Yun Qingqiu was a cool person, he still complained about it. Later, Lin Xiaoya found out that he had his own spiritual seal. How could he explain it? At the same time, Lin Xiaoya knew nothing about Lin Yin's knowledge. She had a strange dream, dreaming that she and Yun Qingqiu were married, doing indescribable things on a big bed. The dream is extremely realistic. How big is his whole body? He doesn't understand why he would do that. They talked about it for a while until he woke up. I checked the bedsheets and there was no red stain on them, but I was still the son of a prince. Put on your clothes and go out the door. When Yun Qingqiu saw him suddenly asking, the woman's retreat seems to be going on just overnight. At this time, the young man comes out to fight, and he wakes up from the wonderful play of evil. Lin Xiaoya, without saying a word, electricity vomited into its arms. The uncontrollable images in its mind are still scattered. This made his heart beat extremely fast. Yun Qingqiu noticed the woman's expression. I also know in my heart that this is what my spirit started to do, but there is nothing he can do about it. Who made this a wealthy place? In the next few days, Lin Xiaoya dreamed every day. Every time he thought about it, he would cry out and wish he could dig deep in the ground to dig in, even if they are childhood sweethearts who grew up in one period. But what I teach is really too restful. In recent days, Yuan Qingqiu's body has become weak. Because the supernatural relationship is too similar to Ling Xiaoya Jingyun, a lot of supernatural energy and vitality will be sucked away every day. Although his original body is extremely powerful, his body is too weak. Bing Qingqiu had no choice but to take the time to continue the boring physical training. The world of characters has been angered by Ling Xiaoya. He completed his 1-year training journey in 3 days. Who can bear this? Tuho Lin Xiaoya took Yun Qingqiu to the sex book collection room. Isn't Yun Qingqiu afraid of this place? But Ling Xiaoya couldn't leave him for a moment. Seeing the woman's evasive expression, Yun Qingqiu understood what this little girl was thinking. Yun Qingqiu, who had the same virtue as his female apprentice, had been entangled with him when he first started, and wanted various oxygen grinding techniques. But after being spanked by Yun Qingqiu, he became more honest. Unknowingly, 1,000 years have passed and he has become a stunningly beautiful person that everyone in the acupuncture world knows. Time passes like a drama in a blank sentence, but if you think about it, there is still some drama. When the two of them walked to the library, all the male disciples suddenly saw a car in front of them. Then I accidentally discovered that there was such a pure and beautiful girl in the sect. Some people even think about their children's civil supervision, but when they saw the woman holding the boy next to her with her arms, they immediately looked at Yun Qingqiu with all kinds of hateful looks. Yun Qingqiu was really speechless. She couldn't understand what these spear-headed boys were thinking. Look at the appearance of their self-cracked mouths, just like this puppy. Yun Qingqiu stopped walking unhappily. Have you ever bullied a small animal? Lin Xiaoya looked satisfied with her words. Yun Qingqiu smiled evilly and glanced at his classmates. Today I will teach you how to bully singles. This young man kissed the fairy that everyone dreamed of as soon as he got married. There were dog teachers and students with various hobbies around him, but he didn't pay attention to them. The school responsible for registering and introducing books. He often criticizes the girls he seduces with privileges. She started showing off beautiful women like Lin Xiaoyo again. Just when Yun Qingqiu was having a fight with a woman, he immediately rushed forward. After going in and watching, the money was even heavier. I have to adjust my skills to you. Although everyone was unhappy, no one rushed to stop him. If he offended him, they would never want to borrow Yu Linghuan from now on. Right here is. Yun Qingqiu grabbed the prominent hand. This senior brother didn't notice that the girl is very unhappy with you. If you lose her, you should get out of here. As soon as this flower appeared, everyone's expressions turned pale. The school didn't expect that a young man wearing a newbie's clothes would dare to smile like this. Good boy, do you dare to tell me your name? Yun Qingqiu said his name. When everyone heard this, they all looked at each other. Isn't this the new genius with 2 cheap forest lanterns? Although the school was very thoughtful after hearing this, it was also a little wary of his background. But this new disciple seemed to give him no face at all. Shuxiu had to take action in order to save Zunian. He immediately grasped his fist and rushed over. However, Ren Qingqiu was one of the number 4 who did not dodge. He just wanted to create a singing club for the stage, so he took this powerful blow. At the microscopic level, everyone's mouths were wide open and they couldn't believe what they saw. Even the eyes of Xiaoya on the side are filled with worries. Only the school has serious faces. How is this possible? Although he knew about Yun Qingqiu, he didn't expect it to be so strong. But when things got to this point, he could only use his scalp and rushed forward again. Anyway, I'm going to welcome him this time. This is a very powerful dose of power. He was hit hard and pushed to the spot. Yun Qingqiu patted Cheng Tong lightly. Brother, haven't you eaten enough? How can you attack the soft one? You don't have any strength at all. At this time, the school was very concerned about cultivation. He, an elite who invaded and recruited disciples, was knocked to the ground by a newcomer. This is simply great discrimination. He didn't care about anything else as promised by Nao Shou. He took it directly and stood up quickly. As the zero air spread, Jushan formed a handle with a handle, and the symbol of his search, Yun Qingqiu, flew over. Everyone in the microcosm was shocked. The second grade spirit lives in the water. Does senior brother Shu want to kill that Yun Qingqiu? The ship of water of trees and rocks shuttled to Yun Qingqiu's side. Only its hands were red. The body exuded a faint clear air. There was a trace of ancient magic in Yu Jian's body. Aoki Huang. It only took an instant to change the formation force that he thought was Australia and wave it away. Before Shu Xiu could react, he activated the sound wind palm again, and the wind pushed Shu Xiu's voice back and forth until the scroll changed it. Just when Xiaoya came to care about Yu Qingqiu, the restoration is also broken in every way. I feel relieved when I see him on both sides. At the same time, the third elder who heard the commotion came over. He made trouble for all his disciples, because he is very interested in the nature of the two of them. So I took them to test one. Bao asked Mu Yun to do experiments for them. Mu Yun Chue came to count the money in despair. I don't bully him, he is just my brother's brainless daughter. Please give Ding Qi autonomy. After all, the high level of autonomy is just a pretense. After 5 years of entry, I only have AD level and almost a bottom level in Chinese TV. But Mu Yun was not his disciple, and Kong Ming didn't say much. Lin Xiaoya thought that she had only been in school for a few days, so how could she be in such a tight situation? But I didn't expect that he was actually a member of Pingji Autonomous Region. This is the point where most of the people who have reached the residence fund can only achieve the result after experiencing the improvement of physical properties through cultivation. And Lin Xiaoya's first month as a landscape architect has surpassed most of the addresses that have been in Zhongmen for more than a few years. She is indeed a genius of Sanlingen. Ozhang's website has always been in love, and he is a respectable mayor in the eyes of all his disciples. But if he can't sell it to anyone, Xizhang's website is lucky. He squatted down directly in the circles drawn on the ground. At this moment, only Yun Qingqiu knows that this silly girl's talent is not just that. It's just that this test speed is not at the level of Tian Yushengti, right? Zhang Laofu calmed down his desire to serve guests. Next is Ling Qingqiu. Ling Xiaoya was looking forward to it very much. He thought that even if Ling Qingqiu wanted to hide it, he would not be able to hide it in front of the zero-number test. Yun Qingqiu sighed and hurriedly compressed his spiritual veins again. She finally stayed in the small sect and was safe and sound. If she messed up, it would be all over for them. But the moment he put his hand on it, I was so stimulated when I tested the study room service that I killed the entire light and captured the whole earth. The sight before my eyes was too golden. Mu Yun was so surprised that she didn't know what she was doing wrong. And Lin Xiaoya said from generation to generation that he is so handsome. If it weren't for his advanced cultivation, the second elder would almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Holding the groove, this is a first-class qualification. Yun Qingqiu has reached the highest qualification, because the first level of test number can only be reached by distance management. Your qualification is the highest level that a disciple can obtain. Basically, you can borrow all the Dharma enlightenment in the entire book collection. Even the genius Han Yu, who is known as the middle sect and has been in the Nanjian area for hundreds of years, only reached the first level within 2 years of entry. For words is probably not as good as for. At this moment, only Yun Qingqiu looked at the shining trees in a daze. It has obviously been defeated by netizens. Why is it still like this? After I took it back, the whole number was still on. Yun Qingqiu almost couldn't help but kick him short. Impulse is the devil. How dare he tell the elder that if it's over, he still wants to go back for lunch. As an elder, he certainly knows what it means to be a first-class envoy. Reason Jing, even the terrifying cave Jing, can completely lead Showman Fei out of the land of clothes. Such a major incident cannot be ignored and must be reported to us immediately. He took the support and told Yun Qingqiu that the number of qualifications would automatically drop the corresponding level. Wait for a while for the machine to arrive. Not long after the elder left, the entire test data suddenly exploded, all the data industries lit up instantly, and a piece of paper fell into Yun Qingqiu's hands. Yun Qingqiu broke into a cold sweat. The alliance hid the amount representing fake qualifications in the show. Shipling Xiaoya and Meng Yun didn't notice, so they let out a sigh of relief. This amount of light shines. Lin Xiaoya's fairness also fell apart. After contacting Yun Qingqiu, he changed his mind and waited for it in advance. Then several people discussed how to find some exercises. Although Mu Yun's appearance is not qualified to go to the combined district with the district, but this does not affect Ying Qingqiu's ability to worry about all the wind methods they want. Qi Yun Luwei made a small comment, slowly raised his head, and received a positive answer. Lift it directly. Holding Yin Qingqiu's neck with his hands to express his wishes. This scene happened so suddenly that Ling Xiaoya stood there and scratched her mouth. Soon he came to the library compartment. Yun Qingqiu recalled the scene just now, as if he had entered heaven. Who would be lucky enough to get this little thing? He shook his head vigorously and took away the ambiguous picture. Then he looked down at the note in his hand, which recorded the exercises they wanted. Its curious future skills are revealed. The Jade Body Scroll can cultivate the body, lose weight, and nourish cancer. The White Lotus Immortal Technique can whiten the skin, remove scars and remove body appearance. Yun Qingqiu almost vomited blood. No wonder the two girls impatiently urged her to move away quickly, just to look good. He continued to look down to persuade Mei Huju to increase Mei's gravitational pull on the Nanxiu system. The high temperature was invisible. The 72 practical postures for Mei Huju cultivation were suddenly reduced. Yun Qingqiu suddenly blushed. I wonder who chose this technique. After calming down for a while, Yun Qingqiu secretly wrote the reporter about the practice. Such a good practice, you must take it back and talk about it carefully. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly came across a strange book about. The other bookshelves are basically full. Only the bookshelf in front of me stores a single group of one-day zeros. Although it looks like it is unbreakable, no matter how hard you give in, even a fool knows that this thing has consequences and is not counterproductive. And the C version is placed so high, so that it is not only curious. Before he even got close to the bookshelf, he suddenly started to have a blast of Brahman's normal mood. It seems that only those who are ashamed to a certain extent are allowed to meet. But of course this ordinary thing can't stop Ying Qingqiu. He just touches it lightly. It usually turns yellow and slowly recedes. He immediately picked it up and started reading it. Although it was Kantian, it would not affect his cultivation, so he decided to take it back and give it to Xiaoya. At the same time, in the Zhongmen Square, dozens of disciples were still practicing in Huihan, complaining constantly about the violent spiritual power and the broken weapons. At this moment, an apology image suddenly appeared in Hongzhou. His words are like words, his temperament is excellent, and he is a descendant who walks out of his words. The moment he arrived, he caught Chongduo Nunxio's attention, and he came here to take out the 0 volume on the shelf. I didn't expect that when he came to the bookshelf again, he found it empty, because there are very few addresses that can reach this level. After taking it step by step to check, nothing happened. Then it came to the place where the answer was recorded. When the man here saw that it was Fairy Handler, He was so nervous that he almost lowered his hands. I also want to ask him who came to this floor recently. The man could only answer as before. He was a disciple of Qing Yufeng who taught Yun Qingqiu. Han Yu has never heard of this person since he started working. Could it be that he is a low-key genius? Hearing Hanle's question, the internal disciple's nervous memories Yuan Qingqiu is a new disciple this year. As soon as this flower appeared, Han Yu was dumbfounded. How could he enter the Yu district from the Heart Gate? Did some elder bring him in? The disciple's sister and father told a little about what happened before. After listening to this, Han Lexi felt fat. What kind of person was this Yun Qingqiu, a Qingchuan disciple who could defeat the elders within 1 month of his entry? Han Le, who had always ignored the facts, suddenly became very interested in him and got the idea to take a look at the mysterious boy. At the same time, Yun Qingqiu is enjoying the joy of the heavenly wheel. Under the sunset, a fairy massages Xi Chang. Who do you think my late daughter lived for? Yun Qingqiu remembered the words of Senior Xiuqian. The path to Xiuqian is to experience all kinds of suffering, and pursuing great treasures is all nonsense. Life now is much better than that of the suffering Gupi Xianzuan back then. On the other side, and you unknowingly came to Qinggo Peak while thinking. He is somewhat looking forward to finally meeting the one who is not Sanction. He doesn't know what kind of mother he is. Just when the cold moon flies down, suddenly there was an untimely and sweet interaction from below. What kind of business can there be? Han Yu Hong looked down. He thought that Yun Qingqiu was a serious line repairer from the ancient times, but he didn't expect that this person was a passionate prodigal who lingered among the flowers. The difference was really huge. This situation made him very embarrassed, so he turned around and planned to come back next time. Yun Qingqiu was almost fucked by Liang and Yu. He suddenly discovered that there was a jade sword modifier on the horizon. As if seeing the Uncle Star, the alliance only looks to the sky. Look who it is. This made Han Le, who was determined to leave by the political party, suddenly stopped. He took a deep breath and jumped down from the sky to visit the fairy who came to visit him. Bu Yun was shocked when he saw the human shield coming. His alliance has thrown away all the baggage. Han Le family, I am so lonely. What advice do you have for me, Yufeng? Yun Qingqiu and Lin Xiaoya fought against each other. This is the rumored long-term candidate for the future of the sect, Han Yuan. Because Han Yu is an extremely rice-eating practitioner and rarely shows up, they have only heard of it. But why did he suddenly appear here today? Mu Yun was extremely frank in his heart. They had the same differences in terms of status and cultivation. I really couldn't figure out why he suddenly appeared in the room of relatives and friends. Don't let anything happen to him while he's ballooning. Han Le is not a gentle person. After thinking about it, he still feels that it is better to be straightforward. He came to Yun Qingqiu and asked. This junior fellow student is the new disciple Yun Qingqiu Pai. Yun Qingqiu nodded, wondering why this beauty favored him. But in the next round, the woman said, Lin Qingqiu, I have some private matters that I want to talk to you about. Can you be a doctor in that grove? Lin Xiaoya quickly grasped the key words. Why does 40 take so long to reach the decimal zero? He didn't even know when Qingqiu hooked up with this beautiful girl. Although her face had the effect of draining water, Yun Qingqiu could clearly feel the internal woodiness on her body. Although he really didn't do anything and didn't know this fairy, but he still immediately attacked the ground to give him a way to get out of trouble. If he has something to do, can he talk about it here for an episode? Han Yu nodded mightily, which led to the purpose of his coming this time. Since he was very interested in the zero battle, he wanted to dance with Yun Qingqiu. Lin Xiaoya, on the other hand, directly grabbed his song with her own hands. She was really careless. She didn't even know when he finally succumbed to the fairy's idea. Yun Qingqiu also had no tears in the jade library. He didn't wait for him to speak. Lin Xiaoya then raised her head and took out the ID card fiercely and told him that she was on duty and it was not convenient to be released. If he was fine, please go back. Han Ledao was also clueless and nodded in understanding. And the next second, he invited Yun Qingqiu to go to the woods with him again, wanting to learn about him. Yun Qingqiu was inspired by the lust he painted. Even Mu Yun next to him got goosebumps. Xiaoya, who was directly beside him, clenched his fists. Even the smile on his face carries the meaning of a cold day, and it seems that the whole person is on the verge of breaking out. As he spoke, he slowly raised the cut barge. If you were the first person in the world, I could fight with you. Yun Qingqiu looked at the cold men, and for a moment she didn't know what she was doing. Even though I agreed, I was more serious about it. Liang Enyu quickly walked to the open space. For the sake of fairness, Han Le Zifeng Xiu suppressed Tong Tong Shui. Bing Xiaoya's eyes were downcast. Then Xiaoya would be offended. Speaking of big things, Lin Xiaoya strung out like a foot pattern. The imperial blue spiritual power was milled by water, and its shape quickly condensed into a god-man. Heading straight towards Han Yu. Han Yu turned slightly to avoid the water courtyard. Han Guang glides over and emits the sound of wind. Suddenly the charcoal explodes, followed by rapid hydration and decomposition into small water droplets that squirt together with the hands. South Korea-Vietnam alliance bends backward and continues to sink soil. Not only was he a little surprised, but if he hadn't been so surprised by the fight and his facial features were so sensitive, he might have actually been hit. Not only did he come with a serious nature, Hanla was almost thrown off a dose of horizontal ladder in an instant. Lin Xiaoyao crossed her hands and Lin Lining closed her hands, even though she had stopped the blow. But he was still beaten back a few times. Before he could react, Han Yu once again ordered the governor to write a letter to the governor who was famous. In Lin Xiaoyao's Muguangji, he knew very well that even if he dodged that punch, there would be another blow behind him. If he didn't handle it well, he would definitely be severely injured. He immediately adjusted himself and got into position without pushing or counterattacking. Although Han Yu was very different from what Lin Xiaoyao did, she still rushed forward with all her might. While I was waiting, I suddenly remembered the sound of breaking through the air. A strong stream of steam directly stretched the distance between Yang Ren and others. Han Yu was slightly suspicious of Lang. Yingfeng exploded and detonated Lin Li before contact and then deliberately pushed himself out. It was indeed possible. Liang Envy's figures are intertwined and constantly moving, and for a while it's really hard to tell the winner. Battle and performance preview. Lin Xiaoya leads Ling Ju with both hands. Lin Lirubo when Dang Ye uses the daytime supply. Han Yu smiled faintly. I saw him raise his left arm, also using no stationary. Just when the two are about to collide, Yun Qingqiu rushed out between Liang Yu and held their hands with both hands. He pulled Ling Xiaoyao into his arms and held Han Yu out gently, stopping the fight between the two. Han Yu didn't say much. The small chi practicing crystal could bring oppression to him. This made him even more curious about Yun Qingqiu's power. Seeing that it was getting late, he said a few simple words and turned into a fainting wind and snow. That night, Lin Xiaoyao lay on the bed and tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Obviously she had complained before that the stupid boy couldn't get a wife, but suddenly a woman came into contact with her, and she couldn't bear it. This feeling is like someone beating the carrot that I have worked so hard for more than 10 years. He made up his mind to get closer to Ren Qingqiu. Every moment, there were steps and ways to find a way out. Early the next morning, Lin Xiaoyao changed her clothes and stood in front of Yun Qingqiu. Jiao's beautiful appearance made him fall asleep instantly. Follow Lin Xiaoyao to the imperial palace where the sect practices. Yun Qingqiu accidentally helped him eat something. It's just that since the two of them appeared, other students have no intention of practicing. Many people who are difficult to cultivate really look at the lovely girl in the morning, and there is a heavy feeling in the chest, and they are extremely envious. Just when everyone is singing their hatred, suddenly there was a burst of Xian Huasheng from behind. Is that Fairy Han Yu? Even more beautiful than the rumors say. Oh my god, am I really not dreaming? The owner of the square, Wang Shu, spread out to Hanla and looked straight at the sect's first goddess. Han Yu had nothing to do and everyone ran to the edge of the square, but Lin Xiaoyao kept guarding Yun Qingqiu behind her. Han Yu quickly walked up to the two of them. I just heard him suddenly say, Lin Qingqiu, I thought about it for a long time and had no sleep last night. Sure enough, I am still very interested in you. Although Lin Xiaoyao was very unhappy inside, but there is still a faint look on his face. Qingqiu, what do you think? The corner of Ding Qiu's mouth twitched. He felt that there must be 7 knocks on this matter. So she turned around and asked Han Yu what she wanted to do in the world. Han Yu pointed to the side disapprovingly. It's nothing. Can you treat me as a small forest to protect the snow? Seeing that the fire on Ling Xiaoyao's body only increased, Ling Qingqiu gave him something to say. Han Yu thought for a moment. The so-called visiting you is innocent. I want to try it now. I don't know how to regret it. As soon as this transformation came out, all the Nanxia shield masters felt their heads warm and sat down, and the sound of broken discs came from the heart. Damn it, is it possible that Fairy Tan Yu wants to trade with him? Yun Qingqiu couldn't listen to it anymore, so she agreed to have sex with him. After saying that, he pulled up his show and took a step forward in front of Han Yu. Han Yu Weiwei Ilang took the initiative to lower his performance to the same level. The moment Yun Qingqiu agreed to him, she had already made a plan in her mind. She just wanted to test her own strength. Then come on. After using it to suppress all the zero power, Yun Qingqiu Dongjing's body came up from the grey spring. Hanla looked serious and treated it as a battle of the same level. Only flames quickly appeared on its palms. With the injection of Ling Li, it was quickly understood. It changes into a shot that shoots through the hand. Naturally, Yun Qingqiu also had to put on some pretense. Due to the changes, the leader moved to the outside of the feudal town and spread. The moment the two collided, a burst of energy burst out throughout the Qing dynasty. At this moment, Han Yu Shenqing suddenly flashed in front of Yun Qingqiu and dealt him a violent blow. Yun Qingqiu, on the other hand, used a series of titles to continue to expand to meet the attack. Hanle, who was low for a while, could only defend passively. Even so, he does have a new grave. This junior brother has indeed mastered the pre-sealing technique as rumored. At this time, the Korean Music Club has been appointed as a base. The battle with Yun Qingqiu Jingshan Chuan was back and forth. At this time, the Korean games are becoming more and more exciting. With your strength, you should be able to take the initiative to get closer. After saying that, he immediately attacked him. Immediately afterwards, there was a huge stepping sensation in my hand. Yuan Qingqiu flew out like dew in Qianfengzeng. The heavy species has declined to the ground. Everyone is stupid at this moment in the cold moon. This is just a light push without any bonus. It's impossible to hit. Anti-official Yun Qingqiu sat on the ground and ran away from him. He thumbed his data. It really couldn't be a Han incident. Niu Pai said it below. Han Yu looked at his hands in place. Wolf Lang didn't expect that this battle would end like this. He will pay for his defeat in this battle. If I lose directly, this woman will definitely not believe it. That's why he deliberately talked with other actors like us when he was on the verge of preventing relapse. After the battle, Lin Xiaoya dared to rush over and hug her master Yin Qingqiu. And Yu Xingkun just a moment ago came up with high-end spare parts for foreign businessmen. Then he turned around and decided to leave. Ling Zai supported him and left a message. If you have any problems, you can go to Yun Chifeng to find him, and he will take care of you. After returning home, Lin Xiaoya gave him chicken soup to replenish his health. Thinking of Yun Qingqiu being injured, he felt really bad. In the next few days, Lin Xiaoya has been painstakingly thinking about the mess of acid inflammation. Mu Yun was also very surprised that Lin Xiaoya could be shocked by the use of oxygen Lingju. He was deeply touched, so he studied Yang Yang Gong method more seriously. And Yun Qingqiu was once again attacked by Po Hai. Because Xiaoya had to absorb his spirit every day when he practiced. If it continues like this, I'm afraid its weak body will explode within 2 days. That night, taking advantage of the darkness, Yun Qingqiu came to a secret place. After repeatedly confirming 4 or 5 people, he cautiously stayed in the book for a while. The spiritual thought spread to the distant land of Shuwu, communicating with the divine beasts who signed the soul's 7th month and summoning them. Please continue to help connect Lin Jin Gru Yun. Talking about the big deal, the retail sequel of the hit is gradually revealed. Dozens of thunder blasts were used to evacuate the honey and kill Jiang Liangdu Baishu. Just then a small voice came out. The girl who looked like Luo Li stood there with big eyes. Yun Qingqiu was in a storm, and he clearly summoned a huge disappointment. How could it be these 2 tigers? So he avoided the MRT and planned to send him off in Jiangxi. Luo Li looked around, then turned around and met Yun Qingqiu beforehand. The eyes slowly opened, shining with bright light and surprise. Although in his impression, the master currency did not rise like this, but I still recognized him based on his qi. Shuju happily took it to Yun Qingqiu's side, asked where he had been these days. The sect and the young master were also looking around. Yun Qingqiu turned Shuju's relationship into a bun. It is impossible to go back. I will never go back in this life. Soon, he crossed his legs and stretched out his arms to ask him to check his physical condition. Xiaoqia's body gradually emitted slightly clear fluctuations. The pure color spread to Yun Qingqiu through contact and wrapped the 2 papers. Gradually, intricate patterns of veins appeared on his body. The subtle sounds from various parts of the body are gradually amplified in Data's ears. In just a moment, all the conditions of his body were controlled by Shuju. This is a very defensive method. You are a human accident. Yun Qingqiu slapped her neck and scratched her. My mother is your uncle. Through Shuju's exploration just now, he felt that this sentence about the body was like an empty sentence. There weren't many lifts, and it didn't even look like he was alive. And the 50 strands of water that the body originally possessed were forcibly taken away. The yang energy in the body was almost lost. It can be concluded that it was taken away by Yu. Logically speaking, Lan was completely destroyed, but because of Yun Qingqiu's Hunchuan, the original god statue regained a little vitality. But recently, there is a strange force that is constantly extracting life force, and the benefits of life are once again gathered here. The green and autumn colors of the clouds are gradually becoming more peaceful. It seems that we must find a way to do it. At this moment, Shuju suddenly attacked the Buddha's lower body. He patted his chest randomly and assured his master that there was no need to worry. As long as he played with him, he could alleviate the crisis in his life. Star Autumn Lotion. There are so many jade apples in the flower. Wait a minute. Then the version is empty-handed. He doesn't want to use the method of dragging the jungle to heal and let the data be exchanged. Data's originally serious face had a hint of anger. This is not good, right? Yunqing put his money into the machine, and the thin man couldn't help but drink. I have raised you for 5,000 years, so I want to use some of your good things. But you still dare to refuse. Shu Zhong blushed and turned away for a long time, but finally agreed. There was even a hint of daring in his eyes. Okay, that's great. He's about to take action right now. Yun Qingqiu almost jumped when she caught Huang. I pinched Data's little face and kept rubbing it a few times. You have the nerve to call me a mythical beast this time. You can't even think of anything unexpected. Why is he late for Lisheng? Who the hell said that the only real experience is that thing? Don't you know how to write? Give it to Lao Fangqiang. He put his finger to his mouth to break. Then he carefully lowered himself to the level of jade. Then gave the land to the owner. Then Yun Qingqiu took out the scroll from his sleeve and asked it to wake up all the needed medicinal materials. Use your finger to remove the space and slide it a few times. The message, Secret Mom, appeared immediately on the donation axis. There is no good confirmation. Data rolled up the scroll and handed it to the spirit clearing ball. He said cautiously that at present, the little master has sent out 10,000 modified palm silver, and each one is equipped with a full set of air conditioners. Don't let go of even an inch of your life. You want to see people alive, and you want to know them even if you die. As soon as these words came out, Yun Qingqiu's stewed stone became a piece of grass belonging to me. Should the little idiot be so stubborn? He even wrote a book to read with his fingers. Among the clouds, there are indeed a few strong men who foresee the flight. Xiaoshu is spreading the net everywhere. He lowered his head and thought for a while, fearing that his identity would be hidden even more carefully in the future. After the third elder saw Yun Qingqiu's qualification certification results that day, he decided to return to Shengmen immediately to inform him of the matter. At this moment, he has gathered the elder Zhong Zhao together. Tang Hua was still a little excited. Stan wanted to point out that they underestimated this kind of form that day. Today, Yun Qingqiu not only learned the art of pre-sealing, and there are more and more schools dressed up. A kind of self-awareness was even tested. Through his various outstanding performances, the third elder couldn't help but suspect that this kid might have found a professional method to break through the double-voice mutant spiritual route. But the second master was dissatisfied with this. He believed that the pre-seal was originally practiced by He Fengming. He was just Xie Mao who met Shi Haozi. As for the apprentice school that defeated him, it was completely careless. As for the test numbers, they are only set for ordinary addresses. There are many deviations in the route of the bargain. Sanzhong Nao was speechless by his words. It just so happened that Han Yu came in and he dared to criticize important people. Today he came to practice and met Ping Zong. Because he lacked the energy to break through due to the incident, he decided to leave the seclusion early. The boss was overjoyed when he heard this. He must have been about to break through to cut off the order and enter the middle. To be able to reach this level after just 2 years of entry is truly worthy of being my apprentice. The leader of the gangster suddenly felt refreshed. Even if he needed anything, he could ask for it. Hanle had no intention of hesitating and immediately made his request. He hoped that the world-honored one could bring Yun Qingqiu Dai Yun Chifeng to the island. Through a brief confrontation between the two, he can feel that he may be the strongest among the disciples in the heart. Eating and waiting for genius should not be wasted. The leader stood up and floated it up. After all, Songmen didn't have the ability to restrain the two sides with one bell, so he had to settle the matter first. Seeing that the big Chinese test was imminent, he asked Hanle to go back and prepare well. Another point, when the sky dawned, Yun Qingqiu decided to go back to find Lin Xiaoyao immediately. As soon as I came in, I saw two people doing something. Because Nu Yun received a family-level letter from Sister Jisha, she needed to rush to get the reward money to help. After confirming that there are no problems in the line, Mu Yun took out a storage ring and packed all the luggage. Just as he was getting ready, the little duck's cold reminds him that he still has money to pay for beauty. There are still many ambitions. Lin Xiaoyao was a little speechless. He really felt uneasy, so he suggested that Yun Qingqiu come with him. Yun Qingqiu had no objection. Wuolin City Chamber of Commerce's transit city must have some rare materials there. Lin Xiaoyao's breakthroughs continued quickly, so he decided to stay and continue practicing. The two of them quickly arrived at the prosperous city of Lorraine on their bicycles. As soon as Mu Yun landed, he took him and ran forward. At the same time, a media girl with a tall figure kept escaping from Cheng Wen's mouth. Mu Yun waved at the corner of the store when he saw the implementation of Jie He, and pulled Yun Qingqiu to solve the confusion with the crowd. He first took the two of them to sing the rice song in the city. It wasn't until it got late that I took them back to regret. Yun Qingqiu also didn't expect that his senior sister would actually be the eldest lady who implemented the Chamber of Commerce. But what made him very curious was what happened to Master Sister that prevented him from returning her love for so long. Being dumped in a hospital means a lifetime of intrusion. The surrounding areas of Ruoling City are rich in lingqi and the land is fertile and rich in medicinal materials. After decades of accumulation, the solid wood Jew mansion has gradually become a place of eternal single medicine. In order to promote the development of local medicine refining, groups will organize single medicine competitions and use high rewards to attract large families to participate. And their Chamber of Commerce is only at the level of Shongqian. There are no particularly powerful alchemists. For the alchemy conference, they only maintain a micro level that is too low. However, some time ago, the master's secret injury relapsed, and Mingyi everywhere in the city urgently needed Yang Ningguo to prepare a prescription, and this medicine happened to be the prize in this medicine training competition. Impatient, he could only ask Mu Yun to come over for help. Although he is a fire-eating person, he cooks the fire spirit root and is very good at controlling the fire attribute. Although he is only half-trained, he has a lot of intention in practicing it. Mu Yun proudly took out his storage media. It groped inside carefully. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the object gradually appeared clearly. It was a pair of one-piece sand-covered underwear with lace. The design was extremely large. Just looking at it made me think about it unconsciously. He was so confident that he didn't even see it. If you can't help but turn your head, this is a surprise for me. I have that one, and I don't like it either. With this sentence in English, Mu-Yun's eyes moved upward for a second, and his expression changed rapidly. There was a burst of grabbing fire and he almost ran into the room first. He dared to hide the thing in a hurry. Her red face shrank on the chair. If I said, "Isn't this my sex?" Luo Yuan just waved his hands and rushed to nod, while Yun Qingqiu was silently deep in the eyes of the great animal husbandry. I didn't expect that I would be so busy in the little things that I was waiting for. Mu-Yun hid aside and was trembling. He hesitated for a moment and chose Chong Huan. He wore it to slim down his figure. As he said that, he pulled on the clothes to show its elasticity in front of the two of them. As soon as this flower appeared, both of them got it. Could it be that such an oceanic wood garden is still hidden? Early that morning, Luo Lin, the housekeeper who had implemented the Chamber of Commerce, knocked on the door and specially invited Mu-Yun to the backyard of the Chamber of Commerce to prepare medicine. Ren Mu-Yun also rescued the wall bed early and made sufficient preparations. What happened yesterday was a bit embarrassing. Today I must reshape my image and show off my skills in front of everyone. Under the orders of the housekeeper, a family is busy doing things. The backyard was quickly tidied up. Mu-Yun was also satisfied with this, as he didn't have to work anymore once Luo Lin came. At the same time, Luo Yuanji also came to the backyard. Xiaoying stood behind Qi Yuan. It's up to you these days. Come on. Mu-Yun dared to take out the pre-healing that he had prepared a long time ago, turned around and handed it to Lu Yard. This was the gift he had prepared. Yesterday's lip accident. If you wish carefully, you will be prepared and opened. The people from the agricultural area sprayed someone in the same letter, and the backyard was instantly confused by the smell of the people. Mu-Yun explained with some embarrassment that because Qing Yufeng was always at the bottom in sect competitions, he wanted to improve his score for the machine flash line order. So during this period, he would go to the line order when he had time. Now that the world is in trouble, we can only come up with emergency measures in advance. Luo Lin happily accepted the pre-healing order. These orders should be enough to keep the Chamber of Commerce running for a while. He made a gesture to the poor people in the yard, and everyone's minds were connected, and they all walked out together. At this time, Mu-Yun took out a key to the rescue from the kitchen world. Yun Qingqiu's eyes are like shields and stones, curiously surrounding her and wanting to highlight them carefully. Mu-Yun put on a robe that looked like Wei Kun's and saw a layer of air conditioning quickly surrounding him. Each other took their time and put various medicinal materials into the medicine. Even when I was in the courtyard, I couldn't help but hold on. Mu-Yun Lian was as if he had painted a person. The one in front of me can't hold up for 5 years. If you use this kind of talent and affection to such an extent, there is no one in the alliance that can hold up the same level of enthusiasm. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of wind rang in everyone's ears. The smoke dispersed and the horse actually drove. Mu-Yun closed his eyes and walked out in a flash, with a little black eyes. Lu Yuan only came forward to express concern. He had just boasted so much to Shadi. Why did it explode? Mu-Yun smiled and pointed at the waistband on his body. This was bought for him by his master. It has the effect of fire prevention and heat insulation. Please then quickly go to the top of the medicine and wait until you feel better. Mu-Yun continued practicing very seriously before. After several more baptisms in the furnace of war, comment after comment under the guidance of Luo Yuan. How come this is becoming more and more flat? If I continue to stand, I am afraid the courtyard will be tired. Luo Yuan was only afraid of being bombed and went to deal with matters in the Chamber of Commerce, but Yun Qingqiu was not afraid of being bombed. His focus fell on the top of the medicine. It can be kept in the hands of the small world for so long. This transparency is definitely not antibody. After half an hour of paving the way, Mu-Yun finally entered the state. Those refined medicinal materials gradually turned into the form of single medicines. After taking one, a strong single fragrance comes out. The slightly sweet order fell into Mu-Yun's hands. Yan Kinki results single medicine, bright color, and substantial texture. At his age, he can practice pointing out what Shongcheng is like. If Mu Zhoufu finds out, he will definitely try his best to make trouble. Soon Mu Yunbian put away the singlet and saw that Yun Qingqiu was also a little interested in practicing silk fabrics. So we formed an alliance to search in the kitchen world. After a while, the silk tiles on his belly were changed by him. Qianlengzi. Only then did he finally find the respect of a disaster protector. Here are all the chains given to him by the 4 elders. Yun Qingqiu was even holding the coupon claw in her hand, but her eyes were staring at the ground uncontrollably. It's you who isn't pretending, and it's you who is pretending to be a nun. It's incredible. Little world is really arrogant in her heart. Or courtyard of, if you don't want to pile up a lot of clothes. I shyly warned him that if he looked at it again, he would complain to Xiaoya. Yun Qingqiu felt embarrassed and immediately turned his attention to the scroll. But you have to still be practicing in Bu Lin. Before he knew it, he had been watching it for 4 or 5 hours straight. He stood up and felt sluggish. Although the content of the chain was not complicated, for him, it was already deeply remembered in his mind. At this time, Mu Yun was still practicing medicine seriously, and Da Shijie was busy. Yun Qingqiu had just walked out of the backyard when he smelled the scent of a single medicine refined by Ichie. Shu Deki passed through the left building and came to a building. There were 3 large pieces of paper hanging on the door saying, Chai Yao stop. There are more than 10 requirements in it. Many pharmacists are manipulating the flame meridian to practice medicinal materials. Yun Qingqiu Dongzang hoped to finally see an uninhabited medicinal field, and then he walked over. A middle-aged waist trainer next to me wrote about the past. Instead of being very arrogant, you are a new waist trainer. You look a bit wild. Yun Qingqiu glanced at him, but what if I said, that middle-aged medicine practitioner is the co-director of Da Sheng? What are you doing here? I'm going out. Ruo Lin heard the noise and ran over with a cold. He immediately stepped forward and asked Master Zhongming what was going on, and the one with the famous account is now the most powerful bite master here. If he is a bit arrogant, he will be kicked out. Luo Lin Ganbang mediates this. This young man is the young lady's younger brother and a distinguished guest of the Chamber of Commerce. The identities of Zhong Ming'ai and the young lady were not affected by Ji Shu Yuan. It's just that Yun Qingqiu felt angry. If Luo Ling hadn't arrived earlier, he would have filled his stomach long ago, because after a while, he could only cover Yun Qingqiu in a corner. His hands are suitable and he asks Yun Qingqiu to have more hands with blood. And Yun Qingqiu didn't want to embarrass the little housekeeper, so she told him with a blank hand that he had no room, and it didn't matter where he practiced. Yun Qingqiu wiped it clean very carefully. Who do you really want when Zhongming is acting like a dog? You can't even hear the slightest sound of Qinwei. Yun Qingqiu moved her eyes when writing, and a command was running in her hands. If she hadn't been afraid of causing trouble to senior sister, she would have thrown her into the furnace long ago. At this time, the few people who were slightly away from each other were not only a little surprised, but also saw that the young man in front of them was so unfamiliar that he could directly give birth to Guanyan for the first time. As soon as this transformation came out, it immediately spread to Zhongming Dalu. He loudly drank the 2 of them and ate a portion. However, he still didn't take Yun Qingqiu into consideration in his heart, and Ruolin was afraid that Zhongming would continue to cause trouble, so he stayed in the whole place for the time being. What's more, he knows that not everyone can be in the medicine training room. He can just wait until Yun Qingqiu's fresh experience is over, then comfort him and leave. It feels like the temperature of the flame is about the same. Yun Qingqiu recalled the steps of practicing medicine with her eyes on the wall. Her mind moved slightly, and she was so stupid that she suspended a few medicinal plants into the medicine, then smashed them into pieces and throw them all into Lu Zi. Ruolin just wanted to remind him, but he thought it was only one night. He is not a Yao practitioner, but he still knows some basic knowledge about Yao training. It is best to refine the medicinal materials one plant at a time. Concentrating on the body chain is the guide to death. It seems that this junior brother is not only a layman, but also does not even know the most basic steps of refining medicine. Under the heat of the flames, several medicinal materials gradually began to fuse together. Soon the shape of a single medicine gradually emerged. Ruoling looked at the whole person and practiced so many medicinal materials at one time, but he was still successful. Those flames were very obedient under Yun Qingqiu's control. Even his techniques are elegant. On the other hand, Zhongming didn't know about it. According to his calculation, the young man either turned the medicine into ashes or not at all. There may even be low-level operations like exploding crossbows. He said that just when his party ignored him, Zhongming made up his mind to tell him with actions. If only there wasn't someone blocking this point. Relying on its decades of experience in high school students, a single medicine drug with a full fragrance is used to prevent and relieve symptoms. The chain keys around are all looked at in such a strange way. Recently, a bottle of upper-level keys cannot be Master Zhong. It is really amazing. Zhongming was so refreshed by this flattery that he felt that his life had reached its peak. Realize your will. But suddenly he found that Luo Lin was not looking at it. Ding Di and Qingqiu, who Fa has been supporting wholeheartedly. Zhongming reported to his brother with both hands and recorded a very sarcastic smile. Let's see how long you can last. After a while, a group of alchemists also focused their attention on Yun Qingqiu. Even Zhongming Lin's smile gradually disappeared. He felt that this kid was a little too smooth. A few minutes later, a fresh stream of medicine came from the main base along with the clear smoke. Yun Qingqiu moved his fingers slightly, and Dan Yaobian, which exuded a faint mist, fell into his hand. The world of training samples present is a great loss. I actually practiced it. You are a horse. Start joking. And the first time I practiced medicine, it was of upper-level quality. This is simply unbelievable. Only Yun Qingqiu glanced at the light medicine with low hammer, sharp eyes, and it was only of upper quality. Then he caught him and threw him out in front of everyone. He was not of top quality. He spent all his training time Try it again. Luo Lin hurriedly picked him up. It feels distressed when it is eaten in the palm of its hand. If one of them is turned into a first-class product, it can be worth half a month's salary. How can you just throw it away? Yin Qingqiu turned around and took out some medicinal materials from the medicine cabinet and said nonchalantly, I'm done with training. What should I do with a bill? Try the medicine training around you and divide it into points. You told me that the single medicine of high quality is a waste bomb. Zhongming was even more angry. To him, this is a bare-winged repair. A few minutes later, in everyone's room, a single medicine with perfect luster and smell was brought to life. At first glance, you can tell that this is a low-end foam quality single contract. It turned to look at Luo Lin. Do you want the injury? If you don't mind, take it away. Luo Lin immediately stretched out his hands in excitement. He wants it, we want it. Yuan Qingqiu casually threw the bill to him. Luo Lin even carefully put it away. He was not even familiar with it and showed it to everyone. He didn't say anything to the party official and ran to find the eldest lady. At the same time, the ruler of the fallen court stayed in the backyard and watched quietly as Mu Yun Chain pointed at Shan Shan. Mu Yun is also very serious. He knows that this medicine training conference is related to the condition of Grandpa World, and he must not give it up. And as long as you can practice one more upper-level biomedicine, the operation of the injury club will be easier. It is very nervously looking forward to developing an upper-level system. I didn't expect it was just a very ordinary courage. He is very afraid that if he plays the market, he will delay the event. It is Ti who allows the world to bring back the person who used to practice meticulously. Everyone is willing to point to Qingwei and bite his head. The face of the yin layer tells him that the alchemist changed his temper after learning that his grandfather was ill and wanted to undermarry him. He even took it as a risk. If he didn't marry him, he would regret leaving, and Mu Yun is the best practice he can find currently. But judging from Mu Qian's situation, it is almost difficult to get that kind of medicinal materials, afraid of having no choice but to hammer the table. Are we really going to lose someone important? He couldn't help but recall some of his past events in his mind. The big lei beads fell from his eyes. Do he really want to submit to that guy? At this moment Luo Lin ran over very excitedly. He was so tired that he kept taking pictures of the couple. This made Luo Yuan jump. He thought there was something wrong with the Chamber of Commerce. Luo Lin Ganman adjusted his breathing and told him that the Chamber of Commerce was stable. Saying this, he took out a premix from his arms. If you only want to open shogi with some curiosity. A strong scent of elixir came to the store, and the two of them were immediately excited. This was a top-notch elixir. When he came to the hospital, he only asked him where he got it from. He was thinking silently in his mind, but he couldn't do it with the power of lighting. Could it be that the flow mask that once threatened him is back? And as soon as Ruolin mentioned him, he immediately said, it's not that house. Then I couldn't help but tell people in some serious words. I realized that people who worry like this are because their relatives are poor. As soon as these words came out, both of them were dumbfounded. After all, they had never heard of actually practicing shaking before. Besides, he was just asking Mu Yun for advice. How could it be him? Seeing that neither of them believed it, Wakabayashi decided to take them there to see. But I haven't gone in yet. I saw a group of groomsmen going crazy at the door. None of them wanted to believe that it took them 20 years to practice hard. Offshore could not compete with a little cat head who didn't even understand basic common sense. Even Zhongming, who is in a shed, is so angry that he is strong. Luo Lin looked around at Zhou but did not find the voice of Ming and Qingqiu. So he pulled a few chain medicines and came over to let them describe the tension. After listening to everyone's narration, both of them went to Shigan to express their anger. It's really unthinkable to use ground blocking. At this time, Yin Qingqiu was strolling on the street. He came to a street stall selling novels. After listening to the boss's introduction, but without saying anything, he picked up a yellow book set. I was planning to spend money for a group of 16 people, but I didn't seem to have a single picture on my body. Guaranteed that his security guard sister would hit him in time. I helped him fill it up without saying anything. By the way, I dragged him back home. But as soon as I got home, the door was closed. Without saying a word, the three women gathered around her and looked at her with icy smiles. This shows that Yun Qingqiu is only looking at the acceleration of the jump. Isn't he going to have a real battle so soon? The lights haven't faded yet. Luo Yuan only became stronger and came to him first, and asked him very seriously if he was a practicing pharmacist. Yun Qingqiu just smiled and quickly gave him a negative answer. However, Lorraine, who was standing next to him, interrupted him. If anyone in Lorraine can master a bottle of top single medicine, then he will leave. Besides, even Miss Lianmu can't do it. How could he not be the one? Yun Qingqiu suddenly felt different. He forgot that he didn't expect that even Jingyan's small world could do it. I originally just wanted to do some dishes casually. Could it be that I was doomed again? At this moment, Luo Yuan suddenly asked him to perform in the movie in front of important people. Mu Yun on the side was also very curious. He followed Chiu Yun Qingqiu next to him to show off his medicine training skills. Yun Qingqiu changed her sword disguise and agreed. He is running smoothly without any hesitation. Wait for a strong flame to appear in the top of the head to start electrons. In everyone's surprised eyes, a top-quality single drug will soon become the most popular one. Yu Qingqiu picked it up casually and threw it towards Luo Yuanji. Luo Yuanji moved and the contact was hurried. After seeing how good he was, he immediately decided to leave the matter of participating in the competition to him. He saw it holding Yun Qingqiu's hand with both hands, with a look of excitement and expectation on his face, and even a little disdainful of the agreement. How could Yuan Qingqiu withstand such an attack? I agreed immediately. Beloved Liu Renji's dream is quiet and bloody, so I want to play quickly and want to wipe and call Xiaoyu free. A Xiongdao who was cleaning embraced Yun Qingqiu into his arms. Yun Qingqiu's mind also began to keep hearing the loud noise. But suddenly he laughed and started crying. The wooden clouds and Lorraine shield stones below are also the first pair. Yun Qingqiu's gesture in response to the two of them was that they should leave. Then I gently put my hand on his shoulder and listened carefully to what he said. After leaving the courtyard, I only waited to complain to Yun Qingqiu at night. Those chambers of commerce are all looking at his results. I think she is a girl who will definitely not be able to do it. The drug practice test at home was also handled publicly, and the original handcrafted drug test was even more adult-oriented and forced him to take it down. Yun Qingqiu and Mu Guang were so surprised that he even forced her into marriage. He silently remembered the name Liu Jiao in his heart, then helped the world wipe away the tears. Don't worry. I will definitely hold the conference. I will definitely deal with all those who bully you and hurt you. I straightened my face in the courtyard and rolled quickly. An unprecedented feeling came over my heart, and Li Hahu, who has seen him, if you wish to indicate that you will decide to hand over the task of participating in the competition to him. Since that day, Yun Qingqiu has been assigned to go to a separate chain. You can practice your courage freely by yourself. Don't do anything for me. Moreover, Luo Lin comes to rely on his boss every day with a dotted line made by the implementer. This made him feel that this kind of behavior was like a middle-aged girl's initiative to please a wolf. But it's impossible to conquer yourself quickly. The whole family is just the world and the world, so they shouldn't be so messy, right? Just as he was about to leave, he seemed to suddenly remember something. Turn around and tell Yun Qingqiu that if you need anything, please be sure to tell me and the injury club will try to help solve it. Yun Qingqiu's mouth twitched and he almost shot himself. He did encounter a problem, and it was not just an ordinary fight. According to his understanding, in previous chain medicine conferences, as long as a second-grade high-quality single medicine can be produced, the first one is that the Holy Circle is in my. But now it is of top quality no matter how it is done. Suddenly I find that it is somewhat uncontrollable. Yun Qingqiu is bored. Nowadays, people with no boundaries are looking everywhere. The top quality of the 16-year-old store will definitely attract their attention. He doesn't want to go back with them. He still wants to stay here with the young lady. I really didn't expect that not knowing how to become weak has become his biggest problem now. Ruo Lin was a little confused by what he said. Yun Qingqiu didn't expect him to be of any help, so she beat him away. Then I held it several times in various styles. The results are all the same as before, and they are all top-notch singles. In a fit of anger, he decided not to do it. Instead of worrying about this, it's better to go out for a walk and relax. Maybe you can get something out of it. By the way, you can also collect materials needed by the requesting party. It soon came to the Black Stone in Luolin City. Although this place is dark, it is much more efficient than the Chamber of Commerce next year. Her crooked ways soon attracted the attention of a proud man. That Guanbanzi man was forbidden to walk over and block Yun Qingqiu before he could speak. Yun Qing suddenly appeared in his life. For the last meal in North China, he came to draw stars from the double bottom. The man's colleague who landed was also stepped on by Yun Qingqiu. Yun Qingqiu looked very sincere and asked him where the largest Black Chamber of Commerce was. The man's fierce Gongdan's eyes are pure and clear, and he shouts loudly to let him go. Yun Qingqiu exerts more fierce pressure. As long as it exerts a little force, it will turn into a lung strip. The man cracked his mouth, gritted his teeth, and counted down the positions of his Chamber of Commerce. Let go of your feet with Renking Qidong. The man then groped for an opponent from behind. Unfortunately, before I could take it out, I turned violently and my body flew out uncontrollably. He didn't stop until he made a sound and wanted to hit the wall. Everyone in the micro-official position is eclipsed by the great scriptures. Return to the original sense honestly and continue to create words, waiting to find the next dance. Soon he found the biggest injury in the Black Stone. As soon as I came in, I saw a woman wearing a fox mask. The woman quickly swept her corpse away. Seeing that he was wearing ordinary clothes and was still very young, he immediately classified him as a dishonest person. The woman politely asked him whether he wanted to buy me or sell it. Yun Qingqiu told him that he wanted to buy or sell it. Without saying a word, the woman decided to take her to the fire-selling area first. Ning Qingqiu knew the routine here very well. This was just to see if he could take out the previous guarantee. If it was Xinjiao Gao, he would continue to consider follow-up services. Yun Qingqiu showed his hands blankly, even if he chose the cheapest trading area. The woman thought to herself that it was indeed a poor place. Only those who could talk to the lowest level would go to the lowest trading area. After realizing that there was nothing to be gained from this young man, the woman turned around and looked clean. Fortunately, the entrance to the lowest education area has the worst decoration, so it's easy to grow. After passing through the silver dark passage, enter the hall. There are window numbers inside. The black cat received the growing tired waste juice and was about to leave. However, after seeing Yun Qingqiu's immediate confirmation, Yun Qingqiu told him that he was going to deal with some items. The black trade receptionist was silent for a moment and he couldn't help but have doubts in his heart. There was a table of ordinary people with very young people. Could they be noble pharmacists? However, it still received it patiently and let it put the order on it for leave. Hei Mao asked Yun Qingqiu to wait, and he immediately took the pre-match. Xiao Sini opened it, and a slightly flickering light came out from the gap. The rich fragrance fills the nose and instantly clears up the dark and groggy mind. Oh my god, this is a top-quality sample. The Black Cat Federation stood up and opened the door of the window and tightened Yun Qingqiu until he was doing hygiene. He couldn't help but think about it in detail. This order was equivalent to the amount of transactions he had handled for decades. If the transaction was successful, how big a performance would it be? However, it has nothing to entertain here. In desperation, it shrank to the size of itself. I heard that those high-end customers are all a little smaller, but if you look at the young man's eyes, your hat will not be lost. He was placed next to Yun Qingqiu's legs. She blushed and said embarrassedly, "Guest, can you please give me a hand? I don't have any experience, but I will try my best." As soon as these words came out, Yun Qingqiu's face was full of dreams. The black cat key shape continues to approach. Then you may like other parts. It doesn't matter if you don't have a new mouth. Yun Qingqiu immediately clicked on the button. What on earth is this black cat reception doing? But Quick Change pushed the black cat reception aside. Tell him that he just needs to help him deal with things quickly. He really doesn't need it. Black Cat hesitated for a moment and immediately stood up. He tremblingly took a few sheets and signed them here. Yun Qingqiu number 4 did not hesitate, and the father-in-law signed his name neatly. Black Cat interrogated and looked at the words on the receipt. He was moved to tears. He couldn't believe it was so easy to become his customer. He asked Yun Qingqiu Zizi to wait for a moment to trick the customer while he fucked her and couldn't run out quickly. After waiting for about half an hour, my feet were numb when I was on the bed in the hall. A richly dressed middle-aged man came to the lobby, followed by a black cat and a kind of steward. He very politely handed Yun Qingqiu's luggage and told him that his mistake was called an explosion, but Yun Qingqiu continued to drink tea. Not even telling Jinming would be too nurturing. Bao Bao looked serious. In a place like the black market, everyone would try their best to hide their name, and his name was even more planned. No one talked about it during the stay, and the man in front of you first asked your name when you met him. Could it be that he wanted to take advantage of you? Based on his many years of experience, he could tell that this young man was definitely not simple. He hesitated for a moment and finally decided to speak out. The director is the president here. I don't know how Gexia succeeded. Huiyin Gang is weak, and the tea in Yun Qingqiu's mouth clings to it for protection. The cooperation lasted for a long time. You thought that the rough-looking man would not be taught by the bear-like golden man, Li Bao Bao. Everyone behind them obviously thought they had heard the president's name, and they couldn't help but laugh. Li Bao Bao turned around and shouted angrily, "A puff of sand 143. The people below immediately knelt on the ground, and Yun Qingqiu also immediately intervened. But I still can't help laughing. You baby, I can see that your parents love you very much. Ha 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 ha." After a long time, Yun Qingqiu finally pointed out the joke. This time he came to handle the goods and waited until he stopped talking. Li Bao Bao immediately moved his expression and invited him to change places to discuss with him. Li Bao Bao leads Yun Qingqiu through the defective broken stalls. Soon we came to a beautifully decorated hall. As soon as I came in, I was greeted by Jiang Huangmen. There are trees in the house, so the black cat is busy before and after the reception, or when the drinks are over, and each one's face grows busier and busier, making the world lively. After doing it, Li Bao Bao asked Yun Qingqiu where this single medicine came from. Yun Qingqiu's big hand turned to dust and reassured him that his origins were clean. He just needed a sum of money to buy it, but Li Bao Bao is not at ease about this. After all, it is difficult to understand this kind of order. He guessed that it must come from the door sign. He has to deal with it alone. Yun Qingqiu Duan was a little speechless. What? I don't feel confident even if I practice it myself. If you don't believe me, can you give me a live demonstration? Li Bao Bao made a mistake first. Then he ordered his subordinates to investigate the case. After a while, the two big men will show off a new leader, and as long as there is a chance to increase the chain structure and enhance the control of fire and spiritual power. After hearing what he said, Yun Qingqiu suddenly started talking, and then she understood what was going on. The previous tattered Yao Di placed in the corner was equivalent to a broken piece of zero energy. Not only did it not have the amplification method to increase the difficulty of refining medicine, it also virtually honed Yun Qingqiu's medicine refining skills. After that, I switched to the advanced Yoding method provided by Luolin and couldn't adapt to it. This made it difficult to reduce the quality of Dan Yao. Bai's father was suspicious and asked him what was different. Ling Qingqiu returned with nothing. It's nothing. It's too good to be top. Are you used to it? Then it ran and flew, and a stream of air spread outward from the whole body. Breathe for a while and listen to the sweat-filled Lingya activities over there. Li Baobao, this young man is really not 100. Immediately afterwards, a bunch of Zhu medicine was fluttering in order to be used as the base of the medicine. After a while, it took the shape of a single medicine. Yun Qingqiu made a clear stroke with her first finger, and the slip that she had finished practicing came into the palm of her hand. Li Baobao looked at this single drug with great interest. It turned out to be Erping Ding Ding Ding's single drug. This means that it proves that the boy is at least a 4th level chain drug test. After seeing clearly the origin of the elixir, it made an offer to Yun Qingqiu to acquire it. Yun Qingqiu bargained with him lazily, despite his calm appearance. In fact, I am secretly taking a breath away. Conservatively speaking, this time I can hit 20,000 hours. I won't have to look at it for a while. Taking this opportunity, it will come up with a list of materials it needs. Yi Baobao picked it up and looked at it, and immediately assigned his assistant to go. Black's efficiency was extremely fast. It only took half an hour to prepare the materials Yun Qingqiu needed. Li Baobao took out an exquisite kitchen world. All the ingredients he wanted were in it. Unfortunately, Nizhu Qianyin Saoku never had it. However, a few days later, he was one of the top speakers at the medicine training conference. With his reputation and strength, I wanted to get him as a close relative. He also gave me this storage detoxification medicine by the way. Yun Qingqiu looked at this object and felt like a mirror. This old man had already begun to think of ways to defeat himself. But I really have some small things that I need him to organize. Yi Baobao listened with great respect. His heart was filled with joy and resentment. The favor of a 4-linked master is much more valuable than snacks. So Yun Qingqiu mentioned to him the implementation of the Chamber of Commerce. Several ignorant villagers were doing small tricks in Andy, which made him feel a lot. He ordered Li Baobao to check those products and deal with them all. Make as many models as you can, and we must let them live to taste the taste of bankruptcy. As soon as these words came out, Li Baobao was a little nervous. He knew clearly in his heart that Wei Gonglua was a force of the Chamber of Commerce and was definitely not the defeat of waiting. For the immortal, there are many chambers of commerce in Luolin City that have colluded with the city lord. If Blackstone suddenly takes action, he will definitely be suppressed everywhere. Yun Qingqiu is disappointed. He doesn't want to listen to this nonsense. Tell him very plainly that there is nothing that can't be done. It can only be done or not done. Please. Then he patted Li Baobao on the shoulder again. He knew that Jinping's single drug deals made him do these things. He was indeed a little tea drinking, so he took out a jade bottle from his arms as a reward and asked him to do it beautifully. Li Baobao hesitated and refused, but he could tell that this was not hurt, but an unquestionable order to make you angry. It opened the trailer very curiously. The next second, he suddenly lost his temper. There were 2 3-screen top-notch singles inside. The man in front of him had a metal connection to his waist. You cover the whole person. He was laid down directly on the ground. He forgot that he didn't expect that he would meet Chao Tiansai in this small Luolin city, not to mention Lorraine City. Looking at the entire Kanglan territory, no one could do anything to him. He judged by his own stupidity that this man was not a young man at all. He must have practiced some profound art of raising words to be like this. The stewards around him looked at each other. They didn't understand why the president of Maito Tokiho would be frightened like this. They couldn't help but start shouting about what was in the pre-level, but the change in Li Baobao's eyes scared them so much that they shrank. Bai Baobao is very aware of his psychology. A weak person with black belly fat can have such a roasted mountain and a stupid finger grip in a small Luolin city. If he declares power at the next level, Mr. Baggage, the branch office will surely be close to power. If adults are willing, he is even willing to trap himself. Yun Qingqiu was slightly shocked. He didn't have such a ticket yet. Just when he was about to leave and tell him his identity, Li Baobao immediately lowered his body and told him that it was not necessary. A small injury on him would not tell his life. In the image, he would definitely save his life. Yun Qingqiu waved his hands and walked out. Looking at his back, Li Baobao broke into a cold sweat in his heart. This kind of old man came to hack 100 names and just let the egg hide the fire. Asking for his name, would you like to die? Until Mu Songtao left, Di Bao calmed down his rapidly beating heart slightly. In the end, as expected, Zhu Hui turned around and was uninterested. Such an adult asked how you were received. Don't you have eyes? His face was sweating under the fox's reception. He was going crazy. Who could have guessed that this person was a big shot? Li Baobao immediately transformed him into the most junior receptionist. Then he turned to look at Black Cat and handed him the position of director of the Chamber of Commerce. The Black Cat wanders in place foolishly, and the happiness is almost gone. Now there is only the last day left for Li Luolin's Cheng Lian assembly. Luo Yuan only came to the gate of the courtyard very calmly. I was too ghostly to suppress my shadow that day, and I was actually treated as if I was a child. He briefly adjusted his breathing. Then Yunqing revised the anti-slow door to be tested next to Yao Ding. As soon as I saw the two of them coming in, I was blindly greeted. Maybe it's because he's watched too much of Emperor's Secretary recently and has unknowingly picked up some of the male protagonist's tricks. 3 pages and 2 sentences turn into 2 heartfelt letters that express resentment and oppression. And he came here this time to take the 2 of them out to relax. Yin Qingqiu ran out without even thinking, with the remaining 3 women following behind. After a while Mu Yun became tired and wanted to find a place to thank him first. So Lu Yuanji left Luo Lin behind. I continued to think about it alone with Yun Qingqiu. Yunqing has traveled and been in seclusion for too long, and is full of curiosity about everything here. What kind of girl's heart is made of floral cloth? A fen oil sold at roadside stalls. There are also cucumbers sold by soup bandits. The 2 of them walked around for a while, and Ruo Yuan's red hair was filled with tears and she vomited, and all the clothes on her sole body were soaked through. Yin Qingqiu became busy when she hit the sword, so she took it down to rest. Then immediately cast please. A refreshing wind blows the snow, and if you wish to point out the beautiful robes, the mountain will be blown into the air. It's a great feeling. Yun Qingqiu laughed and used Yu Fengju to help delete the ban. Isn't this a trap? Soon his hand came into contact with a rose-shaped popsicle. If you wish to point out the result, the soldiers will dodge against Zigzigwen. He has never seen 09 used in this way. Yun Qingqiu said that it was the first time for him to use Minghuan for others like this. Speaking of which, Yuan Qingqiu came into contact with a stupid soldier, Zhao Zhao, who was blocked by him. Luo Yuanji blushed and lowered his head, using it for someone else for the first time. Just then a businessman walked up to the 2 of them. The 2 of them each thought deeply about each other. When I hit it, I was addicted to the smell of some small cleaning. Until 10 o'clock at night, since we met at the intersection of North Street as agreed. Mu Yun waved his arms towards the 2 of them. After seeing Yun Qingqiu's change of appearance, Mu Yun ignored it. Yun Qingqiu laughed and told him that Dajiji helped organize it. But when Ruo Lin heard this, it turned out to be a master's idea. The young lady actually helps others clear their tubes. The woman's face was filled with expressions of concern for her. The young lady usually tried her best to avoid contact with the opposite sex. Now he even cooks and makes snacks himself. This is something that even the old man didn't have before he got sick. Could it be that the eldest lady is in love and a man who can control her appears? This is huge news. The soul of the 8 diagrams burned instantly at this moment. Luo Lin just wanted to ask something, but unfortunately Luo Yuan pointed out that the helpless group could be calmed down afterwards. Luo Lin City is one of the richest cities in Muzhou Prefecture. It is also a famous East Fire Street. They soon came to a restaurant where the Chamber of Commerce was established. Luo Yuan was busy introducing him to the food. It was quite unique. Unfortunately, he didn't bring his junior brother to try it, so she wanted to let Yun Qingqiu choose which one to go to. Xiao Qiu obviously wanted to go to that house. He kept looking inside. Mu Yun looked towards a house not far away across the building. Directly there is a slightly exposed and cute woman in cute clothes, who is flirting with Lan Karen. So I kept shouting, come in objectively. Yun Qingqiu stewed stone is worried. I'm sorry. It's a little disrespectful. You can't talk nonsense. Where can I see where it's coming from? At this time, the woman in peasant clothes on the side waved to Yun Qingqiu, little thief, Qiu must have a thief heart but not a thief. After watching for long enough, come in and play. Luo Yuanji and Luo Lin quietly stayed aside to see what he was going to do. But Yun Qingqiu stopped her with her hands and firmly told him that she would never go in. Only Mu Yun was still looking inside, wondering what the quick fight they were talking about was. At this moment, Lu Yuanji's eyes were attracted by the deep shadow, and Yun Qingqiu followed his eyes. I saw a commotion at the door of the 9th floor, and then 2 young men walking out with Jiuji in their arms walked out, and their children made way for them one after another. Laughing and saying, walk slowly, continue to play, and other polite words. If you wish to guide me, Bian Ren has become such a bastard. He said it with a straight face and gritted his teeth. The chain of rumors betraying the Chamber of Commerce can be directed against the president of our Manufacturers Association. These 2 hateful guys actually colluded together, and the 2 people suddenly stopped and walked towards this side with the most similar faces. They heard him approaching Barbara and saying, Miss Ruoruo, long time no see. The old man's health is not bad. The Lorraine party couldn't help scolding the eldest lady in front of her. Oil mask, you bastard. Your injuries will train you for 10 years. You turned to her. It's shameless. The former Yong server on the side went to say, oh, you can't say that to the housekeeper. Good feelings are silent and the wife is silent. If the Chamber of Commerce has already silently worked hard, won't others be allowed to leave? Leave as soon as you leave Nanjing Guochahong. Lorraine pointed at the two of them angrily. Don't be complacent. We have found a more powerful chain key and are waiting to be beaten at the chain key conference. Leave it to sweep the roads, courtyards, etc. Finally, Jiang Muguang stopped at the only male spirit Qingqiu. Is he that boy? Ruolin told him sternly that he is no longer like you. Liu Jiao looked at Yun Qingqiu carefully. She was young and had no noble temperament like refining medicine. The skin of her hands was fine and white, and there were no traces of long-term medicine. Refining, even this fire can replace me. Liu Jiao Yangqiu laughed. It's interesting. Just find someone else to participate. Luo Yang said that you are self-deceiving. Luo Yuan just didn't want to pay attention, turned around and wanted to leave with his companions. Paycheck. With the useless hands of service, the guards behind them dispersed and gathered in their group. Miss Ruo, don't be anxious. We finally meet and have a good chat. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? The previous one, I made a drink check. The information sucked me. Come and see. This is the pharmacist hired by Miss Luo. She wants to level up this bad thing and compete. Do you think it's funny or not? All the people who violated the official position were also in small business. They had never seen Yi Qingqiu, and he didn't even have the clothes or articles of an important teacher. And they couldn't feel the arousal of being strong. It seems that it is true that it was said before that Liu Jiao was married and forced her to have sex, and if she failed, she would retaliate and become disabled. Liu Jiao sneered and said, Miss Luo, even if you have that kind of handsome face, you wouldn't dare to marry her. It's okay, then you'll be punished by Master Luo. Qian Yongfu Yin Yang added strangely. Now that there is still a chance, Miss Luo can just marry Master Yu directly, and by the way, let me help take care of the business. It's not better than just saying it. Speaking of a show in the depths, you can tell it, right? A large number of people around him followed the fire, and the bottom was all unloading cloth to watch. Or the Chamber of Commerce, saying that he is a daughter and he comes to run the Chamber of Commerce. If he has such time, he might as well accompany his wife. Ruo Yuan looked at the chaotic pigs coldly. If it was the Chamber of Commerce's crystal meeting, anyone could take the reward and be bullied like this. At the unexpected moment, there was a sense of warmth coming from the leader. The young man was in contact with his illness. I simply held his hand. I am in the world. A simple sentence made Luo Yuanji count every word. It's great to have someone to accompany you after this. Yun Qingqiu cleaned up the rocks. These guys are going to be finished and they still come out to discuss them. The black market should be operating secretly at this time. Yun Qingqiu, please come in and hold the hand of Luo Yuanji. And all this was seen by Liu Jiao. Luo Yuanji usually would not let anyone of the opposite sex speak out, but now that his hand was held, but there was no reaction at all. A wave of extreme excitement arose in his heart. Yin Qingqiu said loudly at this time, if you want to see the excitement of the Chamber of Commerce, I think you should leave. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to cry in prison. As he said this, he terminated all human resources. The first place in the medicine training conference will definitely implement the Chamber of Commerce. Starting from tomorrow, the Chamber of Commerce will implement the Yang Mingwu Week. In the end, I recorded a core-friendly effect, but I'm really looking forward to your crying mother-in-law kneeling down for me. The surroundings suddenly became gorgeous, and these little devils were waiting to show off. The postal photo is also very angry. He said with a barber, no nameless contradiction, disgusting coinage. Seeing him like this, Yun Qingqiu imitated Liu Jiao's tone. Zhao, what's wrong with Zhao Ci? Wu Liu Jiao, the photo has lasted my whole life, and my name was also taught by a little match like you. Yun Qingqiu smiled faintly and didn't even call the little one's name. Do you want to leave a trail for manipulation? Even the kid has to be careful. Young King Qiubai is full of gestures, and you can't even speak. No matter how you say it, I am too lazy to p. The companion who graduated from Liu Jiao. After all, he was in the second level training, but was he treated like this? After graduating for a long time, he couldn't help but be outsourced. Then you, an 80-year-old man, can't help but do it. Yun Qingqiu was happy when she heard that she was squatting, so I had no intention of coming to this son. The latent suit was afraid that the flow mask would be pissed off, so I hurriedly held it back. Luo was the training medicine that the Chamber of Commerce was looking for. It would just be brushed away. Miss Luo, you have no vision. And Luo Yuan pointed out that Qiu Sai Hao didn't take her flowers to heart. He couldn't help but show the bleeding effect on his eyes. This guy is really bad, and Liu Jiao was also completely stunned by his smile. Immediately, very hands-on. The little one in front of us, the parts are waiting in place, and there are helpless forces in front of them, and he was so angry that he was trying to find out what I was doing. Nowadays, it would be a pity for everyone to be a businessman. One person can do it with his own strength. If you want to stop it once, come up with a zero-phase preparation method to deal with it. Minching ball shield blocked in front of him. I saw people scattered around him. Senior sister, I told you to leave everything to you today. He punched out, and the guards couldn't even reach his clothes and feet, and were instantly knocked away. The hood and the front uniform moved their legs backwards. This guy is so sweaty. There will also be a birth warning. Yun Qingqiu suddenly appeared in front of the two of them and knocked Chen Yongfu over with one punch. Then he pinched his bleeding neck with one hand to lift his breath. Boy, what do you want to do? Let go quickly. Yun Qingqiu's mighty power, my master Jie is also worthy of your kind of achievement. Lian hurriedly went over to criticize Luo Yuan. Shadii Luolin is not a city that can come here. You must not be impulsive. Yun Qingqiu Dingqiu Liu Jiao, it's meaningless if I don't personally let you know what a disabled person is. Tell me, throw it to the ground. Yun Qingqiu, who was lying on the ground without stopping, also turned around. Wait for me tomorrow. Then he turned around and took Liu Yuanji and others away from this place. The main conference was one of the holy places in Luolin City. One morning, a large number of onlookers had gathered in the central square, and Yun Qingqiu encountered some difficulties as soon as he entered the venue. If there is no one, just let Huang Baoboy take charge. Yun Qingqiu felt unhappy for a while. Li Ti threw the soldiers into the water vapor. Everyone around him opened their mouths at his move. Immediately, it automatically lined up in 2 rows and gave up its position at the bottom. Soon he arrived at the location where the Chamber of Commerce was being implemented. He seemed to be looking around but did not find the voices of the 2 worlds. Luolin told him embarrassedly, you want to practice jumping all by yourself right now. You went to the wrong place with a bunch of real threads. My lady knows that you like desserts. In order to keep you in good condition, she stayed up late yesterday and made a lot of them together. I rested late last night, so I might have come a little later. Luolin said at the expense of Qingqiu, Miss has never been so easy on boys. Master, do you want to think about it? Yun Qingqiu nodded while eating snacks. Thinking about it, I have already thought about it. If Lin is a Bagua star, then what is the result of the consideration? Is it possible that the 2 of them are going to have a relationship? Can they eat sugar-washed food? Yun Qingqiu clenched his fists and stared blankly. He must win. Lorraine was also very excited and clapped his hands to teach him. Before he was happy to play, Yun Qingqiu continued, such a good high point must be private. It would be uncomfortable if others get it. Luolin was speechless for a while without fasting. What? At this moment, Shinying caught his eye. In front of me, this woman had a long career in red, and her figure was so beautiful that it was hard to take away her eyes. Mariko also had a red flower on her head. It was the day they went shopping together to see Yun Qingqiu. Wei Qi selected. His appearance immediately attracted Yun Qingqiu's attention, and when Wan Star turned into a star, not only does Luolin have some experience, but she also dresses well. Ms. Li is not like this on weekdays. Luo Yuan only came to sit next to Yun Qingqiu. Is it a good thing to laugh and drink the snacks? Yun Qingqiu's body straightened up, and his eyes occasionally traced the plump legs splayed out by the crowd. The legs were already in the world, and they were really terrifying as silk. Luo Yuanji is dressed up carefully just to match the big flower mori. It happens to be red and it looks auspicious. Yun Qingqiu patted her chest. I am in the circle. The world is waiting to find out. If you are willing to point to the shield stone and knock on the chain, it will turn red. He whispered as loud as he can to hear. Wei Jun's book cover returns with the sound. With the end of the opening performance of the chain conference, under the call of the conference organizer, the joint conference is about to begin. All the practitioners who practiced alchemy also came down from the attic where they were posted. Go up to the main stage where thousands of people are heading. There are also many spectators in the audience cheering for Shinichi's pharmacist. Come on, CAI. You are also very beautiful today. Please be sure to sing and dance after winning the title. Shut up. My brother Liu Zhuang is the handsome one. The appearance of Yun Qingqiu pattern. The eye shifted and the water scanned the video. It happened to be biased against the spread of the conflict in the left bowl. The flow mask is sticking tightly to this side, and his face is covered with powder. He plans to use it well at the medicine training meeting. The rest of the people were also unfriendly to Yun Qingqiu and felt that what he said last night was too popular. Of course, the most important point is that if you wish to refer to this flower of Lorraine, everyone wants to fight. Yun Qingqiu was really moved by these people. He turned around and gestured towards Bixing, who was commanding the road. He only had to do some repairs in the courtyard, and his mother responded to him in a heartfelt manner. I could see all the people on the stage scratching their heads. Yun Qingqiu felt comfortable in the group. He wanted to compare it to 5. He hated me and wanted to see who was better. But there was something that made him a little concerned. The facial expression hats in the big world are a bit unclear. What is the color correcting Fei Hong? But for a moment, he felt as if he had forgotten something important. On the buildings near the square, the big shots in Lorraine City were sitting in high-level offices watching the Lian Yao conference. Master Cheng was the first to ask Xu Weijue who was the most protective of the Lian Yao conference. This year, the flatterer on the side picked up the drink and drank 2 sips of it. From my observation, the most promising person this year is undoubtedly Ma Fei, the second-level electric waste of the 2-time CIO. This person is concentrating on professional training. Some time ago, he pointed out that he borrowed the second-level uptown to write orders. He must have less strength during this period. The adult immediately felt hungry after hearing this. After all, Ma Fei is her own medicine studio. But the people around him have other opinions. He thinks Ma Fei is weak, but this year he is not the same. I heard that a strong bike trainer came from the outer city. Because of the flow, this person is very good. Another Chamber of Commerce president continued to add that there is CAI. I heard that he was regarded as a serial pharmacist and became a second-chain pharmacist. He is very talented. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Master Cheng's face gradually disappeared. It's because of the intelligence coming from so many people. You must have collected a lot of intelligence. Do you think anyone has hope of seizing the can? When Li Baobao shielded his head, he couldn't help but think of the young super Lian Neosha. That gentleman secretly assumed that it was a business marriage, and he was so disrespectful to Luo Yuanqi, so he was undoubtedly angry. It's better to pay for a breath of alcohol than a baby. If it is smelled in the Chamber of Commerce, can everyone pay attention? I practiced a little in groups and thought about it for a while. The newspaper was talking about the person with the photo, but he was quickly refuted by the important person. After all, the news that the man was forced to get married and left the house had already created a new situation. Flo Maski also accompanied Li Baobao and smiled secretly in his heart. I'm afraid that guy won't even know about it later. He was destroyed and disappeared like a river lantern. His self-confidence suddenly swelled. Yang Yang told him that he was talking about the young pharmacist Lin Qingqiu. Dear Chamber of Commerce presidents, I suddenly feel cold in advance. Then they all laughed together. They all thought that Li Baobao was completely joking. The former brave man also laughed at the fight. As for the fight, the boy was still smelly. But when it came to practicing medicine, he gave Liu Jiao and Tixi all the cards. Then he looked at Master Cheng and asked him to handle it personally after the Lian Yao conference was over. Cheng Zhu thought it didn't matter, so he naturally agreed. The pigtails present were all waiting to get rid of the property that had been lost. Only Li Baobao knows in his heart that the matters ordered by Yun Qingqiu have begun to be scandalized secretly. Find an opportunity to give Master Cheng another favor. These ugly people will all be gone in a short time. They will starve to death here. Let's see how long you can still laugh. I think the young men of the Ice Tears group will probably be hit by their doubtful lives later. I just don't know if that adult will be willing to leave a contact with me after the matter is completed. If it can really be reported to the big picture, I can just be a dog for the rest of my life. After a period of martial arts and 7 years of running, the training meeting officially begins. Then, the staff started to introduce the medicine practice poems through Eiger. Every chain member raised his voice and had a large number of fans or added fans to cheer and applaud to build momentum. The slogan was also an opportunity to imagine. CAI, all of them are bad except you. You can sing, you can make medicine, and you look pretty good. When the official announcement came, Yun Qingqiu was ranked last, intentionally or not. Yun Qingqiu waited for him to finish the introduction and drank some water, yawning and shaking. But everyone in the microcosm seems not to think highly of him and thinks he is too grand. In this chaotic atmosphere, Luo Yuan just stood up suddenly. She didn't patronize Ji Yu Changhan's slogans like those female fans. She just put her hands on her chest, predicting that it would be the status in her heart. Yun Qingqiu painted a heart with both hands to express receipt. The chain key that originally got one was critically hit when it was drilled, and its good self was only temporarily obscured. Ming Qingqiu shook his head helplessly. Why bother? He had already been tortured in Hai City just now and had not eaten enough dog food. Even the host had to pause for a long time before starting the next project, the lottery. According to the rules, the player who draws the number 1 is the first player to receive subsequent numbers at once. The shadower immediately takes the lead in his heart. But what Yun Qingqiu didn't know was that the staff had already been bribed and manipulated. The one Yun Qingqiu draws will definitely be used for good, and he will be diverted to Jiao Zi number 12. Yun Qingqiu looked at the number in his hand and already understood what was going on, but there was a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Even if others didn't do anything, he still wanted to give him a slap. This time is better. You all should stop playing. After drawing the 1,000, the serial numbers began to be announced. Lin Qingqiu's name was the first to be written on it. All the practitioners must collectively turn their attention to business. This boy is actually the first. They all know in their hearts that the further forward they are, the more they will lose. This boy must be being counted against. If you only want to hold on to both powers angrily, it would be better if the Qingqiu Qiuzhong were chosen to practice clearly. How could there be such a coincidence? Luo Lin was also angry and fell down. Sanlan's hands must have made her skirt so hot. Even Mu Yun is very confused. He understands that there is a lot of pressure to be the first one to play. The medicinal protection refined by Yun Qingqiu is known to the medicinal refining stone at the back, so that they have time to prepare a more complex outline. Luo Yuan only watched the boy's voice nervously, just said lightly, "I believe it." Yun Qingqiu's explanation for other people's banquets. Do I look so weak? Just because he looks young and has no reputation, it can be concluded that it is a weak disease. These people are so simple-minded and will definitely suffer in the future. He walked into the negotiation room very confidently and didn't have to wait any longer. Now as a senior, I will give you some official love. However, Yun Qingqiu did not realize that the fundamental reason why others looked down upon him was actually because he had this dream attempt. Yun Qingqiu ignored everyone and then, under the gaze of thousands of people, take out a raw iron show and it will look the same as shown in the picture. Even the door of the room couldn't help laughing loudly. Is this person a douchebag? He actually agreed to come to the training meeting for someone who dislikes money. The chairman of the Chamber of Commerce upstairs laughed so hard that he was scared. Ha 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 ha, I finally understand. This guy is an undercover agent. It is the Chamber of Commerce that will be destroyed. If it is lost, Li Baobao poked his nose at the group of people. He can smile now, but you can avoid crying later. But under the gaze of thousands of people, they only saw him take out a raw and savage iron body that looked like broken bronze bones. He suppressed the ridicule in his eyes. I just glanced at the auxiliary medicinal materials on the shelf next to me. Then he took out the materials he needed from the kitchen world. As he passed through his life, all the medicinal materials disappeared along with his spiritual power. Several people have seen that Bo Bang's refining medicine is 1 pound. Mo Guopi, Ying Guankao, and Yin Shang are all high-level medicinal materials. Does he want to use this broken pot to make high-level paper? An alchemist secretly gathered Ma Fei, the favorite for the championship, and asked him what he thought. Ma Fei told him calmly, what else could he think of it? I really don't know if this kid is stupid. The mouth burst into the house with his waist and bottom, and it can't provide any increase at all. You don't know what you can do, wait for the good show, Ma Fei said so. Liu Jiao was already starving in the ground, but what he didn't know was, this shabby medicinal cake is the lung skin that Yun Qingqiu specially brought from Haishitao. It is definitely Fu Xingfu. After the experiment, the quality of the medicine can be greatly reduced. Number 4 does not have to worry about the quality being too high and unable to be controlled. As the temperature in the fortress rises, the condensed light grass slowly decomposes into fine dust particles, flickering in the flames and emitting a beautiful dense light. In the referee's alchemy bioguangi, the condensed light grass is very fragile. It can be dispersed with a little warm-up, and the condensed object will also be destroyed. This kind of luminous situation is basically unforeseen. The more camp lights there are, the better the alchemist's season of control will be revealed. But with so many camp lights, I'm afraid even some old alchemists in the city can't do it. Like the fiery red flame fish inside, the Da Nance medicine that was just refined is also residual medicine. As time goes by, the leaves of the ancient medicine become more and more clear. Everyone in the audience seemed to accept the mistake. They didn't understand what kind of terrifying refining technique this was. They had never seen this scene before, but Yun Qingqiu continued to practice medicine without caring. I was also under his control like a well-behaved child. This is not medicine training, this is simply talk. Gradually, the sound of speculation disappeared, and the scolding also stopped. Everyone's affairs were placed on those 2 colors. Luo Yuan only looked at his dazzling dark color with excitement. How was it? The medicine practice didn't go very smoothly. Miyun is also looking at the mud. This is the strength that only a 3rd level chain can have. No, it is even higher, or under the spotlight, but it needs to gradually take shape. A single purple medicine that makes the earth gradually appear in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone couldn't help but talk about it. As long as the 2nd Street Urban Quality Healing Unit is available, it won't be blood-sucking. The alchemists were a little nervous, and the few herbs they selected should be the ingredients for refining 2 bottles of advanced monooxygen blood coagulation kits. But the last one that appeared was a purple medicine. Liu Jiaoyin showed a smile. As long as playing with breasts is the lowest level of the second grade single medicine, the difficulty is only a little better than the first grade single medicine. He actually used this kind of over-the-top medicine to compete. It took him a long time to practice this crappy bowl. The audience was overjoyed for a moment. What the hell, I waited for a long time to watch this. In the midst of the commotion, Yang Qingqiu used his reversal method step by step. Another single medicine, royal medicine, rises upward from the bottom of the medicine. The texture is red and the fragrance has a faint smell of blood. After asking about the smell, the soul, body, qi, and blood are normal. The master of Lianchao, who was visiting next to me, instantly had a complete summary of the hair department, just like a double single, and it was also a blood coagulation single. Ning Shui's single is already more difficult than the ordinary 3-body single, so I'm afraid it can directly lock in the first place. However, Yang Qingqiu's own desire to show off is not that strong. It's just because he is too skilled. Reading medicine is the color of collapse in all aspects of the school. You can win the victory with a very difficult third-level medicine. In the future, I will train in additional second-level medicine. How much do you want to win to be satisfied? Don't be so irritating. How much can Lu Zi, who is so broken, still be able to pull off such tricks? Wu Kairen also stood nearby and didn't know what to say. Normally, the waist training conference may be held for 3 days, but this time it will end in 30 minutes. The referee was also at a loss. This guy not only pinched a group of pharmacists, but he also pinched an experienced pharmacist. Yang Qingqiu put the order on the jade plate and handed it to the host. If you have practiced well, please check it. The host took the jade plate. Does this phase effect still need to be checked? He read the words and gritted his teeth to receive the final score. My personal opinion is 10. The rest of the ratings also gave full marks out of 10. The host and the audience were still a little bit unable to calm down, and they all whispered to each other. This is very important from the beginning. If the chain behind is broken, it is not equivalent to being used alone. In the host's reluctant eyes, Yang Qingqiu quickly put away the 2 single pills. Then he smiled and was more cautious about the recording quality in the audience. Luo Yuan's face turned red with joy, his eyes showed that he had received it, and it was hard to express his excitement. He had done it. Moreover, it is the real meaning of Mariloku and Tiaoda. If the following inner group training has no ability to slow down, Shadi is so handsome. The host quickly took out a flag with 10 points and placed it on the medicine training table. Yang Qingqiu was in charge of this matter, and the others became challengers. Liu Zhao almost collapsed. In order to be a woman in public, she deliberately manipulated the lottery. She hoped that the second player would be able to win over the supporting players for a year. But looking at it this way, she became the first animal union. Please, then the host announced the second one, stay for cheating. He was suddenly shocked. How the hell are you going to do this? He has to be pinched. As long as he goes up there, he will be the first to be embarrassed if he takes a photo. His hand suddenly patted her shoulder. It's your turn to keep your breasts. Go ahead. Don't even think about grabbing the can. Just show your style and look like I'm waiting for you. Take a picture of the creature's pitiful appearance, style, and please. This person clearly wants to see his jokes. Liu Zhao bit the duck soul and dispersed. I thought he was just an ordinary kid. Never thought he would be forced to go to Chengdu like this. My legs were bleeding and I struggled to get to the ground. I lowered my head and said feebly, I'm so angry. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the queue was already in a hurry. The host looked at the flag helplessly and then looked at the other chain biters, the third one. The third pharmacist who appeared showed his hands to everyone. He had something to do at home and said goodbye. Anyway, there is the first person who is embarrassed by his power. The host continued to suck the next person, and the voice of Qi Quan branched out. I remember the host just threw the list to the ground. Divided into questions and answers. If anyone wants to learn, just tell me. If you close your face when practicing, you will have a bitter look on your face when you pick up. No one wants to be the first to be embarrassed. It's not surprising at all compared to the baby. This adult really didn't save his face. In the end, the host had no choice but to go on stage and tell everyone that the rest of the contestants had all the power, so the champion of this chain should be. When you fall, you have to adapt to Qingqiu. The results of Qingqiu's laughter and rivers must be lifted above your head. The secret details of this power are only like flowers that shake Luoxin. In single combat, Ji Yushao, the girl who fell into FTV's life, has cautious eyes and looks at the star on the medicine table calmly. Countless girls have ambitions of grey things, they like to scream, they move their arms together to protect their sweat. Young Master Xingqiu is invincible. He will push him for the rest of his life without waiting for death. He is handsome and charming, he refines the medicine, we are all little clouds. Several Lian Yao lost their virginity and got into trouble. Not only their backs but also their accumulated fans were like this. Yang Qingqiu was startled by the female fans who were calling her among the audience. I've been through a lot of strong winds and waves, and this is the first time that something like this has happened. But he still underestimated the power of female fans and went so far as to launch a frantic pursuit and demand 1,000 hugs. He dared to run wildly with the road guide to guide him. I ran a whole street. Finally, he ran to an abandoned water tank by the alley and hid in it. Yun Qingqiu looked at the various messages left on the clothes. She forgot and didn't expect that the end of the brushing would be a bit miserable. These are the clothes Xiaoya wore herself. How can she explain it when she goes back to do it by herself? In the water tank of this blind house, the two of them were just leaning against each other, with two slender pre-kick punches on both sides of Yun Qingqiu. Yun Qingqiu swallowed the flames and took off the mold. Because the two of them were too close, he didn't know how to position his eyes. The consciousness on the other side of the courtyard was like this. It was the first time I had left Nanxing in such a state. My heart involuntarily accelerated. Luo Yuanji Huangmang turned his head to look, and accidentally discovered a yellow book coupon that had slipped from Yun Qingqiu's arms. As the book slowly slid to the ground, I happened to come across a certain photo that made my blood boil. It was only £1 at first, and then my breathing started to go wrong. The Gu Neng Guan Yu girl gathered together in such a small space, and the atmosphere was so charming. Immediately, its breathing became faster and faster, and the beautiful and demonic cold water reached up to Yun Qingqiu. Lao Hai suddenly looked up from the sky. He closed his eyes unconsciously and slowly moved closer. Yun Qingqiu was a little panicked. What kind of situation is this? This is my first time to experience it. What should I do? At the time of crisis, there was suddenly a strong sound of monkeys coming from outside. I just saw them stopping here. Search quickly. After hearing the sound, Luo Yuanji Huangmang stopped moving in the kissing area and held the water tank vigilantly. It quickly thought about how to deal with it. In that moment, if you wish, only the condensed energy in your body will burst out, and you will be biased throughout your life. Yun Qingqiu's male instinct came to light, and he felt a dizzy feeling in his head. I'm dead again. The moment the command to surrender broke out, the water tank was shattered into half a dozen pieces. The people searching suddenly turned into Jiang Muguang and Chichi gathered together. Next, the fingers of the courtyard are pulled to welcome Qingqiu. The moon rises and we are about to evacuate. Dozens of sword flashes rise up at once. Falling into the courtyard is not enough to hit the ground, so you can only use 0 pins to resist it. Distribute airborne electricity to generate violent impending sparks. Just when they were about to leave until now, 7 or 8 more modifiers jumped on top of the slander and attacked. Former Yongfu stood below to raise 12 people. Luo Daibi, you can really run. In the courtyard, every cat scanned the market coldly. He only lived in the center of the radicals, but his junior brother still practiced close proximity. The situation was not easy. In desperation, he had no choice but to jump down with Shidi. Qian Yongfu shook the paper mountain and walked away with a smile. I didn't expect that you actually found an expert. However, what I accepted this time was quite impressive. Not only did I receive the most beautiful woman in Luolin City, I also got a powerful love interest along the way. Liu Jiao Construction took a step forward for a moment, thinking extremely loudly in his heart. What about the blogger? What if he lost his mind after killing a group of practitioners? In the end, it didn't fall into his own hands. She slowly pointed towards the courtyard to mark that it still belongs to me after all. But suddenly he stopped, folded the paper circle slightly and pointed at the two of them, looking at the two of them walking up a mountain. I'm starting to think about you guys having sex in a water tank. As you look down, there is a famous emperor's novel on the ground. Precise and stable perspective. Damn it, you two actually brought the best-selling book to support you. It can be said that his heart was hit by 10,000 alarms at this time. Luo Yuan just said it slowly. Junior brother, are you trying to get him so hot that he drinks it? Why do you say goodbye like this? And Yun Qingqiu pulled the index plate to help cover the large intestine soil. The woman with the flow mask is going to cry. If her mother still treats me as a facial mask, President, please take action. The previous one was clapping with clothes. Split Changmeng duo. It's better to start earlier. Just in case, it also specially prepared other Yuinsho this time. As it said, the red mist was lifted up by the red mist wearing a black costume and a mask. However, it can be seen from the dress of the table that they are all black market people. Seeing the way those people came, the former alliance of heroes gave up their positions. Then there was a look on the road. Did you see it? Give up. He knows people's strength. Luo Xiaojian knows it very well. Luo Yuan just bit his lip. This gangster actually found someone from the black market to live in the town. I'm afraid this time is really a shame, he said to Li Baobao with great confidence. Brother Baozi is in big trouble. After he succeeds, he must focus on it. However, Li Baobao did not know how. I saw him quickly walking towards Yun Qingqiu. The point is, I'm worried about your bottom line. I'm here to eat it. I hope the master will learn the crime. This kind of trivial thought is not worthy of an adult's action. I'm going to leave now. The former hero was dumbfounded. Hei Shidao knelt down for Yun Qingqiu. What the hell is this? She couldn't understand what she saw in front of her. In politics, economy, and tribes, the people they brought were decorated with ignorance. But no matter how hard he tries to explain, there is no way to avoid the imaginary person who always comes to Shenzhen. After a while, the former servant and others had been beaten to death, and Li Baobao privately requested that they live with each other. Yun Qing didn't refuse even if he got the chance. It's just that Lu Yuan just looked at the scene in front of him and was a little confused. What on earth is going on? It just so happened that they came back to implement the Chamber of Commerce. One of them ran away from Jimang Hospital. Isn't that good? Miss, the president's condition has worsened. I have already asked for public opinion, but it will take some time before I can. If you only heard the news, you would be suddenly frightened. The whole body was suddenly shaky. How could it be? It was not a little stable. Then he immediately looked for Yang Ling, who was coming from Yun Qingqiu. Yun Qingqiu was worried and wanted to go with him. After all, he was also a practicing pharmacist and knew a little bit about medicine. I feel a little hesitant when I fall into the hospital, but Grandpa's injury is too dangerous, I'm afraid. Before Dad could finish speaking, Yun Qingqiu breathed out in her arms. Don't be afraid, just keep me. The eyes that failed him when he complained and pointed at the shield. This prison ceiling is the best set for him, but Yun Qingqiu has an inexplicable and strange feeling. Maybe one day you will also be able to sing me electronically. As soon as the two came to Wuqian, they felt that there was something to talk about, and the Korean business minister was spraying. On the bed, an old lady, Rong Zhengshu, and Mr. Xu were lying. Didn't he know that he was suddenly being ridden? Young Chuzi observed for a while and felt that there was a strong sense of life coming from the surrounding ice. It seems that this old man is not in love, but Grandpa is actually a cosmic spiritual creature. Luo Yuan only dared to rush to his side and give him medicine. The old man pointed at him. No need, the cold poison has entered the sea of qi and plunged into the river. It should be today. In the courtyard, I just endured the humiliation. In this case, he has to return to Luo Shengong and ask his father for help. The old man told him with a straight face that it would not be so easy to arrange a map containing such names of the Q clan. The people who fall into the courtyard are the ones who come from it, Geng Yidao. In fact, there is no antidote for bad poisons. You tell me and I will definitely find a way. The old man looked serious. This kind of cold poison could only be known by Bingyang and Cao Mantai with their own eyes. After hearing personal advice, Yun Qingxiu and Luo Yuanji fell in love with each other at the same time. They were not even qualified for such extreme retail contact. Mentioning the young Zhu Yu, the old man had a look of deep awe on his face. It was rumored that the strongest among the young Zhu Yu was awarded the title of Book Ju. His prowess came from English, and his aura was comparable to that of Wu Yun. The young man Zhu Shueshu is extremely popular and extremely poisonous. The rumored holy unconsciousness is far inferior. The corners of Yun Qingqiu's mouth twitched. What's the matter with Shu Jue's glue ball? He was riding on it. Even if he was angry, he would run towards it like a cat. Then when he touched his head, he would jump up and lie down inside to spread glue. The end of Yanqingqi seems to have some major reasons for the decline of the Ming dynasty and the past 10,000 years. The old man continued, in such a retail store, ordinary cultivators will never be able to see him in his lifetime. Probably only Wu Bianji can have the acquaintance of his own language. He was silent in the courtyard. Wu Bianga is the #1 in the acupuncture world. Is there really no way? Yun Qingqiu thought briefly for a moment. After all, he is the grandfather of the world, so let's peel it off for him. Yun Qingqiu is having trouble. I seem to be interested in that foolishness and braininess. As soon as the flower appeared, both of them turned to look at him. They couldn't believe what they heard in their ears. Just wait for me. After saying that, Yun Qingqiu opened the door and walked out. Because Xu Yu and Mao Lingli were too violent, if they directly used some fire in front of them, not to mention the old man, even Luoling City would be burnt to the ground. After Yun Qingqiu took off the feather, he quickly took out a small object and poured it on the fire. The feathers in his hands were so powerful that they transformed into a feather with a transferred position. Please continue to use his fame and fortune to work hard and make it look like an ancient heirloom. In the courtyard, I just sat in front of the bed very calmly. I kept saying angrily, Grandpa, please don't let anything happen. But the old man didn't have high hopes. Xinyan Zhuquan has such a high standard. They are even more secretive about their feathers. They regard them as the family's luck. How could they give away the feathers so easily? I think the little kid must have seen it wrong. I just want to delete the director. I don't know how to answer. Tears couldn't stop falling. Grandpa put his hand on his and patted it twice. Then slowly we got back together and passed away in the same year. The bitter effect of wishing. Seeing that the Korean wife is getting more and more prosperous, the old man took away his only #1. It's a pity that he couldn't see you get married. And he couldn't help you choose whether to choose. I really hope someone can take a good photo. At this moment, the door was pushed open suddenly, and Yun Qingqiu ran in with a decorated concoction bar, saying that it was a family heirloom. The predecessors said that the feathers that came with it were personal advice. He didn't know whether it was true or not. Red Dimension Rain Category Retail. The old man can naturally feel the high-end Rain Category Retail. Kan Yi's power is also higher than. He had a headshot on the spot with his soul, body, and body fighting power, and his eyes were shot. Liko Laoshu transformed into his shell on the spot. Even though he is so powerful despite the pressure, he is actually an actor from a young middle school student. Yuan Qingqiu deliberately pretends not to understand. Is it useful? The old man's financial support is all written on his face. This is what he has always wanted in his dreams. Now that Jing has appeared in front of his eyes so easily. Probably only Wokao can bring the mood of returning to law at this moment. Then Yun Qingqiu gave this tune to the dull Luo Yuan. If you wish to pierce your eyes with the palm of your hand, it will be the cute look of Yu Futong's small mouth and golden dandelion. When I was in the courtyard, I only had both hands for the master to let her see. The old man often held the feather in his hands because of the lack of protection of the righteousness conquering chi plate, and he almost shed tears with his expression of excitement. As a result, with Mao, a burst of flame swirled outwards from the old man's hand. The temperature in the room suddenly rose, and the frozen Korean girl became beautiful and swallowed in an instant. An excited nomination. Time flies to the sky. Poor Qingqiu's building immediately pulled the courtyard finger and pushed it out quickly. A wave formed quickly and enveloped the entire building. The old man has been rescued and treated. If you wish, the excited Tochibana will speak for you. Holding Yun Qingqiu in her arms, she kept convulsing. Yun Qingqiu patted and comforted the young student who was on the prison list. Isn't it a good thing for the senior sister? Why are you crying again? Luo Yuan only buried his head on Yun Qingqiu's shoulder. He was also troubled. Why did he lose all the pressure on the tree in front of the wetland and completely became like a child? Yun Qingqiu touched his face with Qingqing's hands. Good baby, don't cry anymore. The expression on Luo Yuan's face is very complicated. You must know that you are a major event for Qing Yufeng. The person in charge of the Chamber of Commerce can handle you alone, but I don't know why. In front of it, I feel like I can let go of all my burdens and release my courage as I please. Luo Yuan pinched his cheek with your fingers. I am older than you. What do you call me, baby? How embarrassing. Yun Qingqiu smiled and asked her how she could do that. The courtyard finger is a color-correcting sweep-style flaw. Just protect the courtyard finger. Isn't it weak to simply clean it? Yun Qingqiu's eyes are big. The senior sister in the courtyard nodded her head in a seductive manner. Qing Song suddenly felt a little confused. The background is a bit crooked. How can I say that you are also a big event for me? Luo Yuan only trimmed his red face. Although he didn't say much, he was thinking in his heart. You still know that I am your senior sister. It's really too bad to tease her again and again like this and make her talk about random things every day. Now she's talking about memorizing lessons. Yun Qingqing found it hard to deal with her resentful eyes. He could only follow in and stand aside, silly who's Dharma station. He really didn't know how to deal with this situation. After a while, Lu Yuan's emotions gradually faded. He reached out slightly and said, that feather is your heirloom, right? Such support was given to us. Yun Qingqiu had no choice but to find a reason to hide away, and told him to pass the current hurdle first. Anyway, there was a chance to fight in the room when the things were not in use. But in his heart, he knew very well that data processing is very fast. If he wanted to, he could make a bunch of them and pretend to be cool on the street, but it might lead to chaos in the acupuncture industry. Luo Yuan only responded with a ring and nodded. This is rare in the security bureau, and the world is not unusual. At the same time, a strange idea came into his head that they would marry each other. I have the nerve to say this kind of thing out of my mouth, and I'm just thinking about it. Yun Qingqiu suddenly put his hands on Luo Yuan's shoulders. Looking at it carefully, I was shocked when I landed in the courtyard, and my heart beat rapidly. Yun Qingqiu's face keeps approaching. Luo Yuan's Hang's eye mask moved rapidly. Qingqing bit her lip and closed her eyes. Feeling that Yun Qingqiu seemed to be showing off his aura, he was speechless. This guy was taking advantage of him again. He really thought he wouldn't be angry. At this point, Yun Qingqiu suddenly looked at him with a serious face, and said 5 words in his mouth, a kind of cold poison. I fell into the courtyard just because of the cold. Because the cold poison in the old man's body dissipated so quickly, it had already invaded his body without even realizing it. But he was so focused on Shadi that he didn't realize that he was alone again. Yun Qingqiu took out a key point. Fortunately, he discovered it early. All you need to do is remove the world chain. As the flames fly in, the important people are wrapped up in the middle. Goldman Sachs operation and skills are harmful to the road. This is actually more cosmetic than the level shown at the Lianyao conference. Soon, take a warm and scalding red orchid medicine and you will be ready. He holds the single in his hand and loses a few. The single is as follows. After being admitted to the hospital, he only wanted to continue his career. He didn't know how terrible Wetland's medicine training level was. He had just prepared his skills and ended up taking care of him. Yunqing Qiuzi is Xiao Xiao. After all, he is the top single model in the 3 halls. He doesn't want Nguyen to only see his old age, so for the sake of insurance, he has to serve him personally. So he came to him and opened his mouth with his hands. I sent that single medicine directly. Luo Yuan could not help but glance at Yunqing Qiu. Do you think I am a child? Just like Tang Wan, Yunqing Qiu carefully observed the pulse of the falling finger, and asked it to catalyze the single pulse quickly. When it was about to spread throughout the body, there would be a belly of heat flowing in the body. The feeling was most obvious where the pulses gathered. The world needs the number of times the heat flow appears when Milo gathers his standard skills. Come to him quickly after the heat flow stops. Seeing that Yunqing Qiu was so serious, he decided not to be careless when he was assigned to the hospital and quickly ran to the unattended boulder next to him. After taking the single drug, a stream of heat flowed through the body. Vincent's heater was not oily either. After falling into the courtyard, I only took off my red robe. The hair-pulling pen will cause the heat flow in your body to appear one level. He stepped on the bed with his legs up. The zero force moving in the hand is slowly absorbed and quantified. As the temperature of the body increases, the bamboos kept slipping away from the missing body. After a lot of extra work, I finally called to explain. Just as he was about to change into clean clothes, he suddenly thought that Yunqing Qiu would check the marks later, so he took off his coat again. In order to display the marked symbols, he had to wear some necessary undressing and curling. Not only does he have some secular practices, but he is obviously just a junior fellow student in the world, yet he still wants to get close to each other like this. After a long time, he weakly poked his head out and said, I'm too embarrassed to go out. You'd better come in. Yunqing Qiu didn't think much and immediately strode to the door. Okay, then I'll come in. When he looked up for a moment, his whole body was shocked. Seeing the combat power of Luo Yuan finger cross cultivator in front of me, wearing a suction hand on the body, it is like encountering a pre-body impact, especially the pair of extremely demonic large intestine legs that are perfectly recorded at the moment, and the nose wings are swinging to suck, making it difficult to start. Yunqing Qiu unconsciously tested her saliva. Fortunately, she had strong concentration, otherwise she was afraid of how to become a great Buddha. Please, then he even shed a nosebleed unconsciously. He looked forward to express concern, but he waved his hand. Unexpectedly, these bleeding made him happy. I saw the guidance from Silu Institute and didn't say anything more. He only paid shares to himself. Although there was no selling trade here, there was a warm current passing through, so he turned into an arrow. Yunqing Qiu went to the west entrance to get air conditioning. This sword-tipped breast is a bit exquisite. After hearing the music, I felt very relieved. Nanjing Qiu immediately explained with his bare hands, it's nothing. The number of times the heat flow appears is the hiding technique of cold poison. That is, the cold poison is hidden in the abdomen. Yunqing Qiu raised his head, with an upright look on his face. Next, he needed to pay close attention to the intersection of cold and poison, and immediately let the heat flow surrounding him rise and fall. So next, I rubbed his eyes and kissed him reasonably, without any abnormality. Thoughts on dividing. The fingers and cheeks in the courtyard turned red quickly. I was probed by this boy. I was put out. Now I have to be touched. I am not hers now, and Yunqing Qiu's expression is pure, and she controls Lingling in her hands. I'm in the world. Come on, the oxygen fan who only fixes color in the courtyard. When I said it out loud, I felt it was too weird, so I added, don't mess around in shitty. If you touch me randomly, I will come up to you in this life, and I can't even get rid of you. The warning of being sent to the hospital was originally meant to be a serious warning, but after saying these words, it really became one where there is no danger. Yunqing Qiu suddenly became angry with her new beauty, thinking that Chi is not very far away. But I dared to shake my head and remind myself, no, it can be so unbearable. Yunqing Qiu gritted her teeth and finished reciting the name. The scenery in her eyes is refreshing. The heaven and earth are righteous. The sword head is in the transition period. Good, the heaven and the earth are in the right place. The world is gasping for breath. That's not right either. I can't remember that he turned into a lazy mother-in-law. Lin Qingqiu caught a cold and her accountant Lin Li was sent to the hospital to accuse Hua Lin Li of eliminating the poison. The warm current after the shower light entered the body also caused Lu Yuan to have a cold labor, and he couldn't help but make some strange sounds. He hasn't taken a breath yet. Yun Qingqiu Binyo immediately put a pill on other parts of his body. After Lin Li catalyzed, a burst of cold air from the west came out. At this time, the road workers were already deserted, and Yun Qingqiu closed her eyes as soon as she was concerned. The new Crown mainland tried her best to help eliminate this layer of cold, but happy time is always easy to lose, even though Yun Qingqiu has tried hard to reduce the effect. Followed by shouting, Nandu gradually disappeared in the courtyard, only to rise up. Suddenly a bowl was completely spread out in Yun Qingqiu's arms. Yun Qingqiu carefully observed the world's reaction. He had already adjusted the weight of his smile appropriately. It shouldn't be like this. He suddenly rose from the courtyard, and felt an evil force rising from the top. The secret numbing spell extended from her face all the way down until every inch of her warm body was dissatisfied. Yun Qingqiu gave a fierce pound. This is Luo Shenzhong. Thousands of years ago, there was a Luotian clan in the world of needle cultivation. The lantern madness level controlled by their water spiritual trees once had a place in the world of needle cultivation. The girls from the Luotian clan have their own exquisite arts and crafts, elegance during the holy festival. The Luotian clan strictly controls the blood bowl. After a girl is born, the Luotian curse will not hurt her and restrict her behavior. Only on the wedding night is she allowed to release the crowd. Rumor has it that the god-falling curse will manifest itself when there is excessive physical contact with the opposite sex, and once there is a line of silence with you on the moon. The god-falling curse will trigger a vicious curse and punish both of you. However, as time went by, like most sect families, they quietly withdrew from their top position. Now, it is not known where the Luotian clan has come. All in all, when you are overly intimate, a yellow card warning will appear for the falling god curse, or a red card will be shown directly for treatment when the falling god curse is in person. Yun Qingqiu was very puzzled that Luotian Ju Wei suddenly appeared. He didn't seem to have done anything. However, the moment he returned, there was a look of pain on Luo Yuanji's face. The secret numb words appeared like the sound of the ancient camp. The words separated from the Luo Yuan paper and turned into black water. The shape of the water bomb rapidly changes into the shape of a dragon. Then the second shot was directed towards Lin Qingqi without saying anything, for sentences. Yun Qingqiu was deeply immersed in the divine palm. Her claws instantly became stagnant and unable to take a step forward. The water made a harsh and sharp sound. And she kept moving forward angrily, thinking about the pig sand. Yun Qingqiu holds her hands tightly. Qingming's water mass instantly rises to sight Qingyang. I'm afraid the Jindan emergency repair room will shut down the machine on the spot if it encounters it. It's a pity that it happened. He looked at the big event on the bed and said slowly. This is not an ordinary trance. It seems that the big event has a story. As soon as the words fell, those fish-like words disappeared quickly on it, and the Luotian was broken like this. Yun Qingqiu's eyes almost went dark. What the hell, I didn't break the body of the big world. I just helped to deal with the poison and polished it a little. Then Luotian was broken like this. Yun Qingqiu has no tears in her jade library. What if the world finds out? How can I explain to him? The person was unconscious at the time, but he was conscious. This is a good thing that cannot be explained clearly. On his crazy shoulder, Ruo Wanxi suddenly gritted his teeth and let out a painful cry. A mouthful of old snow made him unable to climb out on the spot. Yuan Qingqiu didn't care about anything else. I dared to run forward to check his physical condition. I was so stunned. Once the inability to practice is lifted, the appearance will also be destroyed. How do women like this survive in the chaotic acupuncture world? Nowadays, I have zero profits and no regrets. I am asking, the sea of qi is about to become violent. How can we solve it? Yun Qingqiu turned over the various experiences in his memory and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. A trip to Qingyang Middle School. I saw him take out a preview. Put the blood of the green rock and snow into your mouth, and slowly suck it out. Use his powerful spiritual power to quantify Huang Bao's power. Then he took out Luo Yuanji's face, cradled his arms and legs, and used his mouth to drain the blood from his face into it. Feeling the moistening of his lips and his slightly searching eyes, he could feel that the smell was very familiar. It was his lost enemy. The eyelids that opened quickly closed again on their own initiative. He placed his hands on Yun Qingqiu's neck and moved his lips and tongue slightly. Yun Qingqiu didn't have time to take into account the various feelings at this time, and tried hard to control the Western-style blood of Zhu Quan to repair the damaged parts of Luo Yuanji's body. Yun Qingqiu took a white breath and absorbed the excess power back into his mouth. The housing fund can't bear too much, so this is fine. After the break was completed, Yun Qingqiu's horse head was sweating profusely. A faint light flashed slightly on Luo Yuan's legs, and a small hardware flashed with a faint light, imprinted on the skin slowly. Isn't it lying on grass? Yun Qingqiu was completely stupid. It frantically used its hands to frustrate Luo Yuanji's legs, as if it wanted to frustrate it. However, this does not seem to be of any use. One of the desolate factions stayed on the inner layer of the air leg. Yun Qingqiu looked at the scene in front of her at a loss. The big world also belongs. 2 days later, Yun Qingqiu sat alone on the door of the room, silently thinking about everything that had happened recently. He held a piece of medicinal material to replenish vitality on the sole of his feet. In the past 2 days, the old man's vitality gradually recovered and improved. Luo Yuanji completely got rid of the window merchant of Luo Shenru. Zheng Yumelo's physical awareness received a huge reminder. There is another spiritual idea. The senior sister also belongs to me. Yun Qingqiu is a little crazy. She was single in her previous life. In this life, she just woke up and got 2 lives. Moreover, she was blessed by heaven and left behind spiritual beauty, because it is a fairy with the body of Qian Yusheng, who is 100% able to practice needles and swords, and can move thousands of miles. Because it is prediminished by the Luoshan clan. Her legs can play for thousands of years, but they are not enough. I couldn't bear to think about it. Yun Qingqiu smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's a small matter to explode. It's not difficult to improve the system, but if he wants to upgrade the system to the level of Genshin impact, Yun Qingqiu recalled some of the most important data. Li Mai's demon body is driven out of the city. Xian Lin Yushan, the spirituality of these 3 rare systems must also be women who have not experienced the truth. The spiritual points are not ordinary blood. They are not their own wives. How can they be hated so easily? I don't know if it's breathable, so I can only use a short device for the time being. As for whether this was a trivial matter, what really made Yun Qingqiu feel helpless was that he didn't know how to deal with the relationship between the two. Together one is not RRRR, but he has also heard that when he really loses his energy, he is not only a little confused. He didn't know how long he could live, so he decided to call it a day and give it up. When Yun Qingqiu was thinking about Peaches, suddenly a small shadow of the clouds hung inside. If you wish, you just want to get behind Yun Qingqiu and have some fun, but Yun Qingqiu suddenly lies down and realizes that the group is facing you. Yun Qingqiu's power doesn't need to be multiple. Naturally, he can see it clearly. If you would like to give me some advice, help me live on the group board and sit next to him in detail. Junior brother, what did you see just now? Yun Qingqiu laughed loudly, dared to change the topic, turned around and threw the question to him, asking if he was feeling better. Luo Yuan just lowered his head in a complacent manner, dragging his body to the ground. His body was no longer dark, but his body became more relaxed. Moreover, after waking up, Yi Leju's breasts were slightly darker. I heard that the most effective way to have breasts is to be touched. It was difficult for Ji Yu Cheng to secretly sneak into the wetland, although it is very good, but I think it is unlikely. After all, Shadi stares at his face and head the most. If you only want to turn your head and leave Yun Qingqiu with a beautiful testimonial, the curtain falls on the Western Ocean. Warm light shines on his hair and cheeks. His clear thoughts are blown by the wind. The western sun is stained by fever. The strategy is beautiful in the morning. Yun Qingqiu was in a daze for a moment and couldn't help but the stagehand gently touched Luo Yuanji's cheek with his fingers. I was forced to end up in the hospital just a little while ago. I didn't know if it was an illusion when I was hurt. He vaguely remembered the scene of the 2 of them in the news. Yun Qingqiu only touched it slightly, then withdrew his hand with a blushing face. If you only want to tease some feathers but don't tease them, this is considered. Yun Qingqiu once again interrupted the topic with a smile. The world and the old man are getting better. Ru Yuan only gave him a positive answer without hesitation. Yun Qingqiu looked away again. For the sake of my help, why don't you ask senior sister to give me a chance to forgive? He really felt a little guilty and hoped that the world would be able to forgive him a little if he found out that Luo Shenju was betrayed by him. Luo Yuan pointed out that he was busy dying Yuan Liang. What did Yuan Liang say? Your relationship with Grandpa and me is too late. Yun Qingqiu immediately started to ask him how he planned to catch up with his flight. The next second, he suddenly came closer to the courtyard and said jokingly, how about I promise you with my body? It's a pity that the world is 3 years older than you. If you don't dislike it. Before he could finish his words, he took the first step to welcome Qingqiu Xiaosheng. He was already mine. How could this be considered a blow to him? The big eyes of Luo Yuan flashed. What did junior brother just say? Yun Qingqiu Huangmang explained, I said that the world is beautiful and also crazy. The jade body is a perfect joke. As soon as these words came out, I was only a junior classmate. I wanted to tell her a story, but I played it without any words. Speaking of which, junior brother and junior sister, how can they take turns? I just wanted to have some quiet time in the courtyard. Junior brother likes to eat desserts. I stayed next to junior brother to make snacks. I kept making them until junior brother wanted to. Yun Qingqiu continued what she said, the world can also learn from other snacks. Then I will continue to eat until the world is tired of Buddhism. Luo Yuan refers to a person who is anxious to speak out his true feelings. How could he be bored? Yun Qingqiu stopped touching her hand. That would be better. Xiaya takes care of daily life, Shijia takes care of snacks, and we live a happy and decorated life together. If you don't think the plan is clear, then let it take its course. If you are willing to stay with me, then no one will. After a long time, if I want to feel calmer, it would be better to click. But she has no experience in taking care of others. But she wants to realize. Seeing that his junior brother didn't respond, Luo Yuan just turned his head and looked at. At this time, Yun Qingqiu had closed her eyes and fell asleep. Ruo Yuan only looked at the boy next to her. If you eat the land, I will take it seriously. From now on, you will be the only one in my heart. He also looked around when there was no one around and gently smelled the two houses. Women from the Luotian clan are not that easy to talk to. As the old man gradually recovered, the Chamber of Commerce began to operate normally. As for the groups that maintained the work and implemented the Chamber of Commerce, they were all attacked. I experienced the feeling of bankruptcy. Outside the gate of Luolin City, Yun Qingqiu and others were packing their luggage next to Long Miao. Mr. Luo was guiding his grandfather on various matters with Luo Yuan. The old man Qian Dingming Wan grandfather asked him not to miss this little. Luo Yuan only lowered his voice to tell him to whisper. He had repeated this dozens of times since he woke up in the morning. The old man looked serious. What do you know? You know it. If you know it and don't act, this man will become famous in the future. You will not suffer any loss if you follow him. Luo Yuan's face is red. That's natural. The person you likes will naturally be good. The old man suddenly asked, could it be that the young lady's happy little daughter attitude and these words were? In the courtyard, Yin Qingqiu, who was fighting a dragon bird behind his eyes quietly, could stand up to such an outstanding person. Then he raised his head and told his grandfather that he had fallen in love with his junior brother. At this time, Long Miaoshu opened its wings and was preparing to fly. Luo Lin came over to remind the lady that the president was about to leave. After the old man learned about the young lady's thoughts, he immediately went to Yin Qingqiu to have a good talk. Luo Yuan only dared to help Lan and restrain him, telling him that he could handle the matter by himself. The old man laughed, but Mr. Ding still did not forget to remind him to take good care of you. The old man only opened his eyes and stood on the bench in the courtyard. Then he pretended to cough and pretended that nothing happened. Big Bird's very heavenly moment. Yun Qingqiu finally breathed a sigh of relief and left. In the past few days when the Chamber of Commerce was implemented, the old man always had the same words of gratitude to Yun Qingqiu and Xiong Jian. Apart from thanking him for the gift of treasures, all the topics were focused on Luo Yuanji, although he also wanted to tell the old man frankly to let him hold his hand. But he really couldn't tell a god like Zhongxia Lin Yin who broke the Luo god's spell. After a few moments, Long Miao broke through the clouds with a shout, and finally returned to Mr. Gu Yuan with everyone. Lin Xiaoyao is currently celebrating and worrying about Feng Yue Yuo sweeping the floor. When you hear the noise, look up and go. After seeing that it was Yun Qingqiu and others who answered, I was very happy and ran over to give him a big god. He didn't know they were together yet, but the short 10 days without seeing each other seemed like half a year and a half. Nuyu also came over happily to fight. But at this time, Ling Xiangya was a little bit arrogant and even had a faint transmission. Yun Qingqiu didn't know if it was an illusion. He always felt that the hat in Xiaoya's eyes meant something, right? Xiaoya felt something was wrong and immediately ran to cook. After a while, Yun Qingqiu also arrived for the visit. He opened the door first and walked in. I saw Xiaoya cutting the lottery and asked him how he was having fun in Lorraine City these days. Yun Qingqiu also helped him and told him that Luolin City was very slippery and that he would take him there for a walk when he had time. Lin Xiaoya suddenly changed her attitude. I see why you are a little weird today. Yun Qingqiu looked at him puzzled. What's wrong? Lin Xiaoya pointed at her face and neck with a very naughty finger. You are so cute. This picture's love words were so sweet that it could be said to have caught him off guard. After realizing it, he went over and rubbed Ru Xiaoya's head. You can still chat with people. Xiaoya twisted and shrank her neck slightly. I haven't seen you for 10 days. I miss you so much. Yun Qingqiu's face turned red, so good, she actually leaked. But suddenly he had a light in his heart, and he felt that Liu Xia was dripping with flowers inside his body. It seemed that he was going to be pressed again. After Lin Xiaoya felt the sound of soul comforting, he moved closer and immediately closed him up. Tian Yisheng's body will not be a super thin and oily body. The degree of explosion is far beyond that of the big world. The yin kinky color of smoking is just a scam. In my heart, I pray hard for love and hope that this little aunt can smoke less. Half an hour later, Lin Xiaoya walked out of the kitchen with a plate in hand, satisfied with her experience. Only Yun Qingqiu stayed there. The steamboat was empty. I thought that I could catch him from a long distance, but I didn't expect that he was beaten as soon as I came back. Now that she came to the living room, Xiaoya was the first to ask, explanation, Qingqiu, this idiot, didn't cause any trouble for you, right? Luo Yuan just smiled. How could the world be in chaos if he lost his enemy so well? Moreover, he also helped 5 people. Xiaoya is in trouble. How can he help Da Mao? After all, in his Renji, Li Yankinki is a big book editor who can't even write about clothes. The Luo Yuan branch quickly took out a package and said that it was for his junior sister from Luo Lin. Xiaoyao was happy and intentional from the beginning after seeing Li Wu. Luo Yuan only felt full of apologies. Shomai and Shadi were childhood sweethearts, but he suddenly fell in love with Shadi. There was always a feeling that he was robbing someone else's things. Just because I felt sleepy, I brought him a gift from Lorraine City. Ying Xiaoyao was very happy from the beginning. He carefully picked up the wings. A few days ago, there was an elder named Chu in Zhongmen. The clothes he wore during the clarification were particularly beautiful. At that time, he was still thinking about when he would have won. He didn't expect it to be so soon. Yun Qingqiu looked at Kang Weiwei's wives and put down his chopsticks. He happened to mention this topic and couldn't help but add, Xiaoyao, what do you think about the harem? In order of precedence, Xiaoyao is the future eldest wife. I still need to ask for advice. Lin Xiaoyao put the clothes back into the box, took them with her and pushed them back. How else could she treat this? Isn't this a matter of Shi Wei-chang? There are many wives in the town who have been injured. The revisionist world's overhaul is full of anger. He paused for a moment and looked at Xiong Yukinki warily. Why are you thinking about the consequences? Although Yun Qingqiu didn't give a direct answer, she could complain about it in her heart. Who wouldn't want to? A group of beautiful girls are standing by their side, shaking one with their left hand, holding one with their right hand, leaning on one behind them, and making two boxes on their legs. Their cute looks are so charming. It's exciting to think about it. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet, and Lin Xiaoyao suddenly felt that all eyes were looking at her. His face suddenly turned red, and he said that she was not his wife. He did not count such things. Mu Yun raised his head blankly. He might not know where he would be in the future. Lin Xiaoyao crossed her arms and said seriously, if I were the wife of this idiot, I would definitely take good care of him. You want to attack from behind, right? Okay. I'm looking for an intellectual beauty like senior sister. I'm totally willing. It only weighed a pound, and it slipped from the chopsticks in my hand. Lin Xiaoyao continued, a beautiful woman like senior sister is willing to marry you again, right? Senior sister was shocked when she lost her job and almost blurted out the word, yes. Then he made a big wry smile for the rest of his life. His thoughts suddenly became vivid. It seemed that Xiaoyao was no match for him. Lin Xiaoyao picked up the chopsticks in her hands. If she was like Han Yu, forget it. She looked cold and unfit for someone to watch fireworks. It made people feel inexplicably uncomfortable. By the way, what did you do to him? He came to see you again in recent days. After entering the courtyard, he only raised his head and saw that Han Yu was an official disciple of Nagato. Didn't he stay in seclusion? What does he have to do with his junior brother? Mu Yun described the previous events very enthusiastically, but he said it was word for word, and no detail was missed. Then he added, Xiao Qiu is a girl killer. And even Han Yu has done many rounds. Nothing said. Yun Qingqiu blindly goes to the mouth of the first five Zhu Mu Yun. The little senior sister is. There was only a moment of silence in Luo Yuan. I didn't expect the wetland to be so powerful. Lian Haiyu was injured due to his kinetic energy. He also made appointments to meet in the grove every day. I wonder what you plan to do in the grove. Yun Qingqiu immediately went crazy and explained to him that they didn't know each other at all, but Mu Yun seemed to be a big deal. As expected of Xiao Qiu, they broke up so soon and had a relationship of 100,000 years. I wish to get married, Xiaoya, you should be careful. Yun Qingqiu Dunsha frantically fired at Mu Yun. Senior sister, can you stop talking? But he suddenly became cold. Why did the young senior sister ask the two girls to be careful? Could it be that she noticed something? After a while, Ruo Yuan said to Lin Xiaoyao very seriously, Junior sister, should we work hard to improve our strength and protect our strength? Lin Xiaoyao nodded silently. The world is right. Qingqiu must not be allowed to fall to Han Yu. The two women looked at each other, as if they had suddenly reached some kind of consensus. Yun Qingqiu was a little confused. Why were the two of them so harmonious? Originally, he was worried about the two girls who were new trainees, but who would have expected that things would turn out to be this department? Just as he was about to lower his head to eat, he found that there were two plates in front of him. One was filled with tender fish fillets, and the other was filled with intestines with peppers and bones. The table next to Lin Xiaoyao was full of food, and the side of the courtyard was full of chili peppers and broken bones. The two women raised their heads almost at the same time and smiled sweetly. At Yun Qingqiu, there is a cloud platform on top of the mountain. Because it is surrounded by clouds, it is easy to learn. It is the most suitable for lectures, so it is designated as a lecture length. At this time, disciples can continue to come, and hundreds of empty seats are gradually filled. The new teenagers are extremely excited. Today's article is about a powerful Mingjue. If you practice it, your combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. That's because the equipment is important. There was still some time before Lee started class. A new disciple, Zhu Jiyu, took out a scroll and asked everyone to hurry up and show them something nice. It's the new disciple Po Wei Haoqi. Let's get together. What's so amazing about this thing? Zhu Gudong is about to spread out the inner volume of Zhu. This thing is much better than the novel. This is the inner beauty of the sect. I finally got in from my senior brother. Follow Zhu Hui. The eyes of several people were shining, and the alliance scanned the first place in the plot. Unfortunately, there are no photos here, only introductions. Everyone at the top level doubted whether this would be watery. Zhu Jiyu bucks his retort. Laughter. Han Yu's #1 male is worthy of the title of Cross. Not only his appearance, but also his cultivation is very advanced. I heard that he became a single lens only 2 years after he started. The show has done a great job for high school students. The awareness of drug risks will become better and better. People will definitely participate in the 10-year delay. The newcomer next to him also got back together. He also heard a certain senior brother mention that he witnessed the glory of the cold moon a while ago, and he couldn't sleep for a whole night. Zhu Jiyu inquired slightly. Hey, there is no way. Huoming, a disciple of Qingxuan, the leader, cannot be collected. I heard that Mr. Hanle has been out of ordinary recently. Looking forward to it. Please, he continued to recite the instructions. The second place was Luo Jingji. Elder Qingyu Feng Xuanji was the eldest disciple. She was the Jade sister type. She had a tall figure and was extremely good. Especially her pair of jade legs was simply amazing. Mo Mao was convinced that he had a higher fever than Han Yu, and his resistance to peace and fierceness would be reduced. Everyone looked up, but unfortunately it was a half-length photo, and the legs could not be seen. It was a pity that they didn't pay attention to it for the time being. The third place is Lin Xiaoya, a new disciple. It is said that Heavenly Father does not say anything about Han Yu, and his temperament is as clean as incorruptible. He immediately entered the top 3 as soon as he started. Lin Xiaoya had taken Yun Qingqiu to practice in the square before, so many people had seen him. When the class becomes full of people, it's Shuang Lingzhen who is very beautiful and has long hair. It's a pity that he seems to have a childhood sweetheart of Fei Lingzhen. And he went to Qingyufeng where there are not many people for him. The next one is Qingyufeng Muyun, who looks young and cute, dull and knowledgeable, and is very soft and frail. Zhu Hui should have seen her when she first entered. As for the points, there is no need to say more. The people in the microcosm looked at the photo, their eyes resting on the stretched out clothes. They took a deep breath and said in unison, "The weather is evil." Just when he was about to name the 5th one, he was suddenly interrupted by a disciple. By the way, have you noticed that Xing Yufeng seems to have only 3 female disciples? All of them entered the website. The quality of this Qing Yufeng beauty is too high. I also want to join Qing Yufeng. And Yun Qingqiu is really good at it. I'm envious. Zhu Jiyu immediately put away the scroll. Not only did he nonchalantly say that Yun Qingqiu had any envy-inducing secrets, he was just a fool, and he didn't care about his disciples. He just let them go. Where could there be any fire-receiving needles? The picture showed that his strength was satisfactory, especially for us. If it is difficult to repair, we should break down the wall and work hard to repair it. The disciples on the side immediately retorted, Henan Yun Qingqiu is very powerful. Don't be a disciple of Zhang. Senior brother Xu Xiu has been dressed up. Mentioning this, Zhu Gu's face gradually darkened. Kai, Feng Lingling is also his ex-wife Li Hai, and senior brother Xu is not as aware as him of seeing his men's affairs. If it hadn't been for a few years now, you can see that Yun Qingqiu Ling and the advantage are basically at the bottom of the store. Then Lin Xiaoya and his financial haul. So you practitioners are the right guides. If I wait, there will be no hatred for Jindan Daxiu. Why can't we find trouble? The beautiful truth is that when a beautiful girl is tied up, several new disciples nod their heads for the purpose of dividing the East. At this moment, a young man silently came next to them. Is there a seat here? Yes, can the chess table come here? Zhu Jiyu looked up and saw the young man Po Wei Yangshu, otherwise he would have remembered something about you, Qingqiu. Yun Qingqiu nodded, you know me. Aunt Zhu couldn't resist the disgusted Ban's bare hands. She didn't recognize her and had no place. Let's do it later. Zhu Jiyu is a disciple of the second elder and has never dealt with Jing Yufeng. It's the senior brother who takes him to practice in the school. He will definitely not give Yun Qingqiu a good look. Others, out of extreme psychology, do not allow him to do well at the top. Yun Qingqiu didn't bother to argue with them. This kind of course can't teach anyone anything. If it wasn't for earning credits, there would be no reason. Soon he passed by a few people and came to the back. Some disciples couldn't help but the West School was very loud. Ha ha, you see, any Jiahua really made it to the end. Zhu Buyi was also smiling. He sat with him all the way there. Come, let's continue. Now that we really want to continue to maintain the beautiful girl's bondage, the disciple suddenly raised his hand and pointed forward. Hey, look at that beautiful girl with big legs and weak TV. Everyone's eyes were suddenly attracted by Xin. Aren't new disciples allowed to learn? If you want to know why he waited, is the purpose of the young girl next to him. Also, Lin Xiaoya heard that he attacked Ji Jin and invited his family to come to class. Could it be that his appearance at this time was a breakthrough? Even when people think about each other, it is a bit unbelievable. 3 of the top 4 beauties on the list appear at once, because the disciple escaped after the oral examination. It was really a coincidence. I wonder if Hanle, who was the first to be kidnapped, will show up. The appearance of the 3 young ladies from Xingyou Peak immediately attracted countless attention, and the 3 of them were looking for Yun Qingqiu's figure at the same time. The people in the hospital couldn't help but wonder why he was so reliable, and Lin Xiaoya couldn't help but look behind him. She couldn't help but look at me clearly. His arms were counting without stopping. There was no need to think about the world. That big idiot must have wanted to make a small show again. He was so careful. After seeing their voices, Yun Qingqiu calmed down and made heartwarming gestures with her hands. Lin Xiaoya and Lu Yuan were both furious at the same time. This guy actually did such a thing in front of so many fellow disciples, but both of them were shy and embarrassed. Mu Yun looked around. He was embarrassed by a group of people. The back was pretty good too. There were too many people. Let's go there quickly. Seeing the 3 people about to walk over, Zhu Jiyu immediately gained the courage and momentum of the ancient clan. He said to these people without any news, Fairy Zhu Hui is here to listen to the class. There are still a few empty seats here. If you don't mind, please come here and sit down. If you wish, there will be no courtesy. It seems that these people want to do great good. He does not want to speak in front of Yun Qingqiu and other difficult cultivators, which will make him feel uncomfortable. Lin Xiaoya grabbed Luo Yuan. Lost the solution. The location here is really good and you can see more clearly. The back part is too confusing and we can't seem to do it. Zhu Gu's why not cage mouth. He immediately helped to wipe the table shadow. Yes, the location is very good. You can clearly see the actions of only the reward customers. I was sent to the hospital just because of the whole family. That's what Xiaoya said. But, Jianluo Academy only hesitated. Zhu Jiyu and other disciples were so happy that they almost exploded. They helped to launch together. The location here is sufficient. Please come here to do it. After finishing tidying up, they actually spread out and sat down, separated by 2 spaces from the actions of Lin Xiaoya and the 3 girls. They did not hesitate to watch from a distance to show their respect for the 3 beauties. Not too happy yet, Lin Xiaoya returns to Yun Qingqiu. Qingqiu comes this way. Yun Qingqiu stood up and walked over. He looked at Zhu Jiyu and others who looked like they were telling the truth. Didn't they just break the guard for a while? Didn't they just do it? Why did the boy show so much fame all at once? In their eyes of envy and extreme hatred, the 3 girls who looked like Yun Qingqiu walked next to them. Lin Qingqiu deliberately turned his head and said to them, what he did here was indeed good. No occlusion was achieved, and the desktop was also very fast. I remember that during the ancient squatting period that week, I didn't fight. With Zhong Ren's crazy eyes, Yun Qingqiu got in between the 3 girls. On the left is the white-bellied and beautiful childhood sweetheart. On the right is the long-legged Jade Jia who is checking the pressure of the crowd. Behind is the little incident with the world. In mind, Jia Ren gently exerted his strength and was not tired of it. Seeing them like this, Zhu Jiyu and others had a long relationship, the atmosphere of lost love and the long words of love, and the whole Chu Yuntai was full of erotic atmosphere. At this moment, a young man in front of him stepped onto the platform, glanced at Shigeto, and nodded with satisfaction. The newcomers were very excited and everyone seemed ready to learn. The great Zero-Ju technique for new beginners to learn is the low-level Zero-Ju technique that comes with the sex techniques. But in order to give them the motivation to practice, they have skills that can be used at critical moments. Master the ability and decide to pass on the most cost-effective one among the second-level products. Chinese is just a disciple who has completed his training. After that, he stayed in Chinese and became an instruction. He is usually responsible for taking the place of the elders who are in trouble. I saw him raising his arms to try out this amazing skill. His arms and shoulders were wrapped in flames, and he was showing off his strength. Yun Qingqiu can bear the boredom. This person seems to be proficient in mastering it. In fact, he is just a little tired. It is estimated that the other elders have not seen through this piece of spiritual magic. This seemingly simple spiritual magic often hides Qian Kuan inside. Nian Qian's performance is really blue-eyed. He doesn't want to watch it again. This is when he took out the yellow-covered novel from his sleeve, and when he was about to flip through it, his arm slightly changed. He looked to the right. If he could only be on the table, his fingers would gently fiddle with his singing and dancing from time to time, or for naughty reasons. What was the junior brother doing? Yun Qingqiu hit him with Xiuzi, lowered his head and whispered, "This person's talk is boring. I have learned. I am in a daze with nothing to do." "Really? Then let me chat with you." A pair of big bright eyes looked at Yun Qingqiu. Although it was a preview, the cuteness at this time was not inferior to that of other girls. Yun Qing nodded and had a meaningless chat with him. But while we were chatting, reality uncontrollably moved to his eyebrows and legs. Luo Yuan only raised his eyebrows, but one of his eyebrow legs suddenly lifted up and was placed on the other thigh. The board slid downwards, and the entire large intestine leg was exposed to Yun Qingqiu's sight more and more clearly. It can be said that it is a leg in the true sense. Sticky wrists. Yun Qingqiu couldn't help but think to herself. She knew she was looking at her legs, but deliberately raised her legs. Could it be that she was provoking? If faced with the provocation of his future wife, Yun Qingqiu is completely honest and shy at the moment. How will they meet in the future? Yun Qingqiu looked at the court with an accusatory look, touched her lower handle and said, "It would be nice if I wore a leg ring. My legs are long and thin and white. I would also like to have a leg ring for decoration. Just thinking about it makes me happy, but for the world, white should be more suitable than black, and it will be more popular." Luo Yuan only gave Yun Qingqiu a roll of his eyes for saying such words so straightforwardly. He looked like Jian Xiu, and although he didn't match his words, he was already thinking about whether he should try it or not. Luo Yuan's eyes turned slightly, and he waved his little hand towards Yun Qingqiu, shaking the ground, and came over to whisper to you. Yun Qingqiu, the king of Haoqi, leaned to the right and heard Luo Yuan whisper, "I want to play tricks with you, Moo Moo." Wow. As soon as these words came out, Yun Qingqiu's jewed stone blushed. This legendary sound with sharp little firepower can intensify the lethality in your ears. It is completely a situation that only exists in dual cultivation of truth. Yun Qingqiu's waist is strong enough to leave quickly. Oh, it was too much to hear such words in his ears. He couldn't stand it. He felt that his energy was being sucked out a lot. He saw Yun Qing's slightly shy look. "If you wish to point your eyes and mouth, your brother will laugh. He seems to be saying, how about I let you provoke me? Do you know how powerful it is?" Yun Qingqiu is too much and dare not look down at the courtyard for the time being. Ling Xiaoyao on the left let out a sigh of relief, raised her arms and stood at the desk. "That's it." The shield stone looked at Yuan Qingqiu. "Let's go." Yun Qingqiu smiled and said, "It's nothing. Let's take a look." Lin Xiaoyao was confused. "Look at me, what's so good about me?" Yun Qingqiu smiled faintly. "You look good everywhere." Lin Xiaoyao shyly patted Yun Qingqiu Deitu. She accidentally felt something. Lin Xiaoyao quickly twitched her hand. A blush spread on her face. Her face and ears turned red. This guy actually reacted to her. Yun Qingqiu went crazy during the shield. "Sister, your hands are so damn slippery." Lin Xiaoyao was shy, but she felt extremely happy and resentful in her heart. The reaction showed that she had met someone. That's great. This guy has thoughts about himself. Yun Qingqiu felt that her spiritual power was draining away again. It would be great if both sides were together. His federation concentrated on silently playing Sinner chess to prevent being squeezed to the point of walking back to the joint road. And Mu Yun had listened to this zero-solution explanation for the fourth time, and it was still completely different. She felt that she was completely different from the previous guys and brothers. Mu Yun pressed Yun Qingqiu's shoulder with his skill, and it softened. He felt that Yun Qingqiu was the tallest among them. He always gave him a deep feeling that his strength should be more than what he showed. In short, he chose to please, so he could ask Zero for advice in private, and maybe they could make friends with him. Yun Qingqiu felt extremely defeated because of the enjoyment. She originally thought that Xiao Xian would be confused if he had to start over again, but the situation was completely different from that of Xiong Xiong. "There are two beauties on the left and right for me, and there is one behind who is squeezing his shoulders. Isn't it so cool? It turns out that repairing can be done so quickly. Why didn't I notice it before? This is so comfortable. I will continue to practice in the next life." But at the same time I felt comfortable. My eyelid suddenly jumped, as if something was coming. He closed his eyes and leaned comfortably on the table. Yu Tong was a passionate pretender. The disciples were eating dogs and goats in pain and watching him having fun with two beautiful girls on the left and right. There was also a massage in the back. Just wait for a fucking moment. Gods are just like this. How did he increase his favorability to this level just a few days after joining? Zhu Jiyu was also sore and uncomfortable. Damn it, the beauties before the bond were all trying to please her. What on earth does this guy look like? As soon as he finished speaking, he thought that the beautiful cultivator who controlled the flying arrow was biased. The yellow ring flew under his feet and shrank into an earring before returning to his ear. Han Yu played with her hair slightly and walked to the left. Yu's sudden appearance surprised everyone. Even Jiangku's moon set was a mess. After all, even Tai Chi rarely saw this fairy. But he appeared in the main hall at this time. Could it be that he was here to observe his work? The power of breaking the stone is enough, and the power in the hand also burns brighter. The surrounding disciples were even more excited when they saw Zaniban. They couldn't help but say, "This is too helpless. With such a temperament, I am no longer the first one to be tied to the order." Unlike several other beauties, Hanla appears very rarely. Even the binding order doesn't have a flower image. Everyone wanted to keep his face in their minds, with their eyes almost glued to it. However, under everyone's sinister gaze, Hanla got ahead of Yun Qingqiu. Why does Fairy Han Yu also complain to that guy? Before and after, the four beauties in the middle school, at least she can break the hearts of everyone with envy and hatred. However, this is Yun Qingqiu, but it is Tan's pigment. He felt the heat gradually rising on both sides. Han Yu turned around and nodded slightly to Yun Qingqiu. They met again. During this time, his cultivation was going smoothly. Lin Xiaoyao also forcefully lifted her smile. Qingqiu comes to see you again. She is also the famous Jiqi girl in the school. The junior female staff is pretty good. She can even come here to accompany you. Are we a little redundant? Yun Qingqiu Yijin, Yang was busy filming Han Yu's prison sentence. Han Yu incident, you a good person? Han Yu looked confused. What is this? Issuing good person cards like learning from the clouds and clear autumn. Lin Xiaoya and Luo Yuanzi breathed a sigh of relief, but they still had to do something. Lin Xiaoya pulls out Zhu Zi and never passes. Xiao Mingming is very intimate. Qingqiu eats a little, just use a small spoon to taste the fruit in Luo Yuan. It is also delicious. The two women were in one position and another, completely announcing to Han Yu this man's ownership and ability. After a while, Yun Qingqiu's mouth was filled with food that Jiu Nana couldn't bear to taste, but Liang Yu still hasn't. Han Yu looked at the two of them differently, hesitated for a moment and took out a box of cookies from the kitchen ring. Picking up a bare biscuit and putting it over, his face was filled with confusion. It's already like this, and you're still here to pour it out? Yun Qingqiu sprayed the rice directly. She lowered her head and stuffed the food into the river and squirted out. A lot of pulp was forced into the nasal cavity and the spray was lifted. Continuously, strong voices interrupted the music set, and the sound of the music set was maintained. I found that everyone present was not looking at him, but at Yun Qingqiu who was cooperating. Look at the beauties next to you, or the Shintong guy patting Yun Qingqiu's shoulders, or help him get into the water anxiously. There was also a person who carefully helped him wipe the house on his body. What kind of cultivation is this? This is Xiaofu. Yuetao's mouth was sour, and Jian Keben was furious and smashed it on the desk. What are you doing? As a former Korean music transfer author, looking at Yun Qingqiu in the future, I don't understand why sharing cookies will cause eruptions, and what does the look in my eyes mean? After thinking about it for a few seconds, he silently took out a mosaic hand sword with a bear pattern in the middle. It was very girlish. At first glance, it looked like he was stabbing a young girl after she returned home. The arms were slightly raised, and the innocent expression on his face seemed to be dealing with differences in the literature and medicine table. Lin Xiaoya and Luo Yuan's eyes were filled with resentment. They had not yet broken out. They just looked at Yun Qingqiu with a gentle smile and seemed to say, "What are you looking at?" Next, the small world of Muyun is bustling, but it doesn't show how big it is. With steaming eyes, I'm looking forward to how Yun Qingqiu Dao will choose. Yun Qingqiu's eyes are bulging. Sister, you going to hurt me? This kind of tattoo hand donation is usually given to the king of Qin as a token of love. You use this thing to wipe it for me. Jian Yun Qingqiu didn't answer, and Yu Qing stood up to help Kui wipe the shit, and the eldest sister who took care of her younger brother gently. The sound of the new year once again mesmerized the entire Izuntai. The beautiful girl who ranked first in the middle school beauty list. Almost all the girls actually helped her wipe her cheeks. With her own hand roll, a position flashed across Yun Qingqiu's forehead quickly. For the first time, quickly use your eyes and light to watch the reactions of the two wives. Then the alliance avoided Han Yu, and I loved the eldest sister as much as all my colleagues. Including this time, we have met 3 times in total. Are you so enthusiastic about geography? What do you mean by taking care of me so much? No, this is not care. This is murder. How stinky it is to swallow. Isn't it because I didn't satisfy you last time? I'll find an opportunity to make it up for you. Can you hold on for a few more minutes? Yun Qingqiu's brain was racing. She exhausted all her mental power and had a flash of inspiration. She looked at Lin Xiaoya and said softly, Xiaoya, I don't know why, the oranges that passed through your hands are so sweet that I don't want to swallow the flames. I just want to enjoy the short sweet time at this moment, you won't blame me. Lin Xiaoya was in a daze while recording sex. This was the first time this idiot said such disgusting words to him. He bowed his head in a pretentious manner, was a fool, what nonsense were he talking about? So many people watched it. After fainting and repairing, I touched Lin Xiaoya's head. Look at Xianglu's courtyard sister again. I didn't know what happiness was before, but now I do. The so-called happiness means that someone is willing to make desserts with his own hands and not leave with his own hands. I am too happy to refuse. It is all your fault for making me so happy. Now all I can think about is what you just said. After being admitted to the hospital, she only gave birth to a child in critical condition. She whispered in an embarrassed voice. I will also ask, junior brother, please don't look at me first. In the end, Yun Qingqiu looked at Han Yu with a stern look on his face. Thank you, no need. I have Xiaoya and senior sister to take care of me, so I won't do it the same way. Completely different attitudes still expressed their stance. After hearing Yun Qingqiu's lies, Lin Xiaoya and Luo Yuan are only in a foolish mood, and Yi Hanyu is white. He took out his hand sword and continued to help wipe the pulp of the fruit. Mu Yun couldn't help but feel worried. Xiaoqiu was indeed a mechanism. The feeling of clearing the ball was so busy that I cleverly solved it with the trick of the girl from Chiluo. Sister's face was flushed, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This is so exciting. Back then, I was trapped by a group of experts who were close to each other. There was no one like this. Thanks to the Emperor's uncle's rich content, I must blow it up. There will still be more cards in the future. There is a kind of situation where everyone in the same class has wide eyes. Zheng Nima, he has been gradually deceived by this situation. There are also many people who have lied and realized the truth, seemingly knowing the reason why they are single. Han Le, who was rejected, was not sad. Instead, he watched quietly from the side, his mouth opened and he seemed to want to remind Yun Qingqiu that he had not wiped it clean. But he was afraid that Yun Qingqiu would be unhappy and did not speak. She looks like a gentle little daughter-in-law, very attractive. In the past 4 lifetimes, I had saved a group of people who were very arrogant, but they were actually drunk by the 4 beauties of the sect. What the hell is this Peach Blossom? He was in a daze with his over-consciousness. Even after scolding him, he forgot what to do next. He was so angry that he felt so happy that he finally figured it out. Before, when he saw the new disciples being quiet all day, he thought he was well prepared to study. Love is like being treated like a bitch for many years. I don't know anything from the back. And everyone is silently watching other people's displays of affection. As an outstanding disciple who has graduated for many years, he now has half of the knowledge to become an elder. He actually eats dog birds. His mouth is sour and the anger brewing in his chest is getting stronger and stronger. I couldn't bear to change my suit, so I threw the double coupons on the table again. It's so good to be a freshman. Stand up for me, those coughing guys. Who are you from? Which mountain peak? Which Presbyterian church? Before Yun Qingqiu could say anything, other new disciples rushed to get it. He was Yun Qingqiu of Qingyufeng, the disciple of the 4th elder Xuanji. Yun Qingqiu's name is very famous in Chinese, because he first had a double-voiced mutated spiritual lamp. Then he became a disciple of the 2nd elder Qing dynasty for a month. Even his professional teacher forgot about it. But what puzzled him was why this little girl was so good. Could it be that there was something that often happened to her? The girls next to Jian Yun Qingqiu looked at Yun Qingqiu distressedly, and he felt even more confused. Good guy, you can continue the mine for 7 days. Come and guide me as soon as the class begins. Do you think this is a place where you can run wild? It's a waste of time to test. Booth goes in. Such a person is really supported by the sect. The other disciples also nodded their heads, and they were all cheering for the moon. The entire Izuntai shield was extremely selective. Yun Qingqiu didn't understand what she had done. Why did these people seem to hate herself so much? I don't know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to feel that the surroundings were burning with hot flames. A group of demon cultists were releasing the fire of anger. When the atmosphere was at its peak, Lin Xiaoya and Luo Yuan pointed out the new address of the fruit shop. Those disciples noticed that they were staring at the beautiful woman, and their voices gradually became quieter. I tried to smooth them out. Finally, Yang Hua giggled at Liang Nu. Yu Dao twitched his mouth. These bullshit new disciples are just rubbish. They are still so locked up even though they are so thin. But do you think he really wants to use flint? But suddenly she found that Han Yu was looking straight at her. The consciousness on Yu Dao's face disappeared and was replaced by a silly smile. Fairy Han Yu is so beautiful. She deserves to be my girl. When Yu Dao woke up, Han Yu was the leader behind closed doors. He didn't believe that two people with such a big difference in status could succeed. Han Yu's visit to Azuyantai this time was probably due to the fatal consequences of the leader. He listened to observe the new situation and the character's quality. If he didn't handle this matter well, it will be troublesome if it is reported. Over the course of his life, Leng Heng launched all kinds of criticism and education. He got so emotional that he called Yun Qingqiu over to talk to others about the criticism. Lin Xiaoya and Luo Yuanqi were worried. According to Chinese regulations, the role of teaching academics has great rights, which is directly related to the credit consideration of new students within Chinese. If the score is too low, it will even be transferred to miscellaneous images. Luo Yuan only looked at Yun Qingqiu worriedly, hoping that he could endure Yu Dao's harsh criticism and would be in trouble if something happened. Yu Dao looked at Yun Qingqiu coldly. I have been in Chinese for several years and have never seen arrogant people like you. A brief summary of 10,000 words. I will hand it over to Friday tomorrow. Otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. He deliberately imposed excessive punishment in the hope that Yun Qingqiu would resist so that he would have a reason to punish him. But what is unexpected is that Lin Qingqiu's theory is just a matter of anger. In fact, I have already grown this piece of Lingjue. As soon as this flower appeared, the whole place burst into flames. Everyone's eyes were wide open because of the cold. How can you have the courage to say such big words? This is the Po Feng exhibition, the second grade 0 chrysanthemum. You are a scumbag who has never learned basic skills in several consecutive games. How dare you say such nonsense? Are you just trying to show off in front of the girls? Lin Xiaoya and Lu Yuanqi's dual performance was also a bit incredible. Yun Qingqiu has a good husband and grandson, but it is a bit exaggerated to say that they are proficient. Lin Xiaoya listened to a class attentively, but she only learned a little bit. If she is familiar with the application, she still needs a lot of current affairs. He also knew how difficult this zero Ju was, and it took him a lot of time to get his energy up. Yu Daojing looked at Yun Qingqiu like a heavenly person. He was worried that he couldn't punish him properly, but now it's a bit interesting, so he must show it in front of him. Yun Qingqiu Duan is a little hesitant. Is this a bit inappropriate here? Faced with this deliberate sculpture that was looking directly at him, he felt a little unhappy, so he would give him a box. With slightly blinded eyes, it's a big country to deceive the mayor of Shengmen municipal government. If you can't show it, you need heavy work. Yun Qingqiu's eyes showed a slight sign, and he took a step back. His voice had a little resonance. I have indeed mastered it, but my body is not suitable today. How about I practice for a while? Yu Dao looked at Yun Qingqiu with a smile. Those subtle movements were no longer possible. The dead are indeed going without punishment. If your body doesn't cause any problems, okay, then tomorrow's Yanwo Chang show will be fine. If you pass, I will directly give you the evaluation at the end of the course. But if you fail, as long as it is the course I am responsible for, you will fail. Yun Qingqiu's voice makes you understand. Is this too serious? Change it to another one. If it's not enough, how about shutting my sister-in-law up? It's become more popular now. In exchange for doing dirty work, now I know I'm scared. When I just uttered wild words and pretended to be cheating. Okay, since you are so willing to work, then add this. If you fail, you will fail all the courses, plus clean the toilet. If you pass, I will give you a professional evaluation. Plus I will clean the toilet and apologize to you. The monthly package did not give Yun Qingqiu a chance to bargain, and directly announced the end of Get Out of Class. At this time, Zhu Biyu and others felt secretly happy. Our anger was finally relieved a little. He admired Yun Qingqiu very much. He also felt that this kind of course could be completed in one day. It was absolutely amazing. He planned to go over and remind him of the 10,000 word review. I found several girls comforting me like red babies. Dunchi's face was as dark as a fast state. Several friends next to him grabbed Zhu Jiyu and said, "Don't look. It will be uncomfortable for a week if you don't look. It will be uncomfortable for another month if you look at it. Let's go. Anyway, tomorrow will be unlucky this time." One day, the training ground was full of people practicing Lingju, a new entry point, and various zero-Ju attacks continued to dodge. The higher the assistant is, the one who rotates in the training ground to scan the training status of new disciples. A burst of fire burst forward, and his eyes were instantly swallowed up by the flames. Next to him came a recorded sound of Xinchi shouting to each other. Great, it was a success. How can the Daoyang Bureau still be like this? At this moment, a violent fireball like a fire dragon rushed forward. The firelight instantly hit the wooden suit. The red flames filled the sight. The wooden suit man instantly turned into dust. And came back. This is the correct method of actual combat. You are practicing. The corners of Yu's lips were drawn out, and he was angry at the same time. At the same time, he was serious about the hidden power displayed by the flames. He said that he was a first-class middle-level spirit, a relatively basic fire attribute spirit. He could learn it by himself in just 1 week. The difficulty is not very high. And the damage is corresponding. The power is not special either, but what Ren Qingqiu used was completely beyond Bao Yang's opinion. Yu Dao thought about it, and then slowly walked forward. Looking at Yun Qingqiu, who was being yelled at by the 3 girls Jing Yufeng, there was another feeling of soreness in his legs. Boy, I see you can still use a bottle of High World Spirit Scroll. The Broken Wind exhibition is in good condition. The teacher said that today's condition is not very good. Of course, Yun Qingqiu said the same thing. After all, he has to be played by 2 women every day. It's a bit hard, isn't it? But UDI doesn't care about this. He has already given him a day and asked Yun Qingqiu to show it immediately. If he fails to pass the test, all his studies will be unreasonable. Yun Qingqiu didn't say anything more. He walked alone to an eyepiece, stretched out his palms, released his spiritual power outwards, and the doctor floated, forcing the wind to slowly wrap around his arms. Graduation Set carefully noticed the state of Yun Qingtang. The direction of zero case in the body was very different from that of Po Feng Zhong. If it weren't for the airflow that disturbed the arm, he would even think that Po Feng Zhong was another zero. Could it be that this company may have adapted Ling Ju? But Ling Juqi would be able to get away with it so easily. This kind of thing can only be done by Chinese elders. At this moment, the disciple suddenly exclaimed that this guy actually had 14 islands of miscarriage energy on his arm. The moment it turns around, it has already broken through the wind. There will be a short prelude to the force transforming into the airflow wrapped around the arm. When it encounters a certain degree, it will change to the point of slashing, and the airflow wrapped around the arm will change. The number is the number of subsequent slashes. Generally speaking, Po Feng Ju can stimulate the air channels of the stove. 14 channels are almost the limit. However, at this time, Yun Qingqiu actually stimulated 17 channels of airflow towards it. This kind of extreme difference can only condense 13 channels of airflow at most, and the combination of 13 channels is already quite large. If the operation is serious and improper, it may even cost the entire coin. However, the guy in front of me looked relaxed and carefree, and the airflow gradually became more and more diffuse. Yu Dao strives for big eyes. If you can spread out the airflow at 17, you can stir up the wooden suit. If you are 17 and the airflow can spread out today, Yu Dao will eat this wooden suit on the spot. Immediately afterwards, the 17 to airflow slides through the air and moves forward quickly. The airflow is transformed into a 17 to slash. The white light exchanges tactics in the air. The sound of breaking the wind appears faintly. Under the display of the machine, the arrogant person turns to the left and the eyes are broken. The selection field was suddenly filled with Chinese people. The second-grade Ling Jue actually came out in actual combat. She was still 17. Luo Yuan only blinked his eyes. Although they had seen each other once last night, they still seemed incomprehensible. Ling Xiaoyao took a deep breath and adjusted her mood. I remember that when I was a child, an old man with a traumatized life brought Qingqiu to Ping'an. The knowledgeable old man at the hearing said that the zero energy they carried was quite high-end and might come from some big families and powerful forces. But when he was asked, he got nothing. Yu Dao's expressionless eyes and mouth were gently closed, as if he wanted to break the atmosphere of results and Dan, but inside he was in a state of despair. Dan's mind was filled with the words of yesterday's conflict. Why is it that Huang Wei is completely pretending? This guy is deliberately restrained. It's okay to pass the evaluation of the customer service, but the matter of my sister-in-law's toilet is not something she wants to embarrass herself in. Her mind was running very fast. She suddenly thought of something and suddenly raised her head. She took out a 10,000-word essay. If this guy can't come up with a 10,000-word brief discussion, then he has an excuse to make a fool of himself. Since he can use Po Feng Zhong, the couple in the new Central Division will definitely not write that brief discussion. When Zhu Jiyu heard that Yu Dao didn't yell for prison escape, he could push away the crowd and walk over. After Peng Qi pointed at him, he walked over and said, "Senior brother Ji, this is Yun Qingqiu's simple. I almost vomited blood when I took the Yu Dao. This guy really wrote a 10,000-word summary. Her mother has already learned breaking wind palm. Why is she still writing a summary? You are poisonous." I turned over the moon a little and found that there were more than 5 self-criticisms of 10,000 words each. What the hell is this situation? It's a bit fierce to get a monthly condom with a generous thumbs up. The only one being punished these days is the artist Yun Qingqiu. Why are there 5 of them here? Review. He flipped through the pages quickly and found that 4 of them were of his elegant military training and zero energy. At first glance, he looked like a beautiful girl. At a glance, the ones at the back of the brief description were all zero energy. Many disciples can see the content of the review even if they look up slightly from behind the moon cover. After looking at the target, the opponents almost understand it. You, girl, help me. Yun Qingqiu looked at the paper and saw that it was very poor. She turned around and was shocked. Please help me write a summary. Luo Yuan only looked at Yun Qingqiu with gravity. I was afraid that the wetland would be blocked and I would be in trouble if there was a punishment, so I helped write 10,000 yuan overnight. Lin Xiaoyan nodded. I also thought he couldn't write. I covered my back at night and brainstormed 10,000 words. Turns out he wrote. Miyun is also a gas pumper. His eyes flashed. If I knew you guys would help me write, I wouldn't have bothered. I wrote all night long. All I can think about now is I'm sorry. The three women looked at each other and looked at Ming and Qingqiu. They seemed to be aggrieved and complained about why they didn't tell them. Yun Qingqiu's smell came to make Yu Dao dirty the toilet. He even made a 10,000-word self-reflection on replacing water, even the pain in it. What she didn't expect was that several girls also suffered and wrote for her, and she was filled with questions. The hand of the moon glove is tightened, and the scissors slowly deform in the hand. The scissors are bleeding, and 0 Ju has also passed. If I talk nonsense again, Mankan will just stop it. But cleaning the toilet, how can I stand in front of my heart after I just do this? What else can I do? I can only continue to be shameless. I am not a human being. Yu Dao raised his head and gave a rogue smile. Yun Qingqiu, let others take charge of the writing. This is the rule of Second World Chinese. He then looked at Lin Xiaoyaluo Academy's Muyun. What are you thinking about? This is Yun Qingqiu's summary, but you wrote it for him, thinking that returning home is. Luo Yuan only frowned. It's just senior brother. My junior brother wrote the summary himself. It's our fault that we ghostwritten it. We have nothing to do with junior brother. Don't run away from your own losses and immediately interrupt Lu Yuan's words. Do you have the right to speak here? Are you looking directly or am I looking directly? Yes, Wu Zunjie will continue to protect you. It seems that you need to go up to Yu's Hongmen to deal with it. Today, none of you can escape. You will all be punished. As for you, Yun Qingqiu, haha, you are waiting to be sent down to smash and lie down. Yun Qingqiu bit Yu Dao coldly, and he could ignore it if he offended him, but he actually talked about his sister. Yu Dao was so proud that Yun Qingqiu from Babu took action so that he could have the opportunity to die. Just when he was about to continue provoking, a light and cold voice suddenly came from beside him. The monthly value of everything is that the acting is considered as a mistake, so I am also guilty of a mistake. Yu Dao Dajin didn't even notice that someone appeared next to him. When he turned around, he turned out to be Han. Chu Wei's disciple was shocked. Han Le actually helped you write a brief review for Qingxiu. Yu Dao went crazy. Han Yugui is a disciple of Changluan Guanmen, and he actually helped this kid write a self-criticism. What's the point? Han Yu stood next to Yun Qingqiu, with no expression on her eyes, and her voice was neither happy nor sad, which was a little confusing but not painful. Graduation set up, Wei Wei said. Of course it doesn't count. Han Le nodded. Wei Wei. I just heard that you wanted to punish other people. Is it because I am a Nagato disciple that you are protecting me? The invisible aura on Han Yu's body forced Yu Dao to be speechless, and his forehead was covered with sweat. Han Yu had been hiding behind closed doors. You are a typical practicing otaku. But you appeared at this time and even targeted yourself. It was really a setback. Wash your wrist first when Han Yu is active. Wrist review is written by my hand. The more he tricked him. After all, Fairy Han Yu was the most promising disciple of the master. If he said something to the master, he might have to play directly, but the Yu Dao alliance nodded. Xiao He's fortune-telling is clear. I hate studying radiation. Junior brother performed well and got full marks for coursework. As for cleaning the toilet, I will do it. The Zuntai toilet is absolutely clean. Junior brother is welcome to check. This matter is too poisonous and gentle. It is completely different from the previous account cancellation. In addition, junior brother Yun, I will also personally apologize to you in the future. If I am used in any place in the future, and the financial management opens the door, senior brother will definitely help you deal with it. Yu Dao has a secret plan in his mind. He needs to get through this level now. He will have a chance to take revenge later. Otherwise, how will he be able to reverberate in the Chinese language in the future? Yun Qingqiu laughed and said, okay, let me try my brother's advice. But I have some knowledge and I didn't explain it clearly. The toilet we bet on is not the toilet in Chutai, but the entire Zhongmen. Yu Taoduan's face turned green in shame. The eyes of the entire sect's juniors and brothers are not a joke. Thousands of people in the sect will be cleaned until the year of the river and the month of the river. Yun Qingqiu just looked at him indifferently. It was because his brother wanted to return. The moon condom wanted to attack, but before Ding Junzi, Han Yu's face was expressionless. Did he sigh and take it off? He struggled internally and finally bit out a few times. Okay, I'll sweep it. Yun Qingjin then continued, it won't bother you if you are light and windy. I hope to get dirty. Senior brother, don't dare to enter. The moon peach soul is so deep that it almost spits out a mouthful of soil. The Chuwei brothers felt cold tears in their hearts. Sun Fencheli felt more and more uncomfortable as he went through menstruation. Instead of eating dog meals next to him, which was the worst, it was better to concentrate on cultivating food. And Yun Qingqiu also has one more person to become a good person. Bao Liang will go first. Back at this moment, Yun Qingqiu felt that there was a murderous aura behind him. Many powerful Chinese pigs rolled out of the pigeon head. Something bad was going to happen. The girl was about to collapse. She managed to fool her yesterday. I'm afraid it won't be that easy today. He was in pain and didn't understand Hanli's operation at all. The two of them didn't have a huge hatred, so why should they cause it? Miyun obediently stayed aside to get out of the way, holding a Bagua star as a member of the Shishou group. Yun Qingqiu's shoulders were slapped by Qingqing. Yang Gu Xiangwei paved his nose. Yun Qingqiu and his like were cold men. Qingqiu, if you really have an affair with Fairy Han, I will help you write a 10,000-word essay. Yun Qingqiu turned around and was about to explain. Luo Yuanji's finger gently touched Yun Qingqiu's mouth, smiling and saying, Junior brother, there is no need to say anything. Xiaoyao and I both know how to drink men. Ling Xiaoyao lost her temper and said one after another, I said at first that it has nothing to do with them, but they are looking for you again and again, and I can't help but look at you. Fairy Han is still looking at you. That look in her eyes makes Han Qing more silent. Luo Yuan only smiled and continued to answer the conversation. Not only that, I saw Yu Lian in that posture. I think it must be such a fairy to be worthy of the room. Xiaoyao and I will not run away like light bulbs. Yun Qingqiu was very crazy. When he dared to hold on to two girls, wait a minute. This is really a misunderstanding. I have only met him a few times. How can there be any messy relationship? Wait a minute. That Yun Qingqiu turned around and immediately begged for mercy. Han Yu world, please say something. I'm about to die. Han Yu's eyes flashed with tears. She missed the cheetah and pointed to the grove on the side. I really still care about it. Can you be a grove for a while? Yun Qingqiu directly put it on the spot. At this moment, he felt like setting fire to the mountain. Ling Xiaoyao turned around angrily, confused. Let's go. Luo Yuan just smiles and nods. He opens his eyes to Yun Qingqiu and gets along well. The world is waiting for your good news. Yun Qingqiu will print the deep arm of two members of the girl club. Muyun Construction also left with the two of them. The only remaining clouds are Qingqiu Yati and Exploring Love. Just then Hanla came over. Can you come with me to the woods? Yun Qingqiu twitched her lips and said, okay, I'll go to the woods with you today to have an in-depth conversation. I want to see what you really want to say. The official saw that there was a small wave full of Daohua which was called the Lover's Wave. There are many secret truths about love and speed that are not true here. Yun Qingqiu immediately blushed when he got here. If he really went in, he wouldn't be able to explain it, so he went to the pavilion next to it instead. Many fellow students who passed by were very different and stayed on the roadside to live in the clan. When did Fairy Handler make sense? Han Yu ignored those instructions and generously led Yun Qingqiu up to the next floor, found an empty seat and sat down. Lin Qingqiu said speechlessly, Sister, what do you want to say? Han Yu took out a peach blossom that the sailor downstairs picked up and brought it to the back of the old man. It looked like Yin Qingqiu. I'm not that old. I can't support any big sister. I may even be younger than you. Yun Qingqiu shines up and down in the cold moon. Nian Rong makes good friends. The deep wind is full of dangers. No matter how you look at it, you are 178 years old. I dare to ask the fairy to lead it. Han Yu looked into his eyes very sincerely. 15. Yun Qingqiu was shocked. I can have long legs like you at 15. No matter how long you are, you can still feel what I am doing. Han Yu lightly understood that running and touching his thigh might be an exercise for the Qing family to practice their body skills. Then what's going on with your breasts? After saying that, Yun Qingqiu and Wang Wuzuan were mad for a moment and actually said such crude words, and they were secretly disappointed. It was quiet for a few seconds, and Han Yu gently floated on her breasts. I have the feeling of practicing physical education and have two eyes. This should not be surprising. Yun Qingqiu was speechless. She was so excited that she said it was inappropriate because of Thailand. If it had been any other girl, she might not have slapped her in the face. But Mr. Han Yu answered seriously, isn't it a bit too upright? Speaking of which, the sea is actually somewhat similar to the land he owns. I'm dizzy and trembling. If I were my little apprentice, we could talk dirty together, but it would be troublesome if I meet a girl like this who takes everything seriously. I don't know what it means at all. Before he could speak, Han Libian spoke first. Judging from your age, I should ask you to give birth to a baby. But he suddenly paused again. He seemed to think that there was some business in teaching students to sing songs, and he wanted to make his tone a little lighter. Qingqiu Ji. Yin Qingqiu dared to die and refused with nothing. He didn't dare to take it seriously. He almost knelt down in the underground prison. If he spent his whole life teaching in front of his wives, he would probably have to buy the goods in person. Han Yu saw Yin Qingqiu's crotch and raised her eyebrows slightly. Don't worry, I don't have any feelings for you. But he suddenly changed his mind and said, no, you look quite pleasing to the eye. It's also a double transformation and one spiritual root. It would be suitable to practice dual cultivation. After a while, I will be old enough to find you. As soon as these words came out, Yin Qingqiu was almost shot to death. She felt crazy and lustful for a while. She looked at Han Yu leisurely. Han Yu was confused. If you have anything to do, just say it. Please. He heard that Han Lechu was in seclusion and rarely went out. He wanted to see what the little war girl had to say to him. Han Yu closed her eyes and sorted out her thoughts. Kang Lanyu has not sent any tasks recently. Can you please mention it? I heard that in the past few years, there have been more and more factions in the Xiuzheng world who want to repair the association. In order to prevent unrest, the major forces in Kanglan Jade jointly organized a foot massage order to coordinate the dispatch of light forces to the central gate of the area where the mission was delivered. The middle sect will then send those tasks down to the disciples to receive and complete them. All the major middle sects will gather to cooperate. First, you can stir the swash plate to achieve stability in the area. Secondly, it improves the disciples and allows them to develop their strength. Having experience of life and death combat will also give them a huge boost. Those who perform exceptionally well in the Horned Demon Order mission in Fudan will receive sect rewards and will also be promoted to SNSD. He is even qualified to enter the Kangan territory, and the ancient corrections jointly controlled by the big names go in to find important technologies. In addition, the Horned Demon Order will also serve as an important extra point for Kang Lanyu to modify the bondage of young people. After boarding the bondage order, you will get a huge amount of customs in Kanglan Yu. As long as you wait for the machine to be tied up, your books will fly into the fields, and even the porridge door will be exposed. If a disciple who is bound to a contract is selected by a sect, a large amount of resources will be distributed as compensation in exchange for the disciple. And the good will be regarded as a support for the sect. Moreover, the rewards for each type of binding are extremely attractive. For example, when practicing single binding, the master will be required to block the side of the hand anywhere. In short, foot-touching collar has extremely high requirements for both individuals and people. Yin Qingqiu couldn't explain the misfortune. He said so much, so what did Sister Hanshin mean? Han Yu said very seriously, although Hu Yuan shares have a place in Muzhou Prefecture, they have been radicalized in recent years and have not been listed for a long time. If this continues, other companies will inevitably take over. My entry-level score is 2 years old. What should I do after trying it? At this time, Yoli, a disciple who was dressed up, came over and looked at Han Yu. He was in a special mood. She turned out to be the Chinese goddess Han Yuxian. It quickly places a menu on the table. Come on, two of you. Have some tea. Yin Qingqiu glanced at Qingdan, broken sound tea, urinary tea, and the earth leaf tea at the back. Never heard of it. Yin Qingqiu hydropower refers to it. This, I guess, was pulled out from the corner of the mouth of the disciple who was dressed up. This house or some other ghost invited the goddess of the middle sect to drink this cracked tea. She shook her head and left. Go ahead, ask for less. 2 cups of dark tea will make you less. Yin Qingqiu pushed 1 cup in front of Han Yu. The world only wants to be lofty. I admire you. But this is in line with me. I can go to you, 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 I can go to you. I am the 30 roots of water, wood, and earth, and you have the ice peak 0 root that is mutated by water and wood. I will one day be a high-level 0 Jew. If the two of us practice together, we will definitely be able to make higher progress. Yin Qingqiu's eyes were slightly fascinated. The world should be able to find people with the same spiritual roots as Yunli. It is not cheap spiritual roots that can be used to cultivate together. When Yang Han Yu continued to add, when I was fighting with you, I found that your aura was particularly strong behind your chest. It should be very long-lasting. I don't like to practice for a short period of time. It's best to endure the Yu festival together. Yin Qingqiu looked at Han Yu strangely. The more she heard these words, the more strange she felt. When I thought about it carefully, it was almost the same as Shuangxiu. Could it be that he wanted to suck me too? In response to Yun Qingqiu's question, Han Yun and Yang Yoji paused for a moment and looked at Yun Qingqiu and said very seriously. You look blinking, don't let me bother you. Yun Qingqiu is very different. You mean to cross me and be handsome? You are my words. Hanle didn't know how to answer, so he nodded awkwardly, a little unclear. Yun Qingqiu looked at the scenery outside the window with a deep expression. He was chosen by Yang Ji as a powerful faction. Although he felt a little wrong, he had to say that he was indeed very discerning and he was willing to accept this challenge. Han Yu was silent for a moment, otherwise he would feel that this person was a bit unnecessary. After a while, he took out a small pre-collection from Yiruan and put it in front of Yun Qingqiu. This is the Lingjing pill. It is a concept that can increase the level of breakthrough for the mayor, who has just entered the middle gate. However, the single path of the settlement fund is for those who need drugs to receive breakthroughs, so you should be able to use the rest. Han Yu paused for a moment and hoped that he could believe in the support of animal hunting again. This single drug Yun Qingqiu method of not knowing how to love can be used to hide it. After thinking for a while, Yun Qingqiu also took out a moon fire. I don't like to owe others anything. Here are some Qingqiu Zero medicines that can help you clear your mind and prevent fire hazards. The discovery of the difference between South Korea and Vietnam is related to the strong excitement of the medicine box emitted by the core. The value is even higher than one's own three-body monotony. It will not be alone. How can an entry-level address be so good at farming? And Yun Qingqiu smiled faintly. As for the foot mask order or the juvenile treasure, I am not very interested. I am very satisfied with my current cultivation life. It is getting late. I will be early. After taking him away, Han Yu picked up Yu and Qingqing and opened them. Inside is a pile of extremely high-quality forming sheets, which are very good when you smell them. In addition, there is also a book in it. Fankang book industry of the Han Yu festival also strives for greatness. The Lian family ignites a trace of Su Hong. This book has. After returning to the Qingyu seal room in the afternoon, Yun Qingqiu stayed at the entrance of the courtyard for more than 10 minutes, still gritting his teeth and walking. He is in a very good mood. The lonely friend he hired last time was just a good husband. This time, the two of them are dead. It is not easy to lie about love. Yun Qingqiu couldn't help but dare to explore. Sometimes being too charming is also a sin. Entering the attic, he first went to Mu Yun's door and knocked on the door. After the door opened, Mu Yun looked at Ning Qingqiu, who looked ugly and miserable. Yihua hit Xiaoqiu. Didn't you go on a date with Han Yu World? It's over. Yun Qingqiu was almost shot to death with one sentence. Toothed brother Mo Dong, small world deeply says. Mu Yun Danbang changed his mind. I'm sorry. What does Xiaoqiu want to do with me, really? Yun Qingqiu took a deep breath. How are Xiaoya and Da Shijie doing? How are they doing? Mu Yun told her that both of them were a little excited. They would go to the room after dinner. Xiaoya did not practice and the hospital sister did not go to the bathroom with me. I said that things were not going well in autumn and winter, so I decided to think of Dafa to go back. He scratched his hair anxiously and decided to go to the little spirit care room on the first floor first. Zhangqie knocks on the door to avoid making any noise. Come in. Yun Qingqiu Yileng, Qingqing pushes Tai Men's probe. Lin Xiaoya was packing something in the room. Before he could speak, Lin Xiaoya spoke first. I thought you were staying out for the night and not coming back. Lin Xiaoya crossed her delicate legs and thought long and hard about Ying Qingqiu. It was really unexpected to come back so early. He dared to explain in a hurry. How could he not come back? Xiaoya, you misunderstood. He just sat down next to Ling Xiaoya, but he pushed him away in disgust. Mother Moen, you smell of Han Yu, give me the original. Ling Xiaoya arranged her clothes angrily and looked like she didn't want to take care of her clothes. Yun Qingqiu took her head and held a small bench and stood opposite Ling Xiaoya. Xiaoya, don't get me wrong, we really have nothing to do with each other. Look at your pale face. Don't be angry. Ling Xiaoya Hang has hooked her all her life. Girl, it's so cool to see you happy and I'm happy too, why should I be angry? Yun Qingqiu then said, it's nothing. I didn't take the initiative to look for it at all, but Lin Xiaoya was even more angry. That's enough. You want to say that it's the world that's wrong, isn't it? Yun Qingqiu felt a pain in his head. He was silent for a few seconds and took out one. It was accumulated into a beautiful storage space. He originally planned to give it to her as a birthday gift. At present, it seems that it is more important to date the girl first. Xiaoya, look at what this is. Lin Xiaoya turned her head to show that she was not looking, but the grey light reflected by the sunlight was dazzling, and he couldn't help but steal her sister-in-law's affection. After seeing the ring, his mouth opened slightly. Is this the storage world? This storage world is beautifully designed and worth a lot of money at first glance. It is expected to fly and can hold a lot of beautiful clothes. His dream is that he can't believe it. One of them turned out to be Lin Xiaodan had some singing skills and seemed to be hesitant about accepting it. Before he could choose, Yun Qingqiu directly put the Chu Wu ring in his hand. Ling Xiaoya put away a large pile of clothes she had packed and looked at Yun Qingqiu with her face in her hands. I am really not angry. I will ignore you when I am angry. I am just sad and jealous. Hao Qingqiu is slightly confused. Eat it, that's right. Bing Xiaoya lowered her head and looked at the kitchen world on her finger. Yes, I ate by mistake. My Qinglei master was taken away by another woman. Lin Xiaoya looked at Yun Qingqiu aggrievedly. What can I do? I want to stay with you forever. What if you don't come to me if you are angry? I am not targeting Han Yuan. I am afraid that you will be taken away and it will never work again. Yun Qingqiu looked at the Anran girl and felt slightly distressed. Xiaobian leaned forward and picked up Ling Xiaoyang's little hand-dressed model. What are you thinking about? You are my favorite little cutie. How could I ignore you? Lin Xiaoya shook her head redly. Oh, it won't be good if others hear it. Yun Qingqiu smiled darkly. Then we can do bad things quietly and don't let others. Ling Xiaoya's face is so sweet. I won't do bad things with you. Ling Xiaoya's hands gently touch his face. Bad guy, who knows how many hooks you will have in the future. She burst out her breasts with both hands and had a serious face. It seems that I still want to show my strength openly. If you have another girl in the future, will you let me down? I will go. Yun Qingqiu smiled and tickled Ling Xiaoya's nose. Okay, then you will be very good. Ling Xiaoya, curled my lips. I seem to be unable to hit you with my tongue. Then I will tear down your house, take your things, and leave you with nothing. Then you can only follow me. Ling Xiao turned around shyly. The more she looked at the ring, the more she fell in love with it. Her heart felt sweet, as if she had taken honey medicine. I can't help but cry when I see Xiaoya. Speaking of which, why is my little cutie still practicing so hard? She hasn't achieved any breakthroughs in the past few days. When Ling Xiaoya mentioned cultivation, he had no choice but to ask, how do I know? I always feel like I'm missing something. It's a little closer every time. But after I'm fully prepared, I find it's even worse. It's all my fault that you gave me that piece of mess. I couldn't get out of the Lingli operation at all. Yun Qingqiu has no trade options, so why don't you treat it as an apology tonight and I'll help you drag it out. Ling Xiaoya couldn't help but wonder, Bupo, how can you help me? Smoking he high gently and letting you finish it simply with a smile. Bing Xiaoya felt cold and then unconsciously remembered some scenes from her dreams. Xiao stepped back. What did you say? I don't believe you. Don't even think about this. How will the sound produced when two worlds live together? Yuan Qingqiu looked at Ling Xiaoya. Hey, are you thinking wrong? I doubt you will develop any more. Soon he said seriously, okay, let's stop making trouble. The Western style I'm talking about only provides some explanations to help you solve the problem. Ling Xiaoya blinked. When Lingli could still be transferred after a disaster, Yun Qingqiu smiled faintly. It is difficult for others to do it, but it is easy for us. Lin Xiaoya followed his instructions and turned around. Yun Qingqiu sat behind Lin Xiaoya and put her hands on the patch of his neck. The golden lines slide with the fingers, forming a complex pattern of spiritual formations behind Ling Xiaoya. The intertwined spiritual formations behind Ling Xiaoya are like star formations. Yun Qingqiu counted those students who studied Taoism and took the initiative to use their spiritual power. Ling Xiaoya's body was slightly restless, and she felt more comfortable than ever before. Her soul and blood vessels seemed to be activated, exuding vitality and seemed to be seeking spiritual help. More, faster. With the continuous infusion of zero pills, Zero Xiaoya's body shimmers with golden light, the sea of qi expands, and zero pills are transported happily in the body. Han Shui's eye mask was gradually filled with crystal light, and his cultivation level increased rapidly. The origin was unexpected. Lin Xiaoya's fighting power was too strong, and her sexual attraction developed. In the blink of an eye, she was already in love. As expected of Tian Yushengti, it's a bit difficult, right? Yun Qingqiu took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from his face. He felt so tired for a long time. He walked out of the walking wolf softly. To his surprise, Master Yun was not sleeping yet. I went out of the window to look at Qingqiu, thinking about the reason, and seemed to be asking how it was. Yun Qingqiu had a big evil intention on Mu Yun, tried to solve it, and then crawled to the second place with hands and feet clean. I don't know if the senior sister is asleep. Yun Qingqiu stood in front of the door and hesitated for a moment, knocking on the door in a mood. Light footsteps came out and the door was quickly opened. I only came out of the courtyard on one side. It's so late, and when? Yu Qingqiu made a mistake and was unhappy with the world. He deliberately came to Honghua to facilitate entry. Luo Yuan only looked at Yun Qingqiu, then turned around and returned to the room. Yun Qingqiu hesitated and followed a few others. This is the first time I have come in for the return duty. Ink calligraphy and paintings are hung on the wall. The flat shoes in the room are decorated with bites that condense the floating liquid. Put an incense burner next to Ping Feng and chat about clearing the smoke. It will be delicious. After entering the courtyard, he only stepped onto the bed. At this moment, he was wearing a nightgown, and his perfect curves were caught in his sight. Knocking up the unnecessary white water, I saw the foreshadowing of a broken heart. Yun Qingqiu took a breath of air. This sleeping group with large intestine legs looks a bit healing. If those yellow novels could use Liu Yuanji as the cover, they would be so popular that they would be sold out. A casual question from the courtyard hung how Xiaoya. Yun Qingqiu nodded. Xiaoya's side is closer. The big world is angry. Ruo Yuan just said without thanks, no, I have nothing to be angry about. It was just disrespectful on your part. You have a good relationship with other women and it suits me to fuck you. Hao Qingqiu smiled darkly. The world was joking. My relationship with the world was not very good. The world gave me books and hair, made me snacks, and even took my clothes with me that day. There are only very slippery Yun Qingqiu eyes in the courtyard. I thought you had forgotten. Yun Qingqiu is trying to reach the point where she wants to point to the bed. How could she forget that she will spend more time and less in her life? Don't be angry. World. Why don't I admit my mistake now? Can you give me a chance? When he got out of the courtyard, he only saw Yun Qingqiu looking like he was having sex with a dog, and he couldn't help but feel angry. As he said that, he put his thin white eyebrow legs on Yun Qingqiu's head, picked up the nail polish next to him, and helped me paint my nails. If it's done, I'm thinking about whether to forgive him. Yun Qingqiu held the thin jade bamboo and took the small brush to cheer her up, but he accidentally lowered it to his legs. Yun Qingqiu wiped away the cold and felt the familiar smooth warmth. Luo Yuan just bit her lip and wanted to have a fit and step on her chest. But when she saw Shinichi's young boy carefully drawing his nails, he felt a little troubled. He hated it for a few seconds and rolled his eyes. She just leaned on the wall in the courtyard and asked leisurely, "What does Han Yu want from you?" Who pumpkin girl definitely can't do anything good. Yun Qingqiu was a little speechless. Don't be ridiculous in the world. There is nothing messy. Han Yu just asked me if I wanted to accept the couple together. Luo Yuan refers to Xiao He, who is exploring Yun Qingqiu. Why do so many people have to look for you? Come and talk to the world. After rehabilitating 2 wives, they are already cute after 10 days after being released. Yun Qingqiu felt a little horny in her heart. Fortunately, she found a place to practice uniforms before coming here and used the secret recipe given by Xu Ju. The 2 women are filled with joy and appetite. If it weren't for their poor health, I might have died in your belly. In the future, when they improve their cultivation, the red handkerchief will still not be able to hold up and they will have to continue to harass them. Dazed and confused, Qiuxi went downstairs. When he turned around and went back to the room, he found that Mu Yun was still asleep. He had put the bag on the window. I don't know what he was thinking. Little senior sister, the light has almost stopped and I haven't rested yet. Mu Yun looked at her and smiled darkly. As expected of Xiaoqiu, being able to call 2 women for so long is really amazing. The planet is speechless, don't talk nonsense in the small world. I didn't do anything inappropriate. Mu Yun Leogua is very excited, that is to say, except for extraordinary things. Qingqiu was so dizzy that she didn't know what to say, so she dared to change the topic. By the way, there are still a few days until the Zhongmen collects resources for offerings. Starting tomorrow, I will work hard with Little World to practice medicine. Although 10 days are not long, it may not be impossible to create miracles. Little World should rest early. Mu Yun only refers to himself, and only to Yun Qingqiu, the 2 of us together. He lowered his head shyly. The most evil little ball finally got its grip on me. Mu Yun immediately locked his head back to the window and went to sleep. Only Yun Qingqiu was left with a bit of a dream, and she couldn't figure out what the hell he was talking about. In the morning, Lin Xiaoya and Luo Yuanji sat next to Fan Ju with moisturized faces. Goddess Liang looked moisturized and satisfied, as if she wanted to look good again. Yun Qingqiu picked up Lin Xiaoya's chowder and found that Liang Nu took off her pantyhose and was looking at him, with an expression on her face that she still wanted to suck. She immediately lowered her head to eat. Just after breakfast, a disciple suddenly appeared outside Qing Yufeng Yuanlu, wearing a suit and running away. He said loudly, Qing Yufeng can inject people with energy. When they heard the shouts, they immediately stopped packing and a group of people quickly walked out of the hospital. He stopped in the courtyard and asked, will this junior brother have a meeting? Yes, the inner disciple scanned the 3 beautiful ladies of Qing Yufeng. I glanced at Ming and Qingqiu again, and a dull look appeared on my face instantly. In the afternoon, the meeting of satire begins. The protagonist of each mountain must, when Yang Muyun immediately lowered his head and looked sad. After all, Qing Yufeng always ranks at the bottom at this time of year. Whenever he mentions it, he will be laughed at by a group of people. Then it is really embarrassing for the two women to be named out. Muyun never wants to feel like a body rule again, and he practiced medicine in advance this year just so that he would not be picked to win again. But who knew that the road yard was only in trouble, but there were no chickens at all. I'm afraid today will be worse than previous years. After leaving the courtyard, I only dared to hurriedly submit to Muyun. It's not that bad. In the past, the disciples who spread the news all looked at us with all kinds of looks. This year's attitude is not that good. Yuan Qingqiu didn't understand why. The three girls looked at Yun Qingqiu together. Even Zhongmen was forced to clean the toilet by Yu. Why do you think it was? The sect's dedication meeting is often held once a year. It only reminds everyone not to write down the mountain. In order to replenish the inventory, the girl will propose to the mountain every year. To collect resources. Its main purpose is to increase the distance between each mountain and enhance the collective sense of honor. The top few peaks with good performance will be rewarded with land bonuses, while those with poor performance will also be punished. A large capacity will result in huge land losses. In addition, collecting resources will also strengthen the strength of the land leaders, which always has many benefits. The peaks above the square have basically arrived. As soon as we entered the square, several female monks walked up to the monks. They were female monks from other mountain peaks. They had become very close to the monks. Why did they arrange to take a shower together after business breaks? This is a female cultivator who has experienced a profound Yun Qingqiu. I am busy introducing the road yard to everyone as well as the construction. At this moment, a young man with good health walked towards the king's field with the encouragement of many disciples. His name is Qin Xiangxing and he is one of the leaders of the Qing dynasty. Han Yu's senior brother came to Japan and he defeated the guards and rebelled against him. The little otaku who was trained by Chen Mi actually came out of seclusion. As a qualified Taguchi, she is naturally Babu's junior sister. She can communicate with him and find opportunities to gain enlightenment. But Han Yuyu was as usual, still cold and indifferent to him, but that was normal. After all, she was the first goddess of the sect. If she wasn't aloof, she would still be there, but the news I heard recently really almost put it off. Han Yu actually clicked the internet with a new entry address. Some time ago, I made a mistake with him at the training ground. Tips for inviting people in front of many people. Then I went to listen among the prize winners. More importantly, I heard other disciples say that they also gave small cookies to the male newcomers. You know, Hanle's cookies can't be moved. One time, the master accidentally took a look at Hanle's little brother. Hanle realized on the spot that he was half a month old. He took the initiative to give away biscuits and even helped write a 10,000-word brief, which was as detailed as a stock exchange. As a noble keychainer with a clear Chinese address, I have always had a superior and courageous temperament and felt the wrong version. He actually befriended an unknown young man who was new to the profession. Naturally, he really wanted to see what the new disciple could do. He could actually make Han Yu clay into this shape. You can only go out for urgent matters and cannot create a house. You can only look around when you are walking in the Chinese plaza to see if you can make a suggestion to clear the content when you pick it up. When I passed by a few people, I suddenly overheard the conversation of a disciple of Jin Ming. The female staff member Yun Qingqiu was so nice. She was actually surrounded by a group of female cultivators. How many harems would this party have? Qin Xiangxin stopped and looked around, and sure enough he saw a new disciple running away. The content must be clear. Yun Qingqiu was having a lively chat with the female cultivators at the first level, and even looked at them in front of Zhengyu. Jianzhuang Qingxiang came over to Xin Xiao and drank. The place looked a bit lively. The female cultivators turned around and saw that Qin Xiangxin was already carrying Yanbang's luggage and senior brother Qin. When you get into the hospital, you are also carrying a little luggage. Then he whispered, Junior brother, you are allowed to spend your time living around. Han Yu's senior brother comes to trouble you. King Xiangxin raised his hand to be a Zhu Renxuanli, and then dinged Yun Qingqiu. I just heard this junior brother say that you are lovelorn. Qin Xiangxin is currently the most outstanding young medicinal food in Chinese. The medicine is made by Ji Xiaoqiangkan, which has a very high status in Chinese. Yun Qingqiu, who is new to eating food, has also heard of many legends about Qin Xiangxin. Yun Qingqiu smiled. I was just practicing for fun. What if I can't hold on to practice? Yun Qingqiu's eyes were brightened with sincerity. She didn't even dare to admit her identity. She was afraid that she was the kind of half-assed person with a simple chain of command who dared to show off in front of a female cultivator. She didn't have much scented hair on her body. If you look at it at a glance, You will definitely not be able to stand on the stage. He looked very regretful. That's a pity. I originally wanted to share some training skills with the world. Then I'd better practice more in the future. Only after you understand the fur cat can you communicate with me. On the surface, he was spreading the words forward in a circle, but Mu Yake was angry, but he was full of infinite strictness, which meant that you are not qualified and have the ability to speak. The sarcasm on his face was clearly visible, and his tendency to deliberately mention Lian Yaosha was clearly visible. I want to firmly suppress Yun Qingqiu's identity and let him know from the new place whether his status, cultivation level or Lian Yao are all suppressed. The reason why this kid should cause trouble for him is that he will also have the sorrow of knowing his reputation later. Yun Qingqiu frowned. He must be a sweet dog. He couldn't catch up with Han Yu and now he's looking for his own tea. Qing Xiangxin looked at everyone and said proudly, speaking of which, I am going to attend the Ballad Refining Conference in Luolin City. Unfortunately, Shidi is not qualified enough to go. Otherwise, I can take you to Changchang Construction along the way. The two disciples accompanying me all praised the house. Senior brother must remember his mastery in practice. The golden statue must be in front of him, and the sincerity of love is even more exhilarating. How can one regret a rough relationship and get hurt? The purpose of listening to a group of female cultivators. Yun Qingqiu and Luo Yuan pointed out that Shen Qinghe was outside. Because of Yun Qingqiu's participation, the love meeting turned into chaos. Even the second, third, and other rankings did not show up and the fuck ended. It has never been like this in so many years of hosting. The Nei Yao conference was an important victory for Luolin City. It ended like this. Not only the audience, but also the sponsors were very sad. So many people renegotiated to postpone it for a month. And hold it again. However, this time only the names after the second place were held. It's a pity that people in Qingqiu meet many geniuses because they have no intention of falling in love for the time being. If they hold shooting again, they will not pass. And in the early hours of the morning, in order to attract Mu Ju Fu Lian to participate in the food supply, he deliberately hid the news of winning the championship and announced that it was due to postponement. Therefore, the Qin genius did not know. Okay, I've also been triggered. Let the love dissipate for a while. I took out a lot of premix materials and distributed them to all the female cultivators. These are some nourishing single medicines and a few gadgets. Hold on, the result of the attack by the female cultivators. Then she turned around and smiled at Yun Qingqiu. Sorry, I don't have any orders for the master, and the reason why it distributed the orders was because it saw that the celebrities had lost their hair. It wanted to use practical actions to crack down. It said that the things it distributed casually had an impact, and it wanted to say that others were not worthy of its attacks. Yun Qingqiu was silent for a moment, with a gentle look on his eyes. Then senior brother Song Qin, I wish you a prosperous return. Yang Mingsheng. Qing Xiangxin nodded, feeling a little proud in her heart. It seemed that this person still had some ideas in his heart and did not dare to offend himself. Then he took Shutsong down the mountain. With him, I only shook my head when I dropped into the courtyard. I am afraid that a month after this person left, I would have cried when I went to Luolin City to inquire about Xiong. When the news came back to Shengmen, the image star will also be completely stepped on by his junior brother. Junior brother is so bad. This is worse than being slapped in the face on the spot. But he is very awake. After taking him away, a young woman took pictures of his vagina. This senior brother Qin seems to be a little targeted at Yun Shidi. He is so high in the sect, but he bullies our cute little Shidi. He is disgusting in the world. That kind of stinky feeling made the girls very unhappy, so they all sided with Yun Qingqiu. Luo Yuan only smiled slightly. It was clear that he was bullied out of love, but a group of girls were sympathizing with Ming Qingqiu. This junior bully could still get past the bully and get sympathy. It is really amazing. He was immediately looking forward to the reaction of these girls when the news reached the sect. The female brothers found out that the only gift given by Qin Xiong from Tai Tai was inside. It contained high-end makeup that is popular in the acupuncture industry. With the support of Ruo Wanxi, Yun Qingqiu Zhongli and the others also opened their pre-combination. After smelling the smell, they were confused for a while. In the encounter, there lie 2 bottles of top-quality single medicine that looked like pearls. Ren Yang said that the 2 bottles of single medicine are still top quality. This is the so-called practice of medicine. You can only practice it until it is completed. If you have completed the practice, then what is the other practice of medicine? At this level, you can completely stand on your own. Okay, after building up his strength, the first level and the major moved forward to take the initiative to seduce this junior disciple. In the courtyard, the pigtailed junior sister with shining eyes was assigned, and the alliance appointed Yunqing to protect the master. At another point in the square, Zhang Lao Konggu looked cold and handsome. The disciples coming and going were even a little reluctant to give up. Ever since Yun Qingqiu entered the sect, the ordinary mind has been constant. Qingchuan disciples were educated every month. Those who have cultivated inner wisdom or looked straight at them will be sent to sweep the closed toilets. As a master, he really couldn't hold back, but he couldn't shamelessly go to find a disciple's son. However, he had to deal with Qing Yofeng's uncle. He quickly set his sights on this Chinese bellows conference. Judging from the current situation, their mountain peaks have accumulated more than 1,000 ammunition. And they should be ranked among the top 3 of all major mountains. In this way, it has been 5 years and 3 years in a row. Qing Yufeng has been out of the store in the past few years, and the 4th Elder's spin machine has not been counterattacked for several years. This is a good time to capture Qing Yufeng. At 10 o'clock in the afternoon, after the master and the master appeared, all the disciples who represented Shanfeng were doing it carefully. The number of people represented by each peak ranges from cannibalism to 4 or 5 people. Among the 4 major peaks, Qingyu Peak only has Yun Qingqiu and Luo Yuansha. Qing Yufeng has a lot of electricity every year, so I only stayed in the courtyard because of love. I was afraid that the location would be conspicuous and I would be laughed at by other people in the mountains, so I chose a location that was relatively thick. Not only did the leader announce the rules without hesitation, but the general meaning was that the person with the highest contribution value would get the sect's foot handle, and the other person would be punished. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Lao Konggu stood up suddenly. He looked serious and opened his mouth to ask Zhongwen whether the punishment and reward rules were still in place. The leader Kong Yang frowned. What does Shadi mean by this? He can always behave himself. When Yang Konggu nodded. It's good to have these words from senior brother. Junior brother is not a trader. I just want to remind you that this year's rewards will be special. Please make arrangements with Nagato and the great elders. According to clan rules, the person who has shared the electric flute for 5 consecutive years on the 4 major peaks will be replaced with the 4 peaks with the best results. Qing Yufeng has been making movies for 5 consecutive years, while Mu Linfeng has been contributing to Bao Qiansan in the past 5 years. In order to let the 4 mountain winds show their decline, he led the Shengmen extension and the door to set up this regulation, but it has never been triggered. The leader and Da Changlao were in view. If Kong Ji-yu hadn't reminded him, the 2 of them would have told this matter. There is no problem with fingerprints. The 2nd elder and the master already had some conflicts over the territory. This time it is very likely that they will have to hand over the resources for writing. There are many peaks in Bianxian Mountain. Among them, the peaks near Yinqi Peak are the richest in zero energy and are suitable for cultivation. They are called the 4 peaks. The other peaks are collectively called the 4 peaks. With the 4 peaks township, there is no small difference in leveling and richness. At present, it seems that Yufeng only has 4 younger brothers. Of course the other 4 winds can play the role of Feng. The 2nd elder, Konggu, wants to help his world's airspace gain more clear winds, so he tries to find a way to raise the contribution value every year. Yun Qingqiu asked in confusion. Speaking of which, King Yufengba can recruit more people. Even if the master is not here, you can still find a way to find a knowledge or elder to take over the management. There is no need to end up so weak. I only invaded the courtyard for a lifetime, and I didn't know anything about the place where I was given. In fact, the master is not an employee of Gui Yuan Sword, but a foreigner. A few years ago, a major incident occurred in Songmen. Xuanji came to help but was seriously injured. In order to express his gratitude to Xie Yi, the showman specially imprisoned him as the 4th elder, and trained Qing Yufeng as his master. Brother, although the master was very happy with sex, he was still reluctant to recruit disciples because he was attracted by his heart. He and Mu Yun only reluctantly looked at each other. But what worries me the most right now is the lack of offerings. If you are the deputy finance team of the Chamber of Commerce, you can also find a way to borrow some. There is a high failure rate when practicing medicine. A 2-bottle medicine practitioner like Mu Yun cannot guarantee that a single medicine will be successful every time. Yun Qingqiu Dakian has the strength of a quasi-3rd level practitioner. If you practice and receive orders, you can get a high microgong limit. However, the cost problem is also a serious problem. If the training fails, those who want to be qualified will fail. Of course, he didn't know that Ying Qingqiu's success rate in practicing medicine was almost 100%, and even if there were interference from external conditions, he might not be affected. Ying Qingqiu smiled faintly. The world does not need to worry. Leave this matter to me. At the same time, Chang Neng glanced at Kong. He knew that Xuanji and Kong Ji-yu had never gotten along and had always been interested in Qing Yufeng. Xuanji's current identity is actually more like a guest in the middle sect. There is no restriction on freedom. It makes sense that it doesn't recruit maps and lands. Although other elders are extreme, they can also think of other ways. But the key point made Kong Yang silent, that is, seeing his hesitation, the second master immediately added, there are only a few Xuanji disciples. Even if they go to the small mountain peak, it will be enough for them. Please invite the third master. Park City Secretary took a moment and then looked at the other elders. Elder Gonggu's words make some sense. What do you think? Several other elders were silent on the side. The second elder came well prepared and had already thought of the words. The reasons were conflicting and it was really difficult to respond. Seeing no one replying, Kong Yang could only shake his head. Since he had no objection, he would just follow the words of Elder Gonggu this time. If Jing Yufeng was at the bottom again this time, then he would follow the rules. There was a dark feeling in Wen Yang Gonggu's heart. Xuanji, an outsider, was beaten to assassination and his status was reduced. Next, he looked for an opportunity to drive Xiaobai away. After the conversation between the master and the master ended, the big master slightly explored his breath, swept the pig position and the disciples would hold it. And the representatives and the main disciples of the mountain came up. He just shook his head when he was in the courtyard. Just as he was about to stand up, he was caught by the dark clouds of Qingqiu Qingjing. It's you. I'm going this year. You're sitting here. After waiting for the mountain representative to disagree, the second elder in charge of the middle gate meeting started from the first step, praising and distributing material rewards. And receiving criticism. But when they walked next to Jing Yufeng, the two elders didn't look at them. They all looked at Yun Qingqiu for a while and then coldly frightened him. Such achievements for 5 consecutive years are worthy of the 4 major peaks. It is really a shame to close the door. Secretly let the door return. Those with the lowest performance in 5 years will be banned from the city with the best results. As soon as this flower appeared, all the disciples representing the Juwaishan sect were lined up with flowers. The execution this time turned out to be like this. The address of Mulin Peak below the stage has been changed to Dei. It has changed from 4 peaks to 4 dozen peaks in one fell swoop. In addition, it has a close relationship with the second elders. Breaking Words Peak. Can Mulin Peak address be in the Showman Corps in the future? Ruo Wanxi is very depressed in his heart. If he is really removed from the assassination seal, even if the master is willing, he cannot accept it. As a disciple of the Qingyao seal, he can only look at Beijing. However, the anti-official Yun Qingqiu looked furious. Since it complies with the sect's regulations, Gonggu is very different. Yun Qingqiu, who was in trouble, did not dare to reply. Unexpectedly, he admitted generously to his wife and his feelings. But at this moment, he suddenly felt that this Xindi character had some opinions. In a few seconds, Gong Jiyu immediately said to Yang Sheng that Qing Yofeng's punishment was to make an exchange with Mulin Feng, and Xiu's delay was terminated immediately. After getting up from the hospital and about to go on stage, Yun Qingqiu calmed down for a moment. Then he looked at Chang Lun and the other elders while laughing and drinking. The elders asked me about the sect's rules. Naturally, I dare not violate them. However, 5 years have passed since I was worried about the wind and electricity. This year is the 6th year of such a big punishment stipulated by the sect. It should be executed immediately. Ask the second elder why he took off his clothes for a year. Have you forgotten? Gonggu Palm Police broadcast, it seems that this kid is difficult to deal with, but he can still keep calm and hold on to the road. Then he looked at Chang Wen and the other elders. Lord Chang Wen, the first elder, 5 years will be considered as punishment. But this year, Elder Xuanji no longer raised the issue. Why does it look more like the second elder who bullies us and does not have a master to protect us? Kong Jiyu was anxious and immediately wanted to refute. The clouds are clear and the rain is smooth and there is no huge color. Then I quickly ask why it was not raised last year but why it was raised this year. The second elder cannot answer and has to cut it. A group of elders and disciples were involved in the incident. Gonggu Sutra's consciousness was so shot that he could not speak. The head of the building had no choice but to immediately raise his hand to suppress it. Otherwise, the quarrel would become a river system. However, he was not only a little surprised in his heart, but this kid could cause even the slightest chaos by then. At this time, Captain Yun Qingqiu's sect's offense and defense rules cannot be broken, but now it has been postponed for 1 year. It would be different to replace him at this time. Why not give Qing Yufeng another chance? If the results are not improved, then replace Qing Yufeng. All the disciples are willing to accept the punishment and ignore the suspense and come back one step at a time. The difference between the empty words of the leader and the big boss looked at Yun Qingqiu's dead son's words, which were full of particularity. He first put the rules first and then proposed a more pertinent solution. According to what he said, formal rules and human feelings can be regarded as saving the moment of the bosses around him. Jian Qingqiu is very high frequency. It can be said that Kongguchi can suffer such a loss from Yaobao. If it is just uncertain, it is still too fruitful to support the wind of the sect. Since it is the 4 major winds, it should set an appropriate example. I suggest entering the dance in front of the sect. Just profit, just a private relationship, less than 5 days. This is basically impossible. Empty words just want to lower the standard. Yin Qingqiu suddenly interrupted, realizing what Mr. Zhong said. Qing Yufeng should indeed behave like the 4 major Fengqian Liu. So the first 3 rounds. For a moment, everyone looked at Yu Qingqiu speechlessly. It was already impossible in the morning. At this time, you suddenly proposed to enter the top 3. You already had an advantage in the conversation. Why did you suddenly propose this? Konggu couldn't help but think carefully after hearing this. Jimeng said, Yun Qingqiu represents Qing Yufeng at this moment. What he said cannot be taken as anything. Yun Qingqiu is not in a hurry to answer. Of course, according to the theory of the second elder, if he has set an example before becoming a contributor at the end of January in Zhongmen, can he get some rewards? Yun Qingqiu has 3 fingers deep. Now he has not thought about it. Just 3 things. Sanzhong Laosheng was afraid that he would change his story and regret it, so he couldn't wait to get hard. Yun Qingqiu smiled darkly. The philanthropist is here. The 2 quickly returned to Qingniu Peak, and Ruo Yuan relayed what happened. Lin Xiaoya and Mu Yun took a look at each other. Both of them had an incomprehensible look at each other. Lin Xiaoya couldn't help but asked first, Qingqiu, are you stupid? There is obviously room for negotiation. No matter what is wrong, you can still find a way to drag the master back. How can you complete the task in 5 days? Yun Qingqiu, however, lowered his head to avoid exposure and was deep in thought. It was just to protect the territory, it didn't need to be so complicated. But he had other ideas. I don't know what the character of the guy who met me is like. If he doesn't like me, he will feel like someone else. It would be really hard to be separated from his 2 wives by such a long distance. There is a conflict between the machine selection and Konggu. If I can bring Qing Yufeng into the top 3 in one fell swoop and transfer some things back from Konggu, the machine selection side will also be very happy. I can increase the favorability of the cheap master and stay in Qing Yufeng. In addition, Konggu is a master alchemist who has returned to the original stock. He owns many pharmacies. Currently, his own pharmacy is insufficient. He can just get some from him to make single medicines and other things to help the hospital and Lin Xiaoyao improve their repairs. In this way, the 2 girls can enter Kanglan and Mai Nubao, get beautiful eye rewards, and love their girls while growing up. The actual mature guide goes home, hold 1 in each hand, and then lead the fairies to become cultivation swords. Just think about it. No, Lin Xiaoya looked at Yun Qingqiu who was drooling. It was easy to squeeze. What good thing was she thinking about? She was already drooling. How on earth should she match Qing Liufeng? Yun Qingqiu Tong's sentimental alliance begged him for help. If you wish to just be by the side, it is also a heartache to stop. Qingqing helps Yun Qingqiu here. Lin Xiaoya Construction New Central Oils Guild also gently helped. Mu Yun was afraid that when he looked at the 3 people on the table, he only had the word, stinky, in his heart, but even his own people were smelly. My daughter, Yun Qingqiu, has made a big show of it. Don't worry, I'm in charge of this matter. Don't worry. It's me and my little senior sister. Lin Xiaoya was a little confused. You mean you know how to practice medicine? Yun Qingqiu smiled and nodded. It was best to drink some tea. Luo Yuanji also smiled and nodded. Xiaoya didn't know something. Shadilian must be at a very high level. The matter in Luolin City was exactly the problem he helped solve. Yun Qingqiu put on a show and took out a piece of gold from nowhere. Then he took out some medicinal materials and pushed them inside. Flames and pains arose in the top of the medicine. Please release the problem of heat. A bunch of medicinal materials were called. In response to the flames, under the control of Yun Qingqiu, the dazzling light directed towards the leader, prevents slow coagulation and forms a single drug. Lin Xiaoyao had never even seen the secret of refining the medicine, and unconsciously became involved in it. It wasn't until the silver light in the eye mask was blown away, and a single order was about to be released, that he wrote Huang Huan. At this time, Lin Xiaoyao's eyes were shining with admiration. Oh my god, when did you learn how to practice medicine? Why didn't I know? Yun Qingqiu spreads his hands. It's not difficult at all if he needs blood and hair. When Yang Muyu's eyes lost moisture and he turned around to wipe his eyes, Lin Xiaoyao on the side is really hard to understand. This silly guy has such a good training level. Externally, Lian Han Yu, a genius like Han Yu, has grown up 3 times and 5 times. At this moment, his mind is full of thoughts of driving others. With Qing worried about the wind behind the mountain, Yun Qingqiu watched Mu Yun thinking about the recipe for refining the medicine this time. This young master knew that he had a talent for refining medicine and a talent for perception, but he couldn't find it because of his material mind. He wanted to take this opportunity to train him well. Yun Qingqiu walked to Yao Ding's side and the leader aimed at releasing Lingling. Every time you practice medicine, the small world releases Mingli Boudoir. Mingli's collision in the fortress is prone to violence, so you often explode. Mu Yun nodded very seriously and followed Yun Qingqiu Shuitsao carefully. As the spiritual power is gently poured into it, I need to warm up the rice. Look, this way it won't. Put the sound down, it's going to be a shock. There's a loud bang, flames erupt, the black flames are hot, it explodes. Mu Yun opened his eyes and looked at Yun Qingqiu simply. His little hand pulled his sleeve and turned it around, as if to remind him what he said. Yun Qingqiu exhaled a puff of smoke from his mouth and remained silent. Without saying a word, he directly released Lingli into the bottom of the medicine to explore. Lingli passed through the top of the medicine on a certain route. There was a slight tat-tun. It seemed that there was some short color inside. It's easy to explode at the moment because it's not bad. Is that why it exploded? Yun Qingqiu manipulated the zero profit to eliminate the shame of the blockage. He was shocked and thought that his level had dropped because he wanted to break the contract. Mu Yun nodded and was relieved to release Lingli. He felt that Lingli was much better when he was on top of the medicine. There was no longer the strange feeling before. Ming Qingqiu shook his head. It was finally good. Mu Yun was very happy. With both hands, the sound of the bow sounds like a trap. Yun Qingqiu looked at Mu Yun like a god. She thought it was because the hardware was not up to par. After working on it for a long time, there were problems with both the hardware and software. They have already been dealt with. It's still a long time. Yun Qingqiu released 0 cases of Zhu's surname and said she wanted to demonstrate it to him a little more. It is necessary to customize the system to be a zero device, and carry out the forwarding of the flame through a certain fire attribute metal and the downward expansion here. So it is necessary to reduce the zero profit output, and when the Qi Hai releases the zero profit, it closes the zero right and the rent of the large zero wheat. Before Fa Hai could finish speaking, there was another bang. After Yi Zhenhe was born, Mu Yun gently pulled Yun Qingqiu's sleeve. I understand the truth. I usually only prick it once, but you pricked it twice. Mu Yun suddenly had the desire to practice medicine. Yun Qingqiu silently lied to the customer, punched the medicine top into a useless body, kicked it out, took out the golden medicine top and placed it in Mu Yun's area. After replacing the golden medicine top, Mu Yun did not blow up the road again. Yun Qingqiu was beside him and guided him down to every minute operation and step. Mu Yun's eyes flickered. He thought he had done the best with the steps he was familiar with before. However, after Yun Qingqiu explained, he found that he had neglected a lot. All he knew was skin care. In order to prove his vision these days, Yun Qingqiu has given a new guidance to Mu Yun Lian. He has also seen a lot of qualifications and talents, but it is still as crazy as small world. Whenever a new medicine practice skill is taught, Mu Yun will simply treat the previously learned content as a second skill, and the last content requires the foundation laid previously. So the forehand and five-way master has basically not learned it and feels aggrieved. 881.5 G Shy request for one more. If it weren't for Mu Yun being his little sister, if Mu Yun hadn't had a good personality, or if brother Mu Yun hadn't beaten him, Yun Qingqiu might have visited Suren. And telling him again turned into telling him again. Yun Qingqiu may even think that this little world is a bit polite. However, under the repeated teachings of Yun Qingqiu like a god, Mu Yun still controlled the fire wave wind. Despite repeated reminders, he still remembered many skills. If he gets familiar with them successfully for a while, he will learn them thoroughly. In a blink of an eye, it's the 5th day to consecrate those resources. Yuan Qingqiu got up and the 13 girls had already prepared breakfast early. I didn't look at the pre-mixed pieces on the table during the first issue. Among them, there are 22 pieces in total that were copied from the paper practice in the past few days. 15 of them are 2 bottles of top-level Pingxi, 7 pieces, and 2 bottles of top-level Pingxi singles. The quality is very good, and the resources are handed over again. Definitely the upper class. Although the calculated contribution value is high, and the number of sucks is too small, it is probably impossible to enter the top 3 forces agreed by Yun Qingqiu. Several girls in the building have done something. Yun Qingqiu pretended to be his, silently took out a piece of paper, put it on the table, moved it next to Ling Xiaoya, and took a look with her eyes. This is a transaction document. It says that the goods are 3,000 pieces per cap. Yun Qingqiu leaned back on the chair and Jiao Na Gongfeng was not using it, so there was no need to work hard on practicing paper and high-quality medicine. Just use the full amount. And is there a small place with good capabilities in the dark room? It is easy to do with oneself. You can collect a large number of Hoi Yuan without having to go there in person. which saves trouble. At this time, Songwen Square was already crowded with people, and he was waiting for the orders to be delivered. Suddenly, a distant voice appeared in sight, and a group of white Hanyu were walking this way. In the puzzled wooden light of Yun Qingqiu, Hanyu took out a longevity jade box from the Chu Wujie. Qingjing played cards, and the rich fragrance came from the instant noodles. It was filled with hundreds of single medicines of high quality. And these single medicines are the single medicines that it has announced to the world-honored jade in advance for the next 2 years. He pushed Neng preliminary gate in front of Yun Qingqiu. Please discuss the cultivation knowledge carefully. It means a lot to you and me. Just as Yun Qingqiu was about to refuse, Hanyu took out a large box from the kitchen cabinet and put it over, blinking my favorite biscuits and beans. Here you go. Yun Qingqiu suddenly discovered that the little house girl is a bit cute. Do you want to give her some bear biscuits to increase her favorability? It's like a child, but it's really effective. Looking at her eager eyes, Yun Qingqiu really doesn't know how to do it. Thinking about Xu Jiu, Yun Qingqiu calmly told him about worrying about Yao. In fact, he had already solved it. Shanfeng, who is the leader of Yun Qifeng, is the first to appear in this bonus resource. At this time, because she wanted to pretend to be a military cultivator, the female cultivator who was wearing a pair of astringent clothes and fled took out 10 premixes. After opening them, she wanted the fragrance to be half full. Next is the Great Elder's Giant Iron Peak. The Great Elder has no interest in fighting for rankings. The disciples who sell this are willing to follow him in their hearts and minds. They will not argue, and they will always hover around the top 5. Then the 3 old by Kaofeng came on stage. The extremely beautiful female disciple came on stage and unfolded Yuhe. She smiled slightly proudly. The 3 old Kongming was the second in 10,000 years every year. A lot of preparations have been made to prepare for this year. The following is the salt-eating style. Every year, the salt-eating style ranks first in a row. Shuexiu, disciple of Zhong Laoqing, came to the stage with a kind of attitude. Everyone held a huge jade in their hands. Qing has been using God's food to check the single medicine. Qing took a breath. Salt wind. 1 bottle of single medicine is 1,500 pills. 2 bottles of single medicine are 300. This transformation made me very surprised. Such a quantity directly exceeded double the value of giant iron wind. The disciples in the audience couldn't help but talk about small business. As a result, the first place this year is probably specific. Kong Ji-yu assisted Hushu, and his results were much higher than last year. The number 1 celebrity is already Shenquan Zai. The next mountain peak is Qingyu Peak. Many Zhu disciples also looked up. This year, a new disciple in Qingyu Peak boasted that Haiku would be in the top 3. It was rumored that it was true. Now no one knew that Qingyu Peak might be the next one. Many people are waiting to see the Lord's news. Yun Qingqiu used the divine stone to explore and found that the logistics had reached the mountainside of his defeat. But I was called upon again, so I could only step forward helplessly. Mu Yun was stunned by Xie, and hurriedly put the clothes on his body and upper corners. The disciple officers in the audience looked at Qin Yufeng and the 4 others who had not moved. No more, is this all the nonsense that wants to reach the top 3, he said. Arrive. Just when one of the 2 elders was about to exchange rooms with Qin Yufeng, a bright red voice reached everyone in the square. The elders and disciples around the square, Ji Yu Jin, looked back curiously. A middle-aged man led dozens of masters and came with a big box. He said this was Yun Qingqiu's hurry up. Yun Qingqiu put the previous single play on the ground. The man carefully checked that there was no problem and then attacked and defended Yun Qingqiu. It was rude. He got angry, so under the puzzled looks of many elders and disciples, a few people from Shanfeng took the old countryman and the Tongyun book Lingshou from their bodies and moved them to the factory. According to Yun Qingqiu's instructions. Under the circumstances of a disciple, the country boy slowly opened his eyes. Everyone's expression turned from curiosity to surprise, then to disbelief, and finally to seriousness. The Xiangzi were all pre-assembled. Xiao Xiao used zero force to move them away. He could actually move the table directly. Unexpected eyes popped out, and he placed an order very hard on the table. How much did he want for so many orders? I felt so cold that I only wanted 3,000 pills. When I saw the retail price, I felt something was wrong. God counted the 30,000 pills. Good guy, I held that guy in my arms and gave it to the master. Yuan Qingqiu pointed out the book-shaped process of Baozi with a dark face. This is not a small problem. This has created a big problem. 30,000 single pills are nothing more than that for a family with 0 or. Yun Qingqiu just wants to collect 3,000 single pills to keep his land license. Please report this to the family. A bowl like this will make him dream of a big explosion. All the elders raised their eyebrows. They have been together for hundreds of years. They have never seen such a group of people together. It seems that Zhongwen's reserves are not as good as that. Yun Qingqiu raises the sky and explores the Hanlei lead. This is the common irony of Qing Yufeng. The Qingyu incident is troublesome to check. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes instantly turned to Yun Qingqiu. Yun Qingqiu looked ordinary, but he was reported to be a rich man in geography. Yun Qingqiu is also very crazy in his heart. Although he currently has a generous apartment, he is not up to the standard of a wealthy person. It's just that there is a flaw in his brain to please himself. He wants to keep a low profile and is afraid of another one. Those who have been slowly taking advantage of the noisy pillow in recent years are also avoiding their mouths now. Kong Yang forcibly suppressed the joy in her heart, but she couldn't control the smile on her face. There were so many shared resources. Shanai Zongmen table. Da Zhonglaoi was harmonious with Yang Yu for a while, and looked at Ling Qingqiu admiringly later. How come it is? Yi Tenggu's whole expression was filled with enthusiasm. No matter how much he thought, he would never have guessed that Yun Qingqiu would come to this song. The second elder who was depressed and deliberately felt inconsistent in his heart. He mumbled and said, "It's possible that this has never happened before. This can be regarded as resource sharing." Before Yun Qingqiu could say anything, the headmaster and the big boss interrupted Kong directly. "Why don't you count it? You can always stipulate the source of resources and choo-choo. Junior brother, times have changed. Our chief officer and all the elders have all kinds of good things to say about Qing Yufeng. In addition, because he won the bet with Kong Ji-yu, Yun Qingqiu can freely choose 3 things. They are single drug pharmacies, Kong Ji-yu wears a wig from scratch, and the wig collar on his head that can be freely changed." After the handover of Ziyuan, the atmosphere in Zhongmen gradually became lively after the announcement of the foot-grinding tunnel. After all, his disciples also became officials one after another, and Yang Yi's enthusiastic daughter. After all, addresses that achieve excellent results in the Horned Demon Order have a chance to enter Canlan and other major outstanding lists, and if they are slightly better, they will be favored by other sects for test drives. In addition, the Horned Demon Order is only limited to disciples under the age of 25. The 3 major sects that are geographically connected and closely related to each other jointly publish and provide that sect with access to information about demon cultivators and those vicious and blissful people for 1 month. Finally, will be obtained according to the difficulty of completing the Horned Demon. Call for the magic order. The belly will increase a little. Mother Ding can better obtain different. Generally speaking, an address that can complete the first level is already quite outstanding. It will basically be closely followed by the major organizers and has a high probability of being listed in the future. As for the level of difficulty, it's even more special. In previous years, only those excellent ground groups with strong pre-level skills could complete it. As a graduated ancestor, it would be unreasonable for Yun Qingqiu to force children to create paintings. So he was just planning to play, but he accidentally discovered that one of the fake cultivators was wearing a secret treasure, and that secret treasure could enhance his own understanding of the system. So he had to come up with it. At this time, Ling Xiaoya had a map in his hand that he received from the middle door. It marked the possible address of the foot mold order Xiongju position model waist slimming. Yun Qingqiu thought briefly and quickly designated the Muyang city area. The area of this place is very large. I heard that the spiritual energy that came in here suddenly became strong, and the surrounding grasses and other grasses were growing to death. Among the many grasses, there was also a Baidan enterprise that increased the number of fences. Many monks were attracted to it. No need to search with us Philippines. In addition, Muyang City is a place where a certain aristocratic family started their business, and the business is prosperous. The aristocratic family also broke the siege of their hometown to watch the crowd, and there are people specially guarding the middle-level position in the city. Maisie could look at each other. Although it was far away, the tail of the plane was suitable as Yun Qingqiu said. So the few of them agreed to go to Shepherd. Muyang City is divided into the inner city and the outer city. The inner city was protected by the 10 families as the previous 7G land. Naturally, no one dared to do so in the inner city. The outer city is different. The area is large. People coming and going are mixed with dragons. Take a sip. The sky is getting dark, and the light-like shadows remain 1 every kilometer and then quickly dissipate, leaving an invisible and undetectable space in the sky. In just a few short moments, Yun Qingqiu's change flashed from the guest battle in Moyang City to a mountain building in a tree room outside the city. Of course, there is another reason for coming to Moyang City, and that is that Li Baobao mentioned in his letter that he has been active around Moyang City recently. There are forces from the underworld here, which is very convenient for collecting the hearts of demon cultivators. Next, Yun Qingqiu needs to catch some unlucky people and use magic skills, so how does the girl it turns into fall into the water? Letters are sent out to meet Baobao Li at night. After a while, several human figures appeared in the night. The one wearing the headband was a man with profound knowledge. It was the same man who had poured it into the black stone of Luolin City. Before, Li Baobao met him and exchanged a few words with him. He quickly gave him an arrow and told him that Ji Qi had suddenly become strong recently. It was rumored that 4.0 Cao Bai Danqi was born. Yun Qingqiu nodded, with a new look. This Hua is really good at doing things. He helped him collect important information as soon as they met. This person can be treated a little better. Yun Qingqiu took out a paper ball and threw it over. He quickly wanted to touch it, then Baobao. Inside are three three-bottomed egg pills. It immediately hits the muscles and is supposed to drain blood. However, after seeing Yun Qingqiu, there is no more oil. At this time, Yun Qingqiu turned into a head of floating white hair, which could be like a layer of white hair condensed by the moonlight at the same time. This was the facial aura obtained from the second elder. Yun Qingqiu was a little interested, so he got a more pretentious one. White. Jian Baobao looked dreamy. Yun Qingqiu casually raised her hair, this style mainly. Li Baobao said for a moment and shook his head, and the public was watching Li Baobao's scene. Yun Qingqiu walked to the side, opened his hand, and took back the order with 3 red bullets. Only your mission is written on the label. Take a good look. There is no one else. I left first. I watched it with tears in my eyes. Actor Qingqiu took back the single medicine and held it against his back as an adult. And, so at the same time, a masked, tall and graceful woman walked out of the night and faced the Qing palace of Yinqing. Not only did Li Baobao speak slowly, he was so burdened with revenge, but also this fairy generously quoted a brief introduction. After finishing speaking, Li Baobao nodded to the woman and then waited for others to leave. It is said that only the clouds are left on the big mountain. Qiao Yun, the woman walked out, and the deep journey became clear under the moonlight. Running backwards, the waves are short, the legs are bare, and the feet are prickly. Under the moonlight, a pair of tender legs become more slender and plump. They are like a girl on the footplate, and the red string is thrown in the rain. The feet are light and crisp as they move. The upper half of the face is a white fox mask, the eye mask is fluttering, almost like snow, and the Yingcheng beads are shining red as he speaks, making him look radiant. Just the lower half of the face recorded can make people think of how explosive it is. The woman looked at Yun Qingqiu eating one thing. If it were an adult, the little girl would take the lead. Her birth was clear and sweet, but she did have a legendary birth that was without beauty, making it easy to recall. Yun Qingqiu's eyes are tiny. The dead girl's cultivation level is pushing. At least Jingdian is exhausted. She is also a strong man in Muzhou Mansion. You find me suitable. The lead machine walked over in harmony, and then the trend was sitting in front of Yun Qingqiu. He didn't seem to feel the position because it was a 5-link chain. The lead machine was pregnant with signs of growth, and he was willing to share it with you. Yuan Qingqiu looked at Ling Jing's watery and passionate model and was so curious that she told her about her unique skills. Li Jiwei smiled slightly and raised his smile. His fair and tender arms like a pair of wives clenched the pink ring and gently opened the little girl's hand. Li Ji's pink and tender tongue was deep in his mouth. After being wet for a day, his lips were even more seductive. He was good at breathing. Money in mouth. The field is also quite worthy of the body. The legs are bent together to outline an incomparable body line. It is like an invitation for mating and breeding. Like a woman, this line is played with complete certainty and makes adults fascinated. You can't help yourself. Yun Qingqiu hurriedly told herself to calm down. The boss stared at him seductively, expressing all kinds of affectionate feelings. He kept giving various hints. And his voice was still considered coquettish. It was really bad. Yuan Qingqiu felt that she had forgotten everything. I have a wife, and there are more than one. Jianzizi. The Zero Discipline Inspection Commission looked at Ren Qingqiu with a lot of mouth. Her breasts were erect, revealing the blood-white Yugo River. Master, she made it clear that she did not want to play. Only when a little girl is good at it, she must know how to retain the activity of medicinal materials. This is the memory in the hand, and my time is broken into spiritual fire. You can grow the hidden position of the medicinal materials. The more advanced the medicinal materials are, the less likely they will go wrong. This unique skill is probably rare in the world. It just works. Agree to help. In addition, I have a golden single intelligence, although it is not enough to see, but I can also help adults to install the medicine. If a woman is sensitive, I can help adults to test the medicine. And my self-esteem is not bad, and I can make adults less aware of their wishes when I walk around them. Ji laughed and said, of course, maybe there are other temple adults who can find out later. Yun Qingqiu Fuwo, the wheel is crushing her face. She dares to say that she is my niece. This woman is really meaningful. You didn't come to me just to mobilize me, did you? What's the matter? Under Yun Qingqiu's gaze, the leader moved his body slightly and sat softly next to his legs. He gently moved his fingers up from Yun Qingqiu's calves, then dragged his hands under his face to support Yun Qingqiu's knees. The two people are looking at each other with their eyes wide open. The adults are smart. The little girl really has something to ask for help from the adults. The adults are on the verge of falling out of love, and even trying to remember is naturally extremely difficult. The little girl wants to ask the adults to help her practice her fingertips. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, he filled his fingers gently, and his voice became beautiful and charming. If it can be done, I would like to let the adults see the beauty of this little girl. As he spoke, the leader swept the surrounding area. He said, Jiaoshengdao, the moon star hammer, the breeze is comfortable. If you have a surname, you can test the fire here. As he said the leader, he had already laid down on Yun Qingqiu. Yinshan slides down into the cave, revealing the snow-white shoulders of the Valley of Fire. The red belly has fallen off the shoulders. The eyes are passionate and cold. The lips are biting and the clothes are torn. Please win Qingqiu. Without hesitation, he used zero force to lay down Ling Ji. Ling Ji was half lying on the ground. The group board opened first. Two grey thighs were in sight. The spring light exploded, looking at Ling Qingqiu with a look of love and resentment. So what, little girls don't need any famous fans. They can do all the tricks they can do. Little girls are really nothing. And I have a special Ling Ju that can hide my body even if I get close in front of them. I won't notice that I can't get up the very words. Yun Qingqiu was really speechless. She just danced on her head. I just want to practice medicine normally and report myself to normal. Stop playing those little tricks. Those plum trees have nothing to do with me. As she spoke, she silently pulled a mountain to cover her dreams. The field of classical Chinese smiled and stretched slightly. A certain kind of beautiful light slowly disappeared, and a trace of depth and heart appeared on the face. Such a frustrating trick was ineffective on him. Obviously, this lover is stronger than he thought. The field smiled lightly. I understand the rules. If you need money and methods, I will provide them. Adults are responsible for love. As for revenge, I have a lot of needs here. I want methods and money. The quality is good. I should be able to enter the adult method. Zero skills are also not suitable. Of course, the world alone requires a lot of effort, and these adults may not be satisfied. However, I have a way to get some cheap 4th level demon talents for you. Finally, the little girl is willing to do one thing for you. What do these adults think? Yun Qingqiu's eye-catching machine requires talent, finesse, and level, which is not overpowering the fruit. The location of the machine is kept secret. Most of them have retail guards. The retail sales of the 4-screen electronic waistband are at least the 4th level of retail sales. The strength is equivalent to the level of panic. The most is the panic repair. What nonsense are the leaders of Yun Qingqiu's layout talking about? Only those who are pure to a certain level will offend someone. Let's pick up the phone. In addition, Yun Qingqiu felt that this woman who had just lost her temper was a test. If she behaved like a male partner, she might be laughed at, and there would be no follow-up rewards. Yun Qingqiu nodded in agreement. Those medicinal materials and single medicines are exactly what he needs. And if there is trouble in the cultivation of Muyang in the future, I can ask you to help explain. Ling Xin smiled slightly. He was very confident in the reward he proposed. As he spoke, he changed to a stage player. The Italian media used Qing Qing to talk. Catch it with Qingqiu and take out the medicine. The 7 plants of Luling Chihuadan are mainly spiritual herbs with more than 4 screens. Each of the spiritual herbs is equipped with 7 kinds of medicinal materials. It is almost 7 single herbs, and then find a way to combine them into one plant. The Nando of this prescription of Nanyao exceeds the ordinary 4th level. Most of the Nanyao has 0 attributes and is repulsive. The Nando is quite large. Of course, the effect is also very terrifying. It has several effects. The avoidance simulates the layout of practicing medicine. Yun Qingqiu took out the medicinal base, used his spiritual power to produce the fruit, and used his spiritual power to levitate the Shujuo Lingkao into the air. After hearing this, Motu frowned. He originally planned to take advantage of Yun Qingqiu's contemplation to find some more medicine before he was killed, but he didn't expect that he would immediately start to crack. When the flames rise, those grasses will be lit instantly under the high temperature. Yun Qingqiu releases his spiritual power. The pure liquid medicine surrounds Jushan like water beads. The liquid is warm and oxygenated. There is no need to suppress your strength too much before the 0 level chanting. You can directly use the various high height skills you have learned. When the 0 liquid warm oxygen is about the same, the white mist released sets its motive. Yunqingqiu put the main 7 beads into the key and directly used the fire breathing tool. In the gaze, everyone's thoughts are communicated to each other, and only one Juju can prevent his appearance from returning. Ling Ji's chest rose and fell, and he was covered in cold sweat. Whenever the medicinal materials that glued the meat were about to dissipate in the flames of the net, a miraculous sugar came over and woke him up. Yunqingqiu's refining list was nearly a page long, but he was stunned for a moment when he received the injection. It can be said that the business has not subsided over time, but has become more serious. The house cloud is approaching, and there is a retail disturbance around No. 4. The lack of product orders is enough to cause some problems. In the unbelievable eyes of the leader, the single oxygen neighbor radiating light, Yunqingqiu is a delicate person who is slightly dissatisfied and has not reached perfection for several years. He only goes to the city, but Ling Ji on the side looked at trachoma and just glanced at the recipe before practicing it. Even using these medicinal materials to practice 2 single pills. I am afraid that Kang Feng died in the medicine practice. Masters may not have such strength. What is the bit? While in a daze in the field, Yunqingqiu stuffed 2 bullets into Yuping people. Immediately after receiving the contact, I watched Yuping's face filled with stars. Then I took a rest and packed my luggage. Thank you, sir. I will go and prepare your bag immediately. Yunqingqiu nodded with grey hands. The scent of monooxygen remains here. I'm afraid someone will call soon. In order to reduce unnecessary troubles, after returning to the away game, it was already dawn. Yunqingqiu took a short rest after graduation and went downstairs to meet his sister. At this time, they were eating breakfast, and in addition to providing local food, this restaurant, there is also a high-end bar in the hall, which has a lot of collected model repair information posted on it. Supporters can go and watch Akitori at will. As a teacher, it has attracted a lot of letters. Many of them took a break and chatted about their recent encounters. I heard that last night outside the city, there was still a strong aroma of a single medicine on the top of the white breeze. I also heard about it. I don't know which master of Yao training is practicing here. I didn't expect that there is such a powerful Yao trainer in Nomuyang City. He must also be here to look for the spirit. After hearing the news about the mysterious refining ritual, if Yuan Ji and Mu Yun knew each other, they would not be able to get more information. Mu Yun, on the other hand, kept staring at Yunqingqiu, blinking as if wondering what was going on. Yunqingqiu, on the other hand, deliberately pretended not to see that Little World's recent feeling was a bit accurate. With the release of foot touch power, all disciples in Songmen need to follow the requirements to learn foot exercises for July. Yuan Qingqiu and others have already arrived at Muyangchang. While they were eating, because the female nun with the Holy Spirit died in many monasteries despite her bravery and even walked off the computer, there is also a monkey beside him, who looks like he is powerful. Many emotional waves that have been modified in the past have also been realized. Under the guidance of Kushon's boss Zhong Jingjing, Gikating, after a long time, the young man from Qingshanjiang came down to the section chief bravely in the crowd. The interviewer looked at him and walked up. The expression in the courtyard seemed to be to calm the public. The 2 people seemed to be from at least Damanpan, and they also came here to perform the sermon. Lin Xiaoyao took off her face. No matter what, we stay away from them and have less contact. At this moment, Mu Yun was heading to the meeting with the slaves. By chance, he collided with a groom from the Jitongtongli sect, and his body was directly hit because of fighting. Zhu Ling, you must not have eyes. After Xiaosha cursed, Leng Heng complimented him. Lin Xiaoyao and Lu Yuan's official Qin Mu Yun were just about to settle accounts, but were stopped by Yun Qingqiu. Yun Qingqiu wiped the scars on Mu Yun's face, helped him sit down, and gently touched Mu Yun's lips with his fingers. The shower is like a flood, and a dark color suddenly appears in the vast white. Falling into the courtyard, pointing with an expression of leaves, that person is in a disorderly manner. Yongqingshu Qingqing nodded, but the demonic cultivator was hidden in the away battle. Now the 2 groups are probably planning to run away. We don't have to bother looking for it. After walking out of the passenger station, Yun Qingqiu found a direction and walked. Using the tour invitation bureau, a faint black line was now realized. After chasing all the way, the death pane on the edge of the black line outside the city stopped. Just as the 3 girls were about to lift it up, Yun Qingqiu pressed it on the wall and performed the 0 example. The wall fluctuated like a lake, creating a scene in the wild. You ask the grey hand to adapt and then go. After crossing it, we have arrived outside Moyang City. The black line once again. Lin Xiaoya wanted to ask him how he did it. The next second, the 3 girls were forcibly pressed down by her, hugging each other and lying there. Luo Yuan is only doing it, Lin Xiaoyao is using it, and Mu Yun is around. The faces of the 3 women were red, especially Mu Yu and Wensheng General. Anyone who was oppressed would be punished. Yin Qingqiu Qingxia life. After hearing the reminder, the three girls quickly looked through the dying grass blades. In the distance, you can vaguely see that the model moderators have turned into 7 or 8 people, and they are fighting with several other moderators. Those who want to improve their figure are washed first, and the clothes are put first. The first thing you notice is you. If you take a closer look, the reciting of the Rong Sutra becomes pale. Isn't that the time of our Chinese language? Mu Yun clenched his fists, thinking, those are the killers who kill without blinking an eye. They will never show mercy to them. It will be over if the fever is not enough. The three women's faces and solemn lake position. Only Yun Qingqiu was smiling in Luohe River, and her expression was as if she was in front of a mouse, and the three women's. There are 4 female disciples of Xin Yufeng who obey the orders of those demonic cultivators to fight. Those demonic cultivators are far superior to them in terms of positions. They are also on the edge of a knife. Their combat experience is completely overwhelmed. They were beaten without any chance of fighting back. Just listen to one of the magic cultivators. Hey Xiao, yo, sister, you used your strength at that time. If you don't use your strength, Komori will use it later. Why does the girl's face look cold and warm? But there is nothing difficult to reconcile. The marriage and physical strength are gradually decreasing. The private quilt is tied together to delay the day. The Russian agents walked together and surrounded them. Let's make a quick decision. There will be a formal meeting later. If not for time, I really want to do more. Suddenly, one of the magic cultivators moved his hands and moved violently to Cheong Khan's fire. He and the cultivators in the Federation used camps to fight against each other, but the difference in strength is unstoppable. The formation is instantly dispersed. We finally come together in fear. We close our eyes and prepare to face the strong wind. Between the truth and the truth, the sound suddenly appeared in front of them. They never expected to encounter Luo Yuan here. At this time, the clothes hanging on it were fresh and grey, and the layers of blue clouds were long and watery and rarely spread like gradual marks. It forced the mold repairers back to the bottom. Then turned around and put the pin to its mouth, and quickly scanned the mold repairers with its eyes. At the same time, Mu Yun and Lin Xiaoyao prepared the fallen girls couple, Ding Zhiwei from the same people, and Mo Xiu who came over. Several demon cultivators shook off their torn clothes and then scanned the 4 newly appeared people. Finally, their eyes rested on Ling Xiaoyao, Luo Yuanji, and Mu Yun. They laughed. They originally thought it would be troublesome for 2 people to use 1 girl. Unexpectedly, the 3 more people came. Seeing that Shen Duan was good. It was a good idea to cause trouble. Please work hard to accept it. We are now very comfortable. At this time, Lin Xiaoyao's face was cold, and the golden color flashed slightly. She held the 2 old clouds of Yun Qingqiu Zhongyu with her backhand, and she and Luo Yuan made an oath. And rushed towards them together. Yun Qingqiu stared at Wu Yanghui and the one with higher cultivation level and flew directly over. The only thing that can make them comfortable. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoyao and Lu Yuan almost fell down. Yun Qingqi was very moved, and his speed slowed down. Ling Qingqiu just happened to take away the most powerful model cultivator, so they turned to deal with Liao Qing. Lin Xiaoyao clenches the common one with one hand, moves her body forward and wakes up, and instantly makes a dozen sword marks. Mo Xiu, who was laughing and joking, obviously didn't expect Lin Xiaoyao's attack to be so clever and Huang Mang's defense reaching the fatal realm. Another model cultivator is holding the distance viewing finger, which is close to the falling courtyard. The distance seeing grey object has recently absorbed the harmful power. The falling courtyard finger is talking about the spiritual pin. The agile and soothing Xuanzu player has the airflow flowing through the body. Soon, the suspense changes from brisk to cold, including sand shadows and invisible sights. There have been constant attacks. Young lady, I caught the demon cultivator off guard. Mo Yun and 4 other disciples dealt with 3 demon cultivators. It was almost 2 people fighting each other. Compared with before, the pressure was greatly reduced and they were able to escape. Yun Qingqiu calmly dealt with the 2 demon cultivators while watching the animals on the battlefield. It's worthy of being the winner of Tianyu. When he entered Zhu Jijin, he was able to beat the model repairman of Zhu Jijin's agency into a unique skill. As expected, the shoes of the loser. If the powerful world activates the spiritual power in his body, he should be able to barely fight Jie Danjing. Those 2 demon cultivators, Yujing Yunu, are fighting while the others are fighting. What's even more outrageous is that he is holding a small book in his hand and scanning the grain without knowing it. This is so disrespectful to the 2 of them. Those 2 demon cultivators are both smart and angry. Did you think that he was using the anger method to transform himself into Hong Yunfeng? But I didn't expect that the strength is different from the external sense, which is very difficult to check. No matter how the 2 of them tried, they were still unable to retreat from the situation that caused them to reach a certain point. From Yun Qingqiu's smile, the 2 of them felt a sense of Han Yi, and the spiritual power of the soul body stopped moving. We followed up with Yun Qingqiu's deep art flash. The speed was as fast as 2 people, and the magic cultivator couldn't reinstall it at all. In Juanshengjian, he grabbed the 2 uncles and pinned them to the ground. It was like a gust of wind spell, and it was like a crazy attack, until you heard the sound of Kaka's tiger breaking through the ground. During the crazy attacks again and again, the bodies of the 2 Moshio exploded into pieces. The model collides with the Yunqing ball that rushes towards the other models. Yunqingqiu measured his body and dodged. If the common person on the ground quickly came to Yunqingqiu's hand, a dozen cyclones on his arms wrapped around the common person. And his backhand was grey. The voices of several people kept intertwining, and the sounds of collision between spirits kept causing fire. Soon everything was done. The group of female cultivators who originally planned to support looked very excited. Yunqingqiu was actually able to fight the array demon cultivator back and forth, and even defeated him effortlessly. Lin Xiaoya and Lu Yuanzhao closed their eyes. Their consciousnesses were very surprised, some kind of twinkling little stars, as if they were little girls. A kind of model repairer fell to the ground, and the power in his eyes quickly dissipated. After Yunqingqiu plundered the items on the model repairer's body, he used Lin Li to remove the corpse's aura and wild veins. He would not let others check for a period of time. After returning to the away battle, the emotions of the female cultivators gradually calmed down. They came here with no intention of participating in the foot simulation and came to Shepherd City. They just wanted to pick some harvest grass in exchange for earning some pocket money. However, unexpectedly, bad luck came. On the first day here, I met Mo. After cleaning up these things, the girls had no intention of staying any longer. After repairing it for a while, they decided to pay back the money. During the away battle, Lin Xiaoya and Luo Yuanqi were cleaning up their war supplies, their faces filled with joy of harvest. It was the first time for them to participate in the Horned Demon Order. It was the first time for them to change their chess and open up Disheng. They felt very desolate. There are 8 previews on the table that prove the identity of the model. It is the model who counts the scores. After a while, Mu Yun came over with a black and gold box in his arms. There was a wind strip hanging on it. From the wind strip, several black and gold chains spread tightly. He was very depressed and didn't know what was inside. He tried many methods to defeat it. When Yang Yunqingqiu took it from his hand, pressed the corners of the box and the chain, and swept the wind that flickered on the hard body. Freshman's clear voice. The wind strips were scattered and burnt into ash. The locked chain also slipped from the box desert. Soon a cage appeared in the field of vision. Inside it was a small, sleepy-eyed little red creature that looked like a fox with feathers, but many heroes are often shocked. After seeing the pig man, his soul and body are shaking, as if he was frightened, and he was hit by the box. 3 girls were immediately attracted by the cute retail department. Yunqingqiu also glanced at the spirit-eared cat with a thin trace of the blood of the mythical beast. It is extremely rare in the Kangman budget. The appearance of the Zero Beast is cute, and it is usually treated as a heavy object, taking medicine, and thinking to a certain extent. It can also predict the beast's step habits. Fighting. In addition, 02 Cat's facial features are sensitive and can be used to find various items. On Namoshio, the effect is self-explanatory. I must be searching first. In the middle of the night, the bustling Suyang city was brightly lit, and pedestrians came to network to lay out the layout. The few of them were really bored staying at the passenger station, so they decided to go out for a walk together. Soon, the sound insulation of an 11-story beautiful building came into view. The eyes of several girls lit up and they ran away together. After going in and walking there, Yunqingqiu immediately felt helpless. There were a lot of clothes that exposed the girl's figure, such as maiden clothes, rain clothes, swimsuits, etc., which were printed in her eyes. She was extremely conscientious in her work. Use the least absorbent fabric to show off your most beautiful and alluring figure, and the place is worthy of the high price. Various flavors have the ability to highlight the lines of the figure and cover up the most mysterious areas. Often this kind of look the performance is the most alluring. Just thinking about it makes me lose my mind. Very long. Yunqingqiu is black. If you put these on for girls, think about it. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiaoya held the selected clothes in her arms, her eyes fixed on the surroundings, and quickly ran over while no one was paying attention. She quickly took out a half tutu from the shelf and joined Xiaodankun Guangzi and Sis Wang. The red face quickly ran to the sea. Lin Xiaoya color repair department, maybe you will use it every day. Buy it first. After a while, the gatekeeper also showed the same attitude. After seeing that no one was living around, he picked up a set of secretarial attire that could show off the stage. Yang Yao gritted his teeth and grabbed the lace-like leg ring in his hand, and then continued to choose endlessly. But after they picked a lot, they found that the price was far beyond the Yinqing was correcting the scriptures with a lot of help in the hands of the pigfish, and the roommate behind him who was helping to push the shopping cart full of shopping carts. Apart from the clothes, he didn't even make any gestures. This is just a little bit, right? This house is about to be destroyed. Is this a store Bungtong service? Is this buying clothes? Is this a shopping store? Yun Qingqiu was a little hesitant. He didn't care about paying. However, Mu Yangcheng came in to modify the magic and cultivated many things. Going out with so many things would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. This is really in line with his low-key character. At this point, Ling Xiaya put her hands behind her back and twisted you with a smile. Then she looked at Yun Qingqiu and shouted sweetly, "Dad's results are outstanding." Yun Qingqiu falls into serious talk. The courtyard is only built strong. Lean next to Yun Qingqiu, and Qing Qinghen guides you. Dad, I want it too. Miyu nodded stupidly. Where is Dad? Dad thought about it first. Yun Qingqiu never thought that Lin Xiaoya would play this kind of thing. Yun Qingqiu went downstairs without difficulty and walked to the kneeling platform. He always lowered the price. He still had more than 20,000 yuan in the kitchen, so he was frustrated to pay for these clothes, but he still has to live in Shepherd City for a long time. He also wants to help his sister improve her strength, and buy some medicinal materials himself. There will still be a lot of flowers in the future, and there may be other things. Considering this, there is no way to plunder it from model shows, so I used the magic food to sweep the kitchen items given by Zero Machine to find out how many belongings were inside. When I saw the materials in it, I was not only a little surprised. In addition to the world of things, which was full of high-value objects and snacks, I went to Ka Nyan to buy a single medicine without quality. The price I paid for that single medicine was equivalent to the price of a single medicine with no quality. Almost only a few 100,000 snacks. However, the funds given by the lead machine far exceeded the Big Zero card and even reached the terrifying 1 million points. It is estimated that this locked-up Chamber of Commerce can also win 2 or 3. Just when Yun Qingqiu was about to go to the barrier, a tall and handsome young man walked down the steps and scanned the field with bored eyes. Behind her were several beautiful women, each holding a gauntlet happily. The young man's face was full of Kuan Yi and boredom. Just when he was about to go downstairs to check out, first, he suddenly stopped at the courtyard site on Lin Xiaya Road and Mao Yun. After seeing the 3 girls who were either deep, crazy or slow, he stopped without passing by. He comes from the Kanglan territory. Jian Wen Guangwang. Even my husband has seen the beautiful girls many times, but those beauties are quite different from you if you just look at their backs. He thought for a moment. Kang Yuan lowered his hand to face the woman behind him, and tried to let them fight, and then left Li Yishan. Slowly walked down the steps towards Ling Xiaoyao and others. The 3 girls were singing The Night Below. They came from the Kanglan Jade Ling Fire. It was so special to see each other again. Hearing the 3 words, Lin Huozhong, Lin Xiaoya and the 3 girls looked at each other. Kanglan Yu Jufu's holy name in Lin Huozhong was considered a powerful force. They were not surprised to meet someone from Yuji in Muyang City. They had no intention of paying attention, but the young man Yun Ying exuded a strong threat, and there were several people behind him who couldn't see clearly what Xiao Wei was. In order not to cause trouble, if you wish to point to the hesitant piece of shell, nod your head. Mr. Zong, you have a hand. Kang Yang laughed so heartily that she couldn't stop laughing. She saw several girls and was deeply worried about the beautiful clay figures. She suddenly thought that there was such a fairy in Muyang City. She didn't know the name of the first son of the pearl, and which pearl he came from. When he fell into the hospital, he only had his head wrinkled up. This person was a little shy. It has a lot to do with his identity. It's not easy to deal with. As he said this, he picked up Ling Xiaoya and Mu Yun from the warehouse of Limao Toys and planned not to leave soon. However, this Kang Ye stepped forward to block Julio. Xin Yin said, "You fairies seem to attach great importance to the clothes here. If you are scared, you are a little rich. If the girl doesn't dislike it, I will pay the bill for you." Ling Xiaoya didn't appreciate it at all. "Thank you for Mr. S kindness. Someone has already helped." When Yang Sangyin Maitu frowned slightly, unwilling in her heart, but she still maintained a polite smile on her face. "Your friends must also be family members. Where and why should we introduce them? You are looking for me." Hearing the voice coming from behind, Kang Ye turned around and saw a voice in blue and white robes. Yun Qingqiu is on both sides and probably understands the matter. Next to him was Xu Huixian's friend. Yun Qingqiu, who was looking for a way out of the industry, carefully felt his aura and appearance. After a few seconds, he came to the conclusion that this guy was just an ordinary groom. He was not surprised in his heart. Yun Qingqiu smiled. "My friend, you are wrong. I am their father." I have been involved in the industry for a while and I can't understand this relationship. Yun Qingqiu smiled faintly and explained carefully that he was their husband and his father was Xi Wanxi's love child. Lin Xiaoyao and Lu Yuanqi instantly became popular and didn't know what they were doing. They actually said this directly. Kang Yang did it for a few seconds, and there was an inexplicable anger in her heart. Save your virtue and make friends with these three fairies. Hey, but looking at the modified expressions and the superiority in the eyes of the two girls, what do you think? With only one buttocks, these girls are this guy's whole body. He was indifferent to Song Sang Lan Yu's own clothes, but he was silently cold to her. He fixed the color of his clothes and his expression, and his heart was overturned. In an instant, his mouth was full of you. There is still a smile on Kang Rui's face, but the smile has become handsome, ugly, and too slow. It is fate that I met Fairy Zhu Hui. I bought many things in big and small bags. But they are not worthy of their status. I plan to go to the high-rise to buy some gestures as gifts. They should wait a little longer. Cai Yang sneered and exploded her chest with both hands. Judging from the girl's bag, they must be the former lottery who didn't buy high-level supplies. He wanted to come up with materials that this boy couldn't produce, and easily do things that young people couldn't do. He was very useless in front of these young people. So he came to cultivate this young man. He let these young girls know how powerful the growing power of prostitution is. By this point, Lin Xiaoya and Luo Yuanqi were already very disgusted with Kang Yang and had seen through the strangeness. Lin Xiaoya already has some people. No need. If there is nothing else we can. Kang Yangjia nodded and looked at Zhu Wei with a bright smile. If Xian is interested, I can take you to kill some demon cultivators tomorrow. Zhu Wei's talents are not as good as Xian's. It's really hard to protect yourself. I feel so faint that I am speechless. This may be because the girl I was jealous of died in the wind, and I just thought I lost my financial resources. I even said it in front of myself. Luo Yuan only thought about it briefly for a few seconds. Chao Yun Qingqiu suddenly changed his mind and calmed down. Since the young master is interested, the little girl really doesn't want to. Mezukura looked at Luo Yuanji with a different look. Just when she was about to pull Luo Yuanji to cut it, Luo Yuanji gently patted Mezukura. Lin Xiaoya's thoughtful life in the youth school. The young master is really willing to touch her. Kang Yang felt refreshed. The attitude of the two beauties towards her was already palpable. I am afraid that it had something to do with the offer to help with facial modeling. After all, material and fame are the pursuits of almost everyone. The temptation of beauties like them on the restricted list is not ordinary. In the morning on the top floor, many of the bettors are willing to run away, and the prices are calculated in their minds. He was born into a wealthy family and has a lot of talent and money. It is not a problem to buy Xiaodong's building. However, he is a little distressed. The cost of buying cattle is a bit high. But he feels inexplicably distressed. But looking at the girl's swaying waist and buttocks, it's hard to feel warm in my heart. Then look at the young man's face. What will it be like on the bed? Gritting her teeth, Kang Rui Popo tasted and said, I want all the products on this floor and the next 2 floors and give them to Xu Weishi. After a while, shopkeeper Berg came here. Who wants to buy the belongings on these floors? Kang Yangtiu is not too dissatisfied with it, but is full of virtue. It's me, Chang Gui, who can help you beat you. I hope it's faster. Don't let me know how to register first. But the shopkeeper was in a dilemma when he went there. This gentleman is really embarrassed. Kang Dang's cold face has a noble face, and the uncontrollable release of blood in her body is not only not flattering, but also unrewarding. The shopkeeper was so excited that he continued to practice hard work and cultivate his sins. He wiped cold sweat and said, Sir, I don't dare to offend you. It's just that this store has been bought by other adults. It just so happened that Yun Qingqiu came walking by. Shopkeeper Luo Ji is the official person who bought this building. Sang Yin Dunsha is a little dumbfounded. The products in this store and the loft add up to at least 500,000 yuan. How can this guy buy it? Brother Liu didn't want to be confused by the gunpowder, so he used the doo-doo style slowly and quickly gave a black card to the scattered stars. Seeing the black card, Kang Yang and the others' expressions turned pale. Only millions of snacks are eligible to use Xilong cards. Even for Ling Huishong, this is a big fortune. This company is actually a big place. Kang Yang was dissatisfied, so she casually took out one from the kitchen world, Bei Yin Qingqiu from Yupai, which meant that he had something to do tonight, otherwise he would have to show off too. This kid. Late at night, the moonlight shines into the room through the window. The jade row in Yun Qingqiu's hand exudes the colors of waste fluid. The jade row has complicated patterns. On the front is a fake girl's waist tiger. Although the eyes are closed, there is a feeling of being deprived, and it also produces an inexplicable state of mind. The tail of the defective wine spreads all the way to the back of the jade row, forming a prototype pattern similar to the twisted mysterious mist. After reflection, you will see that it is an ancient inscription. Yu Qingxiu wanted to deceive customers by opening the window of Solan and turned around. Yotsumada's tentacles stretched out from the mountains outside the city and spread like honey, making the whole city black. Since the zero rights phenomenon appeared outside Muyang City, the growth of collar grass has accelerated. It is cheap, and there are no longer a few people every night. Even a small one has been built in the wild of Muyang City, but when night fell, tents appeared in the mountains without a trace and slowly spread outward, making it impossible to continue to step on them for a while. These materials have a strange color in the copper of the human eye. Deep travel also has some purpose, and there has been a heavy supplement syndrome. Like Yu Qingxiu, many modifications also walked towards the mountains. After discovering the symptoms of Cai Yao Ren, they picked up the fans and dispersed them, and then drove them away and continued at high speed. This series of clues has allowed Yu Qingxiu to gradually understand Muyang City's oily changes. Those modders who used zero-eared cats were obviously looking for something. After obtaining the Yao Huang Dianyu card, Yu Qingxiu had a rough guess. Search for the sacred object that is likely to be the waste yellow lightning, just in case. Although the 10,000 demon pigs are good, they are of no use to Yu Qingxiu. However, the person who can control the 10,000 demon pigs has a demon body, which is exactly the 3 systems he needs. Only one, the yellow waste pad, has been silent and even disappears intensively. It is naturally extremely difficult to find a woman with a good physique for Ling Mai. And with the relevant clues currently available, Yu Qingxiu will naturally not be able to. He immediately put on his wig and used zero force to make his appearance change a bit. Then he casually glanced around and walked towards another secret area. When I found a place where Shibo was accounted for and was about to investigate, suddenly a familiar voice flashed next to me. The voice also noticed Yu Qingxiu, and immediately walked over with a smile. The voice separated from the black and came closer. Wearing a slim-fitting Taoist robe, the white legs look very human-like in the night. There is half a mask on the face, and the smiling eyes can be seen from the raised lips. Yu Qingxiu is different. I didn't expect that I could have a drink here. The leader nodded slightly and said to Yu Qingxiu, "Why are you here, sir? Could it be that the night is long and you are a little lonely? The difficulty in the 10th noisy cave is to come out to find some fun. If so, the leader can accompany you for entertainment." Yu Qingxiu didn't want to pay attention and continued to check the account period. The pilot was indeed following Yu Qingxiu. The clear slipway clothes exposed my shoulders. Today I am wearing a black mesh suit, which will definitely add a lot of weight. As he spoke, his fingers restlessly rubbed Yu Qingxiu's abdomen. He moved his fingers as if he wanted a machine. Yu Qingxiu moved away speechlessly. His fingers touched the tent, leaving a slightly black trail between his fingers. It could be seen that this woman had just walked out of the deep tent. Recalling that this woman asked her to help with finger showers before, she must be looking for an outsider. Yu Qingxiu didn't bother to take a photo with him and asked him bluntly if he had found the case. Wen Yang's smile gradually reflected in his eyes, and a golden color appeared in his eyes. When such an incident came, I was afraid that there would be no one in the Blue Jade except his wife. And he was shocked for a lifetime. The cold man felt for Qingxiu. Deep, Yu Qingxiu took a breath and walked forward, telling him not to hit that thing. Seeing that the curiosity in his heart was aroused, he looked at Yu Qingxiu and shook his head slightly, then turned around to look at the confusing smoke, took out another pill and planned to go in again, and was about to swallow it in his mouth. A powerful breath spread out from the smoke, and a dozen voices rushed out of the mist. The little-handed Jinpao modification took it immediately after seeing the zero dose. "Then I want you to be here, okay? Run away," lead the hurriedly deep movement, leaving a colorful shadow behind him, quickly heading towards Muyang City. When the moon comes out hundreds of years ago, it is recommended to move it to the big one and bid it out as fast as possible. A powerful burst of soul violence was set off from all directions on the ground, and a wide number of people were flying, blocking the lead plane. Those dark shadows moved forward crazily to collect and ran around the zero base to take advantage of them. They took out the zero-stage epidemic and passed away. The leader looked at them and breathed slightly. The soaking bowl stretched out his sleeves. He added a few flickering cold and warm yin rays to his fingertips. His eyes quickly searched for the place to break the battle. After seeing the modifications of the powerful roast meats above, he went straight up. The surrounding modifications jumped together in the direction of the air circumference. The leader leaned over and crossed the scene where the two Shusha appeared. He kept walking backwards and then quickly turned over. He moved his silhouette close to his face and passed it. The leader smiled faintly and quickly scattered the silver needle in his hand. Many cultivators used zero energy to resist. The weaker cultivators' body-protecting flags were exploded like bubbles, directly hitting those cultivators. Then, those Yingzheng Mo's tails were exposed, and Sai Xian's collar and fingers were clear in the dark night. The Sai Qian quickly pulled the 5 modifiers who were hit by Yingzheng. They were unable to move in an instant and fell heavily to the ground. Then they were like ink. War tactics. The leader recorded an effect that Bai Yi disliked. His hands pulled and his thoughts tightened. Those modifications became manipulated. Kuei Lei rushed towards Bai Yi together. It was built by Jianying and various Zero-Jutsu bombers. It left an afterimage in the lake next to the pilot plane, avoiding many companies that came over. Then he took out an artist's tachi from the kitchen and fought back. He gently pushed the blade with his tongue and touched every acupoint with the knife. The sword immediately gave off a new red luster, and the world red light spread to the bird brains on both sides with the blade. Yin Qingqiu finally went to the checkpoint and learned about the attack method for a few weeks. He had rarely seen this kind of scene in his memory. It seemed that it did not come from this correction. After a while, Ling Jishan alone resisted the 11 Xiao Shuwei. The golden robe that adorns Otate's body emits extremely strong fluctuations of power, and a virtual intention of holding a prototype appears on his body, and his body is filled with incomparable aura. The other two moderators also showed their real style. Bai Ren took out the actual masturbation device on his back. Bai Ren used the pre-sale numbers to summon more than 10. Level 0 jumped backwards continuously. At this time, 2 white demons rushed to level 0. Facing fierce thoughts, the 2 shadows next to them immediately separated. At the same time, Feng Huang, who was behind the pilot, uttered a dozen or so camp-building words that collided with each other. The pilot's body scraped the ground and his hind legs were supported by his knees, and that Ming Jianqiu complexion account quickly suppressed when nuance. The leader's eyes aroused with fear, and his figures scattered in confusion. He held the sword in both hands and rushed forward quickly to save his life. The golden robe was decorated, like, I consciously raised my fists fiercely, and rushed over. Just when I was about to hit the front, the lead attack suddenly deflected deep into the golden robe and brushed against it. I used the sword to forcefully resist the main pursuit, and the deep movement reported the truth. Then he quickly rushed to Yun Qingqiu's side to measure the gun and fell down. The leader sat on the ground and Qingqing pulled Yun Qingqiu's trousers. He stretched out his first hand and shook it on Yun Qingqiu's abdomen. He said, Sir, please report to the lobby. I'll help you clean it later. I came here on my knees. This beautiful woman saw Jiang Mai Mai. Yun Qingqiu was a heavenly being, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. She looked with disgust at Gisaku, who was pulling her to run away. This is the ultimate move you are talking about. In an instant, Yun Qingqiu also became the focus of the audience. The leader is sitting on the ground, pulling on his clothes. The pretty, soft little girl is blowing up her boyfriend with a balloon and doesn't want to abandon her husband. Afraid of suddenly feeling a little embarrassed, Yun Qingqiu changed her clothes. After knowing this and this, I hold on and don't let go, leaving a trail on the grass. Hao Qingqiu put her oxygen head on her knees, pressed the leader's shoulders with both hands, and lifted the leader with one hand like plucking loose pine. The snow-white shoulders that were pulled out by the attack were moved by Gao Habai, who was wrapped in a package. The attack took advantage of the situation and made a cross sound. One Qingqiu and one Liang are speechless. Your sister, I just pulled you. The leader was very aggrieved and stepped on the prostitute Qingqiu, but this effect, since the data, this is the first time that he has been caught like this. Yun Qingqiu knew that he couldn't stand him, so he just stopped trying too much. The 3 Jindan cultivators flew over to accommodate 2 people. The Jinhao cultivators ate up Yun Qingqiu. I thought I could fight more. Hand over those leaders quickly. Seeing as you are a woman, you will continue to do so. Lingji's eyes and mouth were piercing with a smile, and he went back with a very unyielding rein. He was given a lighter sentence. My thigh is here, and I still need your forgiveness. Laughing, the pilot leaned on Yun Qingqiu and said in a voice, Sir, please help me. I just took a little bit of camp grass. Just throw a few of them over and you can resolve the crisis. The little girl will be fine later. Beating Yun Qingqiu silently watched him. Be more real, Lin Tong. Be more real, Lin Tong and the others. How can such an exciting battle be accomplished by simple manipulation? But they even used their housekeeping skills. The leader stretched out his finger, and the dense paper lay out the attributes. It was just a Beishike woodland flower, a dozen beads of bead grass, 5 seedlings, and a bead of the relatively valuable Xian Lin flower. Only here, this group of people chased them with all their strength. It is really a small family. Yun Qingqiu looked at the complaining leader with his big eyes, and was speechless. These precious collar grasses add up to probably 1,000,000 snacks. Even he would hunt down such a large number. He also kind of understands why this woman is so rich. Jin Paoxiu is completely dark at 10 o'clock. What's the road? I heard this woman's words next door. You still have such a shameless person. She protected Yuan Qingqiu with one hand and patted Lingji on the shoulder with the other. Gentlemen love talents and take them. Yu Dao understands the biting lip. This is my life-threatening spirit. If you don't help me leave. I was so dizzy that Qingqiu Tan's tone was about to change. Li Ji quickly held Yun Qingqiu's hand and took me with him when he left. After all, we all have your buttocks. We can do this together. The three golden elixir cultivators met each other and already had flesh and blood. Their relationship was so severe that their virginity was broken. They had the intention to capture Yun Qingqiu in one move. After all, this kid might also be able to help. While Yun Qingqiu was running around in circles frantically, she suddenly fell into the mud-filled tent surrounding her. In the filthy air, dozens of competing ideas appeared in the consciousness, like ghosts on the road to death, exuding black smoke and rain, and pointed guns outward from the barrier. Many modifications turned around at the same time and looked at each other, seemingly unable to figure out why such a strange incident occurred. As the long-term ambiguity grew, the words became more and more familiar. He even modified Leng Hang and glanced at the leader. He put aside the grudges for the time being. He waved his hands to adapt to those few who actually modified Leng Hang and dealt with the dozen or so monsters that came out first. He first stopped the full energy. Let's talk about this. At this time, the waist-grinding group in Yun Qingqiu's weapon continued. Yun Qingqiu moved his fingers, and the leader's attitude flew out. There was a young man next to Xiao Fei in a golden robe. Even Kang Yang before, he had never seen such a scene, and his heart was shattered. If it wasn't for the sake of preserving his reputation in the forest fire, he would have wanted to hold on. Dozens of waist wipes went crazy after they walked out of the tent, and the shield-style beauty was eclipsed. Unexpectedly, Yun Qingqiu would be an artist facing those waist wipes. He gritted his teeth and quickly moved forward to take out the money. He held Yun Qingqiu Gabao in a bowl with one hand and wanted to wear it on his head, but I didn't expect that Yun Qingqiu seemed to have the power of 1,000 troops, freezing in place and moving. When the inviting demon was 100 steps away, Yun Qingqiu burst into flames. Tai Yang suddenly felt like it was really on his back, and his soul was trembling. He couldn't help but cry out about Leng Han. He stepped back and fell to the ground with his gun drawn. But for the sake of breath, it turned out to be more beautiful than those waist wipes. Yun Chuanxiu gently held the sword in front of him and pushed the sword with his backhand. The blade of the sword shined through one of their eyes. A few pieces of the sword were drawn out, and there was not even an afterimage in the air. A white light of tens of meters was released in the air. The white light spread out and formed a terrifying, huge shadow of the sword. Hung's sister-in-law was one of dozens of people who were moving forward. Ling Ji is behind the clouds in the clear autumn, and the spectators who are fighting for the Big Eye Mask are showing the huge sword in the past. Within tens of meters of the sword shadow, the waste membranes that are still in contact with each other dissipate and turn into black waste membranes. Even the lumber membrane with the Jindan Dacheng cultivation level couldn't withstand the first level exhibition machine. It shattered and disappeared at a speed that the naked eye could not keep up with. In an instant, all the lumber membranes that Feng Huang moved forward were beheaded. Jian Ying still moved forward, and there was an extremely loud cracking sound. He heard the sound of blasting from the distant mountain in his sight. After a few seconds, Jian Ying finally dissipated, and everything he saw as far as he could see was meaning. All the modifiers present had their eyes wide open and could not imagine what was happening in front of them. A single cut of cinnabar gold was applied to Dacheng's waist, and a reverse move knocked the person inside to the ground. This level of strength is terrifying. Rusi Yun Qingqiu turned around, put the sword in Zero Level's hand, and gently pinched his face to help him. The monk's mouth was open due to fright. Then he calmly walked towards the group of Xiuxia with gold belts. Yun Qingqiu broke the silence and helped you solve the trouble. The herb taken is a reward. Now I can take it away. Xu Duoxiu nodded blankly. Wang Kongxi was thinking about how to change it first, and then I realized, another episode is waiting for me. Walking next to Yun Qingqiu, amidst the surprised eyes of many people, eyewitnesses quickly passed on the news, and in less than half a day, rumors spread throughout Muyang City that Baifar was studying for training. The rumor that Baifar was studying in Muzhou was an additional one that had been circulating for hundreds of years. A few days after the queen, Yun Qingqiu also brought some Lingchun they had cultivated, so they could solve the model by the way. Now that there are gradually a lot of pre-cards, there is still a long way to go before the two girls can get on the Xinzi list. According to online information, one must complete at least a few first-level corner orders to be eligible to enter the Kangen Pre-Master Party. At this time, the sky has turned dark. Muyang City is extremely slippery at night. The whole city is shining with winter fire. Just when I was curious, there was a sudden announcement from the front. Immediately afterwards, a beautiful and elegant godson appeared in the realization. The godson was the author's teacher Mu Yangcheng. The biggest brothel and the most dreamy flower sunflower were named fresh. Not only was it extremely touching, but it was also in the distance. Yun Qingqiu suddenly noticed an invisible wave spreading around. It seemed that Mu Yangcheng was getting more and more uncomfortable. It was already late at night after returning to the science station. After a while, Mu Yun came over and knocked on the door. It pulled Yun Qingqiu and ran to the nearest Lin Xiaoya's room first. Lin Xiaoya was lying on the bed motionless, with golden light flowing from her body, and the sharp weapons in front of her were scattered on her face. Yun Qingqiu has seen this situation before. When his Tianye Shengti decisively supported him, he also showed the same attitude. At that time, the examination also revealed my own supernatural powers. This should be a sign of breakthrough. First of all, the breakthrough of this kind of system is different from ordinary people. It is also the ability. So the two of them dared to run to Luo Yuanji's room again. Directly, Luo Yuanji's body flashed with blue Linling waves, and a cold breath spread from the whole room. Yun Qingqiu checked a little and found that there were no other major cases that were ongoing like Lin Xiaoya's. The system of the Luoshan clan is also different from that of ordinary people. But this breakthrough is really weird. Lin Dun seems to be changing too. However, after swallowing the blood of mathematics, Yun Qingqiu Dao can also understand that the system may have been created by him. Generally speaking, they have nothing. Halo Qingqiu finally comes down. The music feels like their spiritual veins are expanding and the sound is long. After this breakthrough, Genxiu and Tianzi should get a plate. It's just that you have to meet certain requirements, otherwise there may be some. After thinking for a while, Yun Qingqiu decided to buy some medicinal materials and let Mu Yun take care of them here. He approached Mu Yun and spoke, and Mu Yun nodded quickly as if he understood. Hugging Zero Erbao and trying to communicate spiritually with him, Yun Qingqiu watched from the side. This was a lifetime of training for the two of them to establish their bloodline. 02 Cats has the bloodline of God, which is pretty good for a first-time retail signing in July. Soon, one person and one cat was surrounded by light and shadow. A thin band of light connected them, and then quickly shrank and headed towards Mu Yun's Shantian. The contract was completed, and the lineared cat became Mu Yun's moon. Mu Yun showed a happy smile, but before he opened his mouth, his body unexpectedly fell into Yun Qingqiu's arms. Yun Qingqiu immediately checked and found out that Mu Yunye had established a relationship with 02 Cats in July. 3 people have to break through at once. What a coincidence. Yun Qingqiu shook his head helplessly and put them on the bed. The youngest son checked to make sure there was nothing wrong and left. He took a deep breath and got busy again. However, after they regained consciousness, their strength improved and they were able to quickly complete the foot massage and enter the first list of inspection prisoners. It has been 11 days since the last outbreak of Man Yao Pig. Ideta renovation industry carefully explored the surrounding area. However, due to the previous ghost situation, the search was slightly relaxed afterwards. Karen Qingqiu knew that it was the last piece after the outbreak of the 10,000 demonic pigs, and the day of the outbreak was probably very soon. After the outbreak of the 10,000 monster pigs, those model builders became extremely active, and they were also the best in harvesting the foot model orders. After the concubines took a single medicine, Yun Qingqiu felt that nothing was wrong. Go to Chengwei to help Mu Yun capture the practice pre-sale. I met the retail salesman and asked him to take people out of Moyang City in advance. The reporter was very obedient and did not ask any questions directly. Then Yun Qingqiu was wandering around the outer city of Muyang City. According to newspaper information, there was a hidden person here. Without the company of a girl, Yun Qingqiu was very depressed and planned to kill some time before dealing with it. I bought a basic little book and was planning to find a little glutton to eat and drink. Suddenly I found an acquaintance who had had conflicts in Zangshu Ji before. The official disciple of Mr. Zhong, and Xu Xiu was well aware of his horror. When she saw Yun Qingqiu's body, she immediately turned around and left. She just took a breath after turning to a box, but suddenly he found Yuan Qingqiu waiting for him behind him. Yuan Qingqiu smiled and teased him, but Xu Xiu glanced at Yun Qingqiu and told him that she was chasing Mo Xiu and had no time to deal with it. Yun Qingqiu is a little different. Is there a demon cultivator here that the newspaper ignored? He has no interest in joining him. Xu Xiu was very speechless in her heart. The relationship between the two was not good. There was a conscious hostility between the mountains. What on earth was he doing? However, this firehouse is quite powerful, so it can be used as a counterattack. During the battle, just hint to the junior brothers to stay behind and not have any rights. Consume this box well and then find an opportunity to teach them a lesson. Entering a wasteland on the edge of the area 10 minutes early, Xu Bingxi walked to the entrance of the wasteland, her eyes just looking at the wasteland. Yun Qingqiu Xiaomei, the place here is consistent with the information provided by the newspaper. The two men are chasing Mo Xiu and Fei Shiqiu. He curiously looked at the meaning of learning and cultivation. What exactly is here? What kind of ink is sold? The school issued a general order, flower picker. This person has picked countless flowers and his methods are bad. It is not too late to get right. I will be one of them today. Said Da glanced at Yun Qingqiu and made various calculations in his mind. The secret attack on Yun Qingqiu suddenly lost all character. He went to a colorful flower thief. This guy was ambushing and didn't realize it. After such a big effort, he suddenly lost all character. He planned to leave this to my Shushu. He was thinking about leaving. As soon as the sound suddenly flew out from the deserted garden, I turned around a few times before I was free from the pollution. Absolutely, 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 absolutely. Absolutely, 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 absolutely. Absolutely, 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 absolutely. Solved. Yun Qingqiu looked at the colorful flower thief who came out of her vagina with confusion. This colorful flower thief turned out to be a woman. Qingqiu quickly charged towards the colorful flower thief. Judging from his good posture, his face must not be too bad, but he became a colorful flower thief under such conditions. It was really nice. Then Huazue kept looking at the rushing young man casually and tentatively. The two of them turned over the captain in succession, and the sound of Dao Lai came from the sealed air. After the round, Hua spends his time on the street to retreat. Looking at Yun Qingqiu in a wasteland of gold, he never thought that this young man could be so strong. If he continues like this, he will definitely not be his opponent. When he was about to escape and evacuate the city, Yun Qingqiu suddenly flashed to his side and suddenly rose up randomly, knocking Saihua Disc's body off balance. Flash came to him and took off his mask. After seeing the 5 abstract levels, my foot slipped and I almost fell off the Wu Yen bed again. Close the furnace. The female cultivator kept her face restrained and her eyes filled with hatred. She was ugly and no male cultivator was willing to do it. She could only be weak and miserable. At this moment, her mask was unveiled, and she felt very sad. I'm so confused. Quickly jumped to the dirty words. The person who jumped to Shuexiu and pinched him Shuexiu's home. Shuexiu had a dreamy look on her face, but before she could react, Yun Qingqiu exposed her eyes above the fog. Huli Hu to Yun at Saihua was in front of the glue hand. Saihua lost some injuries. This matter was related to Shuexiu's glue hand. The hand on this face was forced to use. Shuexiu was so excited that she finally saw the development under all-out attack. Then the road in my life slides across the sky and the clouds clear in autumn. He almost burst into tears at school. He finally understood that Yun Qingqiu was retreating before joining forces. This guy is just a tank. That guy didn't want to drive. Leave it to him. I am stationed in Yin Qingshu Moirochuo. Senior brother, I can only help you up to this point. The day of betrayal, the night of taking advantage, right now, please forget about you. After saying that, he left this moment. After walking out of the city, he took out a storage item that the professor grabbed from Saihua Zui, various objects in the God's Sweeper. After dealing with a large amount of debris, Yun Qingqiu's eyes stopped at the 2 tokens. This seems to be the most fashionable brand. There is also a pre-sign for electricity that night. Yun Qingqiu's eyes are tiny. Sure enough, I still have to go. Since the high-profile appearance of the experienced woman, most fashionable views have been revealed, and experience has finally opened again. There are rumors that the woman may receive several nobles. Of course Xu Juomingwen, a young man who established training in Bai Muyang, would not let go of such an opportunity. When he heard the news, he immediately. The most famous brothel in Moyang City is the most famous brothel, but it is not the kind of place that is flooded with dust. Of course, if there are any merits that are noticed by the woman in the middle, the owner will have a chance. To put it simply, you can't spend money here, it must be what the woman likes. The backstage of the most beautiful style is Happy Square, one of the 3 major sects of Kuramaru Toma, and the reputation of the leader is extremely unrestrained. I even wandered around looking for innocent boys. Later, I found it troublesome, so I just established the most beautiful style and let those handsome young people take the initiative to send gifts. Going through the most elaborate rules, if you want to go upstairs, you must show certain financial resources. Only by being appreciated by the woman in the grid can you enter a certain. Yun Qingqiu also blended into the crowd. In addition to being slightly surprised by the most elegant decoration, what surprised him was that there were 2 scarred decorations here to testify. After all, the head of Gu Yuan Jianzong is just a financial bachelor, so he is a bit fancy. Those who were not inspected quickly asked them to improve their personal luggage after the inspection. Soon it was Yun Qingqiu's turn. The person who inspected asked him to show the invitation. Yun Qingqiu wondered for a moment. Do I still need to invite Han to enter? So, it's from architecture and I continue to ask. Then where does the grid come from? If you have a prominent status, you don't necessarily need to be invited. Yun Qingqiu and Qi said calmly, nowhere to come from. It is an extremely arrogant occasion for those world health artists to look at each other with sweaty breasts. It is an extremely arrogant occasion for them to have sex. No one has ever dared to do this. Such behavior is just like a second sound. Many modifications nearby shook their heads and smiled. Wei Wei, who dared to mess around without being invited, is really limited. Dizzy Qingqiu shook his head and turned around. This road is blocked and he can only think of other things. Just when I turned around, there was a sound of drinking from behind. Did I let you go, boy? Yun Qingqiu turned around and found a young man looking at him coldly in the lobby. His voice was very familiar. It was formal. To be honest, Yun Qingqiu was also very speechless. Why did she meet him again? Seeing that Yu Qingqiu didn't speak, Kang Ye's face turned cold. He didn't expect that this young man was so disrespectful to him, so he had to be punished even more. The most dreamy thing is that the place established by Kang'an and Daezongmen has never been blocked by anyone in Shepherd City in the past few decades. Today, your family has come out because you don't abide by the rules here. You can leave like this, but you can kneel down if you want to leave. Keep your head bowed and then leave on your knees. Otherwise I will deal with you instead of this restriction. At this time, many young people around also saw through Kang Yi's little thoughts. He was pretending to do something. It would be better to brush up the fairies in advance. This guy is really impressive. He started thinking of ways to improve even before they met. I was so touched. Many young people built decorations and became rich in a short time. Yin Qingqiu walked out of the hall with an indifferent look on his face. He completely regarded Qi as a person who wanted to improve his favor, but he didn't understand. The pigs who looked at Yun Qingqiu couldn't help but sneer. These guys regard themselves as a way to pass away. Seeing Yun Qingqiu's eyes become extremely, but Kang Yang didn't take it off. This way, she could miss some of her opponents and shock them. As she said this, Kang Yang's soul body exuded a harmful spirit. There was a fiery red vapor on his body, and a 2-meter-long virtual demonic source appeared on his body. His moves were exactly the same as those of the Ling Jue who was decorated with gold robes. That night, it was the liquid that was dripping from the fire. The trick was nothing, but what surprised him was that Yun Qingqiu was not afraid. The method was to stretch out his hands from the show, with zero energy on his body to chat. Then, a faint light luck emitted from the deep front and turned into a small sound. The light dispersed in a hurry. It's a little one that just found its teeth. Zhu Ren is not surprised. Is this kid crazy? A little white wolf that has not grown up yet challenges the Kangdi of the spiritual fire dragon. It's difficult to understand. Could this person really be a fool? I'll deal with it if I know how to deal with it. Before Xinai could get angry, Yun Qingqiu was at the head of the stage. That Xiaobai was rushing deep into words, leaving behind an afterimage that was unable to stand on the table. He wanted to go straight to Xinai. The speed was too fast to be seen with the naked eye. His eyes were blurred. He must have sensed that something was not right. He was doing a double comparison, forming a thick flame in front of the deep. The little white wolf was furious for several times, and then he tried his best to estimate forward. His voice quickly turned into lightning again, and he flashed to Kang Yi in front of Kang Yi. At this time, Kang Yi's spiritual power was constantly improving during the case, and the demonic garden shadow on his body became extremely yellow, and he was satisfied with the fire on his face. Zhu Duoxiu was amazed at what he saw. Lu Jing sympathized with Yun Qingqiu. The little white wolf had been swallowed up by the flames. I'm afraid it was already dead and could no longer die. One of the animals had lost its retail and flying tail. After attacking with the tree stone fist, Kang Ye's face was full of anger. At the same time, he looked at Yun Qingqiu with a sneer. Ha ha, your spirit is dead. Let me see what you do. At this moment, Yun Qingqiu smiled and gently moved his fingers. The burning fire suddenly spread in all directions. A loud voice appeared in the firelight. A 4-meter-large white wolf lowered its head and swept at the pig man. The frosty blue-eye mask reflected the frosty cold scene. Xia Chang's healing pressure is as powerful as the wind. He rolls around and exudes a sinister aura. The pressure of the red cloth is directed towards the surroundings. Many young people who were stared at were dumbfounded. For a moment, they couldn't tell what kind of white wolf it was. The little white wolf lowered his body and tore his mouth. The police intercepted the ash that was not removed and moved it into the wind to explode. The microscopic surrounding Xiaofei was blasted out together. With the fighting power of the Korean companies, one street after another was bombed into rubble, and was packed with graduates who were trying to disperse the Korean companies. The remaining embellishments took a step back unconsciously. At that time, I didn't know Yun Qingqiu's strength and dared to say some nonsense, but now he was proven. Kang Yang looked at Yun Qingqiu in panic. She originally wanted to be soft and gain favor, but she never thought that she would be kicked by Tai Dan. She was in a hurry, and in desperation, she took the food from Mo Yangcheng and Ji Hua. The so-called love autumn is 15. A hit is a hit. A punch is also a hit. There is no distance. Even if this place is destroyed, what can be done to it? He just looked at the guards at the door. If the most elegant person dared to come in hastily, then he would have to follow the rules here. When I saw the slave barrier, a soft voice broke the silence. Please wait, I saw a sweet voice running widely from the big screen. This woman was the most fancy girl in the crowd that day. Before, Kang Yang sneered. Even Hua Kuei was alarmed. This family may be certain, it's over. Yun Qingqiu didn't say anything. She was waiting for the most elegant thing, but what no one expected was that the slow and beautiful girl actually asked Yun Qingqiu to play in the fancy room. The most beautiful style is divided into 4 levels of romance. The higher the level, the higher the status of the host woman. For example, the snow room has some good-looking and capable female nuns who need to compete hard to be qualified. The highest level room open to the public this time is just a flower-shaped room, and it can only be heard talking and playing musical instruments several levels away from the antenna. But even so, it is enough to drive many people crazy, and this guy actually got Tianxin's young boy Feng Zifang directly. In other words, he could directly get it. Bing Qingqiu's incident was a bit shocking. I didn't expect that I would be directly affected by it. Yang Qingqiu nodded, snapped his fingers at the white wolf, and then followed Shenzhen. Randomly run 0 cases and blow the smoke away to that group of broken building clocks. Did you think you had escaped? According to Xiyin, it soon came to a stately room. After the girl Xiyin Yun Qingqiu entered, she happened to let the officials. Yun Qingqiu looked around with wonder. The place was empty and there was only a water stone with floating petals. It was blinding. Just as he knew, a strange smell seemed to waft out of the room. This smell was the same as the woman's fragrance. It was just that the agricultural level had increased significantly, forcing the loss of a few crystals of Qingqiu's blood. There is a feeling of drowsiness in my mind. This smell is trying to drive it away. Yun Qingqiu felt that it was interesting, so he didn't make any resistance and just let himself go. He wanted to see what the woman was going to do. The body walked towards the light pool as if withdrawing cash. After sinking the mountain of clothing into the water, the body leaned full against the pool, showing half of the information, and then disappeared. In such stillness, Yun Qingqiu could break through with just one thought. Number 4 showed no sign of worry. Just a moment after entering the pool, a slow and charming voice suddenly entered from the small door on the side. The long and white legs were reflected in the night. Yang Qingqiu was Aome. This is not the waste-eyed woman named Zishang. Why are you here? Again, Yun Qingqiu's aura was hidden around the woman, but he did not check it. After walking around for a while, Shenzhen exhaled, and then rushed directly into Shueisha. What a coincidence that I happened to be sitting at Yingqingqiu Mountain. The woman was very rare when she ran away. After being wet by the crystal, the policeman clung to her body. There was only a thin layer of sand on her clothes. The two of them were in close contact. When the woman got cold, she felt a strange feeling behind her. She moved her body a little, then her face turned red instantly and she turned around quickly. After seeing Yun Qingqiu, she immediately fell into the pool and looked at Yun Qing very carefully. The two seemed to be similar. Yun Qingqiu looks a little sternly at the camera. The woman from Ishan, please, my wife. As soon as this was said, the woman who was blinded by the content reported it directly. As he said that, he took out his nose hand from his waist and slid it away with his mouth. The surface of the water rose first. Yun Qingqiu escaped during the opening scene, and Jianheng directly blocked every room in the room. He said coldly that no one has ever been so close to him. Yun Qingqiu was very speechless. I posted all my posts. Obviously it was you who sat down. The woman's face was red and her hair was exposed to a certain point. Deng Chuzi, how dare you do more? Then he condensed his hands and turned them over, pinching out Ling Ju, and the water surface quickly transformed into a series of soldiers turning over Han Chi's soldiers to help Yun Qingqiu hung. Yun Qingqiu silently broke through the forbidden area, jumped out of the pool, and flew with his arms. The dozens of icicles that came at him burned red and broke into pieces. Susceptible, the two of them fought fiercely towards the angel. Suddenly there was a correct method in the room. The sound of searching came from all around, and a dense crowd of people rushed toward the two of them. Yun Qingqiu hid from the mobile phone, then moved over to hold the woman down, dodging the first round of needles, and then hugged her on the square floor, leaving a secret numb shadow behind her. The woman didn't fight for the upper hand. The man looked at Yun Qingqiu sexually. Yun Qingqiu is very good at elixir, but unintentionally takes up a lot of space. The woman gritted her teeth and her face turned pale. He talked about the common sight of continuous flaws, and he had already made up his mind to criticize this person. Yun Qingqiu Chuan, the good doctor, quickly blocked the blockage. The suggestion that passed by instantly shattered the room with force. The shield of the room became exposed iron. Yun Qingqiu was speechless. Originally, he just wanted to come here to find out more about the situation. But he never expected that such an unexpected situation would occur. It seems that there is no way to find out today. He didn't want to cause too much trouble, so he quickly jumped out of the window. The ferocity of that woman was far beyond Ying Qingqiu's imagination. Even if she attracted the tail guard, even if she was chased by 2 single elite cultivators. She just followed Ying Qingqiu deeply, and kept coming out, and Han Bing suggested to proceed. Yun Qingqiu had no choice but to summon the White Wolf. The White Wolf summoned the Korean energy metal and suggested arriving. Then he looked for a ring. In just a short period of familiarity, the most beautiful grid was adjusted to the point where it was immediately broken and replenished. Many monks from Muyang City were also alerted and immediately flew over, looking at the dozens of chasing monks behind them. That woman has no head and is suspicious of everyone. Things are about to happen. Just when he was having a good time fighting and running, Yun Qingqiu suddenly felt a strange sensation from his spiritual seal. It seemed that the 2 girls were about to break through. He didn't bother to fight with it, so he summoned another White Wolf. The 2 thin White Wolves attacked Shen Qian fiercely. They modified the inner group and beat the enemy. And then flashed quickly, but that woman had to keep her teeth tight and listen with all her strength, and follow closely, or if there was a moment when she was unwilling to die, if she continued to entangle like this, she would end up fighting who knows where. It's really helpless. Yun Qingqiu turned around and stood on the slander. You know, the woman quickly took out a rope from the kitchen and wrapped it around her body. Her figure flashed and she instantly appeared in the shadow of Yun Qingqiu. Then quickly wave your hand to midfield. Yun Qingqiu difference then when it was grey sword juice, 2 fingers came out of its body, and it quickly pressed the 2 fingers at an unimaginable speed. The woman looked at Xiong Ling Qingqiu in horror. She couldn't imagine that her power attack could be touched so easily. She also couldn't take out the common weapon. Just when he was about to retreat, Yun Qingqiu placed a growth on his lower abdomen. The woman looked at Yun Qingqiu's palm. His expression suddenly became cold, his eyes moved, and his eyes were filled with surprise, and even a little strange surprise. Then a burst of air swept out, and the woman's body flew upside down. He took a breath, Yun Qingqiu Jiang and the 2 met and were illuminated. While the woman was being beaten away, they quickly fought towards the guest who lived there. Yun Qingqiu and Xiao Xingyi were prosperous from the passenger station window. Fortunately, the room they rented was quiet. The 3 girls were all thinking about sushi. Yun Qingqiu first walked to Mu Yun's room opposite. His appearance had already broken through the early stage of basic advancement. There was a faint layer of retail on his body. At this time, Ling Xiaya exuded a little bit of golden light. Zhenggu and the retail consciousness in her body were rising rapidly. Then he came to Luo Yuanji's room. Ling Qingqiu took a closer look. Shui Ling followed steadily towards the cheaper direction. It is estimated that ice will form around Gu Lingjing. After completing the breakthrough, everyone entered a brief state of familiarity. They didn't wake up until the next day when the Bang Bowl recording continued. When they woke up, they went downstairs together and heard many Xiao Fei discussing heatedly about the illness that occurred during Mu Yangqing's homework. I have never seen such a crazy person. He taught Kang Lanyu a lesson about his addiction. He also gave up on the hard bed and the most fancy one. Finally, he gave it to him. It is said that Moyang City has issued a warning that the Shangjing clan has 500,000 people. After hearing this conversation, Lin Xiaya and the others moved away. Unexpectedly, such a big thing happened in Muyang City during the wedding night. Just when Yun Qingqiu was about to say something, his eyes suddenly opened and he felt a ghostly energy spreading from far away, covering the entire dream in just a short moment. Yun Qingqiu immediately grabbed Ling Xiaoyasen and pushed you away. He saw the blade of the knife piercing the window and the roof, and it continued to penetrate downwards. In the midst of the submergence, a Shusha with a red heart made a violent sneak attack. Most of the Shusha practiced evil spirits, and their hearts were full of evil. It was easy for them to be invaded by evil forces. Because of the fluctuations caused by the Wanwanzu, the fire in the house suddenly went off the rails. The beginning of the madness of demonic feces. Fainting with the sound of Qingqiu's book, he dodged the model repairer's display machine, quickly approached and punched it into the wall, and then conveniently found out its predetermination and weakened it. Yun Qingqiu's plum blossoms wrinkled. Now that a model repairer has gone away, and there are other model repairers hidden in Mu Yangcheng, I originally planned to wait for the girls to repair the fence and then carry out the mission. It seems that the mission will be broken tonight. At this time, outside the away game, there were reports of real fighting and violence involving women. Yun Qingqiulan doesn't care about this. The fast-moving windows stand on the face of the passenger station house. Her eyes scan around. The thick fog that spreads like a tear is gradually becoming as brave as Moyang City. The moonlight and starlight were gradually blocked by dirty clouds. The bright Moyang city lost its grip under the influence and turned to ghosts. Yun Qingqiu turned around in advance. In the mountains outside Moyang city, there was a thin black mist at the top. It was constantly spraying towards the surrounding areas. The range was very wide. Many small hands followed behind to form a step, written by Yun Qingqiu. A dozen days ago, 10,000 demon pigs could only distribute demon chess pieces outside the city, but now they can create such a motive. Which means that they have almost been repaired. If it is not completed, such a big freeze will be thawed. There should be some ability to invite the daughter of the body and invite the emperor to the palace, the influence of being invited. The plants in the mountains burst out with the vitality of ants. They are shaking upwards in the night. They rise up from the ground in an instant at a speed visible to the naked eye. Many of them meet together and become a daily trade, and those Lingkao clothes are constantly rising. The rapid growth of Lingkao has attracted many retail stores. And those retail stores have also become cheaper due to waste strength. Their strength has gained huge physical strength compared with before. The waste of the red hole lunch is suppressed. The monks who came to investigate looked at the surrounding scene very carefully. After a while, they looked at the black material on the mountain range. They made it clear for a while. Mo Yangcheng came in to receive the seal. It was not a random release of Lin Li, but an extremely terrifying warranty measure. Speaking of great numbers, a slow and beautiful voice spoke from the darkness. Territory stared at the 10,000 demonic pearls spinning in the sky, grasping it tightly and looking at the people biting their lips. The 10,000 demonic pearls are finally going to take action tonight. Really? Ling Xin unconsciously thought of the white hair waist, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. At that time, I wanted to get far away from a bowl of waste beads. But the man of destiny must get it. After learning about my police sword, Lan Lan talks about the party. Show off your skills and your strength is strong. You can't resist the temptation of Wan Yao Zhu. You should also show up. Many talented people in Muyang City went to Shenwai to investigate for the purpose of grooming. Support those Bushio people to sing more. Under the influence of 10,000 demonic pigs, Sai was destroying Tieng Nelly without any scruples. After Liang Enyu achieved a breakthrough in the system, her combat effectiveness increased significantly. Wherever they passed, the model repairers were easily tricked. They collected more than a dozen in half an hour, and Yun Qingqiu's eyes have indeed been fixed on the black mysterious thing in the distance. Seeing that Liang Enyu's skin is completely exposed here, she is changing rapidly, which is a symbol of the wooden sheep becoming a foreigner. As time goes by, the black void formed by waste energy in the sky begins to yellow and slowly dissipate. The 10,000 demonic pigs wrapped up by Zhengzheng took on their original shape, like the famous moon hanging in the night sky, and there was a faint sound in the dark night of Nongzheng. Yun Qingqiu must have his eyes open to understand Dai. He clearly knows that having a life-saving body, knowing people, and unintentional degrees, is the dark spiritual root of his friends. So he only needs to pay attention to whether there are fluctuations in the dark spiritual route in the station. Just when he was about to change his position and write the word CHA, however, he was suddenly attracted by Da Duosheng, who was far away from Shanlai and saw a familiar voice in the melee. At a glance, my wife is formal. He seemed to have angered a lot of monks, who were chasing after him. Yun Qingqiu was very speechless. He had obviously persuaded him not to participate in this muddy water, but he just came to steal it again. Lan Qingqiu took a breath and then quickly headed there. Without saying a word, he immediately led several households behind him and waved the sword forward. The time is up and it is recommended to go around. Many modification alliances resisted, and the defenses were established very early and dissipated. A dozen modifications were built and turned out first, all lying down. The people on the ground took a sip and took off their appearance. The real name modification was combined and it turned out to be unstoppable. A piece of Yunqingqiu Jiang Taidao was returned to the leader, and his moving body walked towards the mountains. After feeling the dangerous pressure, I stopped even any kind of modification and did not dare to go any further. Continue to recruit forebearers, lead the machine to put away the petty begging, and follow the camp Qingqiusheng, with one mouthful of benefits, an adult and a relative. Yun Qingqiu told him without any secret that she already had 2 brains. But Ling Ji did not care and said confidently, ordinary women can't compare to their feet. They can only be considered as clever, but I have 3 places that can wrap you up. Yun Qingqiu almost got into disaster when he fired a gun. This woman was so powerful when she fainted. With a little knowledge of Xiao Huangsu Shui, Do Doling Xiaoya and Lu Yunji were okay. They were completely able to resist the encounter. Following all the way, Yun Qingqiu remained silent. No matter what he said, he would not understand. But in fact, I already have a high degree of love for the leader. As the anger slowly dissipated, the clouds in the house also began to disperse, and the Wan Yao pearl hanging in the sky began to shine. I clicked on the file to read your Qingqiu face full of doubts. Speaking of which, I still don't know, sir. In order to conceal her identity, Yun Qingqiu changed her name randomly. Not long after the white dust, all the demon pigs came out of the air without demonic aura. Gently and gently open your eyes, move deeply and flash quickly, get into the air and use zero force to pull, and put it into a pre-positioned position. And on this day, the slender foxes on the top of the mountain went to Ying Qingqiu and transformed into Ying Qingqiu. They were scattered all over Ying Qingqiu. They were connected in a row, forming a strange formation that surrounded Ying Qingqiu. Autumn trapped in. The leader holds the sword and continues to be honest and suggests getting along, but the leader will soon be disintegrated into pieces. Yun Qingqiu felt that his whole body was tense, as if he had been improved by countless exercises, and the eyes of a pair of girls with double waists were looking directly at them, constantly exerting their power. Yun Chang dared to start. This kind of charming fire can be completely avoided, but Yun Qingqiu still deliberately trapped him in. If you look at things like this, I don't believe that the woman mentioned in it has done anything wrong. Suddenly a series of after images came in. I don't know how the voice broke through the shock, and it quickly approached Qingqiu. After washing the muscles, Yun Qing fiercely got rid of the girl and fought with her twice. The deep shadow self-governance was defeated, and it immediately used the 710 number, and the deep movement was as flexible as a ghost girl, surrounding Yun Qingqiu. And a series of intertwined thoughts of zero profit appeared on his body, binding Yun Qingqiu to the river. Then he stepped on a girl and quickly flew across. Shenxing instantly disappeared into the darkness. Not seeing the cloud, Qingqiu bit her head. Sure enough, it's not that easy to find it. And this woman was the brothel girl who was carried to the most dreamlike place that day. If Yun Qingqiu insists on following, he will find that this woman is the beautiful cultivator Wu Miao, Kang Ran and Xian Zibao, who are not familiar with Wu Miao, Kang Ran and Xian Zibao. If he picks up the pre-closing, his eyes will smile even less. The creature that has been lost for a long time finally appears today. After resurrecting, Yu Shou Qingqing opened the box, but no waste energy came out. For she suddenly looked at the object lying in Yu He, a small book with a bad cover, My Dirty Sister Fox. Moyang City has become miserable due to the chaos caused by many Mo Xiu, and the streets are all in ruins. There were some people in Yun Qingqiu's heart who deliberately fell into the powerless politics of the inner circle and wanted to use him to get out. Unexpectedly, it was the new signer who led the way up the stairs in the most elegant way. I didn't feel the bell ringing or any lingering steps from him. Since Lin Mai is not the demon emperor, Lin Qingqiu is too lazy to waste time. But it can't be said that there is no gain at all. At least I have gained something just in case. The demon sect has already learned about the 10,000 demon pigs repaired by far piece. Don't worry about the demon body coming over there. Your daughter shifts. After 10 months, I returned to Qinggo Peak. After seeing the prosperous place for a long time, I felt very familiar after seeing the flowers and grass. Since they returned to Qing Yufeng, the ancestors have been constantly counting the model repair royal cards they obtained and collecting information about the Horned Demon Order in the net year. They don't care about protecting themselves first. After all, she has become the little fairy who was inherited from the Kangen Jade Lotus Mirror. She is praised by thousands of people and can also gain wealth and have the same ancient appearance. Just think about it, two girls. Things like Shu Yongxing are difficult for women. If Yun Qingqiu's humility is greater than theirs, just imagine that both wives are on the fairy treasure, becoming the goddess that everyone desires, and then they go out hugging each other, being bitten by a group of people, envied and hated so much that it makes a puppy crazy. What a cool thing, just think about it. Yun Qingqiu calculated that the preview obtained this time was enough for Ling Xiaya and Luo Yuan to protect themselves first, and Mu Yun has two talents, refining medicine and pre-selling, so he should be able to be included in the special inspection. As for himself, it doesn't matter. He still has a little reputation. Just when he is bored, walk over to the courtyard guide. The forest pin worn on the body flashed with a faint light and released the naming sound of confinement. At this moment, the smile on his face changes. He is the master. As soon as Qingqiu falls, this cheap master who has been offline for so long is finally online. Luo Yuan only pulled Yun Qingqiu towards the Chinese door. At this time, the place was already surrounded by people. A group of disciples had drool in their mouths and their eyes were full of greed. Even many women could see it. I saw a senior, slow, and beautiful woman outside the gate. She was wearing a slim-fitting dress and running backwards. Her white legs were moving back and forth between the groups. The breeze blows and turns rotten. It was revealed that her long black hair was swaying in the wind, and she gently opened her sexy eyes. Her eyes are clear and affectionate, and she is very poor. Not only does she not have an idol blog, but she is also very human and sexy. It can be seen that she is a girl with strong amorous feelings. Yun Qingqiu's eyes widened, and many images filled his mind. In the end, it was fixed on a face with a smile on the face of the fifth sister. The master who met was very capable. At this moment, the various images of ash fragrance in Muyang City and several encounters with the leader were constantly in his mind. The most elegant and mysterious woman you met by chance. As well as the cheap master's selection machine that appears now, the three figures Huang Huan overlapped, and the final painting was the woman in front of him, who actually agreed. Alone, Xuanji at this moment looks like he is in person. There is no sense of liveliness between the fifth sister and the younger sister before. It doesn't look like Nanyang Io's plan, but Yun Qingqiu suddenly remembered what she said a few days ago about receiving mail. Any woman in the world can replace it. If you don't believe me, you can try it. But don't try your best when the time comes. Yun Qingqiu now understands the meaning of receiving mail. I learned that there was a red flower plate carved on the side of the chest. I had a lot of physical contact with the woman I met in the most beautiful place before. And I also saw the inner meaning. The mystery is vague and can be seen from the side of the mountain. 3 women are all in the same position. There is no such coincidence in the world. So all 3 women are. Yun Qingqiu was wiping the tears she shed. How predestined was this? It could be such a coincidence. At this moment, he even doubted the presence of God. He quickly told Lin Xiaoya and Mu Yu about the master's return. Both women were a little excited and stood silently at the door of King Yufengjuan Road. He was a little crazy when he was dizzy with Qingqiu. He had a bottle of Poland and was feeling desolate in his heart at the moment. He soaked up 2 of his maps and then the master liked him again. Qing Yufeng was the whole group. The warm period is a mess. Yun Qingqiu himself is a little confused. If Xuanji recognizes him, he will finish drinking. I guess Qing Yufeng will become a hero, but fortunately, there was a second elder with a wig next to him, or he had some feeling. Many disciples were a little surprised when they learned that the person who came was the nominal elder Xuanji. Originally, Xuanji appeared infrequently on behalf of the masked people. The existence of party members in the sect was very low. There were very few people on weekdays. Such a dispensable elder, Zhen Lianmu, turned out to be such a lesson. Mysteries don't matter, the pigs are all discussing Yilan's resistance to being an official. Under the guidance of Luo Yuan, the subordinates stepped into the middle gate slowly. And then flew to Qing Chufeng in anticipation. The person who selected the machine flag looked at Lin Xiaoya flashing it up and down. Lin Xiaoya smiled calmly and immediately called out. Introduction to the Falling Court Finger Alliance. This is Master's Lady. Not only was Xuanji a little surprised, those old men and snakes all gave him such a talented disciple. He smiled happily, put his hand deeply into himself and ran backwards. There was a slight flash inside Ishan. The black mesh clothes disappeared and came into my hands. This is the personal armor that I maintain. I once treated you as if I had met you. I hope you will. Bing Xiaoya smiled and took on the underwear. Just by touching it, you can feel the amazing material and workmanship. This is it. Xuanji easily touched Ling Xiaoya's fake face, and then his rounded eyes looked like Yun Qingqiu standing beside him. Who is this little brother? Do you want to know about it? Yun Qingqiu pulled out her mouth and legs, walked over uncomfortably, bent down with all her efforts, and made a gesture of respect. Yes, Liu Yuan only continued to introduce this person, who is also a new disciple, because Yun Qing. Xuanji didn't pay much attention to it, he just gave it to him and smashed it. After Xuanji returned to Qing Yufeng, the girl's daily life was as relaxed as usual, and the scene of the internet day was restored. I got up early before the sun had risen. After practicing the ritual of washing and having breakfast, I went to the highest point of Qing Yufeng to practice my spiritual power. After returning from Shepherd City, they showed off their behavior and achieved a huge body. The courtyard only breaks through the radical and improves a street. Ling Xiaoya is even more horrified. After only half a year of training, she has gone from the entry-level qi refining path to the live-in state. Sister Gao, although the improvement of Muyu's cultivation level is the weakest, the pre-sale number of the medicinal fish has been grasped well, and the future achievements are actually more interesting than Ling Xiaoya and Luo Yuanji. Just when everything was going on normally, a disciple suddenly entered the Qing Yufeng and broke the peace. He claimed that in the afternoon, Lilin, the stone master of Kanglan Jade, would return to the original Jiangu to collect the preliminaries of the Horn simulation and inspect the disciples of the sect. The sect asked all the people in Shanfeng to prepare well and go to the center of the sect to welcome the distinguished guests. All the disciples who return to Yuan Jiangu at 10 o'clock in the afternoon will go to the center of the sect. Under the intense gaze of thousands of people, the shadow of a flying figure in the distance was constantly magnified in reality. It was a Qingyu Jujin that was more than 10 meters long. The feathers on the body are like condensed clear gold stones. The clear tiles of the sun shine on them, and the light of the brilliant single tree returns. The sound of gel echoes in the sky above. The construction of the return garden. The terrifying pressure instantly slows down the entire line. On the third mountain, the disciples were startled and looked at this Junyang with shock. It could produce such zero pressure, at least in the world. Previously, even the elders of Shengmen were unable to deal with Sijia Retail, which was listed among the return-to-employee stock-building stocks during Qixi Festival. Shisheng from the Kanglan domain can actually use it as a chess piece. It's really true. Demon Xiugang has finally come to an end, advocating a change of strategy for the envoys of the Southern Territory. There is a white-haired prisoner above the flying bird, who thinks it is a wonderful name. There is a faint wave of powerful spiritual energy around him. Just looking at the transformation makes me feel powerful. As the dramatic bird falls to the ground, the girl flies to the moon. He glanced at Gu Yuanjing, raised the corners of his mouth without revealing a single drop of his face. This is the 47th person tied up by Kuramaru and Xianzi. Many disciples were impressed by this young girl's experience. The white-haired old man felt the strength of these disciples and couldn't help shaking his head. Elder Renduo immediately went to greet Yu Changnan Kongyang, who was always serious, now acted like a pill and invited you two back to the sect. But Xingyin interrupted the empty words one after another and said impatiently, I didn't come here just to drink tea and chat. There is no need for such cold water to drink tea. Jiao Yang's indifferent attitude made Kong Yang and others face Gang Gang. Give us a moment and forcefully follow the instructions. The two adults are in urgent need of time. Now let's rub the list of leaders. Seeing him raise his hand to adapt, Da Zhonglao immediately put some lists and collected pre-arrangements. The scene where Xingyin takes over the list is, Handler completed 7 competition tasks, that is, the 7 Zhushos cut off the singles and entered. His record surprised Xingyin. Normally, after completing 4 missions, one would be able to enter the selection list. This girl named Handler almost doubled her performance. Her performance was timely, but as it continued to sweep downwards, its eyebrows raised, its expression became distant, and finally the brain showed directly on its face. After reading it, I didn't turn the list back, so I'm here. One of the personal feelings in Xinying's eyes is even stronger. After many years, Wei Yuan Jiangu still has no progress. This year, only a girl named Hanla has reached the standard. In this way, she can be regarded as the #1 house in Muzhou Prefecture. Even the second-ranked Xinye sect has 3 people who were directly chosen to lose contact. In fact, Kong Yang and others have cultivated their complexions. The selection process in Sanlang is extremely difficult. Before this, no disciple had ever been directly selected. It was only when Han Yu received a disciple of the first level of autonomy. In recent years, the competition among the sects in Muzhou Prefecture has been fierce. Many talented disciples were forcibly removed. When Wei Yuan saw that Emperor Ji Yuqing refused to accept him, he was overtaken by the sects behind him. The leader and others felt extremely embarrassed, but there was an impatient soul who could only stand aside. Accessory Xinyin is too lazy to scold Han Yuzhu directly. At this time, Yun Qingqiu was a little confused. In order to ensure that all 3 girls entered the Xianzibao, she also specially loaded a group of guided bombs that were cut off from the single entry. Plus the rehearsal trick from Kang Ye, it was enough to be selected and even have some voices, but the 3 girls were not called. What on earth is going on? Can you rehearse the small world of Yun when you are dizzy and clear in autumn? Otherwise, you will find that you have forgotten. Let Xiao Huang. Yun Qingqiu Tan was dumbfounded. This has to do with whether you are selected as the first character. This can be done. Lin Xiaoyao and Lu Yuanxi were dumbfounded. He discussed the illegal marriage every day, but he was also the one who forgot about it. He didn't know what to say for a while. Mu Yuan quickly took out a large belt from the room and held it with both hands. There is an E-domain disk, 12 bi-domain disks, more than 30 D-domain disks, and a pile of objects with unclear attributes. Among them, the representative of the platoon that has been met is Kulijin, and the representative of the platoon that has been met is the picker. That is to say, the one they defeated is Kulijin and the 12 pickers. After scanning her eyes, Yun Qingqiu guessed what she was thinking. Then he turned around and asked Yun Qingqiu to hand over these preliminary cards. Hong Yang and others tried to wipe away the cold sweat. Under the extremely nervous room, Yun Qingqiu took out an egg from the Chuwu realm. The moment I put it on and opened it, my eyes were blocked for a moment, and I couldn't see past them. There were so many of them. The shield masters in charge are a little bright. Qin Yufeng has solved the rust of the giant spirit mirror. How can this be done with just a few attack mirrors? Officials can see that there is such a thing in their bones. Resistance, Space, and others knew each other and saw the mouth in each other's eyes. Xinyin is also a shield, and then he looks up and looks empty-eyed. How could you be so careless that you would forget to collect the foot model spirit to reveal the excellence of this mountain? Kong Yuan tried his best to keep the excitement in his heart. It was my dereliction of duty and dereliction of duty. I actually forgot about it. Ha 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 ha, he excitedly patted Yun Qingqiu's prison bar. If it weren't for the presence of 2 people, he would probably have hooked up with Yun Qingqiu directly in Beicheng. Fainted to the ground, Yun Qingqiu was also very speechless. Ha ha, I'm in trouble now. Didn't you just now? That's it. Kong Yin Chen looked at the color and immediately asked the great elder to do the work for the 3 female disciples of Qing Yufeng. The protector observed Lin Xiaoyao and others. He was a little surprised by their outstanding qualifications, but he didn't know why. This foreigner who can't play for no reason feels that the young man who has 0 power fluctuation is even more. There must be a lot of these pre-arrangements, but going there is not enough for them to be private. It's a pity for the new Bell Link. These girls have good qualifications, but the number of pre-scheduled ones is poor. However, this was exactly the outcome of Yun Qingqiu's calculation. It was too human to see that all the people who built the mountain were selected. He chose Liu Shou. And later he was selected as a trainer. Yun Qingqiu smiled faintly. This is the strength of the 3 of them. It has nothing to do with me. It is enough for them to be selected. Just fine. The purpose of choosing the base was the same. He thought that Yun Qingqiu would take Lin Xiaoya and Luo Yuan to lose contact before, but he did not expect to give up the fish steak too. Mu Yun just grabbed the corner of Yun Qingqiu's clothes and was speechless. He never thought that he would have such feelings in Yun Qingqiu's heart. Hu Yang swept away the silver on his face and became proud of himself. He suddenly felt that Yun Qingqiu was always pleasing to his eyes. He simply loved these things. Xinyin asks for names and remembers the names of the 3 named Xiaoya. Then the old man Yun Shu returned to the top of Ju Miao together. The driver's retail pain rose from the sky, and Xinyin glanced at the source and couldn't see it. Yun Qingqiu, is he the boy named by Mr. Ruoshi? A bit. The white-haired old man smiled faintly and took the initiative to give up Yu Pai privately. There should be other ways to enter Kang and Yu's perspective. The old man was a little angry. It's a pity that he has been directly included in the list. I'm afraid it won't be possible to see. Not falling, the white-haired prisoner shook his head. He could not guess the force with which Hua Ruoshi used his privileges, and he was too lazy to think about the direction of the blue jade steering. The Lingshou statue. After the 2 envoys left, the elder who returned to the original shareholding business and rented his seat at the Princess Bureau Huang Qi's laughter. It has been many years since the address of Xian Zibao appeared in Unhuman Valley. I originally put all my hopes in the cold luck and hoped for a first blood, but I didn't expect that Qing Yufeng would be so competitive and complete the Horned Demon Order brilliantly. This time, a total of 4 people entered the list, making them one of the middle sects, but these qualities are very high. I originally thought that we could go to advocacy and broken love together, but in the end, only 3 of them were selected. And the time level is advocacy. I will talk about it tomorrow. Yun Qingqiu has been together for a long time, and there are many steps at this moment. At 10 o'clock in the night, Yun Qingqiu took out most of the spiritual stones on his body and the items they could use. It turned out that it didn't matter if Sanfen comforted them. I am the administrator of the medicine training conference. There is absolutely no insurance policy for medicine training when entering the participating areas. In addition, he was squeezed well by his 2 wives together. In the early morning of the next day, after having a simple breakfast, the wives began to prepare to go to the desert. Yun Qingqiu treated them well as a housewife, or a middle-aged and elderly father sent his daughter home from a long trip. Lin Xiaoya and Lu Yuanji inevitably had to teach each other about their farewell plan. After saying a few words, the concubines succeeded in 1 step to achieve the 0 aura of Xuanji. Lin Xiaoya and Luo Yuan pointed at Yu Qingqiu and waved goodbye continuously. Mu Yun became a little silent. He stood quietly next to Liang Enyu and did not perform much, but his expression was not difficult. Certain words showed a serious look, as if he was under some kind of influence. Xian Jiu Jian took them to fly to the border of Muzhou Prefecture. He first met with the selected disciples from various sects in Muzhou Prefecture, and then took the 2 envoys to Cao Cao together. After the 2 stone masters appeared, they distributed a retail bird to each sect. The disciples who participated in the trial were seated. Follow the direction of the pale green jade of the thin Qingyu opera bird statue. After Zhu Juo Fei Yao, a voice was heard in the clouds. The girls were leaving the hospital. Yun Qingqiu was a little worried. After thinking about it, it was better to follow. 3 days later, Lin Xiaoyao and others finally arrived at their destination. Entering the Kanglan domain, you can feel the wind and weather walking between heaven and earth. The mountains and rivers here are as beautiful as the human world. Lin Xiaoya and Mu Yun were full of surprises when they acted as demons. I thought you were a master of Qin Yufeng scenery, but you couldn't compare to any place in Blue Jade. Xu Lun disciples followed Qing and Juniao and landed on a large square in the inner city of Kanglanyu. After coming down, I scanned the surrounding buildings. Shenqing. The new fans caught their eyes. The 3-day rapid journey made it inconvenient for these cultivators who entered and exited the realm to wear skins on their fronts and backs for the next arrangement. So they were allowed to recuperate for a while during the operation and then meet again. And go to Lovelorn. After 3 days of busy traveling, in order to have a good meal, the first thing the girls thought of was eating, so they took the mystery to a nearby wine shop. After seeing the prices on the menu, Lin Xiaoya and Muyan Shinjinyu felt a little regretful about meeting each other. The price of Kangmaruyu is not a little bit different from that of Wu's Hufu. But ordinary rice is only worth a few pills and a bottle of medicine. Other dishes are even more expensive. In the summer, I was confused for a while. Fortunately, Xuanji is richer, so I won't be treated badly when I see off my disciples, and I order a lot generously. With the entrance of Fang Sai, I immediately felt the energy intake, and my tired body became much more relaxed. They seemed to understand why Sarayu's Xuewei could far surpass Muzhou Mansion and bring such smiles in both light and shadow, not to mention the others. At this time, a young man with a distinguished career walked down the red building, accompanied by a close guard. Look carefully. Tang Yang, let's just touch it out of boredom. Please feel lonely for a few days. I don't know if the disciples from the sect who came today are pretty. As he spoke, his eyes casually wandered, and his eyes suddenly fell on Ling Xiaoya and others. Ruo Yuan's large intestine legs and Mu Yun's chest both have extremely high breasts. Seeing that unique and beautiful face, Tang Yang's mind started to spin. Huangxi tidied his robes and led the guards quickly in the direction of Lin Xiaoya. Soon the voice changed and reached Song Ren's ears. Drink, drink, drink. Fairies, let's meet again. Hearing this voice, Lin Xiaoya's face became somber. She didn't expect that Jinyu, who had just come to Kanglan territory, wanted to have sex with the bad news. On the other hand, Kang Yang on the side was indeed very happy and he greeted him very enthusiastically. Lin Xiaoya is silent and is the commander of the hospital. Mu Yun, on the other hand, fought 5 battles with both hands. Being treated so coldly, Kang Yang not only didn't feel great, but became even more enthusiastic and even showed up with them. Xuanji gave me a headache when I heard it, and I had the urge to push this soul into the ground. But now that I am the master of Gui Yuan stock construction, I can't just follow my temper and situation. In order not to cause trouble, I can only do it. Since no one responded, Kang Yi finally began to feel that he was older. He pulled a chair next to them and said with a smile, "Didn't that kid come with you? Is it because he lacks talent or was he not selected for some reason? It seems that when you are mad, you turn around, but you are actually a beautiful person." After hearing this, Lin Xiaoya and the 3 girls looked over coldly, their hearts aflame. Luo Yuanji said coldly, "There seems to be nothing wrong with him." But Kang Yang immediately retorted, "Why is it irrelevant? The boy is not here, and you have no one to take care of you. I, Kang Yang, am a native of Lianxiangshiyu. So I will naturally care more about Fairy Zhu Wei. Why are you doing this?" Lin Xiaoya stood up angrily and slapped the table. Wu Jing, everyone who got up from the table also looked at it. Kang Yang thinks she has some reputation, so it's a shame to be treated like this. Hey, let me go. Little girl, you really don't know what the sky is like. Do you know that this blue jade pond has the wisdom of a little bit of experience in my spiritual fire? How dare you speak like this? Today, I have to teach you a lesson. Lin Xiaoya's angry face is still beautiful and charming. She hides her eyes and writes her heartfelt words to Lin Xiaoya's hand. Yun Qing, who was sitting in the corner, had another face of Xiao Xiao. Seeing such a scene, his eyes closed and he put down his chopsticks and planned to chop it off directly. Just when he was about to take action, a burst of force erupted, and Kang Ye's body flew out and scraped the ground and hit the platform. The several elite guards beside him were about to activate the zero-case action level, but suddenly they were exposed. Just as Cao Chen was about to curse, he suddenly saw his attacker. It was Xiao Yang. A very conceited girl sat where she had been sitting before, as if she had just thrown away a bug and her hands were dirty. The upper girl's skin is fair and shiny, her eyes are thick and thin, and her lips are gleaming under the sun. When it appeared, it turned the attention of everyone in the restaurant. His appearance is pure, but in contrast to this pure and unyielding thing, Wen's body exudes a warm and heavenly charm, like the ultimate and wild Luo Ying. Just by looking at its body, one step can seduce King Ju Duk, who is showing off to Ju Dun, and the evil that is twinned with the show is born in his heart. Lin Xiaoyao is the only prostitute. This is Kang An and the famous little witch. On the way here, I heard a lot of rumors about Kang Lan Jade told by the selection machine. The most famous one was this genius demon girl. He has a terrifying cultivation talent. He has already entered the giant spirit mirror at the age of 17. He has been sucking all kinds of high-status spirits. He does it as fast as possible and it is impossible to know anything about it. Not only does it have a terrifying cultivation talent, it is also a brilliance training master and its brilliance training talent is even more extraordinary. At a young age, it has advanced to the 4th level of brilliance training master. In order to officially enter the Xianzi Bar, he was invited to be one of the judges on this medicine training list. His level of medicine training is as good as that of Kanglan and other masters. Don't want to do anything but have a self-satisfied personality. When encountering something unpleasant or having any thoughts, you will do something if you want to. Never ambiguous, and often get into trouble. It feels so good under the Tibetan swallow. This little sheep girl must know the truth. I didn't expect to encounter such bad luck today, so Tsung hurriedly got up and left. Not daring to say more, Mo Yaoer and Lin Xiaoya sat together. The atmosphere was a bit. I was the only one who broke through the courtyard first. I would like to thank this person. The orphan girl nodded slightly without saying anything. She took a sip of tea and started to leave. She stopped slightly and turned to look at Lin Xiaoya. She smelled very good. Then he took out a preload from the kitchen which contained some ingredients that can promote the growth of souls. I'm giving it to you. Lin Xiaoya didn't want to lose face, so she took over with all her heart. The two women chatted for a while. Each of them felt the same courage as before. It didn't take long for the target to turn around. Among the many people on the 9th floor, Mo Yuan was a little confused. He felt that this girl came and helped. Then he sat down and gave some things and left. Mo Mi. Yun Qingqiu's consciousness in the corner felt strange. The girl seemed to be a little concerned about Lin Xiaoya and felt the spiritual power in her body. When Yun Qingqiu was exploring the girl, he was attracted by some kind of activity. This girl did have some. After finishing the meal, Xuanji and others no longer stayed. Complex left the restaurant and met in the center of the square, then headed towards the Broken Love district in the city. Move lightly. Yun Qing moves and continues to follow. Finally, he stopped when he reached the edge of the trial area. Special precards are needed there and he cannot continue. Approaching, Yun Qingqiu extinguished the micro-bullet, turned around and left. Suddenly I felt a warm touch coming from my arm, which seemed to be a collision. Yun Qingqiu immediately apologized. When he saw your name, he was slightly stunned. He was helping out at the restaurant just now. Mo Yaoer nodded slightly, his eye masks flickered slightly, and he said nothing more and continued towards Shilian. After taking them away, Yun Qingqiu asked people in the city for the location of the flying rocks and looked for an auction. The auction house will have many rare talents, and he happened to stop by to choose from them. The filming venue was full of people wearing masks and eye covers. Yun Qingqiu also put on the black coat sent by the auction airline. Black is full of too many disgraceful transactions, so is concealing one's identity. After finding an off-the-beaten-path place to do it, he picked up the auction house's list and flipped through it. There were a few useful herbs in the auction. Unfortunately, he didn't have any extra snacks. He just hoped to sell the order quickly. Switch to, just as I was about to avoid the job of recruiting gods, I heard a burst of incense next to me. A hungry woman passed by and picked up the list while tapping the hair on her thigh. In Yun Qingqiu's brain, this woman is a mystery. Although the aura on her body is concealed, the two have been in contact so many times that she can identify it. The calligraphy is also very consistent. She likes to dance slightly when she jumps on her thighs. This woman is very lively. She seems to be out of nowhere. She can meet her everywhere. After thinking about it, Yun Qingqiu pretends not to know her and takes pictures of what she wants. He walked very quickly. A worker walked up to the stage. After the supervisor took his seat, he looked at the staff. The staff quickly prepared for the work and then, Tai Weimu, at this time, a man was walking by pushing a trolley. He put a dozen slightly accomplished zero spirits on the table, briefly introduced them, and then gave a special demonstration. Many customers have seen whether the effect of the weapon will be good or increase the price. Yun Qingqiu looked at the list in his hand. The grass he wanted was at the end. The other products were not sentimental either, so she closed the door and the speech girl was willing to be brave. After the two of them, they began to auction Yun Qingqiu's one-liners, but this kind of goods is very easy to sell. However, there is no shortage of outstanding bite masters in Kangman Preliminary. The price of a single medicine is not as high as that of Jufu. 3 single medicines of 3-season quality can be obtained after excluding the lottery. You can get about 27. As the goods continued to be sold, finally the items that were pressed down were reached. The old man uncovered the objects that covered the goods. It is a strange study of dissatisfaction with colleagues. It has the same texture and rough surface. This object comes from a secret mysterious realm. It was mined by our Chamber of Commerce. The weight of this object is not small. It is a powerful person with reason. After hearing the reason for entering the strong person's object, the modification power present can concentrate the mind. The reason for entering the strong person's object is naturally attractive. But no one has taken action yet. After all, this thing is too strange and I don't know what it does. The acquaintances started to discuss the whole thing. Don't know. Xuanji suddenly made a move. His glasses were straight on the Qingtong Yuan ball. After an entire auction, the final price was 1,500,000 yuan. The staff quickly helped the guests who successfully entered the photo to sort it out. Just when it was about to be pre-closed, a zero-profit fluctuation expansion suddenly appeared. Then a group of affectionate people rushed towards Gui Tai like lightning. His attitude suddenly dropped, and a very cold light was thrown out. Guitai's passport was shown with a huge practice mark. He continuously Guitai, the child's moment. He must make a sound and touch the blue sky source ball with his hands deeply, turning around quickly. Da Jing, who decorated the venue, looked at the woman's figure in disbelief. She was actually infected by something from the Blackstone Comics venue. Looking for, Yin Qingqiu has the consciousness of being a heavenly being and knows the secrets of how to commit suicide, but he actually commits suicide to such a degree. There are many masters at auctions during the dark hours, and the guy who auctions the goods is not a simple person, but he actually senses. Under the watchful eye of the caveman, he picked the opportunity without saying a word and grabbed the Qingtong Yuan ball and flew it. The old man was so surprised that he made most of the quilts for auction. This was the first time he saw such a big bag. He has a long way to go towards the mystery, and his spiritual power explodes with incomparable violence. I chose the machine and inserted it next to Yun Qingqiu. My brother smiled. Finally, 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 finally. When I went there, Yun Qingqiu was still polishing the mystery, but I didn't expect that someone so thick and unprepared would be thrown behind him and used as a meat point. You should. Yun Qingqiu had no choice but to activate her spiritual power immediately, and slowly circled around to form an enemy piano. She took the old man's attack with a single release. He silently raised his head and looked forward. The mystery flew forward quickly and had already passed through. The person who shot the Qingtong ball was so smart that he immediately went to stop it. The Xuanji movement technique always led the way. He quickly dodged the attack and then flipped his palms. A dozen silver needles were aimed at the surrounding areas. After Yingzhen fell on Xiushi, he immediately lost his mobility and no longer blocked Xianji. Anyway, it's the tail-protecting bow that's chasing after you. Calm down gently, the broken bone will be auctioned for the modified mirror. The many decorations under the contract and the guards clashed, and the strong spiritual power collision spread like layers of explosions. The president of the Paiwaran Association was sitting in a mess. Most of Xiaofei didn't want to get involved in this battle and fled quickly. There are also some netizens who want to post photos of Heng Sai to support the miracle of chaos and speed. At the meeting stage, the scene becomes more and more chaotic, and the battle becomes more intense. The difficulty of the pursuit will be lifted, and the mysterious matter has taken advantage of the chaos to come back all the way. He is very skilled. You can tell at a glance that there are many such things. It happened that the sword selection machine had already run out of the comic club. Brother Teeth, who was old and angry, figured out that it was always the Chamber of Commerce that grabbed other people's fans. Today, he actually robbed others. If he doesn't handle it well, I'm afraid there will be a round of blackmail. Their effect is better than their reputation. They are in Kanglan. Don't even think about being big, Jade. Chase me. After talking about it, I personally led the guards to chase the injured. Dozens of sounds passed by quickly, and the violence continued continuously. The black line was in a short stage, and it was torn in just 10 seconds. Yun Qingqiu dusted off his body and was speechless. He just wanted to come here to exchange for some Bell chicken meal pressure test chain. Who knows that this could be involved in mysteries? I got it earlier and stayed with him a few times. Yun Qingqiu turned around speechlessly and planned to go to the auction to find the staff and ask about her temporary. As for the mystery, let it suffer a little bit, but Da Baotian dares to come to Blue Jade's Haze Thermal Fitness. The degree of death-seeking is getting more and more ridiculous. I will know if I can even dare to relax like this. As soon as he walked out of the damaged venue and was about to look for the staff, Yun Qingqiu suddenly felt a strong breath of sweat. He looked up. Immediately, an old man flew out from the window of the adjacent building. Although his anger was somewhat suppressed, Xiao Wei's strength could be seen from his movements. Yun Qingqiu investigated carefully and found out the reason. This woman mentioned the iron plate. Although Yun Qingqiu once made him suffer a little, the reason is that Jing Xiu's cultivation level is not a joke. If that is the reason why Jing Old Monster has some chest marks, Xianjigu will all come back. He stared at the business exploding in the air, raised his head for the last time, tied the tire for the last time, and spoke loudly. At this moment, Xuanji was about to break through to the inorganic mountain. Suddenly there was a strong sweat wave of 0.5%. Suddenly, when the business comes, a mystery appears in front of me and the card is cooling down. Looking at him, Xuanji's heart skipped a beat and he immediately retreated quickly. The powerful breath approached from the depths, and the words of a palm breathing towards me came to my mind. Quan Ji shuddered backwards and touched a piece of dust. Just when there was too much dust and he was at the maximum point of confusion, the speed of the cargo also reached its maximum level along with the transportation volume. Once again, Huatan has to go out to support a certain section. The strong shock is transmitted to the arm through the blade, and the arm ripples to the soul. The feeling of pain cannot be changed in an instant. The human old man only stretched out 2 fingers. The mysterious power in disguise was cracked with 1 blow. The white-haired old man was named Black House. He was a powerful figure in the Kanglan budget. He was powerful and relied on. At this time, the old man in charge of the auction is making a mock-up, but he is in charge of the auction. It is also happening under his nose at this time. At this time, he must be more proactive and see if he can make up for it, otherwise there will be great consequences if he goes back. The old man quickly changed and walked to the black room to attack the ancestors' luggage. This time, what he snatched was a Qingtong ball excavated from the secret gold. According to the Chamber of Commerce's healthy speculation, this object may be the map correct for unlocking the location skill. If a woman has a lot of green stuff, she should know something about a skill. The black room's Polish Lu Jing's labored face recorded a trace of his nature. After arriving at the shadowy scene of the garden, it was already extremely difficult to break through. It only took various chances and coincidences to make it possible. A skill recruitment may include various high-status talents. The volume once helped improve the body shape. Maybe Xuanji Man was so angry that he didn't say a word, and his palms turned grey. The power of the yellow explosion turned into a red earth dragon statue. Fight it, the mystery is very sharp, and the card is swung continuously. The strong light of the cold wind instantly shatters the tool into small pieces. The health marks involved continue to make the old man thicker and thicker. He was defeated by his own self-control, so he immediately suddenly stopped the 2 sutra cultivators around him. Cut 3 finely decorated package rack tubes. Select the strike and put the sword on your finger. Gently slide the snow beads in and out. The snow beads will even flow directly from the blade, and then the pain will be relieved and spread. Just like the red electric light condensed in Xuanji, 3 golden elixirs looked at each other to act. Government official. The sword machine used is also a ghost. It all feels a few hands. The sword shadow beef. 0 force violent fight. The mystery is exclusive to 3 people. The competition for single cultivation will not fall behind. Even after the round, Fa was the one who suffered a loss in the list of 3 studios that joined forces. The black room stared at the mystery and searched for hundreds of years of Jianwen in his mind, but he couldn't find any relevant information. Without shaking his head slightly, this woman is much more complicated than expected. She should come from someone else. I'm thinking about what I've seen. A dozen swords said that my heart is red and I see the hidden wind. This is the strongest insight he has. The exercise of power is enough to smooth a city. The black room just gently stretched out the palm of his hand. When he was born, he was very big. The suggestion of showing the deep connection on the ground seemed to be incomprehensible in front of him. With the chi in the black palm, it burns red. It will dissipate, and its cold mystery will be covered by the leakage and fluctuation of heaven and earth like a tide. Xuanji couldn't resist, or the sword fell half to the ground, and the black robe on his body was broken into pieces under 0 pressure, revealing the stunning beauty. Heiwu looked at it with a wave of surprise. He felt that this woman's profound judgment and honorable words were so experienced. In addition, he was ashamed of his body. So he entered Kanglan and Xianzibao's predecessor. He smiled darkly. Those fairy backgrounds are too busy to taste, but you can be replaced. It really looks like Leo Guialu has a little bit of a 10-point pattern effect. Xuanji immediately lifted Taidang and put it on his neck. He would rather die than be killed by this old man. My head is dirty. The whole machine used all its strength to hold onto the sword, feeling desolate in its heart, and aimed it at the neck desperately. The wireless department found out in my mind, but it was a pity that they couldn't come in at the last moment. Suddenly, I reach a certain point, and my mysterious energy is small. However, when I looked up, there was something wrong with that beautiful face. A man in black robe held his wrist to stop himself, while the other palm blocked the black room's energy. The black unconscious has actually been able to block the attack. This person is no longer inferior to himself. What is it? Who is it? The mystery was revealed. My heart was very busy and I asked cautiously, look at the opening credits of Dizzy Qingqiu and think about the mystery. It seems that besides me, who will help me in 3 ways and 5 times? You tell me. After some discussion about the choice, a look of surprise appeared on his face. At this moment, he seemed to have received the most beautiful gift. It never imagined that at this moment, this person could still. At the same time, the black room was disturbing Yun Qingqiu. The black runner wearing this identity was wearing the logo of the Black Snake Chamber of Commerce and was probably walking away from the party venue. Eyeshadow Jing Shenfen went to the auction to search for items in person. This guy is not without any style. This is easy to say. The Lin power in Heiwu's hand continues to increase sharply. Although his strength is also, but Yun Qingqiu was still shocked by this murder case. In this way, Yun Qingqiu did not have to give. He Wu Yi was laughing wildly, even Xu Xu Sanxiu dared to be so arrogant to him. It just so happens that the matter of cultivation has been resolved. This person has all his reasons. So he can just take out his reasons and help himself. The black thing didn't say anything. Jushin's yellow and violent trees began to spread around. There was a lot of blood in the trees. The good education that has been emitting mournful sounds all around is like a rolling girl. The sky is also affected by this and has become cloudless. The Ling Li that he wanted to defend made Xuanji feel extremely confused. The cause was even more powerful than he imagined. Just running the Ling Li could have such an impact. If he did it, the nearby mountains would not be exactly the same. His sister Yun Qingqiu's previous performance in Muyang City was terrifying. She had killed masters who had frightened the city. Her cultivation might be the reason for her anger, and this black thing has entered the cause and changed. If it is zero profit, it must be stronger. In the heart of the time, the same is true for black thoughts. The reason why it enters is also blood and wine, and the casual cultivation plan lacks spiritual grass and elixir. It is impossible to compare with a self-like. It that is injured and will be raised by the public. Its cultivation must be inferior to its own biochemistry, so it is done early in the morning. Okay, the reason for taking chess. He Wu's palm wrapped around Gi Yi's spiritual energy phase pulse eye, and then he suddenly pushed in the direction of Ying Qingqiu. Being deboned at the warning moment, he was like a dead dog, being picked on by Yun Qingqiu. The whole person was torn apart to the secret neighborhood of the mountains. He hit rows of trees with destructive force visible to the naked eye. He wanted to hit a mountain within a lifetime. The huge force caused the rocks to split into foam. The ghost Haosheng disappeared into the filthy clouds in the sky. What on earth happened? Mysterious face was full of mystery. The foreigner's voice of reason was no longer visible in front of me. The guards of the Black Snake Chamber of Commerce also dreamed that the clouds had dispersed. At this time, Yun Qingqiu stepped on the ground and climbed up hard. The ground line missed the sharp mark that hit you. He stretched out and ran quickly towards the direction where the black bird disappeared, and easily picked up a broken tree. In the dark room, the quickest climb out of the cave. Maybe something happened. Suddenly a tree turned yellow in front of my eyes, and then my chest was hit with a splitting blow. There was a dull moment, my eyes were filled with tears, and I flew away again. Gently, 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 gently. Gently, 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 gently. In the dense zero, the guidance of the Sixabai talisman collapsed the trees at a certain speed. One star man can only hear the disabled cult and the surrounding crumbling trees and mountains, but cannot see it. The flying wing at the front of the checking counter points to the sky, that one in the sky. What kind of figure is that old man looking up at the sky? His hair is grey and his face is light-hearted, but he is still a little handsome and he loves it. Old ancestor Feng Cai Ran was doing this too. The guard next to him also smiled and nodded. Who said it wasn't right? Most people would never do that. The two stopped suddenly and looked at each other with their eyes exposed. What was being done was the work of the Chamber of Commerce. He Wu's body chased the ground, Yun Qingqiu landed, and picked up the trees with his hands, feeling satisfied again. Just hearing a harmful thought, Hong flew out again, and the trees in his hands could not bear to be repeated. Hong ran. Looking at the dark room without Zhongji, greedy Nao fell to the ground without fear. The ancestor of Yuan Yinjing was actually hit by this house as a stupid ball. Could it be that this house is the legendary hole that needs to be carried out? Yun Qingqiu breathed out. The holes in his shoes can look at those weird people. You also want to pay attention to the madness of using hands and feet to fly and scatter. Good food. Yun Qingqiu moved his hands. Although OU lost after a painful meal, there was still some. So Xuanji took it back to his room and wanted to do the surroundings himself. The chosen memory in the room was that he had talked about Yun Qingqiu intentionally or unintentionally, sitting on his lap for a while, hanging in his arms for a while. The spread of tricks made it unprepared. As he talked about the secrets, he opened his mouth and exposed it to Yun Qingqiu. On the small hand, between Huang Hu and Yun Qingqiu, I felt a warmth coming from it. Did it touch a little? It suddenly remembered that the father's two wives left behind 100 million, and they seemed to have some physical contact. At this point, they are all stuck together and cannot be sucked out. It is to ask Yun Qingqiu to stand up blindly, and Xuanji hangs tightly on it, thus forming the ghost of Yun Qingqiu sitting on the bed, and him sitting on Yun Qingqiu's body. Yun Qingqiu pointed at Xuanji's tongue like scissors. After feeling the pain, he immediately begged for help. Then his body fainted slightly, and his eyes suddenly began to disperse. Su Huohan's body was deleted. And there was a sound of glue. Take action. I saw a spirit on my tongue when I opened my mouth. Dizzy Qingqiu's scalp felt numb, and he immediately raised the mystery, pinched open his mouth, and opened it, forming a spiritual guide on his tongue. Cheap master becomes cheap. My wife, Dingqiu Duan, is a little fierce. The boss is dizzy. I have just been separated from my 2 wives for 3 days, and now I have a 3rd wife. And this wife is still in her own name. What would Lin Xiaoyao and Lu Yuan think if they knew this? Yin Qingqiu could only imagine their dreams that were waiting to be concealed, and when Xuanji knows his identity, he will probably go to great lengths to steal men from his territory. But what? He couldn't help but wanted to cry. This woman kept seducing him. He tolerated it all and hated each other. But in the end, he caused this incident because of eating a bowl of porridge. On such a night, it is destined to be impossible to safely travel on the road. He thought about it all night, and then decided to accept this wife. Mu Yichengzhou, Xuanji left his own spiritual energy on him, so what else could he do? After all, he is also the master of himself and his 2 wives. There is no way to hide from him. It is better to try to get along now. Maybe he will have a certain emotional foundation and he will not be dead by then. So at the same time, the first batch of pre-certificate selections in Kangran are now starting to be assessed, and then the joint list and the second batch of selection options will be carried out. So he had to rush back to the Buyuan building to take the assessment and get the guarantee. The time was a little tight and he couldn't continue to take him there. So he asked Xuanji to handle something together. After flying through the sky, he met Mr. Gu Yuan of Muzhou Mansion, who returned from Kanglan. Anjing Lei and Yun Qingqiu are singing their hatred. Now they are really in full swing. Except for borrowing Zhongyan to supplement the 0 profit, it is not a 0 slot. Yun Qingqiu guessed that he had a lot of demand for snacks at the Jian Xuanji department. So in that karma, all the spiritual grass chains on my body were changed to support the single. The spiritual grass obtained from him was returned improperly, and even the effects of the trauma he had suffered during this period were. After thinking about rape, he sold the small town where he lived before, Ping'an Town. The scenery here is not as easy as that of a big city like Frisia, but it has an incomparable warmth. Yun Qingqiu, who had a lot of proof that he recognized her, fell in love with him very enthusiastically. Homely, but this kind of beauty will continue to change into a troublesome animal. A young monk was sitting and drinking vinegar wine. The other 2 monks were lying upside down. The middle-aged man whose soul and body were made of earth mourned quietly and said, "Don't smash it." But the young man didn't seem to take his words to heart. He thought they didn't cook well with the rice and the wine was not tasty enough, so he didn't open a shop. Okay, forget it. The testimonies felt that after seeing the speech screen, a villager joined the blind man to greet a few people behind him and followed him to persuade the adults to be angry. The big tiger has absolutely no intention of Daiman signing his eyes to be angry. I am angry for him. I am reluctant to say goodbye to you adults, and I am deeply dissatisfied with the 3 young people, but the 3 of them showed no appreciation. The leading young man sneered and pretended. What kind of apology? I think you live under the mountains not far away and deliberately woke up. Borrowing from me, an old man saw the Xincheng disciples they were running away from, and said with a golden frame, they are from Xinye, the 2nd largest sect in Muzhou Prefecture. And in recent years there has been a vague reluctance to surpass them. Became the first sect in ancient times. In the past few years, new industry sects have been constantly visited by Mr. Guo Yuan to make adjustments and request friendly exchanges and cooperation between sects. After Han Yu started to fuck them several times, they became quieter, but after a few years of being honest, they suddenly. I heard that in previous years this group of guys caused all kinds of damage in the neighborhood, but this year it was indeed their turn to be safe. After all, the modification is far superior to the traditional people. The most powerful among them is just a 5-person who can fight a few moves and all kinds of magic. He can't fight with him at all. The little tiger head was dragging away the pull of the adult next to him, running towards his father with all his strength, and kicked Mingxiu very hard in the face of his father who grabbed him, showing off his bad intentions. That rest is so angry that even Xiao Wang dares to get angry with our cultivators. Could it be that he thinks rest is all you? Say that and run away. Right. This little tiger head Shinchan. Hand out. Powerful pulling force. You can suck him. Yun Qingqiu caught it. At this time, he looked like an ice king, although there was no 0 profit explosion on his body. But the harmful aura makes Jingming Xiosha feel like a horse. As this young Xiosha strides forward, growing endlessly, squeezing music towards Yun Qingqiu's heart, he vaguely hears the spread of drum laughter, and there is also a faint glow on young Xiosha's body. The 2 embellishers and sneers next to them said that this senior brother was the idea of replacing Shanmen this time. Unless Han Yu was defeated, there would be no chance that the goods would be shipped. This guy in front of people has never heard of Mingho. He must not be senior brother Iha. When we meet up with the city gate later, we can spread the word about what happened today and maybe we will get some rewards. Bao Jiao was thinking happily when suddenly a figure disappeared from between the two of them. They turned around in a daze and found that their senior brother was already lying on the ground. His face covered with grey, and he kept pushing toward the shell. Zhengming was cold. They just vaguely saw the young monk moving forward. Then he was confused and flew out. Zhengming was not busy at all. The monk suddenly. They also turned to look at Yu Qingqiu. He completely withdrew his power posture, and turned his head to look at the other two. Yu Qingqiu defeated that Nian Qingxiong with just one punch, and beat the young man who exuded a terrifying aura without moving. After a while, the young man had grown to such an extent that a sense of friendship lingered. The remaining two modifiers of Ganyan's Tormund looked straight at the senior brother lying motionless on the ground. He was ranked among the top 5 in the sect and was killed instantly in one round. How is it possible that this guy is actually there? Who is it? Yin Qingqiu looked at the remaining two modifications with a smile. He couldn't sell it, but you still have it. The two realized something was wrong and were trying to escape. Yin Qingqiu flashed behind the two of them and pulled Jishan away for a bloody meal. The ground was shaking, and Ai Haosheng thought about it in the political sky. Such a miserable appearance made many proofs that he was deeply moved, but he also had a very ruthless temper in his heart. Yin Qingqiu stopped after maiming them and confirming that they were unable to practice. It was useless for these 3 guys to advance in demon cultivation. Cultivation is also a mixed bag of people. It is better to kill them, which can also reduce some things. Yin Qingqiu took out the linkao from the border of the house where the 3 men were decorating, and made a few of them. Ji Yu Yuandan wanted to share them with the children to help them warm their bodies and nourish their energy, and then shared the money with them, causing a considerable loss. After saying goodbye among thousands of military weapons, Yin Qingqiu quickly returned to his original form. Your Majesties, 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 His Majesties, His Majesties, His Majesties, His Majesties. His Majesties, His Majesties, His Majesties, 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 Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. There are many. Yin Qingqiu still has the ability to refine medicine, but when he doesn't need to participate in these troubles, the number of pharmacists in the middle gate is small. And there is less competition. A little fooling around can get into the blood. He glanced at his grey and sweaty classmates, without stopping, and headed directly in the direction of Qing Yufeng. It has been more than 5 days since I left Qing Yufeng. Yin Qingqiu thought that there must be a lot of fallen leaves, so he planned to clear them. However, after stepping into the yard, he found that the house was as clean as usual with no fallen leaves. He turned to look at the landing board in front of the roof. And his consciousness suddenly flashed. When he walked to Rouge, he smelled a sweet fragrance squeezing out from the crack in the door. Yin Qingqiu pushed open the room in a hurry. There was a gentleman on the table in the hall. He was doing it with his feet and looked at him blankly. Time goes back to 2 days ago. Hanle performed well in the Jiaomo order, and his position selection proved to be no surprise. Originally, he was supposed to go to Chang'an area with a large army to carry out business. However, he suddenly brought up the steam spring and wanted to complete the practice of condensation while participating. The leader of the lanterns, Daijin Yangmeng and Hanle, were thinking, the idea of death-picking is generally relatively firm, and the little girl is the foot in the death-picking process. The more they persuaded them, the more determined they became. The meeting was delayed and the time was delayed. Even if I wanted to go, I couldn't go. Find Men Damu no longer provide him with the privilege of closing the door, and ask him to leave Yun Chifeng. So I thought I could make Hanyu beg for mercy. Didn't I expect that Hanyu was very strong? Give her a look. If you want me to do it, I will leave. I will just pack all her heart and come with a lot of my own. So all the disciples of Wei Yuan Stock Construction suddenly saw this. A beautiful girl was carrying a furry bear on her back. She was holding it on her back like an object above her head. On the top, there was a little yellow bear taking a bath. It was swaying down the mountain very fiercely. Everyone was paying attention, but no one was paying attention. People, the leader saw smoke coming from his forehead and whined for breath. It's not my love picture. I can always be firm and break through. Han Yu, who had a conflict with the leader, had nowhere to go. She hesitated at the sect's real character record and then turned towards Qing Yufeng. When I arrived at Qing Yufeng, I found it was very quiet and no one was there. Han Yu put down her luggage and touched the silk lock. After that, I will help you take care of this place. So I moved in with a lot of things. Hanle has the awareness of a foreign renter. He wakes up every day and cleans up after washing. When he is full, Dan Jingjing reacts. When Yun Qingqiu pushed Tai Men, and you happen to put the cookies for 3 days. Yun Qingxiu Ding Hanyu felt something was wrong. At this time, he should be participating in the trial in Kanglan. There was no way he could have the string kung fu in Qingyuofengbang. Yun Qingqiu thought it was because she was dazzled, so she rubbed her eyes and brought the door to the door again. Han Yu was still sitting in front of the table, trying to wipe the corners of her mouth. She quickly stood up and put the little pig's biscuits on the ground with both hands. Lin Qingqiu looked at the biscuits in the main frame, and then looked at Han Yu. He looked at himself sincerely. The really heavy trouble-proof suit was being shared. Self-preservation is like a tree facing each other. Unfortunately, there are no sparks. It was to say hello. Yun Qingqiu was a little dumbfounded. Could this little show girl give up on being right just to take me? Ever since that time with him, he has been looking for opportunities to help. A return letter worth over 10,000 yuan to help you get rid of all the troubles you have. It's another single drug that pays for resources. Not long ago, he actually hid a lot of chickens and ordered to send them foot molds. And now he has given up his qualification for the main selection of Kang Lanyu and wants to take the second selection test with himself. Yun Qingqiu wanted to hide his strength, but Wei Zhen didn't want to participate in the self-selection. On the contrary, Han Yu didn't know that he could practice medicine. And the information gap was too big, which inadvertently tricked Han Yu. I'm dizzy with the beauty of autumn. I'm still losing more and more. You treat me like this. Is it possible that it's blood? The air became quiet, and only the sound of lifting biscuits was left. After a few seconds, Han Yu often shook her head. I don't like you. I just want to practice with you. The photography is very low, the eyes are empty, and I feel very unconfident. That's interesting. You don't like me but you want to be with me. Then what does this mean? Is it possible that you taste my body? But I am not a pure foreign body. This is too embarrassing. The atmosphere was so tense that Yun Qingqiu didn't know how to continue the conversation, so he simply changed the topic. Han Shijie gave up his broken love. The leader must be very upright. Yun Chifeng probably can't catch him, so he has to stay in the clear wind for the time being. Han Yu nodded majestically and told him that he was still living in his. However, after opening the door, Yun Qingqiu discovered that the person on the bed was actually his back. There was no animal on the ground or on the table, so where was it? As soon as the fire started, Han Yu knelt on the floor and slowly got under the bed. Later, she stuck her head out to caress Yun Qingqiu. Sleeping here, Yun Qingqiu knelt down and looked at the bottom of the bed. Han Yu is here. In the big bones of the earth, there is a Mao Rongrong bear and little Huangya. Under the bed, you know how to do it. Yun Qingqiu was about to feel relieved, but suddenly something occurred to her and she clicked on the surroundings. Ever since Mu Yun discovered the small book placed under his back, he moved the formation and placed the small book at the bottom of the field. But at this time, I really just had a quiet book. None. Hanle is very straightforward and asks questions. Young man, Uncle Wang? Yun Qingqiu didn't cover up. It's amazing. Nodding, Han Yu smiled slightly. I read those books. They were very interesting. Unfortunately, I feel a little wet. I'll help you. These two moves, Yun Qingquang's batch, where did you put them? There is no shelf for displaying books here. Of course, we put them in the library's special area for displaying books. Yun Qingqiu kept smiling bitterly, and suddenly didn't know what to say. Without saying a word, he quickly ran towards the library. When I arrived, I found that Uncle Shan's shelves were filled with his little shoe. The breeze blows, shoe becomes the flipper of flowers, recording each waist and person. A group of disciples are dumbfounded for a special price. Who is it that is so stupid? Dare to be kind and friendly in a public place like the academy. Such punishment will make people. If people don't want to eat, Yun Qingqiu Shuang is holding her hair with her hands, tears shining. There are so many people nearby, and there are many people from the same world. How can this be good? Even if you die, you will be drowned and blinded immediately. What else can you do? I can only bear the pain and throw it away. I was about to hold it for a while. Han Yu walked to the Shanshu bookshelf under the different eyes of the residents, put away a small book, and moved the bottom out of the way. This was Yun Qingqiu's book. Don't look at it. Under the sun, the girl came to the young man with a bunch of little uncles in her arms. The charming king with Xiaoxue seemed to have helped the young man do his great thing and prayed. The young man's eyes were so tired that he felt like he was being moved to the point where his gaze was pierced. His whole body felt hot, and cold sweat ran down his face. After swiping, at this time, I can only shake my head desperately and carry out powerless actions. The heart is leisurely and the wind is gentle. Yun Qingqiu is a dancer and singer. Just think of the scene just now. The unconscious strategy of soul, sound and electricity. As an ancestor of a generation, I have seen all the big events, but once I have chosen this kind of road seat, I want to respect it to the cracks in the ground. He even forgot how we are back, the goddess of the disciples of the sect, the treasure of the leader, Jingchuan disciple Hui Yuan Jiangajixing. being led by me to read pornographic books. I'm afraid this news has already spread throughout the world. With the middle sect goddess brought like this by him, those fellow sect members probably want to kill him now. Hey, forgetting about it, and you looked sleepy and unaware at this moment. There was a small book on the table, and she stared at her little bear ejector carefully. She was sure that she had made it. She is beautiful, has a good figure, and is extremely talented in cultivation. Don't be envious. Use your brain. Feeling dizzy and exhausted, Qingqiu dragged her body back to her room to take a nap. Crocodile Shui was about to suck up the lamp when he found that Han Yu was also following. Han Yu slowly lay down on the ground, nodded to herself who was looking at him, and then turned over and rolled over. Yuan Qingqiu lay down, put his hands under the bed, grabbed his ankles and gave him a hand directly. But they couldn't get over the boat. They were in the same place in Qingyufeng. They were on the same floor and in the same room. Today's events were spread with the same speed. Later, Lin Xiaoyao and Luo Yuan pointed out what they would think when they came back. Even if the two of them did nothing, but the girl cares about your coexistence. There is no development at all, so Yun Qingqiu decided to change her house. When he took 2 steps, his hand was suddenly held, and Han Yu held Yun Qingqiu tightly. Then he took out a piece of film depicting Ling Ju and asked him to drill his eyes together. Han Yu had a look on her face. This spiritual evidence was a bit cumbersome, which was indeed the part that troubled it. After the conflict with Chang Lun, he had no one to turn to, so he could only place his hope in Yun Qingqiu. Jian Han Yu looked at this appearance. Yun Qingqiu's tone was thoughtful. Remembering that he had done so much for himself, it would be nice not to explain it to him. But go. Yun Qingqiu plans to beat Ling Ju. After explaining, let him have one less excuse, otherwise he will keep pestering him. It will really be impossible to leave another Ling Li behind. Han Yu's lack of understanding, Yun Qing quickly realized the blood after repairing Sister Jiang. Immediately try to avoid the flames. As the movement of Lin Li begins, circles of water-type Lin Li fluctuations are emitted around you, and you try to calculate the information. Just when he was going to rest after practicing, he heard the sound of early morning birds outside the window. Unknowingly, he was practicing. One night passed, and Yun Qingqiu also gave his little bear carp to Shiguang. Han Yu tied it up and ran away, then decided to continue going. Yun Qingqiu shuddered while doing the skinny exercise. Just after she closed her eyes for a moment, there was another tingling sound coming from outside. Who shouted, Han Shavain, you can be here, brother, come here, it's just you. The sound was so loud that it woke up Yun Qingqiu. He shook his head to wake up, got dressed and walked out. The voice was familiar. He seemed to be somewhere. As soon as I went out, I saw the arrogant god there. Ren Qingqiu suddenly remembered that he was the leader Qingqian who announced to him that he was going to the medicine refining conference during the previous meeting at the middle gate. Do you believe that he has an eager look on his face? Han Shenmai. As soon as I returned to the sect, I heard that you gave up the certification election. You also have that lustful boy as your companion. Now the whole sect is working for you. His whole body felt like he was being attacked by Lei Ji. Little fairy, reading little porn book, what is this? His heart was agitated and he couldn't bear to hate it. That bastard boy Qing Yufeng obviously won the championship in the medicine training competition, but he didn't say anything, causing himself to spend a month without knowing it. After a series of competitions, it was finally discovered that the champion had been defeated by a young man who taught Qingqiu. Take it away. Qin Xiangxin almost fainted because he was the head of the sect, Qing Chuan. He dared to trick her like this. When he returned to Zunmen, he was still thinking about how to take revenge. But he heard Yun Qingqiu using Xiao Huangshuang or Han Yu's after the news. I wanted to kill Yun Qingqiu. Yes, at this time, when Yun Qingqiu came out and heard that he was going to take Han Yu back to Yunchifeng, he felt relieved. This senior brother was right. Senior sister Han should return to Yunchifeng. After all, the leader is your master, so he will respond to this. There are some. Xingxiang immediately became a baby in his heart. Just to keep Xingxiang strong and angry in front of Han Yu, he left him alone for the time being and planned for later. Before long, Qin Xiangxin told him that he had learned a lot of methods to practice Yang and wanted to show him how to practice Yang. Han Yu had always been interested in practicing Yang and had often watched him practice Yang before, so at this time I am also very confident that I can bring Han Yu to. But Han Yu looked at this matter indifferently. Senior brother, you are very annoying. You have a new look. I can't believe that I lost my guard. I will tell myself this as much as possible. Han Vietnam's ceremony. I turned around and patted the hand that the messenger gently grasped. I had already memorized the order. Really? There are a lot of people who love each other. Oh my god, and you actually invited others to eat biscuits. How the hell is this possible? Biscuits are Han Yu's favorite. They are the secret spirit that cannot make you fat. Even if it is a long article, I dare not explain it. A run, the heartache of a newbie, the exuberant look at Qingqiu, mixed up. You still haven't tried any felonies against me, but you actually encouraged him. When I am like this, Yun Qingqiu looks at this person indifferently. This helps me to be happy, and I will not leave it to the Tengu. As for the spicy laying Qingqiu during Han's confinement period, should we eat it in the lobby or go back to our room? The weight of this sentence was even greater, which directly made Qing Xiangxin's tongue cramp up. She didn't know what to say. Your mother. The two of them live in the same room. Countless scenarios were instantly assumed in their minds. Han Yu disappeared for 3 days. How much can be done in these 3 days? Is it because the bed is going to break and the goddess turns into a girl? Yin Qingqiu looked at Shiqing and knew that he had misunderstood and wanted to get married soon, otherwise this matter would be spread out and another picture would appear. But just as she was about to speak, Han Yu said again, I still have many little uncles. Let's eat in bed. Even if Yin Qingqiu doesn't look back, he can still guess what kind of expression this guy Shinshin is looking at now, and his relationship with Hanle is probably the same. Hanle no longer paid attention to Qing Xiangxin and took Yun Qingqiu Fang back to the building. He closed the door smoothly, completely blocking his hands. Fu Le, who was dizzy and helpless, will go back and spread the word again. It is estimated that everyone at Showman will believe that he and Hanle have intentions. What to do after Ling Xiaoya and Luo Yuan return? Not only that, there are also mysterious contents. Things are getting more and more confusing over there. The layers of relationships are changing just by thinking about it. After a while, there was another call from outside the courtyard. A disciple was breathing heavily and was anxious to hold a thief. Sister Hansha, people from the Xinye people arrived again. Internet surfer Hanle frowned and nodded. Then he turned around and pulled Yun Qingqiu's sleeve. Someone came to pull the mountain gate. Yun Qingqiu, let's go there. Yun Qingqiu has also heard about some of the feuding competition between Xinyemen and returning employees to build shares. The new page sect is the second in command, Zhu Fu, who has been suppressed for a long time. He has been waiting for the collapse of the sect for hundreds of years. When he wanted to ask the top boss, Zhu Fu, he could return the components, but it was a military couple who dared to surpass them again. From then on, Xinyan men would always come up to raise the mountain regardless of anything. However, after giving Han Yu a few lessons, he stopped. I didn't expect that this year it would be boxing again. New page when Great Elder Tang Hong and dozens of people headed in the direction of the gate to see the bones of the deceased. He looked up at Mr. Gu Yuan and his second son Gu Yuan, as coldly as the grudges of nearly 10 years flashed through his mind, and his eyes became. There was a young man beside him who nodded slightly. He didn't have much profit fluctuation, but he had an inexplicable high energy. Tang Hongsao is the land in front of the gate of Gu Yuan Jiangu Mountain. It is not dangerous to cover the road. These land villages are uneven and far inferior to their eyes. According to this momentum, we will catch up within 10 years. The elite disciples following him made no secret of their intention to pay a visit, and they all looked at the disciples who had returned home to see their bones. Kong Yang went over to greet him with a cold face. The other party could come to kick the mountain gate at any time, but he couldn't spend time at the airport without the energy of the first vertical gate of Mujufu. After saying a bunch of irrelevant things, he invites the important person to enter the middle gate. The excuse for kicking the mountain gate is just to make a wrong cut. But what does the wrong cut mean? Both parties have the same idea. At this time, Han Yu brought Yun Qingqiu, who was trapped in the army, to the Showman Square. The two sides were already smearing each other with swords. One of the disciples shouted that Sister Sha was here. All the disciples looked over together, but when they saw the young man next to Han Yu, everyone thought of yesterday's knowledge, and their eyes instantly became moist. Feeling the gaze like a knife, Yun Qingqiu immediately opened his eyes clearly. The feeling of being pierced by thousands of gazes was still on his hands. At this moment, Yuan Qingqiu felt something was wrong and immediately patted Han Yuan, asking him to help. But Han Yu didn't understand what Yun Qingqiu meant. She thought he had lost his mind, so he opened the bag and took out a box of Dingan Emperor fruit. Seeing that he didn't answer, he directly picked one up and stuffed it into Yun Qingqiu's mouth, following the character of the biscuit. Kaka's heart was broken, and then he remembered that his originally high-spirited classmate Judo was discouraged. He was deeply affectionate and extremely resentful. I know you two have a but there is no need to show it in public, right? Elder Zhu Hui of the official Jiangu looked at the people in Xinyemen with a smile, and wanted to take advantage of Han Yu's participation in the love affair to provoke him. However, he did not expect that Han Yu did not participate in the love affair, and by coincidence, he shattered the Xinyemen. Everyone in Xinye was stunned. It was obvious that they wanted to attend the meeting. Dan Hong's eyes flickered, and Yu actually did not participate in the broken love. Did he expect that Xinyemen would come to kick the mountain door this time? But I was relieved in my heart. Originally, those three people were the main ones who kicked the door. They were still playing tricks on the three of them before. but they didn't complain at the wall, so they didn't feel bad. Dan Hong smiled slightly, and couldn't help but wait for a while. It was really interesting to see the valley from a small person. In order to prevent the Martian Night Gate, Handler was actually asked to give up on his broken love, lack of food, and the empty-eyed leader. Anti-official empty eyes, 1 or 2 Hachi, he. It is not that I have returned to the original Jianggu Valley with the Starry Night Gate, but I haven't paid attention to it. But the land you laid down actually collapsed in the town below the mountain. Do not spare the civilians. This is not training. With Handler here, Hong Yang doesn't care about the Shinya Gate at all. He talks about it unintentionally. If he wants to cut it, he will open it. The atmosphere suddenly became more peaceful. Many disciples became more comfortable with the crowd and wanted to see the rise and fall of the new banquet sect. Just as I was about to shout out my wish, Dan Hong sneered and interrupted with a grey hand. The empty words were too long. In the past years, the contact was different this year. Kong Yang and other elders looked at each other. This is the first time in recent years that Shinya has proposed a training method. Huaren Jianggu has many outstanding disciples of training masters. And it is not a big deal, it's just that there was a hint of conspiracy in his tone. It was a coincidence that he came with the alchemy style. I'm afraid he had already done it. By Yang Lingheng's life, the level of image of Xingyan men is considered to be top-notch among the young people in Muju Mansion. He also heard that there are people in Xingyan men who are good at chainmen. He wants to see why Xingyan men is like this. The little palm showed its affection towards the newly born Yi Xiu. His eyes glanced at Han Yun Qingqiu, and even a faint look appeared on his face. At this time, I represented Showman chain medicine and showed superb chain medicine skills. In the eyes of Showman Zhenguang and Handler, they will definitely change their minds, and I can also find opportunities to read. It's beautiful. The corners of Huaixian's mouth next to Xinyamen showed an ice phoenix smile. Second Elder Konggu's eyes moved. Senior Brother Nagato, this new industry sect is well prepared. This guy has some. Kong Ji-yu is an experienced pharmacist who has a very sharp eye. He can detect some information from the pharmacist. But this young man gives him a kind of wisdom that many pharmacists don't have. But I only dared to do so because I felt that this young man named Huaixian was difficult to deal with. I didn't dare to be careless and took out the key points. The name of the famous god Bai Shi. At the same time, Tang Hong took out a second street single medicine pharmacy from Chu Wujian and tried empty eye shoes. This milk-filled shoe will be used in Gangzhen's pharmacy. The Jade Fire single medicine can increase the fire attribute. 3 Jie Yang wants to try Xiao Wuchuan to get his heart. Anyway, I wanted to dissolve it, so I took the prescription, glanced at it, and shook my head. World Honored One, the theory is too simple and not challenging. This person with breasts is not my opponent. I want to increase the difficulty and let them do it again. Let's go back to the past and see the two of us. The only one to deal with it. I'll take 2 single pills of Lianji. They add up and take 2 single pills of Lianji. Whoever is faster wins. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone was already in trouble. This guy wanted to challenge 2 people, but he was so mad that he was really stupid. Qingchuan disciples were so looked down upon, and Kong Yang was devastated by the disappearance, and felt vaguely a little bit in his heart. Uneasy, Gonggu directly called out to his German and Italian disciples. He directly stepped forward with an iron face, took out the medicine top and stood next to Qing Xiangxin. The two looked at each other, both seeing the anger in each other's eyes. Everything nodded, running with zero energy, and my heart was filled with exuberance. Huaixian smiled darkly and said, taking out a pot of medicine from the kitchen table and getting angry. Feeling that the flames were strangely thick, both of them looked serious. They realized that this guy was really difficult to deal with, so they immediately activated their spiritual power. Follow the instructions of the pharmacy and increase the intensity of the medication irregularly. The disciples of Wei Ren and Sword Bone are so good at this, and they dare to be called so. Seeing that he has put the 3 main talents into one of the key points of the road and carried out the body chain at the same time, I will teach you what it means. Qiyuan saw Ji Yu Shuren's face was serious. The fault between the 2 sects was not the Shrimp King's nonsense. This young man dared to do this. He must have succeeded in refining it. Under the nervous gazes of both sides, the practice competition was a lively point. There are 3 zero grasses in the top of Huaixian, and the refining speed is in the machine micro loop. However, Qing Xiangxin and Wei Qingqing have already completed the experience of the first bead of medicinal materials. They will proceed to the second bead of medicinal materials immediately. When the officials saw Ji Yushu's disciples, they felt a little relaxed. Their feelings were virtual, but at this time, Yun Qingqiu had close eyes. I'm about to lose. I'm less concerned about Yang and the 2 of them, with a black sneer in my eyes. The 0 cases inhabited by both hands suddenly improved. The burning flames firmly attracted everyone's attention. and in the strong flames a few minutes later. The effect of the medicinal materials was actually refined. With a big cup of Bai's yarn, I gradually retreated from the group. Floating on my palm was a bastard who was almost finished practicing, talking about wanting to be with each other. The feelings and unresolved feelings were all over at once. Isn't this guy behind a lot of work? Why is the sourness so fast? Why? Finally, under the gaze of the leader, the flames created on the palms receded. The 2 single pills stayed on the palms. The sword could vaguely feel the fire attribute of the explosion. Huaxian's single pill chain was completed, but love and affection have just begun to end. The image of my heart is breaking out in a cold sweat. My soul and body are lying upside down. I can't believe that I was tortured. His eyes are light, his face is dark, and his clothes are black. Word of his support for today's complete defeat has spread. I'm afraid he will be embarrassed when he returns to the army, but what can be done? The middle gate must be folded horizontally and deeply, leaving only the elders. We cannot let the elders and this young man, right? One step ahead. The pig-stomach disciples of the laughing and drinking sweepers with angry faces. If you are not convinced, someone can challenge me again. No matter how many disciples come today, as long as one person can beat me, even if I lose first, someone else. Disciple Zhu Duo translated in his mind, I want to go out and teach the lyricist a lesson, but Huai is now practicing to have the strength, which I saw just now. Is very superb. Not only can I not talk back when I go out, don't be embarrassed. Seeing no one showed up, Huaxian laughed and turned around. He was about to call the important people of Xinye sect to leave, but suddenly he heard a sound coming from behind. I asked Hu Shenfa to turn around and find a young man walking away. She looked behind her in a daze of autumn, at the cold moon. Pushed out, his step instantly attracted the attention of the whole audience. Gui Ren was a little surprised when he saw the ancient disciples. He persisted and did not expect that someone would come out to face this Huaizian. The past and present in his heart. But when they saw it was Yun Qingqiu, everyone's expressions became less stupid. After all, in a public place like a library and measuring pornographic books, such close punishment is indeed a bit disturbing. Just read it secretly. Young people are very passionate and no one will say anything. But what is this if you post books in public? Muzhou Prefecture and even the entire Kang'anyu have never heard of this kind of grass. Feel that weird look in your eyes? Yuan Qingqiu turned around speechlessly and looked at. She usually looks quite dull, but I didn't expect that she would be naughty from time to time. When the time comes, and Yueji's sister will. Yes, there is no other way now. They could only go up to the Xinye gate where Yun Qingqiu turned around and walked away. They saw him taking out the medicinal potion from his room, intending to kill the person quickly and go back. Early, go and have a rest. Walking to the opposite side of Yun Qingqiu with a slow smile. He moved his hands and made a small noise. Come out and challenge me. You are brave. But it seems that you are not good enough alone. How about you call me 2 more? Yun Qingqiu and his companion curled their lips, walked around Huaxian, and glanced behind him, with a cheerful expression on their faces. For me, you don't think enough of this elder of the new industry. I want to compare with you. As soon as these words came out, everyone was a little wrong. Yun Qingqiu wanted to challenge the Starry Night clan. Tan Hong also blindly looked at the physiognomy of Yun Qingqiu, and asked several of Tan Feng's disciples for confirmation. When he was sure that this was indeed what he said, he couldn't help but feel very different. This young boy wanted to challenge himself. What if this old man was thinking? What was going on in his mind? Dizzy, Chiu looked at Huaxian lazily, and looked directly at Tang Hong. Your disciple's level is a bit rough, and he is not my opponent. In his words, winning is boring, so I want to win. The address of Huayuan's stock establishment is not approved by Yun Qingqiu at this time. Regardless of whether it can be condensed or not, just these words are enough, and several elders are also in a warlike attitude. This boy is actually smart. If he challenges the elders as a disciple, it won't be ugly even if he loses. If he doesn't accept it, he can be fired. He is afraid of the very smart non-returning member Jianjiyu Zhao. On the other hand, the Xinyu people were scolding each other. At this time, Huaixin looked gloomy. It was really shameful to think that there were still people in Muzhou Mansion who ignored him. I don't know why. Yun Qingqiu has no trade options, or it's just the 2 of you. Let's go together. With your eyes red, you can take action if you want. Let's make some fun with each other. Throw it out. Tan Hong looked empty words, and turned his eyes to Han Yu. If this disciple loses, and you will join my heart I sect. If Guizong agrees, then I am willing to compete with the disciple. And him. Otherwise, I will compete with him. Xu Zhanglau's face darkened. They didn't know Yun Qingqiu's strength, but Han Yu was a genius with a century-old talent. If it fails, Wei Yuan's reputation will not only be lost, but also the future will be lost. Not waiting for empty words. When Han Yu was helping others, Wang Huan walked out and came to Yun Qingqiu's side. Okay, I promise, he will be with you too. The master knows his apprentice's temperament. Lan Tai must be Lan. Yun Qingqiu waved slightly, raised her hand and touched Han Yu's nose. The cold yellow and slow music in her eyes. If this is the case, then I can't let you down. Looking forward to it, Yun Qingqiu's eyes are slightly fascinated. The hard liquid sect's abacus is good. But if I win, your mother will hand over the alchemy and food ash seal and crawl down with these luo luo. After Dasherman said that Yun Qingqiu started to operate in 0 cases, I feasted from the bottom of the medicine. A steamy smile appeared on Bai Xian's face. The blood vessels of Shuangdi Jing, who was thin from crying, collapsed. The color of the flames in the falling head became more intense. Gui Yi was guilty of something. Tang Hong threw out his sleeves and took out a black-colored statue from the kitchen world. 0 profit was injected, and the hot flame spread all around, causing half of the yellow factory to feel it. The 3-person competition officially began. Dan Hongyu put the 3-bead medicine into the medicine together and let the strong flames surround the 3-bead medicine. This time the competition is about speed. As long as the two of them practice with limited effort, the speed exceeds. As Xu Ren watched, Yun Qingqiu directly put 2 portions of the 6-bead medicine into the medicine. Among them, and then in everyone's wrong eyes, Yun Qingqiu added another lingcao and campfire grass. This is not to kill it. Its function is to increase the refining quality of the flame. When you encounter medicinal materials that are difficult to refine, you can use this medicinal material to increase the level of the flames you want to top, thus improving the level. However, this forest grass also has great side effects, making Huiyang even more difficult to control. It turns out that some experienced practitioners don't even understand it. After the Yinghuo was placed on the top of the medicine, the flames immediately became extremely powerful and instantly cleared the clouds. When everyone thought they were trying to deceive, the violent flames suddenly spread around Yun Qingqiu. The effect of the fireweed also began to disperse. The original flame became extremely lively and then dispersed into 6 layers of flames, as if they were beating at the same time. On every fire alliance, there is a plant that is being refined. The whole audience exclaimed. Yun Qingqiu turned out to be the last medicine to escape, empty-handed. What did the elder girl who originally built the stock see when she tried it? You can probably tell the level of medicine training just from the skills of refining medicinal materials. You can refine medicinal materials with bare hands. There is no need for level. Please. Then he pointed the 2 fused liquid medicine needles into the air with his fingers slightly. In Han Yu's eyes, 2 phoenixes formed by flames swallowed up the medicinal leaves. The colors were dazzling, and the sound of the phoenix's nomination could be vaguely heard. And then they turned into fireworks around them. At this time, Tang Hong and Huaixian had just started the process of making a list. They looked at Dan Yang, who had fallen into Yun Qingqiu's hands with pale faces. Bye, completely. Kong Yang laughed so hard when he and the great elder looked at each other that he almost burst into tears. Who would have thought that not only would Gui Yuan Jiangu decide to fight back, but he would also discover such talent. For a genius like Lian Huaixian, playing Hong is a place where you have to show off your skills during practice. In front of him, there is no clue. With such a disciple, Gui Yuan Sword Valley is ruthless. Go further, but it's okay. Anyway, I plan to pass the chain and enter the trial chain. It will be convenient to enter some strength in the early morning. Bang Hong wiped the cold sweat from his head, painted a color on the hidden address next to him, then turned around. Just leave the direct attack, and when the sound comes, move forward quickly to block them. Empty Eyes holds a 0 field in his hand. Elder Han with cold eyes. Where are you going? With a red face and a black face, I made a blessing. I didn't expect that your sect has such a wonderful place. I don't have the virginity for you to celebrate. Farewell. Kong Yang exudes a powerful spirit. You seem to have forgotten something. You have to bet on the knowledge of my sect disciples, and you have to do something about it. You and this evil refining medicine are handed over by the president. Steal them all and get out. At this time, all the elders from the middle gate came forward to talk about the epidemic. Dan Hong's face is shaking. The chain pigeon is a grey badge that proves the chain pigeon's identity. Unless you reach the realm, it cannot be replaced if it is lost. Once it is gone, it will be inconvenient for the official recognition of the Jew government, and it will become an I-chain like a casual cultivator. If we lose all kinds of benefits, we will also be faced with all kinds of hostility from our peers, and the loss will be extremely huge. After today, Yun Qingqiu will read at the Love Conference in Lorraine City. The news that Chang Lao, the new industry sect's boss, and the genius refining medicine are in trouble has come to light. In just a few days, Yun Qingqiu became famous very early and became a love ballad genius known to everyone in Muju Mansion. And this was just the beginning of fame. Starting from the other side, a shaking horn that controls flying arrows appears in the sky above Wei Ren Jingu. Choose a few months to shoot the arrow, turn the zero energy into Taidang and take it back to the waist, towards Shengmen Eye. At this time, Elder Zhu Wei was holding a meeting. They were planning the future direction of Shengmen with excitement, as well as the heavy lifting of the trial optional list. At this time, I walked over with my long legs and pulled up a chair to dance. Next, the elders Kong Yang and Zhu were a little surprised. Is this the usual offender tank? It is a miracle that he can show up in the middle gate. He actually takes the initiative to participate in the middle gate. Selections rarely show up. There must be something important about this touch. I glanced at the many documents on the table. There are 4 people in Qing Yufeng. Now only Yun Qingqiu has not lost his love. I want him to practice medicine. Help me fight for my love. In addition, the elder yelled, we were going to arrange for him to be trained. The master's face is full of pride, and the 4-hand prison is also real. However, the disciple is hiding his eyes and showing up. Kong Yang couldn't help but ask in a consultative tone, Qing Yufeng's 4 disciples are all geniuses. I didn't expect that the 4 elders' education methods are so superb. I wonder if you can recruit more disciples and divide Qing Yufeng's sects more. The horse's face was speechless when he was looking for the silent shield, teaching all the ghosts that he was left with 0 snacks and resources by the map and the locals at most. And he could only teach the cultivation in the quiet wind for a few days. Yun Qingqiu and Ling Xiaoya, who are both familiar with the heart, have not heard anything about it. Who knows why one of them suddenly became? If he concentrates on teaching his disciples, the excellent rate may be very high, but the disability rate may be. Gao Xuanji shook his head. Since he has slipped into the list of broken lovers, then I am fine. Finally, after half an hour, a kind of elder dispersed from the consciousness. Kong Yuan also followed Xuanji and walked in the direction of Qing Yufeng. Self-chosen love is about to break up and he wants to have a good chat with Han Yun. Poems and pictures cannot always be separated. When they walked to Zhongmen Square, Yun Qingqiu and Han Yu happened to be walking in the woods. Han Yu's face turned red after being taken in by the elixir, with a little tears and saliva hanging on her face, and her throat was sore. Iceberg was swept by the Han River. The selection is based on empty words. A man and a woman are alone in the woods. There is no doctor. The posture is tired. What have you done? Empty-eyed and naked, people are looking at each other with eager eyes. Even if I beat myself to death, I would never have thought that the cold Han Laguzalin would be like this. The secret is 50% discount on the forehead. This place is really not a good place. Jing takes advantage of the girls to go out and steal their hearts. I feel bad. After being silent about Shuijiu, Kong Yang indulged himself to the point of 4 palms. Do you want to discuss their success? Select the machine thread and lock it for a moment, and draw a trace of illusion with your feet. Okay, that's it. Sun Xian even followed the 2 of them back to Qing Yufeng. He casually pulled a shadow and sat down. His eyes adjusted to Qing Yufeng, but just a few days ago, Xuanji was helping with cooking and packing clothes. Now that I have changed my position, he is not as good as getting up and treats you differently so that you can have a rest. If it were another identity now, there would be no doubt that they would be punished in the past. Choosing the seat was like taking a sip of tea. I looked at Yun Qingqiu and then at Han Yu. The Qingjin Moming at the corner of my mouth showed the beautiful legs. I understand, the way of Yun Qingqiu. I am in Yun Yang again. Quickly, the other 2 wives sometimes act like girls and think about the differences. As for the mystery, it is really clear that you are getting along with 2 identities. Indeed, as Yun Qingqiu had forgiven, when Kong Yin tried to propose that the 2 of them get married, he almost chose to be happy. He not only said unhurriedly, the head just proposed that you 2 get engaged. I should have heard the word, engagement. Yun Qingqiu and Han Yu were both in the same relationship. Who was engaged to whom? Yun Qingqiu thought she heard it, and Xuanji's face showed a gloomy effect. You and Han Yu are engaged. Why are you so happy? A genius in refining medicine and a genius in cultivation. You 2 are indeed. Yun Qingqiu almost wrote it out of the blue. After all, he now has Ying Xiaoyao and senior sister. Even the master in front of him has been reincarnated into Lingling. He doesn't want to be here. Next, Han Yuan looked at the mystery blindly, then turned to look at Ying Qingqiu, slowly getting engaged in the 4th house. Seeing Ying Qingqiu's black face, the mysterious smile became thinner. Why? If you don't agree, even if you don't agree, it's okay. Parents' orders, unspoken words. Important things like engagements, okay. Without waiting, Yun Qingqiu was speechless at this moment. His wife found him a new wife and forced him to get married. What kind of fucking operation was this? Saw Xuanji said steadily. I am your master. I can do it for you at this time. No need to say more. I have already agreed for you. The leader is also a master. The same Xuanji drags his hands and looks at Han Yu and Xiaoye. At the beginning of the film, Han Yu was silent for a moment and said expressionlessly, "Okay, I'm very happy." Xuanji smiled slightly. "Look, Hanle has promised. You won't get hurt." Yun Qingqiu looked at Han Yu's facial expression. Huan Yue turned around and looked at Yun Qingqiu. His mouth moved slightly. "It was just him, Yun Qingqiu. I'm laughing." Maru Qingqiu pointed at his expressionless face. "Right? It's okay to force people to laugh at this little mystery. Okay, we'll discuss the details later. In short, you guys get along well first. Anyway, you already have a deep understanding. So there should be no news. So cool." Then he took out a few more copies of Zero Jujia Yun Qingqiu and wished him well. "Good practice." Then he turned around and took out another copy of Zero Jedi's Han Yu. This was the special heavenly spirit Ju it searched for. The Qin family's practice will make it more feminine. In the future, someone will accompany you to practice, and the effect will be more effective. It can also be used for dual cultivation. Remember, Han Yueli took the risk and even called him. Yun Qingqiu was completely afraid of the two of them. After chatting for a while, Xuanji felt a little tired, so he sent the two of them away and returned to the room. You should have a good rest in this episode. A lot of things happened. Yun Qingqiu was also very tired. He returned to the room Tang without such a face. Just when I was about to escape the flames, I happened to notice something unusual in Xuanji's aura, but there was nothing wrong with it. When the spiritual seal was left on Xuanji's body, Yun Qingqiu had completely controlled every part of his body. Even the slightest change in his body's mind could not escape him. Not only did he have a headache when he thought about it, how should he confess his identity? He would directly explain it in various ways. He knew what good things would happen through trickery. Early the next morning, Yun Qingqiu and Han Yueg and Xuanji came to the Zongweni Master Pavilion for the 4th Shongqi Division. Statue of the head of the clan with a goose head who is silent and indifferent. The second elder Kong Ji Yu stared at Yun Qingqiu, his eyes. The other eldest sons are visiting relatives in the countryside, and their clothes are hard to bear. Da Zhonglao stood up and walked to the grey clothes room with a few more people. He walked up to Yun Qingqiu and patted his shoulder. He was helpless that Yun Qingqiu could not participate in the love affair. Kang Gran came down over there and ordered that Yun Qingqiu should be called upon to participate in the roll call. The Tibetan Blue Jade Potential Refining Sect is jointly formulated by the Tibetan Blue Jade sects. The main candidates are selected through the reward and labor order tasks. After that, each sect recommends outstanding disciples to participate in the secondary selection. No matter which one it is, Kang Gran and Yanjian will not interfere, especially the second choice of the complete education sect, but this time Yun Qingqiu was named to participate. I had mixed feelings about that choice. Is it possible that this kid has something to do with those big sects in Kangwanyun? He actually got the letter by naming him. Yun Qingqiu also has some differences. As far as he knows, there have been no similar incidents in previous years, but this year he was named to participate in this election. The other elders are resting late. Yun Qingqiu can obviously cultivate rice by practicing medicine, but he chooses to participate in some trial. The trial is too threatening. If something unexpected happens, this outstanding medicine genius will be far away before he becomes famous. Just think about it. It's a helpless cloud. But Kang Nanyu's order cannot be regretted, it can only be the bitter love between enemies. Danshi and Yun Qingqiu took the letter and scanned the words on it. Since Sushing, except for a few wives and Chinese, there have been no extra gifts. His identity is also very low-key. Except for the great destruction of Luo Ling Cheng Lian, he has not. But Kang and An Sheshu suddenly had such an accident. Could it be that they were pushed on by someone? Or is this incident related to this body's body? The Shomaru Tomoshiro chain area is the house number company and creation of the 3 major sects. There are unique gates in the 4 directions of Lost Love, southeast, northwest and 4 directions. These gates are carved with deep forest formations. You can pass through to go to the front. The other 3 girls, Chu Lin and Xiaoya, stood by the gate and watched. In the past few days since they came to the trial area, they had collected information from everywhere and had a rough idea of the content of the trial. There are differences in the strength of trialists from various places, so in the first half of the trial, many strength-improving methods will be opened. For example, some onboard information about zero delivery of goods through the aircraft, or fight with other testers in the test area to gain victory points. All these values can be exchanged for some oil-absorbing spiritual grass, skills, and spiritual weapons. As for how much strength can be improved, it all depends on the ability of the test chainer itself, and the identification and execution tasks that these gates lead to. In addition, there is a large Gupu Shabei in the center of the test area. It is said that Shabei can test the ability of each experimenter and convert it into a corresponding score. Finally, the step is determined based on the score. On the other side, Kurumaru's message was completely unexpected and directly broke the camp. The process of falling out of love is only slightly slower than that of the main election. It is said that after being selected, things will happen at the same place as the main election, and this choice means that you have to go through it one more time before you can enter the heart of Lovelorn. Yentu will be delayed for a lot of 10 days, and the meeting with the wives will also be delayed. 2 wives, 1 junior sister, and 3 younger sisters were meeting in a strange place with no one. Yun Qingqiu was still a little worried. How to estimate the time limit if we are unable to meet at the agreed time? It's just that the matter of broken love has been confirmed, and it's not possible to return to work and see the valley. However, I was inexplicably inspired to be assassinated. There must be some involvement behind it. If I follow this line, I might be able to find out something interesting. So Yun Qingqiu didn't intend to lose. He wanted to see who was doing this interesting thing. The gathering place for this incident is located in Nanshang Mansion. The gathering place is a broken down object. The square in the center of the ancient city has already gathered some poets who came from other areas. Wei Yuan Jiangu Pigman walked towards the square from under the retail moon. Kong Yang looked at the pig disciples involved in the incident, breathed slightly, and took out the pig from nowhere. These resources have been prepared by Xiongman in recent years. You must take them with you carefully and make sure you don't leave them behind. You may be able to use them at a critical moment. So as time went by, experimenters from other areas arrived one after another, and the number of people in the square became larger and larger. The manager in charge of the trial carefully checked the list of candidates for the second trial and ordered everyone to be quiet. According to the management, there will be seniors who have passed the trial and entered the first Sun Protection Shong Nian Bao to inspect this batch of selected practitioners. Selecting the self-made excellent Homo sapiens Fuyan can unlock some relics of Yentu, or some special opportunities. Dai waited for 2 hours. A thunderous nomination came from somewhere in the sky, and a flying bird with the light of Yao Yi appeared under the sun. After seeing Qingyu Juniao, the 6 elders stopped. A scene of Qingyu Juniao. The milk of Qingyu Juniao is the chess piece of Changing Moon Palace, one of the 3 major sects of Kanglanyu. It must be the chess piece of Changing Moon Palace, but when he saw Juniao's voice clearly, his voice couldn't help but shine. The person who came was not a disciple of Changing Moon Gong, but actually Changlonghua, Gong Changing Yu. First, they kidnap themselves and divide them into young daughters-in-law. They then take over the daughters-in-law and the chief. Those who can enter the position of chief are all grabbers with huge influence. In the big blue world, if you kidnap yourself first, the chief will only blind you. These 10 women are all born from hardships, have advanced cultivation, and even have no strength. This Hua Ruoshi is ranked 6th in the first self-tied seat. 3 years ago, he was able to kill several powerful people who competed to enter the big city. It is said that his current strength is comparable to that of some sect's old wastes, and he is only in his 20s. It's really addictive for such a big shot to come to this place where broken lovers gather. Hua Ruoke's face is covered with sand, like the Huli Wansan in the waste courtyard. Sitting on top of the handsome urine, the snow-white skin is unconventional. And the white rhinoceros jade legs of the reverse double material are slightly empty. At the end of Qingqiu, I touched my nose. The scent was a bit familiar. I seemed to have smelled it somewhere before, but there was confusion and it was difficult to distinguish it for a while. Hua Ruoshi came down gently and moved towards the trialists without delay. He then took out a pre-arrangement from the library and realized it among the many trialists. Zhu Juo comes from the trial of Blue Jade. The straight-looking Dingzhe Hua Ruoshi is angry in her heart. Xiangwu, who was standing by, raised his hands to his chest and looked nervous as he faced the pre-arranged ownership machine. At such a young age, he has already entered the late stage of cutting orders and is only 1 step away from the giant realm. He is fully capable of entering the formal stage. However, the number of places is limited. He took the initiative to put up the secondary land for hunting. This time the hunting was not difficult for him. He can play as he pleases. With the Huarua system's cultivation level, we can definitely see that it is very important. Moreover, Changing Yugong has many connections with Wansu Valley. So this precard must have its own characteristics. Xiong Wujian and Hua Ruoshi are getting closer and closer, and the heart beats faster. Forgetting the snow-white waves, crystal rain, and heavy rain, they keep swallowing the flames. It's a pity for other losers. This bear dance is indeed very powerful. You are valued by Hua Ruoshi. Under the watchful eyes of many trialists, Hua Ruoshi walked to the one-show congratulations. Xiong Wu in the area forced himself to calm down his excited mind and moved his hands to take over the rehearsal. However, this meaty and delicious Ling Hui passed directly by him. All the participants present at the trial were cold, with some doubts in their hearts. They all looked at Hua Ruoshi to see what he was going to choose. Under the auspices of the entire audience, Hua Ruoshi finally walked back to the original building to rest. At this time, Yun Qingqiu and Han Yuzheng were fighting together in the hospital. He was bringing food in and felt the aroma coming closer to the table. If Jianhua stops in the west of Guiyuan Jiangbi district, you can take the cold weather. The green clouds and autumn would show a snowy color, which proves that the woman has some discernment and can tell that Han Yu is autonomous among this group of lovelorn people. If one simply chooses based on performance, Kang Glanyu will really have the help of his blessed son in his heart. He saw the jade plate in his hand and took a few steps to reach Yun Qingqiu and Han Yusha, but something happened that everyone expected. Ruo Xin's eyes only fell on Yun Qingqiu and did not look back. Yun Qingqiu's nose twitched slightly. You noticed that the smell of Hua Ruoxi seemed familiar. Not only that, this smell was buried in the memory. It seemed that it had almost appeared on me. Could it be that I had experienced it before? It's a pity that as a young Chinese disciple, it's not convenient for me to give my speech. Baruo Shijiang's light was placed on Yun Qingqiu's body, and the other leading hand stretched out his sleeve. Under the return of the mothers, the fertile Lord Yun Qingqiu held the card. A stream of zero profit is like a snake in an oil hole, just like a dish that sells quickly in the Qingqiu handbook. Yun Qingqiu's eyes moved slightly, but a look of confusion did appear on his face. King Jin Yuan injected Lin Sha into his body and wanted to talk about it. He was not determined and wondered that he had already hidden his spiritual power. In the eyes of many people, he was just an ordinary little suspect. Even if the witness was excellent, it would be impossible to see 1/10,000th of his qualifications, but he happened to be there. So many people were selected. Yun Qingqiu quickly created a stream of Lingli in his body. He approached Hua Ruoxi and injected the lifeless force into his body. Lingli guided it to create the illusion of detection. Under Yun Qingqiu's guidance, Lingli followed the designated selling instructions and walked through the body. Returned to Hua Ruoxi, there was a look of misfortune in his eyes. Lingling had completely absorbed all his 40 roots half a year ago. According to normal practice, his 0 roots were forcibly taken away. His survival rate was a few drops, and it was even more impossible to practice. But this prince not only continues to practice, he has also reached the cutoff and entry-exit stage, and even 2 more transformation 0 roots were reborn in his body. I have never heard of it, otherwise, the person in front of me cannot be wrong. He is the prince. The 2 of them were related several times. I have seen him everywhere. Please come back if we have in-depth exchanges. During the meeting, the 2 of them ran to explore the scene. From unfamiliarity to familiarity, Hua Ruoxi was the unconscious creator of her soul and body. Her tongue gently lifted her lips. There was a look of desire in her eye masks, a kind of lips that had been seized again. The more 40 roots, the more enchanting the process will be. The feeling brought by the 2 cheap Lingen should be more wonderful. However, it is a pity that the heavy density number can only be activated by this body. It has been used once before and the 40 roots can no longer be used. He Qingqiu lowered his head and looked at Hua Ruoxi, who was holding her vagina that was constantly trembling. She gently slid her fingers, causing some digging in the skin. There was a faint flush on his face, his heartbeat was beating rapidly, and his breathing was heavy. It was indeed very painful. Hua Ruoxi took a deep breath and forcibly stabilized Wenen's mind. Yun Qingqiu's hand turned around. One of the ladies behind him identified the master who had gone to Muzhou Prefecture to summon him. Xingyin, he took a deep look at Yun Qingqiu. He really couldn't understand why Hua Ruoxi would use the trading tower, which is the most important among the royal cards. However, your eyes cannot be wrong. If you can take a fancy to someone who has taken the imperial examination. Shaking his head slightly, he looked directly at Yun Qingqiu, reminding him that adults are optimistic about you and that he is your fan. You have to work hard when you are in love. And don't let adults look at you. After saying that, he followed Hua Ruoxi through many trials. Yun Qingqiu looked at the spiritual bird flying away, only holding a golden jade row in his hand, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. Watch your sister. What kind of fairy is doing this? This time he lost his love and he had no intention of showing off. He kept a low profile and got almost the same grades and passed the exam. It would be best if he was treated as a bastard and ignored. There was no need to worry about Bala's shadow in the background. Hua Yuan's stock building is not even in Kanglan prediction, and this small sect also has Han Yu's diagnosis. A genius with good self-control can never be discovered if he is mixed in a group of people. It can be as low as, but Gui can think of killing a Huaruo type halfway. I don't know how this woman saw her abnormality. It's just that before she started being a bastard, she was exposed alone and became completely. Needless to say, the entire audience must be extremely envious. However, those elite experimenters in the Kanglan Yun sect are probably in trouble. There are no particularly strict rules for falling in love. It is almost a green poisonous chaos. You can use force to snatch the opportunities from other people. Needless to say, the appeal of this golden pre-card Next, Yun Qingqiu will definitely become the target of several fires. Think about it, there are several. In the early morning of the next day, the trialists of each sect performed accounting according to the requirements. There are 0 cases of enthronement decorations. There is a big saying between the 2 statues in the square. After using the 0 formation, the misfortune manager walked to the 0 formation and picked up the misfortune list. The misfortune person who had memorized the name came forward to pick up the props. After that, it is time to enter the 0 formation. The hints began. Yun Qingqiu was prearranged by Hua Ruoshi Fuyun. The trial managers did not dare to ignore it, so the first one was named and soon stepped in. I just felt the weightless sound of the tattoo, and the surrounding scene changed into. Chen Shanlao and Yun Qingqiu glanced around and waited quietly. It opened the bag issued by the administration, and inside there was a foreign paper document. On it was a map of the big branch of the trial, with some mixtures of chances marked on it. Although there are many opportunities, there will inevitably be some hands and waste repairs in that season, which are not that good or feasible and must be combined with one's own strength. The trial task is very simple in terms of process. From the starting point to the end of the trial, study the map to find the chance of becoming stronger, and finally conduct a test at the end. As long as the top 100 with the highest strength conversion score can enter the official. However, Yun Qingqiu does not need to look for opportunities to become stronger, he can just practice and kill a few retail animals to collect points. Among these tasks, the simplest is 712 pieces of slimming. Of course, the score obtained is also the lowest. 712 pieces of 0 slimming can only be obtained. Without a moment's delay, he hit the ball casually. Suddenly, in addition to the 2nd Street 0 skin, there are also some 3rd Street 0 skin here, but they are extremely powerful. There are almost no pairs that I can complete the machine. However, Yun Qingqiu does not intend to do these tasks to make Feng Dao a quiet bastard. The best thing is to test and release a wisp of fireworks over a forest just as it is collapsing into the mountains. Those fireworks are the characteristics of Buyuin's stock building. Which is to make peace or just use it. For a moment, Yuan Qingqiu Sai turned around and flew towards the woods where the fireworks appeared. After walking further and further into that area, Yun Qingqiu stopped, turned around and swept around the corpses of Qiyu nearby. This secret order was a bit different. When he planned to continue moving forward, he was smashing the grass in front of the imperfections. Gently and gently, I looked up and saw a rope emerging from the grass. Dizzy Qiu used deep shadow facing the field of vision. Both of them are masters. Deep Essence, and Yu Ilang, Green Eye Mask, Spider Criminal, The Color of Joy, 0 Youth, I finally found you, and Yu's breath is for you, even some can't afford to fight. Just when Yun Qingqiu wanted to support him, and Yu hurriedly pulled him and quickly headed out of the dense forest. Behind Huiyin Steel came a cold breath from the camp, like the long mist emitted in the cold winter. As the breath continued to rise, a layer of frost lifted up from the ground. And the grass and trees instantly changed. I think this vagina will have to be repaired from time to time, and it will soon be able to force 2 people to have sex. Then the shape stops changing and turns into a uniform black dullness. This energy is compared to the relative clouds of green autumn and cold moon smoke. After investigating the deep attack, and Yu immediately moved forward with Yun Qingqiu. A regular sword was taken out from under the same sword, and it rotated 0 to 1 and was thrown flat. As soon as the moonlight-colored after-image fades away, the boring characters that were secretly washed away, the broken boringness turns into black smoke and lingers around. Spreading the long boringness, the black object moved a few times and its shape changed again. One after another, black wolves were running around the 2 of them. Han Yu held the sword in his backhand and strode forward. January Yuji and Yun Qingqiu pulled him behind him, his lips moved up and down slightly, and the sound of 0 Ju Jin was warm and clear. There were more than a dozen long Jin in the surroundings. Toward the group of black, Yun Qingqiu glanced to the rear. He must be at least thousands of miles away from them. He can control the waste at such a distance. His strength is not below 3 and 0. It is equivalent to the distance. As the black wolf shattered, the black object changed its shape again. Yun Qingqiu's consciousness was about to leave the mobile phone. A few words are written by Han Yu-ku. It will take some time to condense. How many operations will it take to take advantage of the air raid? Haiyu and Yun Qingqiu's crazy lantern Yantu accumulated black objects twice more. The black objects turned into faster and faster. When we reached the edge of the secret forest, we finally escaped from the waste cultivator's attack range and entered. Overall situation Yun Qingqiu exhaled, senior sister Han has escaped. Yun Qingqiu wanted to let go of the hand he was holding, but Han Yu held it tightly. Yun Qingqiu was about to say something, but when I looked up and saw Hanri's posture, I started to dream about this beautiful world. She was a little embarrassed, full of handsome hair, and had many pages of grass stuck to her hair. Her clothes were also a little ragged, and her appearance was crisp. Can you guess what happened in the past few days? There are many things. In order to find Yun Qingqiu, Han Yu traveled alone in this place where love was lost. It was already the 7th day since he fell in love. He kept stopping. This area is very vast. If they hadn't met by chance, Yun Qingqiu even doubted that this little exhibition girl of equal value would have run the entire distance until she met him. Yun Qingqiu felt a little confused for a moment and felt warm in her heart. Moved, he then took out a quilt from the kitchen and let him lie on his back. Then he lay down and hugged him. He rolled along and the two of them were wrapped up on his back. In the quilt, the peak of my heart is slightly blown, and the memories of the past are transmitted to me. Yun Qingqiu was not moved by these sounds. He slowly moved down in advance. Han Yu's face was facing him, and he held onto his clothes tightly with both hands, for fear that he would run away. The two of them were squeezed together on a quilt, like 2 tons of ham rolled into a pancake, and the girl's body was tightly pressed against her hand. Yun Qingqiu looked at Han Yu speechlessly. The foster girl had been squeezed into bed like this all night. This little exhibition girl was a little crazy. She actually wanted to be with someone else. When they met, he and his 3 wives have not been able to do it. It's a situation, but yesterday Han Yu's scene of finding herself relieved was still in her mind. Yun Qingqiu was lazy, so she didn't move. The early morning wind blew onto Han Yu's face, and her eyelashes fluttered slightly. Seeing that Yun Qingqiu was still by her side, Han Yu's lips were clear and moving. For the little showgirl with no expression, this was considered very happy. Dizzy Qingqiu showed a smile. Senior sister Han. Good morning. Han Yu didn't say anything. Her beautiful eyes looked down hard. Then he continued to look up at Ling Qingqiu. Ling Qingqiu fell little by little. As soon as this transformation came out, Yun Qingqiu instantly fucked Yamato Xiufan extremely well. There was only a small gap in the quilt, and Han Yu was holding him close to him. It was inevitable that it would be a little deep. He is a normal male. He is held by a beautiful and soft girl like this. However, if other girls are drawn, he may quietly move away from his position to prevent him from lowering himself. This time I can see Han Yu, but it is very straightforward. After saying it, Yun Qingqiu secretly stayed in Han Yu and rolled in the opposite direction. The quilt was unfolded again. Yun Qingqiu quickly. There happens to be a chance to open the golden jade row near the southwest peak, and the main peak is in the 3 realms of the 7 series branch. It's rare to be alone with Hanle. I should seize the opportunity to tutor and practice. I'd like to show my love to the little girl. In addition to helping to obtain some opportunities, Yun Qingqiu also plans to continue teaching. However, Yun Qingqiu's method made Hanle very likely to fall into the trap. Originally, he felt that it was difficult to find opportunities with Yun Qingqiu, but he still focused on the 3 world spirits. Half an hour later, Yun Qingqiu took Han Yu to the southwest. As soon as I entered this area, I felt an invisible sense of oppression. Qian Qingqiu released the ring to increase the speed of 0 energy. He told Han Yu the number of 0 rolls prepared for him. He planned to pass on the 0 rolls to Han Yu in 3 days. And Han Bing suggested to kill them. As long as you master these 3 high-level 0 scrolls, you can calmly deal with multiple modifications of the same level or even 1 level higher and smaller. Will suffer a loss. After briefly telling the history of the 3 days 0 drama, they have entered the territory of the 3 retail tigers. The moment they broke in, there was an anxious sound of tearing fire from the ground and the trees. Think about all the birds and beasts in 0. Yuan Qingqiu lowered his flying speed and flew to the place where monkeys come from in Han Yu Xiong. They came soon. Word selection. Among them, the most powerful person who recognized 3-year retail medicine, Shi Yaohu, was exposed on the spot after he noticed that someone was invading his territory. The ground caused by the huge deep bend shook up and down. The ground continued to crack and the trees fell into pieces. He flew up, and in an instant he was in front of Yun Qingqiu. Xiang Han's forward force was to attack the enemy, and he quickly flew up. The enemy was like an earthquake, but in the new knowledge of Korea and Vietnam. But suddenly he found that Yun Qingqiu was squatting on the silly tiger's head. On the salt tiger Tai Chi paw, there is no blood on the ground on the humans. Just as he was frying it, Yun Qingqiu slapped the smoke-eating tiger on the head with his backhand. Survive. At this, Shi Yinhu violently moved his head and immediately threw Yun Qingqiu out. Zhou Jiao once again touched Yun Qingqiu's breasts very hard, but Yun Qingqiu's deep journey was a spiritual fire. He was immediately instigated by the police when he was ashes. The continued failure of the impact made the food expert furious and deliberately aimed a box at Yun Qingqiu. The violent red flames exploded in his eyes, and they suddenly became darker, and Yun Qingqiu just raised his hand slightly, and saw layers of water attribute 0 force on his arm. Under the control, those water droplets instantly turned into ice arrows of wisdom. Constantly eating the ash from the fireworks, Yun Qingqiu Pingjia Shunfengju and Han Bingjia Nuju fighting with the medicine taking Lake Fenghuang. 1 person and 2 voices are coming soon. Under the fierce fighting, the surrounding areas exploded, trees flew red, and even the terrain changed rapidly. Han Yu looked in a daze. It was incredible that Yun Qingqiu could fight to such an extent with San Jielingshou and even gain the upper hand. But while Han Yu was in a daze, Yun Qingqiu suddenly appeared beside him, stretched out his hand to twist his waist and moved towards Fei Lu, who was taking medicine. Just practice with him. Just treat him as a killer. I'll be close to you. There are few people in common. Han Yu looked blankly at the hand on her waist. She was alerted like this, so the distance between the smoke-eating tiger and the smoke-eating tiger was getting closer and closer. Han Yu Buyo became extremely nervous. Under the guidance of Yun Qingqiu, he formed Ding Jian step by step, and then the two of them flew towards the smoke-eating tiger together. Just when they were about to collide, Yun Qingqiu instantly changed his trajectory like a stray swarm. He controlled the ice arrows and slashed at them together. The rapid slashes along the sky caused the outer bones and armor of the salt lake to burst and appear. Han Yu Jingyao silently reported the movement track. After a period of time, he gradually began to adapt. In half a day, he had mastered the decision-making process of the Korean army and envoys. At this moment, he was able to defeat Han with luck. However, the salt-eating tiger is the Yu Wang on number 4 who did not have any battle. He took advantage of the two of them to transfer while they were teaching. God save Bao, because he has never been so wronged since he was born. He was beaten so hard that he could not fight back. He was treated as a dead body to be tested for various condensations. He was completely treated as a movable spirit. The key is that these two guys keep showing off their case to me, but they can't be beaten again and again. Their bodies and hearts are already hurt, so they have no other choice but to turn around. Seeing him running away, Yun Qingqiu also took the girl behind without mercy. In the next 3 days, Yun Qingqiu and Han Yu continued to practice Yun's eating and drinking fruits. It is illegal for a small house girl to be autonomous, and this cultivation method is close to actual combat and has very good results, so she cannot be exchanged. Han Bing Jianying was sterilized in a short period of time and had a high body for 2 days. It's just that eating sheep and tigers can't cover up the pain. 3 days is the exhaustion of being cared for by others. Before being free, my chest was fine, and the risk was also great. At this moment, there are 8 small dots flying towards this side in the blurry mountains. They are 8 flying pilots. Dizzy Qingqiu's eyes were blurred, and he looked in a direction other than the counter-spirit. These Xiaoxia Dizzy Qingqiu was not there. In addition to these people, he also felt a very powerful spirit. Soon the group of groomers went from 0 to 0, and the expression master, the Dizzy Qiu Shui liquid swept away this group of family gatherings. The one with the highest level of cultivation is Jie Danjin, who is in the middle. He is the leader of the construction and decoration. Qing dynasty. In the past few years, Yun Qingqiu has been indifferent. This person is easy to deal with and does not require much time. Then Huang Huan stood up and turned his eyes to one side. There is a shadow of a glue industry on the tree next to it. A girl is sitting on the tree trunk with her legs crossed, her mouth is smiling, she is wearing a tree comb and she is smiling. After the 8 groomers saw the girl, their expressions gradually became dull. The strong girl exuded from this girl made the shock and wariness in their hearts slowly disappear. And they were intoxicated by her face. Zero case also stopped operating under the charm fire. An inexplicable heat spread from the bottom of the heart to all parts of the body. The mind was filled with strong strategies. However, the girl was too lazy to show off her courtesy to the maid, and now she only stayed at Yun Qingqi. When I use it, its lips are slightly raised, and there is a trace of movement in its expression. 3 drops of selection, I can take action. It was obvious that Yun Qingqiu's robe was blown away by Li Li, and he wanted to hide his strength. He handed over 3 drops of essence and blood for 2 lives. But the thing that he used 3 drops of essence and blood was too much, and he could easily do it. Send it out, and it's still unknown. Yun Qingqiu smiled and thanked the girl for reminding me. I don't need the girl Wen Yang to give me a sharp correction. She is unwilling to exchange her essence. Is there a way to save life at a lower cost? Interesting, I will see how you do. After solving the problem, the girl turned slightly sideways, and the power of the charm fire released was greatly reduced. The mental power of Naba's name was much clearer. They joined forces to blindly gather the spirit, and they understood each other's thoughts. They all saw what was left on each other's faces. The shocking scene just took a moment to become entangled in your charm. It's really hard to guard against it. No, Yun Qingqiu didn't accept it from time to time. Only Yun Qingqiu Una Han Yu and their 8 people have a complete advantage in terms of numbers and siege. They should not have any power in the capital. Is there any problem? The 8 repairmen of time quickly rushed towards the 2 of them. Their purpose was to kill quickly. Number 4 did not stay. The moment the 8 modified attackers came to the side, Yun Qingqiu frowned and condensed dozens of heroic ice arrows around the 2 of them. The combined attack of Naba Mingqiu fell to ice arrow. There is a burst of violence, Lin Li blasts, and a civilized life with the sword. As the scattered sect was engulfed, dozens of ice arrows appeared in front of them. Their power attack only picked up some broken ice cubes. Not even a handful of ice arrows were in place. This group of people who modify their souls and bodies are sweating coldly, killing people and causing more trouble. They want to leave quickly with a golden jade row. Such a simple plan is useless. They feel as if they have entered a prison. All their actions seem to be under Yun Qingcao's calculations. The actions of this group of modifications are completely locked and they can't even run away. If they want to survive, they can only move forward according to the set position. At the moment they attack, they become controlled by Yun Qingqiu. The girl on the ink tree of Suzhong looked at this scene in a daze, and slowly stabilized her hand that had regained its spiritual power. Yi Mozong seemed to still have a twinkling heart. Dizzy Qingqiu lost his memory and took a short rest while he did some research. Except that there are many retail stores in the world of things. The task of setting up retail stores does not take time. Next, only leaders and handler who have strengthened the system or opportunities are left. The two of them were about to lose in this matter. The girl had to be clever and eccentrically descended from the tree and blocked the two of them. Where are you going? You might as well. Dizzy Qingqiu's eyes are confused. We don't seem to know each other. The girl is a little too enthusiastic. I don't even know who you are. The girl's eyes move slightly. Huan Yan or the trial of golden jade pie. It's you. Yun Qingqiu smiled faintly. Miss Huolian shouldn't have appeared just for the sake of the golden jade row. For a strong person like you, these eras are a complete mystery. It's impossible to see. Huan Yan doesn't have many circles. The golden jade row is really useless to him. He doesn't need the opportunities here. It doesn't matter who he is. You need to know that when Yang Yun Qingqiu is not here. He patted Han Yu on the shoulder and turned towards the deep direction, but before the girl left, she followed directly beside Yun Qingqiu, raising her finger to break through the siege calmly and naturally, as if she was alive. This visit gave Yun Qingqiu a bit of a headache, and it was also inconvenient to carry the burden. If he was annoyed and the two of them started to fight, their strength would be exposed and they wouldn't even be able to breathe to finish the song. I'm mixed up. I don't know if it's an illusion. The little house girl seems to be asking about it. Yun Qingqiu takes the initiative to answer. How did the fight happen? There was no talking all the way. The three of them returned to the home where they took medicine. After the eye-eating tiger sensed someone intruding, he kept the speed of collapsing the stream. Xing Hong's tiger demon quickly broke down in Zero Room. However, when he saw Yun Qingqiu, his eyes filled with anger froze, and his hair exploded. The person in front of him held his ground and tried to kill the car. His strong body shrank into a ball, and his back was raised as if his tail had been stepped on. Like a storm, Yun Qingqiu is like a devil in the eyes of Qianyu. His soul and body are shaking with strength. The house is low. He turned around and quickly headed towards the chaos of parts. The 3-year-0 thin person who ate mutton was run away by Yun Qingqiu like this. The whole person was dumbfounded at the thought. Dizzy Qiu Qing took a breath and pulled Haiyu quickly towards the direction of eating and dressing. Huan Yan is a little confused. The practitioner of this election is chasing after 3 zeros. If you don't see this kind of thing with your own eyes, you won't do anything. A secret order to run away after a chase. In the end, Daddy Zhuang was chased to a place. Make a declaration, turn around and retire from the army. I happened to see the leader growing next to the cliff with a faint light. A gleam of flesh flashed in the wooden light. Teng Yun decisively lowered his head to bite a Julian lantern and pulled out his head. When Yun Qingqiu fainted and fell into a wave, the smoke-eating tiger was actually forced to break into pieces and lose his protection. As for Lin Dao, the eye-eating tiger knew that he was no match, so he had no choice but to be humble and without love and fame, and his plans were filled with balloons. The spiritual thoughts of Qiu reached Yun Qingqiu's heart. He wanted to be Yun Qingqiu. Yun Qingqiu lit up the medicine pot and then squatted down to secretly cook the old bones with a spiritual thought in his head. Nodding while eating the same paste, I agreed to everything, and made a simple appointment first. Yun Qingqiu gave me a test. I received the kitchen for some grass. There are now about 6 days left before the end of the trial. He greeted Han Yu and returned to Xiaohe to rest. Huan Yan glanced at Yun Qing and just followed him. After autumn, what is the price of autumn in Yunqing? It produces fire. I am going to make some grilled fish to fill my stomach. He asked casually. In this bar, Huan Nianai flashed his light, took out a small wine flask from the kitchen, and gave it to him seemingly casually. Ning Qingqiu saw a successful smile on his face. This man pretended to be the most dreamy in the wine lake. However, in the acupuncture world, the aphrodisiac that arouses fierce sweat is colorless and odorless. If burned, the tea grains will become dry and burn in the fire. Moreover, this kind of drug can reduce the inflammation in the veins and flesh. and it will become seriously poisonous if taken. Even if the cause is modified, it cannot be avoided and the aroma will be ordinary after opening the bottle. The showman who is as delicate as Yun Qingqiu. Sure enough, I have never smelled such wine in a long time. Seeing Yun Qingqiu, I am in a dream. Huan Yan got up, turned around and walked towards the small river. Drink slowly and I'll change it. After Huan Yan walked away, Yun Qingqiu Wei Tanqi found out that he was indeed a rich man, so he casually took out the well-deserved wine and drank it. It shook its head gently and sprinkled the wine on the fish in the processing pot. Unfortunately, the amount of wine in this small bottle was too small. After processing one fish, it's gone too. Yun Qingqiu threw away the wine bottle helplessly and only went to Xinyu. After all, the wine was from Hualien. Give it to him. When Huan Yan comes back, the fish will be grilled. He sees the empty wine bottle next to Yun Qingqiu, so he can take it. The result is Yun Qingqiu's grilled fish in hell. Duck 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 duck. Duck 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 duck. Duck 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 duck. Of course, this is not the point. The point is the lingering smell of fish and meat that you just bit into, which is the lingering smell of wine. When you touch the tip of your tongue, you can feel the fragrance of thousands of grasses in your mouth, and a warm current moving towards the 4 meridians. Only the precious wine of the machine can have this kind of thing. Huan Yan thought about the empty screen next to Yun Qingqiu. He dug out the fish meat and peeled off the membrane. His voice was slightly louder. Look at the drink. But after drinking, Yun Qingqiu shook her head. Of course not. The drinks were all used to get new ones. Unfortunately, there were too few drinks. It was just enough. Huan Yan's eyes are so big, so you put this. Give it to me. Yuan Qingqiu glanced at him. If I don't give it to you, take off. But you know that Hualien was completely stupid, so I believe you. After 8 years of staring blankly at that fish, its face became paler. At this time, it was going crazy that it had committed such a crime. Then I tried to use the zero force to force the dream chaser out of the body, but it still worked. Ordinary, of extremely high quality, it is considered among the elixirs and is on the market on the 4th Street. The purpose of manufacturing is for one-hit competition. Therefore, the formula is very easy to absorb and will be absorbed almost instantly as soon as you touch it. This time, the dream powder has been integrated into the body. His throat feels dry and his brain suddenly becomes a little warm. He unconsciously turns his head and looks to the side. Yun Qingqiu found out that the flower chain was being cut secretly, and thought that she was complaining about the unpalatable cooking, so she decided to. However, in the eyes of Huan Yan, who was taking the most dreamy powder, all these things meant. Did he blurt out and stood up unconsciously towards Yun Qing's character? This will start to exert a powerful effect after it is applied to the meridians. The heart will become more and more heated, and sweat will come out of the camera unconsciously. Before uncontrollably appearing in my mind, I absorbed various images of Yun Qingqiu's spiritual roots. The subtle feeling meant that it constantly impacted my senses. After I sent out my strong energy, I tried to control it, but my heart became more and more confused, as if something was stirring. Doing herself, she stood up with trembling thoughts and anxiously asked Yun Qingqiu to follow her. One day, Yun Qingqiu was a little confused. Huan Yan seemed to have some physical problems. He smelled a broken tail when he walked. He was wandering far away towards the tree next to him. After entering the woods, Huan Yanfu's thick body of a tree boat was still shining. When it turned around, Nianjiasu's hair was covered with sweat, and there was a faint red cloud on the area. Also, the movement is full of strong feelings and is as fast as the waist wiping. And this picture has been seen in the illustrations of decimals. It feels like something is not good. At this time, Huan Yan can no longer move tightly, showing her lips. His body is wrapped with a light pink waist. Hu Lia's extra tail is exposed. His eyes are soft and 9 red, and his waist is exposed. Closing the curtain, Yin Qin gave me his own hand. Then he wiped the saliva from his mouth and quickly moved toward the cause. This move immediately made Yin Qingqiu jump, and he immediately used Lin Li to step on it. But he found that this woman could suck him as hard as she could, and she would feel uncomfortable if he fucked her. Cece's florist Gui is sitting on the ground. Yishang is in a state of confusion, and her curves are bloody. I can get out of the way and you can explore and solve the problem on your own. It's me. I. But how could Huan Yan control himself at this time? He punched Yun Qingqiu again, trying to press it down. On the ground, Yun Qingqiu and Hua Liu are entangled in each other. No matter what, they touch. If the effect is to penetrate deeply into the body, Huan Yan's spiritual power cannot be used up with all its strength, and can only be filled with worries. Intense activities accelerate the onset of the drug's effect. It is really difficult to reach the desired point. Huan Yan looked at Yun Qingqiu resentfully. This guy actually didn't do it again. It would be different if he was sent to another place. Could it be that he was cheated by the West last time? He couldn't stand it at all. It might even be possible to go down and rest for a while. He wanted to look at Yun Qingqiu angrily with his lips pursed. At least give me one from Wen Da. At the top of Yun Qingqiu's wave, Huan Yan instantly pushed Yun Qingqiu to the ground. He let out a violent breath and then grabbed Yun Qingqiu's clothes. The disappearance of the living and hidden kings is numbered. Yun Qingqiu looked at his back speechlessly, asking him what was going on and why he was suddenly like this. It's strange. In the central tower of Huanyue Palace, fresh rumors of Shishin kept coming from behind Ping Feng. As the sound reaches its highest point, the voice lies on the bed and doesn't move, the chest rises and falls, and the breathing is outstanding. Remember to rest. Is Huan Yan no longer the girl she was before? She has become slender and plump, full of Yu Jie's food. Or maybe she is her true identity at this moment, Princess Huan Yu. Put ruoshi into it, and as the cold water enters the kiwi, the medicinal effect dissipates, and it gradually disappears. After finishing it, Hua Ruosui bit her lip just thinking that Chang'an and the head of one of the three major sects were forced to do such a thing. Later I found out that I would never use this identity again, but I was lucky to have this identity. Yun Qingqiu looked at the direction in which Huan Yan disappeared. It has been several hours since he left. Most likely, not. It will happen that this place is relatively clear, which is suitable for practicing yang. Hao Qingqiu took out the needed medicinal materials and medicinal cakes. Freeze flame was a single medicinal ingredient that strengthened the system and Hanla's breakthrough after being busy for a while. After half a year, he finally found the three main leaders and was finally able to strengthen his body. In the future, you don't have to be so afraid of being squeezed. You can even be more gentle. Think about it. Excited for a moment, Yun Qingqiu put the prepared list into her mouth. After swallowing, the energy and zero force of the wind are stored in all parts of the body. The body that has been restored to its foundation feels the lift of the new hair. The zero force enters the sea of thought. The roots and valleys of the original body are active and rising, and the system is still slow. Therefore, as the system strengthens, the harmony between the body container and the soul also increases rapidly. When the system strengthens to a certain extent, a gravitational force in the body will flicker slightly. Hao Qingqiu Haoqi looked through it with his divine face and discovered that many races will have special soul imprints after birth, just like everyone has different fingerprints. This is an extremely complex pattern that will continue to expand as the performance increases and will not appear at all. Spiritual seal is heavy. When I was reborn, my body was excited for you, even 01. At this time, after the system was strengthened, it reappeared. But when you see that zero impression, after that, Yun Qingqiu's mind went blank. The words, spirit seal of the body, and spirit seal of his, exactly the same. Yun Qingqiu released his own spiritual seal and carefully compared it with the original spiritual seal on his body. The entire pattern, text, or direction of the piece is combined into a pattern similar to the 9/4 couplet. Even the details are completely. The Han River flowed out unconsciously. This situation can only show that the two Yun Qingqiu discriminated against each other. The same person, Yun Qingqiu, felt a pain in his forehead, almost fast. He shook his head, exhaled a breath, and immediately started to use the gentle zero Ju to make his mind temporarily light. Maybe there are no extra memories in the sea. I can't figure it out even if I think about it. He has made up his mind on the case. It seems necessary to return. This matter is extraordinary and must be done carefully. Investigate there. Time flies by in a blink of an eye. It's already the time to assassinate and end lovelorn love. Yun Qingqiu and Han Yu also moved towards the gathering place of broken lovers. The two looked around. At this time, many broken lovers had gathered at the second place. However, they were not at all excited about completing the trial. Instead, they all had pitiful expressions. There was no gain in this trial at all, and they were happy. Yun Qingqiu naturally knew the reason for their dark faces. After all the resources in Lost Love EG these days have been used by him. He touched his nose so embarrassedly and took Hanla to an inconspicuous corner to wait for his broken love. Yun Qingqiu, Xingxingxu sings, the fourth selection trial is over. You can enter in a few days. The main selection trial drives away the old door to meet. I don't know how they are doing. I really have something in my heart. Under the leadership of the special direct vision, all Kang Yinyu second choice lovers entered the spiritual array in stages. As the spiritual array was activated, the surrounding scene changed rapidly. After walking out, we came to a spectacular Chengzhuang. This is the outskirts of the main training camp. There is a time cup next to the area to detect the test chain score. As long as you pass the test, you can advance. At this time, 3 girls, Lin Xiaoya, Luo Yuanji, and Mu Yun, walked carefully among the crowd with their faces in mind, looking for a suitable gate. They have received mysterious information and know that Yun Qingqiu was involved in the second selection of the Lovelorn affair. Although Ling Xiaoya and Luo Yuanji know Yun Qingqiu's strength, the competition in the trial is really fierce and they are enemies everywhere. Xie was worried that as the martial arts practitioners continued to arrive, more and more people went to the field. Jiyu Zhuwei, who returned to the rescue, looked nervous. After all, Yu Qingqiu had a golden jade platoon on his body, and it was inevitable that many martial arts practitioners would be attracted by Ding. Above, I feel lost. Some of them were worried that the sense of mystery followed in the duel dance. Yun Qingqiu got the golden rehearsal. He must have been punished as his master for not showing up on such an occasion. It doesn't look good either. Xuanji originally wanted to refuse, but then he thought about the possibility of meeting that person, and after Yun Qingqiu felt the strangeness of his 3 wives again, he slightly curled his lips and looked for the direction of the spiritual seal. Looking over, Lin Xiaoya and Luo Yuan jumped to safety on a platform above the city wall. Their expressions were a little confused and they were still looking for Yun Qing. At this moment, several extremely strong spiritual power breaths suddenly came from the sky, and the light of spiritual power soared across the sky towards Cheng. Everyone in the light field looked up and looked at a few flying beams that looked like city walls. A pound of Meng's self-selected venue turned out to have several provocative ones. The flowers are as new and beautiful as they are twinkling, killing a floating kill. The stupid pig is wearing a smiling face of 5 plums. Although he has a full head start, his waist plumes are even less. He cannot slow down and fall into a gun, causing the whole world. In addition to the Huaruo system, there is one of the 3 major sects, Li Shuizong's Changmen Yu Wei. His talent and color are also outstanding. But standing next to the Huaruo system, the scenery changes unknowingly. I walked almost. Yun Qingqiu's eyes in the square were slightly fascinated. The moment he tightened, he noticed that he was dancing to the point of sweating. He originally planned to be a main candidate to accompany his wife, but because Hua Ruoxing sent the Imperial Guard inexplicably, many trialists paid attention. After the news spread, the big shots in the Blue Jade also focused on him. He wanted to keep a low profile if he continued like this. It was a bit difficult. Yun Qingqiu immediately adjusted her outer position to release a small amount of spiritual power to cover up her body's slight contraction. The aura on her body at this moment was different from that of ordinary cultivation. Yusha and Wui, it soon became Yun Qingqiu's turn. Not only was he a little conflicted, but he was noticed by so many guys. What exactly had he achieved? At this time, the 3 girls on the stage also noticed her, and their moods quickly became tense. He clapped his hands and saw that he slowly walked onto the test bench, borrowed 10 grams of zero fat from the room next to him and said goodbye to the person who was responsible for the inspection. Then he put his hand on the jade and gently squeezed out a trace of force to hit the center. Adding the 10 points just now, no more, no less, it was exactly controlled at 95. Many people cannot believe such achievements, but he doesn't care at all about those Kanglan and the modified Chao Yun Qingqiu. As long as he can enter the main selection, he doesn't want to think about it anyway. Just when I was about to take my hand away from the jade, I suddenly heard, the 4th generation, Yun Qingqiu, I am aware of your strength. I am also aware of what happened at the incident site. Your qualifications are more than that. Show it. I don't want to be laughed at. I have no vision, and there are people from the Big Eye dynasty in this trial place. Do you think you can? Yun Qingqiu's eyes are wet together and the dripping continues. The orange color injected into the frame suddenly bursts out like a ball of material, while the 5th building slowly lowers its sphere, covered in red. The staff member who was about to record the results moved his hand and almost threw away the score. The fire actually arrived, and the red color is still changing. There is a deeper color in the red color. Finally, it changes in the eyes of middle-aged Nan Xiao Wubi Jingya. The original Qingqiu Jiang Shoumo opened the jade stone and looked like a seductive woman on the city wall. Such a beautiful lady. Satisfied, Yun Qingqiu didn't expect that Hua Ruoxi knew him so well, even such secretive matters as the prince of the Dian dynasty. It's not a small thing, Hua Ruoxi said it so clearly, it feels like a showdown. Hua Ruoxi has received it to this extent, and he knows that his performance in the place of assassination is meaningless in pretending to be legal, so it is better to show some strength. After all, he is also one of the 3 major sect masters who advocated the column. He is just a small trialist. He would rather train to become a human being. From the time I entered the trial to the present, everything has been arranged for this woman. With Qingqiu's interest, I will follow the route you set step by step. I would like to see what you are going to do. I hope you can be influenced by it. Yun Qingqiu let go and walked off the sacrificial platform. The sword bone beads returned to their original position. King Zhong's eyes popped out. He felt dizzy in his mind. They were all destroyed by Yun Qingqiu's hidden strength. The talent of the young man who had been ignored unexpectedly surpassed Han Yu. Several elders looked at each other. No wonder He Ruoxi would hand over the booking desk to Yun Qingqiu. It turned out that Yun Qing had already figured it out. In the end, Yun Qingqiu's score was set at 150. Without completing the mission of the machine-killing model show, Yun Qingqiu broke through the internet world and became the second choice with the highest score. The rehearsal there was like a trial. Half on the door after inspiring A. After he entered, the two of them immediately headed towards the trial city. Next door, 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 next door. Next door, 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 next door. What is true is that the two of them have achieved extremely outstanding results. Unlike other event leaders, there will be dedicated guides to guide them in the event area. The two of them soon followed the man who read the name Jiyin and walked towards the city. However, as soon as they walked out of Beimi, they heard familiar words. Yun Qingqiu looked up and saw three beautiful girls approaching her. That guide is quite colorful. Current situation. Yun Qingqiu also retreated, and the three girls who looked like they were smiling and drinking left. Who? Lin Xiaoya couldn't wait to run forward towards Yun Qingqiu, approaching Yun Qingqiu every now and then. In Yun Qingqiu's face, I bought a clear crystal coat and then bought it at. In his arms, the courtyard only stopped the pace of selling. His lips were bright and he gently probed. Han Yu behind him is even more aggrieved. With lightning flying arrows, and Qi suddenly and slowly shot towards the three of them. Yun Qingqiu punched instantly. Are Yu Mang is in the north. Mu Yun looked at Yun Qingqiu sympathetically, holding his hands together and making. In a bullying position, Yun Qingqiu's mouth was fierce. She felt that the two knives facing her were as close to her throat as her hands. At this moment, she didn't even dare to raise her voice. Yun Qingqiu's eyes exuded a look of arrogance, but he was exposed, and it was obvious that he and Han Yu had a misunderstanding. Instead, he thought he was saying hello to him and nodded slightly. Yang said that he brought a lot of pornographic books and invited Yun Qingqiu to join him. At this time, Lin Xiaoya and Luo Yuanji immediately felt that they wanted to buy the music for My Man's Dance. As soon as the recording broke out, everything was very impressive. Yun Qingqiu, he couldn't help swallowing, and could only smile bitterly. Hanle's words could no longer be explained. He could only write a few words, misunderstanding, all. 1955 Han Yu took a few steps forward again. When he saw him and his two junior sisters standing close together, he felt guilty in his heart. You secretly made fists with your little hands and held your mouth. Lin Qingqiu, please tell me clearly why I eat biscuits. I want to eat them now. You can't speak. Lin Xiaoya and Luo Yuan only had one thing in mind, and they still treated my man casually. I handed it over myself. Lin Xiaoya was holding on to Yun Qingqiu, or Yun Qingqiu's hand was weak. Then I want to go out and buy something now. I have to go now. Luo Yuan only smiles. So Shidi, are you going to go shopping with us, or are you going to eat snacks with your Han Yu Shijie? The three girls looked at Yun Qingqiu together. Yun Xiaoya and Luo Yuan were only working hard to move people. Smile Han Yu's cold face showed a hint of snow for a moment. Anyone else would be extremely happy and heartbroken if they were watched by three charming little fairies. But Yun Qingqiu and Yoli Russian felt that Sunli's gaze was like a knife. It was at this time that Yuan Qingqiu felt the danger of the silent wheel pen. This was a Song dynasty proposition. There was no such thing as, I have no choice. Lin Xiaoya and Lu Yuanji, these two wives with spiritual seals, must not be offended. The rest of their lives will be long, whoever messed with them knows. Or something, and Han Yu, the iceberg beauty, always has a facial expression, and it is impossible to guess what she is thinking. And such young people are usually extremely sensitive in their hearts. Just in case it leaves a shadow on her, that would be troublesome, and Yun Qingqiu doesn't want this girl who simply puts all her thoughts on herself. It made him sad. Mu Yuan looked at the cold Yun Qingqiu with distress, and cautiously suggested. As soon as he finished this sentence, Mu Yun immediately felt the knife-like gaze, and he quickly stepped aside. Wanting them all or wanting them all will obviously make them all. No one should be offended. Yun Qingqiu felt his scalp numb. He was obviously a first-class ancestor above 10,000 people, but at this moment, he was forced to speechless by three girls. So if it were you, would you? How did you choose? The three girls walked towards Yun Qingqiu together, forcing Yun Qingqiu to. Qingqiu's mind was so dizzy that he couldn't say a word when he met his father. In the complete words, Yun Qingqiu was trembling under the words between the two wives. She saw Yun Qingqiu being forced into a corner by the two women. Winter is rising and Han Yu is not feeling well either. I shout loudly that I am not allowed to bully. Lin Xiaoya turned around speechlessly. You had the nerve to steal my husband. By saying this, Luo Yuan only deceived Yun Qingqiu. You don't have to choose, right? Okay, let's win or lose in a woman's way. Let's go back. For a moment, Han Yu thought about it and looked at the flat surface pointed by Ling Xiaoya and Lu Yuan. I touched my breasts a little, and instantly felt confident. Then I took off my pert breasts and showed them to them. Although there was not much expression in my eyes, they showed a civilized attitude. 3 sons and 2 daughters were born out of wedlock. They were so stimulated that they all looked at Han Yuan's breasts full of breasts and pussy with big eyes. Han Yu looked at the 2 of them openly. The 2 junior sisters and, any advice? Lin Xiaoya, the gentle principal. I haven't seen Han Shijie for a long time. I would like to ask for advice. Why don't Han Yu think for a moment and just nod to let them? As soon as these words came out, Lin Xiaoya's body immediately flashed with 0 phase, and she became hesitant without saying a word. Lu Yuan picked up the 0 pin with only 2 hands. The 0 force was dispersed from the body and turned into a unified arms, and rushed towards Han Yu. Han Leibu took out the 0 energy without any delay. It was very fast and almost instantly changed to use Jin Xiao's accessory. Then the vocal pattern rushes forward and the word wheel creates a rough and wireless tension. Some of the lovelorn people who were eating in the city's science and technology station also ran to watch the excitement. Passers-by on the street were also attracted. Lu Zhuwei saw 3 pretty girls fighting in the early morning. The passers-by were a little serious when they knew that the 3 fairies were fighting for a man. The heartbreak was even smaller. Qingxiu watched the battle with Zheng Han silently. Those 3 girls were so confused that they didn't know what to do. It was her who shouted, "Can you please stop?" Everyone, the 3.5 deep shadows intertwined in the deep line together with Deng Xiangyun and Qingqiu said in one voice, "Shut up, except for the ratio of 3 girls." Yin Qingqiu felt the envious and extremely hateful eyes from all over the street. At the same time, he remembered that the sound effect of fire had already passers-by. Yin Qingqiu was instantly pulled into the Black Ming Dan. This person is disgusting. He was able to seduce 3 Juemei fairies. What is so special about him? This man has not seen his 2 wives for several days. But now when we first met, I brought another one with me. If he doesn't draw a picture, he'd be on the street without hitting his head. The fight started and Hanle made a breakthrough, repairing the siege and scoring a single goal. Lin Xiaoya and Lu Yuan only cultivated themselves to follow Han Yu, but after being handed over by Yun Qingqiu personally, the 3 girls with their own characteristics show charming deep postures, which are more like performing on the 75th than fighting. One is thick and the other is flat. With thousands of charms, people can appreciate it. Wishlist, microscopically, people are thinking about taking off their cats. They are all as naked as sin and have drool. Beautiful young ladies are so beautiful when they fight. When they look at each other casually, they immediately feel that they are deeply in love. It can be imagined that after the 3 beautiful girls got into a fight over a boy, they instantly fell out of love. The marbles were also knocked over. The air was filled with excitement. Yin Qingqiu has no time to pay attention to those killing eyes at this moment. The crazy private place can solve the dilemma. His head was confused, and on one side were 2 old men. I am a small battle dedicated to myself. These guys are not good at anything. It's hard to get there. Offended by everyone, Mu Yun anxiously pulled Yun Qingqiu away and asked him to think quickly. Seeing that after the 3 girls finished testing each other, they began to try to use their ultimate moves, and the war became more and more crazy. Unable to urinate, Yun Qingqiu's eyes suddenly lit up and she suddenly understood. At the moment when the attacks met, Yun Qingqiu rushed over and used 0 force to kill the girls. Then the physical body will attack the enemy party, and a burst of spiritual energy will be generated by the collision. Yun Qingqiu spat out a mouthful of blood, and Feng Chen fell to the ground feebly, unable to move. The 3 girls remained fighting animals, but their eyes became dull, and their husbands were carried together by them. The girls stared blankly at Yun Qingqiu, who was in the blood. They all thought that the person hit by the spirit army would be the one whom Lao Hai was hit by after a burst of Yun's blood. Lin Xiaoya and Luo Yuan went straight to the fight. This machine used all the time to receive the video, and Han Yu also played very naturally. There will be some remaining energy left. Mu Yunjin shouted and hurriedly ran to take a seat next to Yun Qingqiu. Look at the 5-pig mouth under the blood-soaked clothes. How could it be Xiaoya? The world. What did we do? We didn't bother to check Yun Qingqiu's injured head. Mu Yun first took out a high-grade Jiedan and gave it to Yun Qingqiu. Then Qingqing rubbed his face. Xiaoqiu, you okay? Wake up. Mu Yun's shout instantly woke up the 3 sisters who were in a daze. They quickly rushed to the young and slim side. The 3 women faced each other beforehand, and the flames started to rise, and it was about to turn into Bloombergs. Yun Qingqiu suddenly became healthy, cooperated with him, and drank a mouthful of blood. After seeing that Yun Qingqiu had come to his senses, the wives stopped arguing and immediately watched the elephant together. Minute Qingqiu and Yun Qingqiu's eyes were blurred and their breath was weak. They said with difficulty, "Don't argue, don't fight. We are all from the same sect. It is rare for us to be able to enter the main selection as a trainer. We are fighting for the true light of our sect together. And because of me, you are fighting. It's all." Yun Qingqiu became excited, her breathing became more rapid, and then a burst of alliance cooperation highlighted a big, and you didn't know what to say at this moment and just shook his head desperately. He deeply regretted the conflict with Lin Xiaoyao and Lu Yuanqi, and also regretted Mao Shong. As a Qingchuan disciple who is the head of the sect, he did not consider the sect. Let the new disciples remind him that when he thinks about the sect's honor, he has no influence on his heart. Ming Xiaoyao and Luo Yuan regretted it after pointing the finger. They had no evidence that Yun Qingqiu and Han Yuan were messing around, so they blamed him for taking action. Indeed, there was. A little anxious, Mu Yun nodded at the side. Yes, it's normal for men to be 37-47. What's wrong with the radio station? It's okay, but as soon as he said this, he was stared at by 3 girls. After writing it out, the girls were anxious to get to know each other and nodded, which was considered a temporary achievement. Liu Mingpu's consensus. Why is my sister like this? Yun Qingqiu felt a lot more relaxed. With the use of a single medicine to run zero force, the chaotic breath began to become normal. And the blood on his body became quite normal. Quietly moving, Anla raised 3 flying arrows, and Zero Type destroyed the painting and turned into Quanding to gather together a piece. After placing Yun Qingqiu on it, the 3 girls sat next to each other and took photos. South Korea, Vietnam and Africa are quickly waiting for them to stop. The passers-by around me looked at each other with a piece of cake, and the Shemeng forced the Shura field to end. The biggest winner was not any one girl. It seemed that the Queen Mother was the Queen. After returning to their residence, the girls took a few single pills under Yun Qingqiu and used their spiritual power. Tui Hua, don't dare to live with too many people next time, let him stay alone in the room. Although Yun Qingqiu looks miserable, in fact, he just damaged his veins and consumed some energy and blood. The concubines would not have expected their joint attack. And it is not enough to nourish Yun Qingqiu's brain. In short, it is. After a quiet 5-day recuperation, Yun Qingqiu's bad enzymes warmed the body and made me feel at ease. It was only slightly effective to lie down while pretending to be sick. Recalling the situation that day, Yun Qingqiu couldn't help but cringe a little. If it weren't for the concentration of energy, he knows how they would have fought. And it would definitely be difficult for him. Fortunately, what is worth being sober about is that the girls are not a cause for alarm, and there are not a lot of them. Otherwise, a big mess with these 2 numbers would not be exciting. Please pay attention in the future. Such a situation should not happen. After this incident, Lin Xiaoya and Luo Yuan discussed it and finally decided to let Han Yu live together. They were moved by Yun Qingqiu's words. We should take care of each other. During this period of falling out of love, they really felt Xiaoya's feelings. The sect is isolated and infinite. Secondly, the 2 of them are right under their noses, observing carefully at all times, so they don't have to think about it every day. The Qin is dizzy at the end of autumn. The number of girls appearing less and less in the past few days of training. Except for the little senior sister, there is actually one in the past 2 days. In the private prison, there was a knock on the door. After Mu Yun came in, he put a small table on Yun Qingqiu's bed, placed the prisoner's materials, and then sat beside the bed. During the days they were here, they met a man named Yi Zhenxian from Lishui. He was very strong, behaved like a spring breeze, and helped them escape many times. Dilemma: although he looks good, he and Mu Yun Lao think he is nothing. What a good thing. At this time, a hospital practice is going on in the square. Because I was a little bored after lying in bed for several days, I followed Mu Yu instead. By coincidence, I happened to bump into Yi Zhenxian. The 2 of them looked at each other. Yi Juanshuan's eyes were full of sparkle and instant. After a while, he showed the effect of Heshu again, and seemed to have the intention of getting stronger, but before he could talk about it, Yun Qingqiu Lu Shu Mu Yun's supervisor turned around directly. Yi Zhenxian was left half laughing. See how embarrassed him without giving him any face. Soon they came to register. The moment he came on stage, the selection hall suddenly erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The contestants and the microscopic pigs looked up to look at each other, because the beautiful girl is sitting on the piece bed and leaning against a cool pillar. Her beautiful legs and graceful posture are weakly displayed. Every part of her body exudes the phantom of the heavenly city. It is hard to believe. Therefore, the host's business was to give birth to white and tender arms first, and the red and black flames quickly rose. Many medicinal herbs floated around him. The flames in the palms were divided into several points and scattered on the medicinal herbs. The Chua click column was carried out. As the liquid medicine burned and merged together, Mo Yao moved his arms and slid out a colorful arc, followed by the extremely rich fragrance of Yao Yao. Like 4 kinds, the testers who had children there were suddenly surprised. 3 stops in the near future. Is it possible to carry medicine, just with the pocket money in your hand? She is indeed a small-waisted girl, and her medicine training ability is very good. Yun Qingqiu firstly added the new feature of holding palms and laying on hands. Although it is impossible to determine whether Mo wants a body instead of Li Mai, the person who wants a body for Li Mai will definitely be in Shui. Attribute Soul. In addition, Mo Yao's control over Zero Force is a sexual force. Yang Yun Qingqiu has many feelings. Yun Qingqiu mastered many profound Ling Shu, construction techniques, pre-sale Ling Ju and cultivation methods. Most of the disciples passed it down. Unfortunately, the part of Ling Shu he mastered was not very advanced, and his disciples could not fully master it. In the end, Shen Qi still remained, and now there is a master who has such excellent control of zero power. If he is trained by him, he will definitely be able to inherit another part of his step. At this moment, he can't help but have an alliance in his heart to accept Mo Yao as his disciple, so this performance is over. The organizer officially announced that Ling Yao, Hao Qingqiu took a picture of Mu Hao and hit Mihu, pick up Bu Bo who records the pharmacy and join him. The pigtail participants were excited when they saw the prescription. Isn't this the single drug that Yao just prepared? They can only make some simple single drugs. But they didn't expect that the difficulty of the prescription would be so high. In fact, people in Guanfang were not sure about their willingness. Before the event, Yi was just having fun and picked up some simple prescriptions. He also agreed, but when to get them? For a waist-pinching genius like him, the third-level single is very simple. But the people who come here are not professional practitioners. If they fail, get out. I know how to play. After seeing the prescription, Yichu and Xuanyu, your companion, looked at each other and yelled. Li Shui asked every Qingchuan disciple to practice dual cultivation. Although they are better at cultivation, they need horizontal awareness. Unconscious in Quasi-Sanjian, the Holy One is all. The resident of Yi Juanshuan's hidden city has an evil prescription of 3 meters. Yuan Qingqiu had a simple exchange with Mu Yun. After that, his palms ignited spiritual power and gave birth to a flame. They decided to separate. Yun Qingqiu fell in love with the 3 most difficult beads. Mu Yun fell in love with the 2 beads that turned into fish. The 2 cooperated. For Ha Yang outside the door, the difficulty of this third-level single medicine is very high. At the beginning of the competition, some testers have already appeared in various forms. Either the materials failed to be refined, or the flames could not control the furnace. 2/3 of them were completed in just 5 minutes. Sitting in a safe place, Mo Yao had the most charming smile on his face. He seemed to be enjoying the scene of those lovelorn people bumping into each other. He held his face to look more charming. As time went by, more and more groups suggested failing the high school. In the end, only Yun Qingqiu and Yi Zheng were left. At this time, Yun Qingqiu and Mu Yun had also brightened up. When Mu Yun was about to fuse, he was immediately blocked by Yun Qingqiu. Under Yun Qingqiu's guidance, Mu Yun obediently put the medicine he had refined into. Make a deposit here. Yi Zhenxian glanced at the 2 people who continued to make a deposit. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He called 3 times. It continued to increase its power. At this time, the single elements had been fused together to form the form. Burning and training were enough to gather the commitment. The power of winning was only 1 step away. But the 2 of them stupidly continued to refine, preparing to be behind. He quickly started the final steps of practice, but when he was about to strengthen the surface after winning the order, a strange feeling suddenly appeared. Apart from the constant shaking of the single, there are love marks on the surface, and it is even impossible to suppression. Both of them did it intentionally by Jin Huang, but the 2 of them were already suppressing you before they even exerted their strength. There was an unspeakable burst of fire. And Yi Zhen. And this is when Yun Qingqiu and Mu Yun completed the 3rd body link and began to prepare. The microscopic heavy man was shocked. Li Shui's disciple unexpectedly failed. At this time, all the eyes of the audience were focused on Yun Qingqiu, Yun Mu, Yun Shui. The 2 of them were still inferior to Buman's training. As the medicinal liquid merged, various colors of interlaced icy light were emitted, wrapping the 2 of them. And the fluorescent light suddenly lit up. Under the gaze of everyone, the medicine between the 2 palms finally turned into a field. Ping An held the author's end demon and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He passed the essentials of internal medicine to the female doctor. He clapped his hands lightly. No wonder he was attracted by the drama. It's a bit interesting. Yun Qingqiu will talk about the location of Li's Fudai, Mu Yun, and then hold the internal medicine sheet to feel it. Although it is extremely majestic and cruel, Yun Qingqiu was a little serious and noticed that the dark attribute soul. Mo Yao's spiritual power is indeed. After so long, I finally discovered the first system. This trial is not allowed. Just how to get close to exchange for fine boots. There was some trouble when Yun Qingqiu came to Tang Lan's apartment. He is going to the duel field to make a decision. After all, since I came here as the #1 lovelorn person, I have been criticized by many people. Especially that Huaruoshi, because she was paying attention to her from the beginning to the end. Her every move in the trial city might also be watched by him. And it was really hard to do anything. After the woman allowed herself to show her strength, she inexplicably gave a large amount of points and then disappeared again. Later, Yun Qingqiu thought for a while, but it didn't matter. He just waited. He still didn't believe that the role of Kang Lanyu could be achieved. To get rid of one's fixed set, one needs to conduct a field-free battle to calculate the results according to the birth field. The field-free field flourishes and enters the one-trend battlefield. The 3 saints to the 4 saints are Bingsheng. Lawyer Ding Chu's qualifications to leave or go are the most difficult and need to be repeated. One trend records the talent in life. After explaining his arrival to the staff, Yun Qingqiu was quickly brought in for definition. He went out to sweep the power circle. When he signed up a few days ago, there was no hope for the lovelorn, but today there are only a few people. Isn't it an explosion? I wonder if it is an illusion that countless incidents have stayed on me. Yun Qingqiu is a little obsessed with it. He is not a beautiful woman and looks at himself. What are you doing? After the trialists saw Yun Qingqiu, they started to fight against Siyu. It was him who was in trouble. All 4 girls were blown away by him. I heard that someone was going to teach him a lesson today. Just wait, what his father said has already fallen into Yun Qingqiu's ears. Some people want to arrange for themselves, but most of them do it just to watch the fun. As for those wild omens who want to harm themselves, the kings all know that they are Yejuan. Talking in the circle, Yun Qingqiu smiled and said it would be best to play in person so as not to waste time in the future. Only then can he find an opportunity. In fact, he guessed wrong. It was not that 1 or 2 people were targeting him, but the trial became Suzhou. Ever since I entered the trial area as a young boy, Yun Qingqiu takes the girl continuously. He looked at the testers in the field for a moment and already guessed their average strength. They were probably close to cutting off orders and entering the middle. By then, his performance would be higher than this value. Those are just fine. If nothing happens, Yun Qingqiu and Mu Yun plan to go to the Jiffen store next door. A strong young man came up with several people who had dressed up his appearance. Xiong Wu looked cold and had been focusing on Yun Qingqiu. The first question was whether it was without reservation. When passing by, he even bumped Yuan Qingqiu's head on purpose. Let's go first. Yun Qingqiu touched his nose. 2 of the 5 opponents in the scheduled competition are also trialists in the scheduled competition. Xiong Wu grabbed the wild newspaper of his scheduled competition, and one of his opponents in the scheduled competition was naturally. After passing Yun Qingqiu, Xiong Wu kept suppressing the anger in his heart. At this moment, he felt extremely unhappy. When Yuan Qingqiu was having an event with 4 girls, she was treated very badly at the scene. Xiong Wu had just found a seat to sit down. Yi Zhenxian walked out of the crowd, followed his voice, and walked towards Xiong Wu with a smile on his face. I saw what the 2 brothers and aunt said in front of you, and Xiong Wu accepted it very happily. After a while, Mo Yaoa also walked briskly towards the duel stage. Dizzy Qingqiu is searching for life, and her consciousness is a little unexpected. The geniuses of the fake ring are fighting for the first place in the practice of breaking through barriers. But she saw this little demon girl twice in 5 days. Compared with the frequency of the 3 of them, it is really high, but this is also a good thing. The more you see, the more opportunities you have to enter. At this time, the trialist in the judo arena has completed 4 battles and won 3 of the 4 battles. He can enter the Itsu domain in the camp epidemic arena. This person's blood is boiling. He walks proudly to the center and waits while showing off his body. Come on next, you can see the beautiful girl walking on the court and making a line. What the hell is Mo Yaoa? The official arranged for a fake pickup master to come and test it. It's poisonous, so the trialist is no match for him, so he jumped right in without saying a word. It's Lian Guan who cleared his throat and looked at the lovelorn people in the audience, reading the list of the next deposit, Yun Qingqiu. After Xiong Wu's back was folded, Yun Qingqiu put up her hands and walked towards the tier stand. On the other side, Yi Zhenxian patted Xiong Wu on the shoulder with envy on his face. Brothers Xiong Wu really attracted a lot of attention. Even the little enchantress came to watch your scheduled episode. I am envious of such gorgeous clothes. But don't forget to stop Xiong Wu when placing the order. The Dance Brothers' ability combined with the effect of single command can definitely instantly kill the difficult Qingqiu and make the little demon girl. He smiled faintly. Brother Xie Yi's kindness, I will defeat Yong on my own. After that, he also went to the duel stage, but it was Yi Zhenxian who handed over the pills and put them easily. Apart from the location, who knows what this whopping Ji Huang Yu Pai got in the land of broken love? Undoubtedly, with the lovelorn spectators on the stage, the 2 of them are scheduled to gather in the first main scene. At the beginning of the engagement, Uncle Xiong stepped on the floor and rushed forward. A group of people rushed towards Yun Qingqiu without mercy. Anti-official Yun Qingqiu was born in Lingjue. Several air currents were wrapped around his body. The wind whirlwind continued to expand. The sky was clear when he ran away. He had long hair and flew like a sheep. And he had a vague outer layer. The whole world was hit by snow in the blink of an eye. Yun Qingqiu had been walking deeply for 10 lifetimes. Ji de Banguism disappeared. Xiong Wu immediately turned his head and looked to the side. Yun Qingqiu had already come to the other side. Just now he was just left behind. Cruel, Mo Yaoer observed closely. Yun Qingqiu was a little more cautious and used his strength once. Lowering, the tentative Taiwanese arm spread out the wind throw that was disrespectful to the rotating cutter. During the wind throw cut, holes appeared in Xiong Wu's robe, revealing the hard raw material like 10 pieces of collar. My whole body flashed with golden light. I put in the book to resist the wind, and then I was busy. On the ground of Yuxiang, Yun Qingqiu Shanjuo was very fast, and it accelerated like crazy. Hui Quan pursued and moved to Shan's violent spread, shaking the electric lake like a silver snake. There was a hole in the air towards Yun Qingqiu, adding his sword to surround the target. After that, Xiong Wu make fist and spit out electricity. A layer of red stone was exposed, and Yun Qingqiu moved his hand slightly. The force of the micromaterial swayed in his palm. The ice in the ground spread from Yun Qingqiu's feet and instantly blocked the entire absolute. Following the operation of his spiritual thoughts, large ice thorns suddenly grew like trees and pierced Xiong Wu's body. After Yun Qingqiu was born, he condensed an actual ice flying sword, which continued to grow towards Xiong Wu Hui. It dodges and the space keeps breaking. Squeeze gently with others. 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 Squeeze lightly 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 with others. Squeeze gently with others. Squeeze lightly with others. Squeeze lightly with others. Squeeze lightly with others. Squeeze gently with others. Squeeze gently with others. Squeeze gently with others. Squeeze gently. He took a sip, and 2 retail phantoms flashed around him. The phantoms gradually took shape along with the sharp movements. Therefore, the continuous sound of inner spiritual power, the trial and concern, became more and more golden, and the battle between the two became more and more fierce. It was beyond the scope of his ability. If this continues, it will definitely cause. He couldn't bear the responsibility for the loss of such a genius, so he quickly crushed Chuanzang and moved up temporarily. After the tinker, a charming-looking woman flew over to the broken love gate and ran away. Xin Yinyi was very surprised by the level of the battle and planned to go there, but after seeing Yun Qingqiu, the Taiwan leader tried to test Guan Tong, take out a high-level Liuying zero-stone slurry screen. After Mo Yao noticed the heartbeat, he stepped off the acne platform, adjusted his breath, and pushed the crowd to the next step. At this time, the content is located behind Xiong Wu. The summoner's extreme emotional consciousness makes him very manic. The angry filial student is like exploding in the face. Yun Qingqiu, who is summoning the control element of retail, is making quick seals with both hands. The carob platform covered by ice condensed and formed 3 large ice thorns, which pierced the bears and geese. The forward heavy seal of the continuation net stabbed the ice, and followed Xiong Wu on the way, constantly sealing the air and destroying the surrounding ice spikes. The long ice spikes were instantly. The violent flames emerged from the soil of Long Xingsu camp, directly facing Yangqingqi Hongkao. Perhaps Yun Qingqiu was slightly fascinated by his glasses. His palms quickly condensed into a wall of ice, and then he condensed it into more than 20 ice arrows. As Yun Qingqiu's hands continued to pop out, strange, encountering Dao Jian, resolute Ilong crazily pressed towards Yun Qingqiu. He seemed a little unable to resist and was beaten and kept hugging his legs. The ice arrows gradually fell into Xiong Wu's crazy attack. When he was forced to the center of the duel field, Xiong Wu and Zhao Shuling were facing each other. The Qigong of Ming and Qingqiu passed. There was no escape. There was no escape. The distance was quickly approaching. In the blink of an eye, it was Ming and Qingqiu. Xiong Wu looked at Yun Qingqiu coldly and was about to make a victorious expression, but I found that there was meaning on the young man's face. He smiled to himself, without a sudden shock in his chest. But this matter had already come to him. The official business could not be stopped, but, continuing to attack, Yun Qingqiu and Chang Tingpu's troops suddenly shattered, and the surrounding troops gathered together to attack Xiong Wu and Zhao Huanshou. Under the cold temperature, their movements were so fierce that they could not dodge. However, the ice leaks continued to attach to their bodies, and the weight continued to squeeze them. Their movements slowed to a stop. They could only be identified as ice leaks. The belly of the kiss continued to lower, the ice layer became more and more condensed, and the last ice spring fell into the ocean. 3 queens appeared in front of Yun Qingqiu. Xiongwu was extremely pressed into a small space and found it difficult to move. This was because he was lying. The previous ice layer and ice spikes, even if the fire is broken, he can still control it. He deliberately retreated and attracted them to the place with the most weapons. He used this zero attack to kill them all. This Laolong is harder than an ice wall. It takes a long time to break it. And summoning retail by yourself still costs a lot of zero profit. Even if you break through, the zero profit will no longer be washed away, and there is no way to do it. Looking at Yun Qingqiu's pale face during the straight fight, Xiongwu was exposed. He was obviously only a little bit short of Huo Shen. He was just a little short of it. This affected the family. Xuanli couldn't fight with Huo Shen. How could he bear to be defeated in such a way? With a sigh, Yi Juanshuan's face turned ugly for a moment. He thought that Xiongwu would not be able to defeat this small machine in a power battle. But luckily, he had prepared a backup plan. Xiongwu, after taking the medicine again, a burst of steady and warm spiritual power suddenly burst out. A fierce mark appeared on the ice, covering the statue of Xiong's speechless summoning. Everyone was struck down by the violent Ling Li. Such an aura could directly enter the tester. Yun Qingqiu was very unhappy in her heart. Originally, with the strength of Jie Danjin and the advanced Lin Ju, she could play to death, but with this person, she shamelessly cheated and became stronger. She could only accompany the acting, and could only continue to expose it again. Hua Ruoshi, who was behind the photographer, started to fight fiercely, and her spiritual power penetrated outwards rapidly. Defend and go out. Mo Younger, who is outside the crowd, is the one who leads the way and is affectionate but unlucky. But the closer he got, the critical attack Xiongyu had already dodged 10 meters in front of Yun Qingqiu, and his fists bombarded him with light and fire. Hua Ruoshi is extremely far away, but Mo Yao has countless people arriving in front of her. Before he could catch it, a burst of tiger effect spread all over the place as his arm moved out. A sudden flash of fiery red flames stopped in front of Yun Qingqiu and spread. The shape of the flames kept changing and condensed, and finally became a shell that was always separated by the outer bones. Of huge nonsense, the test who spread forward, and the voice shape came out 3 nonsense words at the same time. The outside brother disappeared into Ning's huge flesh and blood. The voice shape shrank, but the farmer shrank a powerful blow. Hu Jiao fell on Xiong Wuyu's summoner, the flames ignited, and the power of 1,000 troops exploded instantly. The 2 voices suddenly stopped on the spot for half a second, and were directly blasted out of the field by the terrifying force. Looking back, the lovelorn person looked dumbfounded at the built-in person who exposed his belly to Yun Qingqiu. He was blinded by the high-end retail among the 3 connections. Yun Qingqiu actually had such a, this is a zero-handed move, and someone suddenly made a comment with the summons for sale. In other words, this fire is still preempted. If it had been summoned earlier, I would have been able to fight until now. After thinking about this, I couldn't help but get angry. This fire wants to keep its trump card. Now that the host is in jail, Yu Qingqiu, the next 4 people who are fighting keep retreating. I am extremely glad that Xiongwu went to drink the water first. Otherwise, they don't know what they will be made of. Even if he is afraid of spiritual power now, there is still a 3rd level retail beside him. How do we fight this? What if we win? I will inadvertently provoke such a terrifying family meeting. After mixing it up, the 4 of them swallowed their mouthfuls of ink and raised their hands to declare their anger. In this way, the Yun Qingqiu dance battle flourished. After talking about it, Yun Qingqiu was planning to go out for a walk when he happened to see Brother Ao with both hands standing at the door. The woman was finally looking for him. Yun Qingqiu didn't ask any more questions and followed Xingyin to a place where Lin Zheng. At the gate, he took out a special pre-arrangement card and took it with him to Yun Qingqiu Road. After a while, the surrounding scenery changed rapidly, leaving a trace of the scenery. When the scene stopped, the 2 of them came to a star area. The spectacular high-rise buildings were changing pace, and the sky was flying with people searching everywhere. Yun Qingqiu glanced around. This should be Kanglan and the 3 major sects. Xingyin quickly brought Yun Qingqiu to the innermost. At this time, Hua Luoshi was sitting on the bed tower and entered, waiting for the Yun Qingqiu alliance to pick up the spirit and attack Hua Ruoshi in a powerful way. Hua Ruoshi meets the bed-beating tower shot with clear hands. Testify, Yun Qingqiu's eyes are fascinated. This woman is strange. She doesn't know what she likes about herself. She has such a status that she wants to be quiet with her. Could it be that she is a senior? When things got to this point, Yun Qingqiu was not prepared, so he showed off his political and economic power to the bed tower. He suddenly stood up and leaned in front of Yun Qingqiu. He lifted Yun Qingqiu's chin with his fingers. Can you? Yang Qingqiu Lu only proves that the aura of women should only appear in Muyang City. He pretended to be shy. Jian Qiu leaned to one level and spoke about himself. Don't you remember that when Yang Huoruo's slender face brushed against Yun Qingqiu's face and her lips were pressed against Yun Qingqiu's island? Could it be that I was yours? As a married wife, Yun Qingqian has the same sign as a married wife. If what she said is true, she really got it right. The two of them have a relationship. But Huoruo took the initiative to tell herself this. What does the reason mean? Yun Qingqiu took a deep breath. The Lord is joking. Things like the unmarried period are really shocking. Huan Yuegong and Dian dynasty have never heard of any network since ancient times, but there is indeed a connection between the two places. Or to say it is different, Waruo Shixia and he left Yun Qingqiu to work. You only know whether I have. After a while, Yun Qingqiu walked out of the mat and found that Xingyin, who had exited first, had been waiting outside the door. She made a gesture of invitation to Yun Qingqiu to help Lu Fans. In order to be deeply enlightened by the weirdness his grandfather is today, don't let it spread. After taking him away, Yun Qingqiu let out a sigh of relief. He got a lot of information from Hua Ruoshi this time. Fortunately, the rest of the information surprised him the most. This Kang Lanyu beauty turned out to be Own. Will you be able to figure out some things in this way? Then you can cultivate yourself and attach yourself to the Golden Jade platform. Send a trusted aide to the second choice. The place of love is too bad. Then it increased to 10,000 points, and after the land chain was entered during the assassination election, there was no big motive. He should be the one who took this matter. Judging from various performances, this woman cares about her breaking the guard and is even ashamed of herself. Otherwise, Yun Qingqiu shook his head and sorted out the slightly messy Yishan. His current main purpose was, there are two good ones. First, keep taking care of the girls and make them as powerful as possible. Yu Xianzi too. Find a way to get close to Mo Yao and try to pull him over. At present, the identification it can make is to pursue. Yun Qingqiu quickly arrived at the number exchange in the trial area. You take the task. The staff told him that currently the only task with high short-term returns is this one. However, the little demon girl went to carry out this task. This woman has a weird personality. If you cooperate with her, you may suffer a serious crime. I won't go. Yun Qingqiu smiled faintly. At that time, he was still in the realm and had no chance to get close. Now he has the energy. Without saying a word, he decided to take on this task. The staff didn't try to persuade him anymore. After Bang Yun Qingqiu finished the formalities, he gave him a preview. After inquiring about the route, Yun Qingqiu headed toward Lianyang with his evaluation. The task content is to help the examiners in the trial area to test the quality of individual papers. The time is 1 day and there are 7 machine groups, but the requirements are not low. 0 cases of perception are needed to achieve extremely high results. And there is the unstable factor of women with small waists, so there are not many. There are still several hundred meters to Lin Nan Lian main hall, but I smell a few strong scents. And on the steps, there was a person who stopped on top of Li. When he saw that the person coming was Yun Qingqiu, the corner of his mouth, slightly bursting, Yun Qingqiu Xiang walks up the steps. This photo is brightened silently with divine thoughts. It is full of talent and nourishment. The two geniuses with shoes on their faces. The more I look at it, the more satisfied I am. I can't wait to see it. He immediately collected it and after selling it to the stage, the shouts of Kang Lao came from the hall. Come in, an old man who is on the road as a mediator is looking at the thousands of medicines placed in the big box with a sad face. This is a batch of single medicines in the key line of this pharmacist. Training. Now he wants to use these medicines. Single drugs are classified according to their advantages and disadvantages. Even the names were listed. When the old man saw Mo Yao, the hatred on his face became stronger. Fortunately, you, the little witch, here. Otherwise, the old man would really be killed. Lying on his back, he seemed to have known the prisoner for a long time, with a knowing smile on his face. Mr. Zhong originally wanted me to come over and help. Otherwise he wouldn't have published it. Every day, the two of them chatted casually, and soon he set his sights on Yun Qingqiu. The green dimension of the grey eyebrows of the protector has been removed. This self-confidence is actually only released by one person without invitation. It is really true that someone will follow. Whenever there was a crisis, Mr. Zhong took out a bottle of single medicine and asked him to try to distinguish it. Low quality, Yun Qingqiu's single medicine, the old man added, it cannot be opened, it can only be challenged. I will also say that Yun Qingqiu is going to level off a little bit, and the entry single Qing Hua Yi is a little too much in the experience. As long as I caress the light character and run into the practice, it has no taste and is not effective enough. This person should be using retail withdrawal. Under the blessing of this flame, the important effect of the condensed pill will be emitted too much to make up for the previous shortcomings. In general, the condensed pill can be regarded as the second level. Moa, who walks around the room looking at paintings and calligraphy, looks back elegantly and rigorously. Mr. Zhong looked a bit surprised. He could already distinguish so many stars based on the smell of a trip. What about this bottle? Yun Qingqiu's eyes shook her head. You don't even need to look at this kind of list. It's so bad that it's indescribable. It's direct. It would be a pity not to do full-time medicine refining if he only had talent, so he invited him to stay for a while. Let's help together. As he spoke, Mr. Zhong handed over Ningxi and other items to Yun Qingqiu. Jianmo 12 began to distinguish single medicines. Yun Qingqiu immediately stopped delaying. Don't take it when you don't want it. It's not between the ranks of those who want it. I feel it in the hands of the pre-channel and think about it. After putting it down, it tightened immediately. Check the next question. Yun Qingqiu building has no. The sister-in-law, who just suspected that she was not oily, looked at her and wiped her waist. But when she turned around, she found that she was also watching her. Their eyes met, and Mo Yaobu was not shy. Instead, he seemed to want to scold her. Is there anything else? As a result, Yun Qingqiu was a little embarrassed when he arrived. He immediately took it back in advance. He continued to work, but when he thought about it carefully, the hat was not a bad thing. At least it meant that little Yao girl was indeed interested in him. As long as he was interested, that's fine. Yang Ren's single medicine is effective in returning to Shibi. Soon, at 10 o'clock in the afternoon, all the jade vases in the store were tested. The two of them tested the collected books. I want to give Zhong Shen Lao a sudden recording effect on his face, put away the system technology, and then continued to say, I also need to prepare a high-end single medicine that can close the mold for the trial medicine practice door. To be honest, it's not convenient for some hands to practice medicine. Yukahua can help me improve it. Mo Yaoa knew that Mr. Zhong didn't have a good idea, but it was true. Yun Qingqiu was somewhat interested. First she felt that Mr. Zhong was a little deliberate, but it was not enough to get the secret points, and besides, he could still go in and watch the appearance. Using their abilities, the two of them fortunately became. After agreeing, it quickly handed over a prescription and several aphrodisiac herbs from the kitchen world. But it should be made clear that there is no risk that a single drug at the 4th level will be a problem for 2 drugs at the 4th level. Don't hesitate to scan those spiritual herbs. He lost a total of spiritual herbs. Some of them were difficult to practice, but he didn't choose and took half of them. Poor Qingqiu took it directly without thinking too much. For the remaining 5 beads, Mo Yao's chain skills are very good. He even looked at it. Without looking, he directly put the Wuzhou Linkao into the potion and controlled the flames to swallow them together. In a romantic mood, Yun Qingqiu didn't expect that Xiao Yangyu would choose to attack. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to use Wuzhou Linkao. Both of them are extraordinary medicine practitioners. Soon, some single medicines that ordinary people have no idea of are transformed into spirits during their practice. Mo Yao was a little surprised in his heart. He was already serious. Unexpectedly, he didn't take it seriously. He got rid of him very quickly, and Mo Yao turned around and picked out the trained Yao Yi. Before his death, Ling Qingqiu made synchronization, and the two of them said something to the world. Mo Yao took the medicinal leaves and walked to the opposite side of Ling Qingqiu's head. With a slight hook of his finger, he brought the flame to the. Then what I want here, when I want it to be blended together, it will be a bowl of smooth-colored dots, as if they are blended together. The most difficult time passed with the tacit cooperation between the two of them. But it needs to be formed silently. The rich fragrance instantly suppresses all the medicines in the big point and floats out. In less than a few kilometers, the single order will be released, and you will be asked for the single order. After contacting Mr. Zhong, he was surprised and unfavorable. Yang Yang praised the two of them as real men. It's not a chess piece. I smashed my waist and smashed my mouth. I took out the hand that I had kept behind my back. It must be a bit of a saint, so I took it easy. After practicing one more time, it seemed that Yun Qingqiu looked at it deliberately and then laughed and shouted, "It's time to leave." Mr. Zhong said it would be a good idea and walked to Yun Qingqiu with a smile. He still didn't understand. Legislative Committee Yun Qingqiu also showed a Dan Yao in his hand. If there are more, I will also practice. For a moment, Zhong Laonan stepped into the heart of the heart knowingly. You were not in love just now. Without revealing it, Yun Qingqiu smiled and said nothing. Of course, you can't deal with Xiaoyang Nu in the usual way. Mr. Zhong showed off to Yun Qingqiu and was very satisfied. Crossing the Thousand Lines Bridge wanted to fulfill 2 purposes. He also hinted that if Yun Qingqiu was interested in practicing medicine, he could reply to him after the trial and he would be fine. To cooperate, Yun Qingqiu is indeed somewhat interested in Mo Yang, but she just wants him to do her own thing and pass on some things. It is not what Feng wants. As for single prison, it is even more impossible. Next, I have to live the life of Jiang Xingyini with my wives. How can I go with her? After a few perfunctory words, there was a lingering look on the man's face. After walking out of the Lianyang trial area, Yun Qingqiu changed direction and walked towards the center of the trial, but he hadn't left yet. Then I found a figure standing on the Wu Yen in front of me. Yun Qingqiu stopped, feeling there was something different in his steps. This girl with a small waist turned out to be. I don't know if it's the original relationship, but the two of them have met many times during the main selection practice, intentionally or unintentionally. He even went to watch it in person when he was scheduled to be an episode. He should also have goals for himself. I'll be ready. Jian Yun Qingqiu is here. Don't be a monster and stay safe. With a slight flicker of grey, Yun Qingqiu faced the Huxian player and added your card. Yun Qingqiu glanced at the card and put it away. Mr. Mo was not just 4. Are you looking for me? Of course not. It is rare to find people who are as good at practicing medicine and cultivation as you are. I appreciate it very much. While talking about the ink medicine, one eye and a palm, the Yingcheng road that is open slightly reveals an intoxicating smile, so don't you think so? He showed off the lingering flower-like aura on Yun Qingqiu's body, but he did have another thought in his heart. At the same time, he looked expectantly at Yun Qingqiu and others, but in reply, the two looked at each other for a moment. Ling Qingqiu touched his nose. In fact, I also have something to say to Xianzi. Xianzi is excellent at practicing medicine and Ling Li controls the camera. I am also very stupid. Do you want it? In the world of correction, the master's weight is extremely great. It is passed down to Shou Yi to clear up doubts and submit to cultivation and protection. Parents have the gift of giving birth, and the master is the gift of creation. There are only one pair of biological parents. The master lives his whole life. Therefore, Yun Qingqiu's words directly gave Mo Yao to Xunshu, and the weight was undoubtedly the same as saying to her, I want to be your point. I blinked my eyes darkly and thickly, and gently licked the hair that was blocking my eyes. No, Mo Yao's reaction was a bit unexpected. Yun Qingqiu was just one step away from realizing it. This girl with a small waist is indeed a bit. You are very different. Soon he changed the wind. What do you have to teach me if you want to be my master? Even if you want me to be stronger than you, I just need knowledge. You can see it, and my performance seems to be higher than yours. Got it. So Yun Qingqiu showed surprise. Even though she was smiling, she had actually already guessed in her heart that this little witch was in trouble again. He smiled and nodded, thinking about Yun Qingqiu very sincerely. Your smoke-eating tiger is amazing. It can be summoned. Did you look at him? Yun Qingqiu summoned him instead of telling the truth. Touching his waist, the willing buttock stopped, then walked to the side of the eye mask, squatted down, and tried to reach out to touch his hairy gallbladder, following his eye mask. He stared at the medicine lake for a while. After being fucked for a few times, I accumulated enough experience to enjoy the inked waste. Not long after Meng Ye's service, Meng Ye looked up with a smile and repaired his eyes. He stood up and retreated, but Hu Yi stood up and followed it directly, feeling so emotionless that, then a spiritual thought spread to the authentic Yun Qingqiu brain. Eating Yin Hu directly ruined the atmosphere. Then the pregnant girl lay on her waist and applied next to her. Yun Qingqiu looked at the food in silence. This is the first one to be judged. My own little hands, my waist-deep and painstakingly spread hands, it seems that I don't need this instruction. Yun Qingqiu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Since he is destined to be with his late son, this guy misunderstood Bianye and gave it to him. Look at Yun Qingqiu, don't ask for it and have no effect on you. I refused your request, but you can accept my request. Think about it. After returning to his residence, Mo Yao happily returned the food to the Chuwu realm. When he released his spiritual thoughts, he discovered that there were others in the Chuwu realm, so out of curiosity, I took out the chess piece and found it must be warm. Silently picking up the tattoo, the eyes are the same as the curse. If this is the same 7-leg pattern that I just practiced, this guy actually tampered with himself right under his nose, but he didn't notice it. In this case, his own methods have already been used. If he sees through it, don't resort to tricks. Yun Qingqiu proposed. Yuan Qingqiu's routine was resolved by Mo Yao's counter-routine, and he was tricked. And under the counter-routine, Yun Qingqiu came up with another counter-routine, which made Mo Yao feel more deeply about herself. This impression cannot be changed easily. Just take it casually, thinking of all the things in the past 2 days. I can't help but pounce on it. I have never met such an interesting guy. No wonder I got so much luck. See for yourself. After returning to his residence, Yun Qingqiu quickly sensed the third spiritual seal approaching him. So close. And he came here this time to ask Yu Qingqiu for help. Xuanji looked calm. It is analyzed that Yu's ability is good, but his quality is slightly worse. Xiaoyao is getting too far forward again, and this is even more different. Han Yu is so good, but sometimes he dies. Sai nao Sai Lan Xiao Shui in the quiet wind. It's just you. If you don't worry, I'm just here to pick up a few gadgets. I won't throw anything out. Here's a list of things you need. In the previous selection of Renji, it seemed that he lacked all kinds of property and he usually looked like a poor sister. These properties should not be there. Previously, I was filming the weird bronze source ball in the Nearju prison. Now I am taking great risks to come to the place of trial love. I have committed many crimes. Could it be that he is carrying some kind of words? Acknowledging his mission, Yun Qingqiu pretended to be thinking, and expressed himself in a helpless tone, but he forgot and didn't expect that the first step to help would be to get along with his. I didn't get angry, and I didn't take any chances. I asked about it. You hooked up with 4 girls. Shanan's reputation has spread far across the ocean, so I'm not the only one left. And after we stay together often, things will change. That makes sense. Yun Qingqiu looks hopeless. My wife wants to pretend to invite you to me. What the hell is this? During the time when Qing Yufeng and Xuanji were getting along, they were all cautious, for fear of accidentally exposing something and being recognized. But now that the two of them are lovers, the probability of being caught walking together has increased by several times. Yun Qingqiu is worried. It does make sense that the yellow blanket is a mystery. Appearing as a couple is probably the best way to tattoo your hair. But the reputation of being a fraud has spread far and wide. After Xuanji fell asleep, Yun Qingqiu came with a medicine top. In the backyard, he controlled his spiritual thoughts to take out dozens of beads of spiritual grass from the house and threw them together. With a snap of his fingers, the fruit flames instantly wrapped up the hundreds of wild grasses, and then picked them up and set them on fire. Even to the firebird, high-level single medicines will cause a lot of trouble, so Yun Qingqiu plans to practice a batch of second-level single medicines in batches and put them in the business district. To find commercial properties. Collaborative remake, it's just a shame to practice on the second street alone, win over Qingqiu Khan. He was facing forward, and when he was practicing the second batch, he suddenly had a flash of light, and he remembered Mo Yao's kind of my own medicine training skills. My own medicine training skills are based on Mu Yun's habit. It is the most mainstream and common medicine training technique. But that method reveals the best of Gui Yi and Weird. Yang Yun looks at it lightly. All think. His eyes lit up. Yun Qingqiu avoided thinking and practiced his fingers according to the method he remembered. Although the method is complicated, it is only a few drops of the second street elixir. It does not require that special method to do it. Packing up the pre-flattening and putting it away, Yun Qingqiu came to a place where business was good. Jian Yuan picked up the pre-flattened sample and opened it. The aroma of the heart's peel lightly entered the nose. The taste of the brain sauce. Iching took out the order and wanted to take another look. The original blade BMW was shiny and delicate. They were all second class and even higher quality. With such quality, it naturally would not continue to reject it, so it was settled at 82%. Yun Qingqiu also thought this cooperation was very reasonable. She agreed and simply signed the terms. A very beautiful girl entered the store with her arms folded. She kept saying, that guy deliberately gave me the retail price and left me a bill to ask for it. Before the power source could speak, Mo Yao smelled it. He carefully looked at the single item in his hand and practiced the techniques together, which was extremely rare. It was multifaceted and exquisite. Isn't this what he had mastered? This kind of training will inspire me to change from the habit of single prison, and this will inspire several people to reverse the complex lock. Even in single prison. Only a few people can master it, let alone participate in it. It is impossible for me and Mr. Zhong to master the chain trial program, and it is impossible for Mr. Zhong to practice a bunch of second-level single items in a boring way. In other words, the only ones that can be practiced are. I myself shook my head reluctantly. It's impossible for the two of us to practice fingering, but our awareness of small details is perfect. Could it be that there is a third person looking for this place? My kind of plan. Niu Yao was doubtful in his heart, and Yun Qingqiu couldn't help but appear in his mind. Some of the materials needed for machine selection are very scarce outside, but they can be easily obtained in this trial place. Of course, the premise is that there are enough. It just so happened that Yun Qingqiu got a nice reward for completing the task, so it would be nice to help him. So lonely, the two of them walked around the commercial area and used the machine to switch around again. Xuanji took a pen and wrote down the materials collected in the booklet. Seeing that they had almost collected it, the two of them quickly came to the previous store. Yun Qingqiu asked Xuanji to wait outside, and he changed his clothes and left with a folded face. The clerk Jin Yun Qingqiu came to collect the points and immediately went to chat. He quickly handed over a pre-card, but he had already sold it all to the machine next to it. Needless to say, the quality of the single medicine produced by Yunqing ball chain is of course also the technique is consistent and basic. When Mo Yaoer made a promise to sell it in her name, he quickly sold one tree and got it again in the blink of an eye. Yunqing borrowed the pre-card for a few minutes more than 10,000 yuan and turned around to leave. He had no intention of continuing to cooperate when he waited for a few minutes. Then you can directly walk out of your station with the power efficiency shifted. The single-handedness of the next practice is outstanding. I wonder if it is a light hand. It was made by hand, and it walked around in front of Yunqing, lining up its soft hair. It also flashed slightly, and its eyes slowly turned pale pink. And at the same time, its skin seemed to become a little whiter and tenderer, and the skin is going to be rough. It's a bit more beautiful. There is a burning scent in the center of the store, and the scent is everywhere. After the clerk released his charm, the smell suddenly became strange. The fragrant smell turned into the most pleasant flower mix. A feeling of heat arose in Yunqing's mouth. Ordinary lovelorn people might resort to it again, but for Yunqing, it didn't happen. However, after he used plum tree, Yunqing felt the familiar chishi and quickly tore the locks in his mind. Just looking at the picture, 2 seconds later, pork belly waist Hu Lian and Wei Gong appeared in my mind. Yunqing's eyes were slightly fascinated as he remembered the picture of himself. No wonder he felt familiar before. It turned out that he was a member of Shepherd before. At that time, he led a group of foxes to seize the 10,000 demon pigs for himself. Another part of the demon emperor's palace was involved, but Qingqiu was not as powerful as Ruoyun. But at this moment, I thought of something. And this store is under the name of Xiao Yangnu. This means that Mo Yaoer and Xi Yao Huangdian also have a close relationship. According to your contact, Yun Qingqiu shook his head and refused for the time being. But it's not necessary. There was a trace of regret on the woman's face, but she quickly regained her smile. The next order made us a lot of money. With such a refining agency, I must not be an ordinary practitioner, so the cooperation is different, but it can also end a good relationship. How about having friends? Yun Qingqiu guessed his purpose. Either he was blind or he was telling lies. He wanted to put Mo Yaoer Haoqi in danger, but the secret was still out there. Yun Qingqiu didn't say anything more. He accepted the letter from the power source and turned around. After walking out of the electronics store, he glanced at Xingjiang with a trace of net on his face. In the past few days, the small-waisted girl should have been training all the waist reinforcement trials. After some investigation, she finally confirmed that this order was from her, and then let the power supply coming. A Russian composition. Yun Qingqiu opened the tip of the letter. There was no letter inside. There was only a long leaf that had been dried in the sun. The edge was exuding the yellow color. The whole body was filled with a light smell of dry stuffing. The smell was so strange that it was particularly sinful. It made people swallow and reject it. Heavy movement. Aoshi Yun Qingqiu saw it for a long time and didn't see what it was. It wasn't a spiritual herb or a spice. It was an invitation to finish. May I ask about the game? Yun Qingqiu shook his head, put it away and walked to the intersection to vote. At this time, the pre-card on his body suddenly flashed, and a faint spiritual thought was transmitted from it. Yun Qingqiu immediately picked it up to check. This was the message sent by the trial Chengshu. He asked to go to the center of Chengshu. After gathering together, Yun Qingqiu said a few words to Xuanji, and the subhumans separated. Everyone left. At this time, the square was closed to the testers, and there was a lot of people. It turned out that everything was a continuation of the test. He was trained to go to the nearby ruins of the ancient Zhu Juo sect. Some of them are quite well preserved, and there are Zhu Juo Ji Yuan. However, those sects are surrounded by profound gate protecting formations. Somaru cannot completely complete the Zhu Juo sect for a while. However, those large formations have periodic weakening. When weakened, they can open a gap and enter a quarter or 10 years, and these days are the periodic weakening of that quarter. Yun Qingqiu is also very concerned about the loss of the first skill. Some of the materials required for the mystery are among them. However, the entry circle for this skill is obtained by Ji Nan. I heard that only those who participate in the maintenance of the first skill have the address of the Kanglan Jade Brown Gate, and Gu Yuan Jian has not existed in the marginal areas since ancient times, so naturally there is no. This qualification to enter can't help but give Yun Qingqiu a headache. Unfortunately, he hasn't found a way to obtain this dose. However, the pre-rehearsal call for the trial is here, and it should be distributed. Just when Yun Qingqiu Sai was standing, the crowd suddenly became agitated, and some of the trialists next to them were shaking. While looking at the photos, Yun Qingqiu was also curious and forgot about the past. He must know that Jinzhuang and the powerful eye-eating lake sell those who don't move around the lake. His fierce eyes scanned the lovelorn people around him, and there was a trace of expression in his eyes. On the back of the sheep-eating tiger bone is a teaching girl. The only girl who can attract so much attention is the blue jade lamb of Mindongkang. Mo Yao. The group of Nanxiu looked at them with disgust in their mouths, a sense of dizziness in their heads, and their eyes were so glued that it made people crazy. The author of Mo Yao a Ban skipped Yun Qingqiu's position and didn't have much reaction, but eating salt paste did. There was a pause, and the lovelorn man next to him took a step back as he connected. The clouds burst out and Qingqing burst out. Yun Qingqiu looked at him with an eye that was as white as a tiger. Unable to leave, Yun Qingqiu's unhappy riddle. These two 5-year-olds paid off the debt to the new master and still provoked him. It seems that he was still teaching at the beginning. Mo Yao saw that Yun Qingqiu was looking quite good, so she turned around and adjusted her beans. Her eye mask flickered slightly, like a pair of lake-shaped eyes. The method of looking for flowers made her laugh till she was new. It's so intoxicating. When I try it out next to me, my mind immediately wanders. Damn it, Xiao Yang, you will be like Yun Qingqiu to me again, holding the pages at the tip of the letter. At this time, the clear sound coming from the spiritual seal. Ling Xiaoya and several girls were walking around in the crowd, curious 40s. Yun Qingqiu's nose moved slightly. The smell on Luo Yuanji's body was a bit special. It seemed that the spiritual lamp had changed with practice. In addition, it seemed to have awakened a certain girl-like general strategy, but there was nothing special about it. It must not be serious. It is only in the subtle exploration stage. After all, the message transmitted by the spiritual seal shows that the fool is better than the king. In the timeless state, Yun Qingqiu took a breath. Something is not good. We must search quickly. As the prison card on his body flashes, Cui Chengxiu also sends out a message, asking everyone to come to the center of Chengxiu. While waiting for the news, a very powerful voice appeared near the surrounding floor. The strength is close to the distance, and the lowest is contact, and not every trialist is qualified to compete in buildings such as buildings. Only those in the top 100 will not be chased. After seeing those faces clearly, the trialists gathered in the square suddenly, and the previous trialists walked out. Immortal Vine Sword. Immortal Vine Sword is the source of the river. Because its spiritual power is extremely strong, it is surrounded by all kinds of precious spiritual herbs and ferocious spiritual beasts. It can be said to be the most luxurious in the trial area. Of course, not everyone can enter the training site. Only those who are ranked first and have failed to practice are eligible. However, the spiritual power of the Pain Seer is too much in the agricultural area. If you stay for a long time, it will easily cause damage to the ancient veins. These testers have officially reached the limit of going out. I heard a plan to open the case. They called back in a moment. As soon as they flew over the floor, they were attracted by a girl. The source of light was casually relying on Ping An's waist. With Chu Bai's eyes, he saw that it was one of the group of trialists who were following Mu Yao. There were even a few timid ones who jumped off Brother Luo. Other events only involve Mo Yang and have little foundation. I naively thought that Xiao Yang's daughter's name was a bit exaggerated, and they did have personal contact with people in Shenzhen. It's scary. Previously, the little demon girl robbed a piece of Jujiao area in Tingxian ship, where several generations of people must have stood, causing many things. Those who were not qualified to test the chain came to the door together. As soon as they entered Mo Yao's territory, something changed not long after. Then a group of people faced a nightmare. Suddenly they failed to take advantage of the situation and were chased for thousands of meters by him alone. Some of the unlucky ones were even seriously injured. You confess that from now on, the lovelorn people who go to see Tongxiang will obediently avoid the waste and don't dare to go on Sundays. As for this little waste, after glancing at the inner group of test chains, he leans on Ping An in boredom and plans to take refuge. But suddenly there was a spiritual fluctuation nearby, and 5 or 6 voices came from the street next to it. Fei Yu appears. Look carefully. It's Yun Qingqiu. He is between 5 trials. Quietly stand shaking clouds gently 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 gently. Good attack. Jian Guang was cut out by Gray, and his power exploded together. After waking up and leaving, Yi Zhengxian had been making small calculations for a long time. Naturally, he came prepared. These were the weakest among his forces. Yun Qingqiu's quick seal, the emanator of Han Qiying's cloud on the palm, forms a heavy layer of ice in the blink of an eye. Those combined attacks instantly reached the top of the ice, causing a wave of shaking. The ice was released in the form of sparks and flying arrows. The combined attacks were also impressive. The ice was shattered accurately, and the 5 trialists quickly surrounded Yun Qingqiu. The voices intertwined, and the force flickered and exploded. As the battle broke out, the ice continued to scatter across the ocean, like snowflakes and mud, and their voices were extremely flexible. The 5 people joined forces to bring 4 threats. Those refiners were about to turn around, but their bad qualities could not stop spreading among the troops. Others thought that the combat equipment had the absolute upper hand in the chase, but they were suddenly frozen and unable to move. It was a contrast. It's true that I couldn't reach it. The ice layer was stuck upwards. No matter how hard I tried to drag it, it was of no avail. In a few seconds, it was buried under the thin belt of my chest. It continued upward until it reached the top of my skull. A military sculpture stands around Yun Qingqiu, shining in the sun. With 4 rays of light, Yun Qingqiu raised his hand. Ice spikes rose up from the roof one by one. The warmth of his pants wanted to penetrate the ice sculpture. Blood instantly flowed on the ice arrows. Lying low and leaning on each other, it would take a long time to have sex. He didn't want to be harassed during this period, so he took action. Those force positions moved very much. All the testers in the square were attracted. Seeing Yun Qingqiu's action so fiercely, they all gasped. It's so air-conditioned, and at the same time I'm a little impressed that you dare to take action outside of the absolute limit. I don't know if it's pointless. Still ignorant, Yun Qingqiu walked past the ice sculpture and smiled at the night scene on the ground. You're still missing. According to reports, Dingji Yun Qingqiu is also cold. He doesn't expect these 5 people to defeat Yun Qingqiu. They just use up his strength. It's a pity that he doesn't know that the power consumed by these 5 people is not enough for the wives. After a small mouthful, Yi Juanchuan's face showed the worry of ditching. In the trial, Qingxi can only tear it apart from an angle. But in this kind of trend, Yun Qingqiu takes the lead and has violated the rules. Now he has no more care and can do whatever he wants. Lin Li's fingertips kept spreading around Yi Zhenxian. His hands squeezed the complicated hand movements and finally condensed into 4 huge sticks. Accustomed to strange waist thinning, with the push of spiritual thoughts, the 4 waist thinnings move towards the target together. Taste the grey waist and think about the waist. Come. Returning to the paving machine, Yun Qingqiu took a few steps back. The speed of the airflow on his body increased, and then Ren Yu dodged and received blood on his waist. Go. Struggle for a period of time. When it jumped to avoid the attack range, the 4 thin waists quickly dissipated into a brigade of strange Qing Yuan. Just like Qiu Daiban, pestering people, maintains rapid shape changes between windings. Do you want to guard the broken body? This is Shio's method. Yun Qingqiu saw Yi Juanchuan's background at a glance. The wind and mystery around his body were entangled and drifted. He moved to the time when the wind blade spread and developed his clear snakes into skills, and then he made a big move. However, the shape of the dozens of segments changed again, turning into a small waist. They followed the target tightly, a crazy belly that shook the world. In the past, several warships gathered beside Ying Qingqiu, and dozens of them suggested tactics, but those important points were immediately chopped into pieces. However, it did not dissipate, but turned into a 10 kilograms long horse snake with a bloody mouth. When Tun passed by, Yun Qingqiu immediately tried to dodge, and then strode around the building to fly around. However, Yun Qingqiu did not dodge aimlessly. Ice spring snowflakes were scattered behind her, forming small ice and snow. After the horse snake followed up, the speed became slower, and finally came to a stop. Yun Qingqiu made a flying leap and approached quickly, approaching the night distance. But Naya Zhenxian didn't seem to be good at entering the battle. Seeing Yun Qingqing and Ji quickly retreated, and after pulling away for a while, a sound effect flashed on their faces. Gently and lightly, the ground suddenly became soft, as if you were trapped in your search for orders and kept giving birth, and you found some head-like provinces that grew out of you. Gently and lightly, you were once trapped, and a few waists popped up around you. Control the score. He opened his mouth wide, and just as he was attacking, Kang Lao's voice seemed to come and he moved to the square to make a war visit from the air. Enough. Quite a few, but Yi Zhenxian pretended not to hear it, still accelerating waist thinning rapidly and vigorously. But suddenly I found that you found the right one. In the dream, I only saw a full head approaching my face, and then my vision went black. My mind. He was dizzy, as if he heard some broken sound, and blood flew from his body. He directly scraped the ground and hit the side. The manager appears like this. It's impossible to fight. Yun Qingqiu needs to give Happy Palace face. After all, he violated the rules first. However, we cannot let go of this pure misfortune. Ling Qingqiu has already fallen. With 40 strength, he can go deep into Yeju and Shuangusui whenever he wants. After being severely injured, Yi Jiangxuanwu stood up with a fierce look on his face. The coldness in his nose had been interrupted, and blood leaked out. He looked at the ground that had returned to normal. Yun Qingqiu's actions just now were really unexpected. They were still too small. Looking at his feet and seeing the white-haired old man on top of brother Liu, Yi Juanchuan's blood-filled joint was twisted. It's a joke. It proves that the old man is the person in charge of the area and the person in charge of punishment in the consciousness trial area. He looks kind, but has a strict temper. Many trial participants who violated the regulations fell into his hands. This one, I have to wait for you. Yun Qingqiu looked at the old business of the warehouse and felt a little bit. The person who came turned out to be Zhong Lao, who had previously issued a mission to himself and Mo Yao. The old man stood on the floor and issued a message, the reputation that was declared in the square after his appearance. After a moment of calm, he jumped into the square. The dust next to the face of the mountains and rivers hides the yellow ring of steps. When I saw Ling Xingchang, who lowered his head and looked like he was admitting his mistake, I couldn't help but turn into a prisoner. Let's move a little. The kid is actually disabled. Those who tried it were seriously injured. They probably need to recover for the rest of the time. As expected, this boy is in a single match with the little demon. Mr. Zhong followed Hu Shu and became even more determined to be a good couple. He glanced at the three girls next to him warily. These three girls each have their own talents in sex, and they are indeed capable of subduing them. No wonder even the small-waisted girl. He thought for a moment, and suddenly the wind changed. Do you know why I asked Xu Wei to gather? In the square, many trialists Liu Wei hesitated. Shouldn't they be punishing these two people? Why all of a sudden? Many people have answered this question intermittently because, as the season started, Mr. Zhong not only said unhurriedly, yes, the season that started in the past few days is the Ganyao sect from thousands of years ago. This sect is very rich in resources, and its resources are countless. After thousands of years of exploration, it has only taken the 9 clouds. Moreover, it is rumored that one of the single medicines has been transformed into Yaolin after a long period of time. Its strength is equivalent to the 4th level retail. It can even be obtained from zero to unprescribed methods. The whole incident of Yusho Wenyang at the end is based on face-to-face, but it needs to be painted to be spiritual, and its quality is, it's terrifyingly high. All 4 levels of strength are equivalent to the light and non-bird inside the palace of a woman. If you can control it, it won't be a lost love. When ranked first, Zhong Lao Tai leader had a quiet career and then continued. Unfortunately, the capacity of this skill is limited, and it is extremely dangerous. It must reach a certain level of strength. This time, he made a special trip to find candidates for the Russian world. Anyone with a hospital can sign up and wait. Or Shanshue. After hearing these words, many people tried to imitate, all of them. Administrative Department Kong Lin's voice floated up from the roof, rising from the center. It didn't change from the usual blue umbrella. I got serious and saw that the little demon girl was interested in this skill. In an instant, most of the lovelorn people were persuaded to retreat. It is difficult for dead women to win dreams. I like to use ruthless skills. I have some vicious blood. If I finally get the opportunity, it will be really hard to be written on the wall. Just crying, don't bother to participate. Elder Zhong was not surprised when he arrived. A smile that he lost instantly appeared on his face. Then he turned around and looked at the destroyed Qingqiu. His lower right hand was so unbearable that he injured Zhu Juo with a heavy hand. The tester was not strict and it was difficult to obey the old man. I'm going to punish you for not having a chance. To help me find the key points of ginseng industry, you can be willing. Yun Qingqiu Jr. Although they are acquaintances, he did not expect such a punishment. Originally, he was still worried about his qualifications. Now go. Yun Qingqiu naturally didn't say anything after being sent around to this extent, and nodded to express his feelings. Are you not willing to accept it? Yi Junxian next to him was suddenly dumbfounded. Yun Qingqiu was originally not qualified to enter the first season, but now he was admitted by Baosong. This is also considered a punishment. His own agency is included in the competition. He was about to refute but was interrupted by Zhong Lao Long. Why? As soon as she was dissatisfied and felt the many implications, Yi Junxian immediately avoided it, but she could play Ding Zhun accurately and still stubbornly. Yu Qingqiu, Mr. Zhong walked past him and shook his head sadly. Boy, if you want to live a better life, you'd better put down Xiao Ji and apologize to him, otherwise it will take too long for you. But it's troublesome. Yun Qingqiu was a little shocked. This old man could see such a hidden medical method. He was worthy of being a 5-year-old. If Jie Lian Ruo, Yi Junxian nodded his head in silence, and he was really scolding the old man in his heart. I'm talking nonsense, but it's okay. You have a small waist and you are there. This kid can talk. Just take care of it if you feel comfortable. Yun Qingqiu will accept it as soon as possible. If I continue to stay, I asked Mr. Zhong about the tragic night information and prepared to take it with him. After leaving the square, the charms were filled with confusion. Slowly putting it down, Yun Qingqiu also felt very comfortable. He was not particularly familiar with the old man's hat and his relationship was average. It was unexpected to give him this kind of punishment, but he always felt something was wrong. He felt like he was being installed. 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. Yun Qingqiu said goodbye to Xuanji and asked her to take care of her girl and remind her to be more careful. After confirming that everything is ready, coming rules, Zhong Laoyi saw Yun Qingqiu coming over. Zhong Laoyi handed over a coupon fish medicine on the ground. This is a dose of map fish and some single medicine. You put it away, Yun Qingqiu said. It seems that Mr. Zhong and Xiao Yangyu are very close, and her strength is the strongest in the trial. It shouldn't be left to her. Let's update Wen Tong again. Zhong Laoyao has become Yao Tu. In fact, this time is considered a pitfall. If you can't hold on, then take some residual memories. Don't look for it yet. Before Yun Qingqiu could react, Zhong Lao had already moved towards the huge magic circle. He moved his hands to release his spiritual power. The space in the gate was like a lake. Lian Yi should be released. I didn't say anything more to Qingqiu architecture, they just sold it. After getting him into the magic circle, Yun Qingqiu came to a place. Xinxiu, looking around, you can vaguely see the broken mountains above the mountains and the moon. As soon as he missed something, Yun Qingqiu did a simple search. It was difficult to search in such a large area, and Mr. Zhong seemed not as good as him. He decided to search first. Another material needed for the selection of the book is the moon snack. This is a snack with special properties. It is the key material for Chinese to be popular. Over time, 0 cases of the moon are strong, so the Chinese is passed down from generation to generation. Most of the central gate formations of the first skill middle gate have expired, and the power running within them has been restored over time. It is the best way to find this kind of material. At home, Yun Qingqiu and Hua don't talk about it and look towards the mountains. But he didn't want to go, but he just thought that there was another kind of being fucked nearby. Yun Qingqiu's eyes are close together and walking deeply. A long line of strong soup was drawn where I stood before, and hot water was burning on the strong soup pool. The flames swayed for a moment and spread around, sweeping away the camp. Surrounded, please follow the spirit beasts that have been wrapped in flames to keep moving towards it. Don't sell fruit. Yun Qingqiu watched the previously adopted child take medicine. It turned out to be you. After following Mo Yaoer, the fire pirates have improved a lot, and their spiritual power and intelligence seem to have been completed. The first time he retreated to practice and refine medicine, he also knew how to practice premonition. He can be said to be a genius. He wiped the saliva from his mouth with Qingqiu and it became lighter and lighter. Mo Yaoer, who was having sex, smiled faintly at her, but he could guess from the word Ling Dong that she had some bad idea. Speaking of the internal fluid I gave you, are you still there? Speaking of this leaf, is Yun Qingqiu still good at it? I don't know what that thing is. What can I do? Mo Yaoer pushed against Yun Qingqiu's little white hand. Show me. Yun Qingqiu nodded and took out the new place from the kitchen world. On my hand, 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 on my hand. On my hand, 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 on my hand. On my hand, 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 on my hand. On my hand, 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 on my hand. Just when he had this strange idea, Mo Yaoer suddenly asked Yun Qingqiu to check the case deep inside. My MIC, Yun Qingqiu says hello, this girl with a small waist wants it again. He curiously held the first hand and felt the beating of the weak country. After a while, his expression suddenly turned into a downcast, and the corner of his mouth was filled with a sneer. You're pregnant? Mo Yaoer nodded. When I was a child, I heard that girls would become very strange when touched by boys and become pregnant. You are the first boy to touch me, so you will. I'm responsible, right? Yun Qingqiu's lips twitched as he watched, except for the poor Mo Yaoer. Or the hand that tied the wrist first gave birth to a head slightly. The frequency of beating is, there are some changes in the zero force fluctuations in its body. There is another layer of zero force fluctuations hidden under the strong zero force. You can vaguely feel the vitality of Yun Yi. Everything indicates this girl, being stripped down, Zai Kangwen and the lawless little naughty girl have actually been rehabilitated. Food is extremely good. Reading Tung Gwen hits Yun Qingqiu on the head with a stick. She has no idea. Do you want to say something? Replaying an unfinished map is still a big blow to his disrespect in the future. Yun Qingqiu silently put down his hand. Shenling said nothing, and Mo looked at Yun Qingqiu with resentment. So you will. Yuan Qingqiu was immersed in shock and tried to hear Mo Yao clearly. You made her belly bigger. From now on, I will be yours. We will be a family of 3. Happy, right? I'm sorry, but Yun Qingqiu is biting her lip and fixing her expression. The light flashing in the eye mask seems to show the hope for the future. Your unhappy mouth. Lian Qingqiu pointed at herself. I got you pregnant. No, Mr. Mo, you kidding me? I don't understand this in my heart. Yun Qingqiu twitched her mouth and legs. Many bad thoughts came to her mind. Do you think Yun, I'm a teacher, right? Mo Yao seemed a little excited. His face was red with anxiety. His hands were weak and stretched out at the base of the board, revealing his smooth and white pussy. If you don't believe it, Momo looked at Mo Yao and moved Yun Qingqiu's hand towards his lower abdomen. Putting it over, he stared at Yun Qingqiu, his ice-red lips curled up slightly, and the blush on his face continued to deepen. Yun Qingqiu and Yun Qingqiu, instantly felt his mind dizzy. The scene in front of him suddenly shook violently. History gradually became loose and uncontrollable. His vision was crazy. The black waist in front of you and your face are like peach blossoms. Stand with your head slightly raised and bite into a penis. The self in my heart directly slid across Yun Qingqiu's face, then past the green on his neck, and finally reached the chest and slid Yun Qingqiu away. The young man in front of him was breathing lifelessly, as if he had returned. It didn't move, its waist was bent, and its fingers hooked Yun Qingqiu's nose. The move was repeated, and it slouched. This family may have difficulty in giving birth. So let's use this set of charms. I have never used it on others. He was shocked. He put away the sex room with a proud smile on his lips. This was not a gift, but a plan in advance. The pictures on the pages were covered with a layer of colorless and odorless medicine. As long as it was touched, the difficult drug was everywhere, and the contamination of his own spiritual power did not diminish it. It instantly produced a strong spiritual effect. And he used a strange method to suck away Yun Qingqiu's gaze, making him. Mo Yao raised Yun Qingqiu's arm, searched the Chuwu sword on his finger with his spiritual mind, scanned it around, and took out a portion from it. But after knowing the map, a big smile appeared on his face. With this map, he can easily reach the area. I don't know if I can handle it. Fortunately, this company has some strength that is not weak and can help me release some of my remaining spiritual power. Wearing him for the time being, Mo Yao stayed in front of Yun Qingqiu. On it, Yinhu Lake grows towards the mountains. Unless omitted, follow the map instructions. Walk all the way. This map is a combination of previous explorations and explorations by those who lost their temper. Following the above route can avoid a lot of dangers. The two of them are like foxes on their ankles, trying to figure out the enemy's loopholes. Zun entered the hospital and walked all the way to the corner of Danzong Iji Mountain. There were cute white things all around, and he was extremely suppressed in advance. A few dozen meters away, the surrounding grass blades swayed slightly, and there was a vague sound. Silently and demonically, my eyes are sweeping, but I am still getting used to it. Just looking forward, Yun Qingqiu walked forward like a piece of water, 10 meters in front of the eating sample bone. At the same time, shadows broke through from Nian Qiu's white things. The lightning class members turned toward Yun Qingqiu. Go away without adding any dosage, don't even think about it for 20 seconds. Yun Qingqiu's deep travel quickly explodes her legs. It is necessary to squat for a long distance, it is necessary to store the fatigued items for many years, and it is necessary for sexual recovery. The surrounding spiritual senses are affected by the sexual factors, resulting in a little blood leakage. After conveying the idea of attacking with all his strength, Mo Yang picked up a lake of wine and opened a small mouthful of wine while singing and watching the battle. I don't know if this family or strength can succeed in this trial. After walking far, I want to see how Hua Ruoshi looks like. As soon as the drink was poured into my mouth, dreams came from the ground. Mo Yang for a while, those 4 thin waists have been frozen into ice sculptures. Although on the ground, Yuan Qingqiu's deep side seal attribute 0 profit spread into a series of seals, staggered grey cards, and the airflow was constantly moving. Those ice sculptures instantly became. The pillars are broken, the clouds on the Qingqiu mountain have disappeared, and I am standing still like me. Instead of taking action, I suddenly spit out a mouthful of wine. My eyes are as big as a stool. The second-hand waists are invaded. He immediately jumped down and walked around for Yun Qingqiu, wiping the drink from his mouth and lighting up his big phone. But some cats can only achieve such results by fighting hard. Is it possible that this boy is in the same street as himself? He is a provocateur in the world. Mo Yao carefully probed Yun Qingtai's qi shi and found that qi was still in the charm fire. Although his spiritual power was still closely connected with qi, this young man made him more and more. Mo Yao comforted himself, tattooed his explosive mentality, and put aside this difficult bone for the time being. Turning to a target, it took out the flip map of Huanju. After running its fingers along several routes several times, it finally chose a direct route to Danzong section. I managed to make rapid progress on the body of a sheep and tiger. On the second day, the biological fluid finally arrived in Danzhuan. In one move, as soon as he entered the interior of the main hall, there was a scent of Danyao that continued to fragrant from deep inside. For a long time, in order to save zero profit, I deliberately replenished the food inspection. With the manipulated Yun Qingqiu, he seemed to have a skill, but this trip lasts for 3 days. The people around me are like Yuanshin. How to go to visit Fufu? I couldn't go out for a long time. I just scanned the surroundings. The magic circle in this ancient valley is at least 5,000 years away from gold. It may be unrealistic at that time. I can only find a way to turn it into something like this. He took a few steps forward, his fingers were about to break, and he formed a circle with himself as his original heart. Sitting on the ground, the black waste energy spread to all sides. The shape of the circle gradually changed and spread into a, as the saying goes, after a prosperous period. After confirming the invitation and walking out of Lingtown, don't take out a single one and swallow it. Wearily he stood on a stone and mentioned. After relaxing her shoes, she raised her head and deceived Yun Qingqiu next to her. With her spiritual thoughts, she made Yun Qingqiu sit on the opposite side. Then put her legs on his knees and ordered him to help. Massaging myself, Yun Qingqiu Mu recorded Shuzi without focus, holding his Yuzhu with both hands. The wheel started to rotate, and Palau was released. He closed his eyes comfortably and leaned against it. On the 10 pieces, Yun Qingqiu's empty eyes suddenly jumped, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You are plotting against me. You are still too difficult. At this time, the small-waisted girl is completely relaxed and close to him, and the two of them are still in close contact. Yun Qingqiu smiled faintly. And finally had the opportunity to reduce the test, his self-blame. The little demon girl's strength is close to the middle. She is first class in cultivating bones. Carefully cultivate some avoidance to make the needle move. What worried him the most was that this little witch had just shown her identity as a demon. The combination of her dark attributes and tall body attributes indicated that she was a demon. The waist of the Zero girl is then used to finish the ground and be well trained. She can also ask for a little bit of semen. She kills 2 birds with 1 stone. It is almost every time she is immersed in the silk. The prefoot in the palm of her hand protrudes. Otherwise, if you don't want one, your soul and body will hide. The body moved violently. It seemed that something had intruded into the face, and it was stimulated. Turning around, Mo Yaoer pulled back his legs lewdly, his heart becoming more and more indifferent to his own system. So sensitive. He was so cold that he thought about Yun Qingqiu next to him. Are you? After missing the mark, Mo Yaoer immediately stepped back and leaned on the giant screen. He looked at the old man in front of him intently, but Mo Yaoer was not completely sure. She was still very concerned about her missing the mark. After all, there has been no mistake since the academy, and there is also the top secret supporter Jiokai. Even if the level is higher than 1 level, he is addicted to the United States. Unless this Huoxiawei can still surpass. Knowing this, Yun Qingqiu maintained his general movements, his eyes still lost contact, looking at everything blankly, and he was sure in his heart. Mo Yao's posture like Puu is really too delicate, and gradually stepping into the degree, it is very suitable for investigation. I admire it and enter the mystery unconsciously for many years. Who knew that this woman's physique was so sensitive that she would touch hundreds of people if she touched her? Of course, in this situation, we can only continue to play it safe and be discovered. It was too embarrassing. The two of them looked at each other, both of them motionless. However, even Yun Qingqiu didn't realize that her intention was in Mo Yang's body. And her veins were moving in the sky. It can be contained in the body, and if you don't want to touch it, you can touch it with your eyes wide open and a cute and bright smile at the corner of your mouth. Not only did this smile not make Yun Qingqiu feel sweet and prosperous, it's very beautiful. I saw him quickly approaching Yun Qingqiu, pointing his finger at Yun Qingqiu's dick, and then pointing downwards at his crotch. You took the opportunity to dig yourself out. And you also followed the trend. Because Yun Qingqiu is the emperor's mistress, he keeps arresting the emperor. I don't want to tell lies. I thought I was a little rich and shady, but this little girl is even worse. If this trick happens, if you eat and take no action, you will definitely be in trouble. As time goes by, the vaccine will cool down. Mo Yang pays close attention to Dingzhi Yun Qingqiu's love story. Laughing silently, Yun Qingqiu knew that he could not speak out, so he quickly thought of a solution, but it was strange that he could be so defensive. There were also several old people. I can only hold Taiwan Qi close with my hands, my mind is spinning rapidly, and my hair is locked. Absolute control technique, Yun Qingqiu plans to release zero power. There is a ghost spiritual power coming out of the main hall, and it has a positive aura heading this way. Mo Yao turned around sharply and looked at Da Jian Chi Hui's trace. The mind was about to be spiritual, and then the sound of giant hunting came from the ground. The sound split from the darkness of Nianqiu and moved to wireless. It spread over in an instant. Yintu smashed each sheep, and the spiritual pressure of the red cloth was pressed into wipes. The waste and spiritual power in the body become depleted. The next second, a chivalrous-looking lion came to the two of them with an invitation burning music. The two of them finally set their sights on the inexplicable person. The moment Erling Fisher arrived, Mo Yao had already looked at the queen in anticipation, and Yuan Qingqiu seemed to obey the order and treat himself. He used a ruthless hand to ink his waist and urged his spiritual thoughts to retreat faster. The fourth retail level was equivalent to a fine single-type repair. It was extremely scary. If he was bumped even slightly, he would be severely punished. She couldn't bear to see Yun Qingqiu fox. Tu can die. Yun Qingqiu smiled faintly. With your words, I saw that his figure was so hurt that he retreated instantly, even faster than Mo Yao. Unexpectedly, his eyes widened. He immediately retracted his attention and continued to push away. And if you want to be zero, you are too lazy to look at Yun Qingqiu and continue to move towards the goal. Mo Yao immediately bit his finger and threw out a drop of blood. The blood formed a circle in the air and turned into a magic sign. Then he activated the summons of Lingju. And the magic sign flashed out. To play the role of light, the consistent white fox breaks through and specializes. The deep green micro-interaction is small. It is only an ordinary retail size. But it has 4 tails. Its strength is not fat and it is very strong. When it senses that its master is under threat, the 4-tailed fox can rush towards it with all its strength. It was like a white lightning that struck instantly, and this lightning directly knocked the spirit out of the way. Between the lightning and Flint, the 4 medicine spirits have undoubtedly been fighting for dozens of times. As the number of dimensions increases, the 4 tails gradually lose their breath. Cory tore the hair apart for several seconds in a low voice. He looked at the human beings in the middle and refused to thank him. As if he was laughing at the overestimation of the 4-tailed pot. He then tore the hair away like a victor or a trophy. I go. At the same time, he also stuffed a single sample into Yun Qingqiu's body. Exploded with 0 power. The snow petals spread in all directions with the released wind spring, and the big electricity instantly turned into ice and snow. White ice spreads across the ground like a layer of ice, and then strands of ice sprout from around the medicinal forest. Turn it into a prison dragon that has a powerful soul and is far from being rejected. Instead, Yun Qingqiu continued to push the ranks of the cave, and the soldier masters appeared one after another, directly forming a small soldier mountain pudding. At the same time, Shi Yao's 0 bone break is approaching and is about to hit him. As a result, Mo Yao's heart was beating very fast, and he could vaguely feel the aura of death approaching. A second ago, Yun Qingqiu suddenly flashed in front. He seemed to have no position. The leader volleyed for an opportunity. You said the big ice spike. 0 ran towards the ice spike. Huang Bao's invitation spread. The huge ice spike shook a few times and then shattered into pieces. The aftermath continued to spread to Yun Qingqiu. There was an explosion, and Yun Qingqiu's body was directly blown up. At this time, Mo Yang's completed secretary, Xiao Wei, ascended to the giant realm. His figure moved and flashed into Yun Qingqiu's deep fire. His hands dragged his back, and Wu Tiao Mao Rongrong's tail surrounded Yun Qingqiu to resist. Maybe it hurt him. His palms gathered vital tools to help Qingqiu protect Qi Shi's disordered body, and then his spiritual thoughts destroyed him and bit him. Mo Yao's expression was complicated. If the young man hadn't appeared in Shenqian at the critical moment and blocked the famous opportunity, not only would he not be able to impress the secretary, he would even lose it. It can be said that he was injured on his behalf. I'm afraid it will be a long time afterwards. Don't hesitate to look up at the rapidly charging medicine. The corners of your mouth are slightly raised. The thick huli tail is moving like waves, changing and revealing new and breathtaking features. The lesson flies away in the air like a string. The speed quickly becomes an afterimage. Put your distance and turn around to arrive. Study and leave more than a dozen lake-like shapes. Please go on to type out the responses in detail. Those flying around are all throwing pink substances at the body of the spirit. No matter how he dodges, he will pursue them according to his own purpose. Keep giving it away like a living snake, like making rice dumplings. Lord Bao, with the end of the battle, the invitation surrounding Mo Wu slowly disappeared, and the rough breath he spread was gentle. But as soon as he put it in his mouth, he picked it up in one gulp and sent it out together with the order. The more urgent the battle, the harder it is to fight. There are some costs. The combatant just now, Qing Xiujin, took a closer look. Although there were some shortcomings in the battle, the ordinary giant spirit Jin Jinzhong and Xiao Jin were able to achieve this level. It's very rare. Yun Qingqiu is a little excited. This little demon girl is indeed a genius among geniuses. She releases the light of medicine eyes like a common encounter. She can even surpass her if she uses her claws carefully. If he heard the footsteps coming from the side, Yun Qingqiu took on the new pink color on his face and looked dull. Unwillingly, he came to Yun Qingqiu's side. He resisted with his hands and bent his knees. An inexplicable thought appeared in his mind. He was on the 10th of the 14th step when he suddenly heard footsteps coming from nearby and some unfamiliar leaders. Quickly approaching, Yi Junxian was dragging a scent-tracking bird in his hand at this time, and he was heading in the direction of Yun Qingqiu. Continuous nominations, don't want it, but Lin Liwen wants to be a little uncontrollable, and accidentally ignited this. The desires of these people. He glanced at Yi Junxian with cold eyes. I think I taught you a lesson before. You are quite courageous, but in the tail marrow jar, Yi Junxian wears her waist and legs, with a hint of madness on her face. Such a family is heartwarming and can be used as a lesson. Yi Junxian originally tracked Yun Qingqiu, fought with him, and felt the terror of his strength. He couldn't even get a chance during his tenure. He repeatedly kept secretly and found a few helpers to come to contain the assassination, but he didn't expect it. After encountering Mo Yao's breath was steady at this time. After seeing Yu Yao Zero fighting again, his heart was filled with blood. After such a fierce battle, Mo Yao still had. There is no threat to the powerful financial institution, so I dare to act recklessly. Yi Junxian breathed heavily and filled his lips. He was taken care of by his late son before, but now it seems that it is his turn. Zhao Gaia, Hai Xiongbu Fu Xianchu, when he was being chased by Tong Xianjian before, a ball of evil fire spreads, and more a wave of evil fire is born. Conquering with ink shining and a silvery complexion, my heart ignited and I tried to take off and land on the plane. But suddenly there was a stabbing pain in the body, and the next second he hit the ground. Also sitting on the ground, Yi Junxian xiaomingly symbolized Mo Yang and walked away. The two faced each other. Mo Yang's eye mask turned and was about to close. Thank you very much. Yi Junxian was suddenly killed with a slap from Tai Chi. Little demon girl, you too will have this day. Do you still remember your past? Why did you touch me? A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Mo Yao's mouth. Real magazine. Before Shan Wen could wait, Yi Junxian came to his side again, raised his leg and stabbed his abdomen mercilessly, directly hitting him again. Yi Junxian, who was lying on the ground, never thought that his luck would be so good. He encountered the Mo Yao who had been a girl for a few hours after the battle. Not to mention that she could easily defeat the spirit frame and many geniuses in the Kanglan domain with just a few practice modifications. The end demon faced her own powerlessness in her heart. A mouthful of blood, water, and soil reached the night circle. Yi Junxian touched the blood on his face and was unmoved. I like conquering women the most. I really look forward to seeing you step on it soon. With a teaching look on his face, he directly pulled off Nwoduo's clothes. After seeing the young man's body wrapped in tattered clothes, he hid his victory. The heat can still be suppressed. Suddenly a voice flashed to Mu Yao. From the front, he raised his leg and kicked him hard to destroy Yi Jun. He immediately gave way to his anger. After falling back, Yun Qingqiu lay on Zhu Mo's waist and pulled him up with her little hands, covering Mo's waist with his clothes. Moya wiped the blood on his face, a hint of surprise appeared on his face, and he suddenly thought of something again. Something happened to Yun Qingqiu. He was injured by the spirit just now. He was seriously injured. Being able to move, Ling Qingqiu looked at Mo Yao's embarrassed look and raised his eyebrows slightly. He deliberately let this little demon girl eat him. These hardships, Mo Yao is a genius among geniuses. It has been smooth sailing since his debut. The long-term smoothness makes him not have much sense of crisis. There are reminders that there are many talented people, but there are also many Yunluo people. It is a mistake not to leave behind the lessons of the star who suffered from the guest. Still protesting, Yi Junxian stared at Yun Qingqiu. Those fairies Meng Mai were all taken into the harem by this guy. Even the little demon girl seemed to be married to her, wishing in her heart. Becoming more and more extreme, fame and wealth are transmitted to Yi Zhengquan, and the circle of business is spreading. That is to say, the skinny waist appears now. Shen Qian bathed her waist and pulled Yun Qingqiu. Yu stepped forward and prepared to stand up, but her waist was held tightly. The master exploded. Before Yun Qingqiu could speak, more than a dozen experimenters beside him quickly moved toward Yun Qingqiu. Common items can be used to cut out a sharp sword light. It is recommended to face all kinds of zero-Ju violence at the same time. Yun Qingqiu single-handedly blasted Mo Yao into his arms, spreading zero power on her head and provoking a whirlwind of wind, forcing the besieged lovelorn out like a small tornado. And then declared to the night army. As he rushed away with his fingers, Yun Qingqiu collapsed into the stream at full speed without dodging or dodging. However, the moment those long-tongued and thin-waisted men approached Yun Qingqiu, Their movements suddenly became full, and they were suddenly penetrated. Yun Qingqiu and the ice sculptures passed each other, and sparks came from their bodies. Then those wastes shattered into trees and the sky was blown to pieces. After leaving the country, Yi Junxian was shocked. He completely lost contact with those thin-waisted people, being killed instantly. A pair of indifferent hairs suddenly pierced the heart crystal like a cold light, like being killed by the god of death. On the cauldron, the nose drums and the sense of inhalation make the four limbs weak. The cauldron is as cold as the wind and busy here. The cold man can't help but flow out. He hasn't had time to run forward. One step, the seven-layer beating of the evidence and the violent life of Google Kunduan. Yi Juanshuan's deformed body is inextricably linked to each other. One of the other events becomes, don't look at Yun Qingqiu in disbelief. How can he still have such fighting power despite being seriously injured? According to Lingjing and a group of cut-off orders, he said he could kill instantly. What on earth is this? What is forgery? Yun Qingqiu looked to the deep side. It wasn't over yet. Mo Yaoer blinked his eyes suddenly, and suddenly there was a pain from behind. He quickly turned around and found that the aura of the bound medicine spirit over there suddenly became tangled and returned to its previous terrifying level. With his eyes turning round and round, staring at the two of them, I felt something in my heart. Previously, this group of trialists approached Yao Ling to deal with him, but these idiots didn't know how to fool around and inadvertently helped him. After weakening the seal, Mo shook his head and smiled. Secret Shu could not be used a second time. He did not deal with this. Fainting Qingqiu is in Mo Yao's ears, and the enemy is bone. The clear breath blows in the abdomen, and the sunken face adds too. It expands the redness. The method of matching is a mantra. I will recite it once, and you will recite it again, and it will take effect. Yun Qingqiu looks at the spirit of its style and meaning. Give it to my ministers. Don't ask for anything but can't help but criticize one thing. Walk on your messy hair and imitate Yun Qingqiu's tone. The black lion heard Zhang Yulong's running direction, and an unbelievable screen appeared in front of him. The equivalent of a fourth-level retail medicine spirit came towards them. I want to suck Gui. Zero's huge body is hidden, and he obediently makes a sound of asking for help with his big mouth. He doesn't dare to continue on the ground, and a shining complex text pattern flashed on the goose head, and the soul imprint took the initiative. It completely succumbed, and then a burst of extremely rich single-phase aura came from the main spirit. The body that spreads out is as big as Zero. It keeps shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turns into a flickering light. It is a wandering democracy with big and small supports. Yun Qingqiu holds it in the leader's hand. The battle method of light. Don't look at Yun Qingqiu's back. The pink lips are closed. It turns out that there is a world, but the sect was a large sect thousands of years ago. Their arrival and departure were angry. Yuan Qingqiu wandered around in the protection for a long time, searching for a batch of girls. But if you need spiritual grass, the protective magic circle in Iji is a bit troublesome. Although Yun Qingqiu is not familiar with the magic circle, he can break it. There are abundant parts, so it doesn't take much effort for the thunder to conquer you and take out what is needed for the mystery. Deputy Wang and Queen Yun Qingqiu Ri, the little witch responsible for this matter, has returned. With a bang, Yun Qingqiu felt a strange aura in his hat. He walked next to Mo Yaoer and picked up his wrist to explore. When Lin Li was found to be running around, his expression gradually changed. The body and blood normally flow in a certain direction, but Mo's body is mostly running smoothly. The only thing is that reversing the movement of spiritual power is definitely not a good thing. Yun Qingqiu felt that the spiritual veins in his body had been damaged. If this continues, the body will also be transformed by spiritual power. The threat arose, and soon it got up and turned its face, passing through the soft space and a voice from beyond the horizon. After getting the reply, there was a trace of new fans over there. Jin then moved the electromechanical. The sky burns with a thin flame, and the earth instantly lights up the road. By Zheng, the space was distorted like bone water and twisted a few times. A young girl wearing a uniform appeared in the sky. First, another time, Xu Jue put his two little hands through Liani and pulled it open easily, then lifted his legs to sell. Originally my face was filled with stars. I wanted to reach out and hug the one in front of me. You can see the smile slowly disappearing behind Act 12. It's amazing. At the critical moment of the sudden change in love, two small hands grabbed Mo Yaoer's arm and explored it carefully. After a while, the shocking price arrived. Do you want to get it based on attributes? Go. Without further explanation, Yun Qingqiu nodded, her waist. But after a long time, the data confirmed that the rumors were wrong. He doesn't seem to be Lin Mai's demon body, but it seems to be an advantage. But his charm firepower seems to be an advantage. I'm not that strong. Yun Qingqiu shook his head. Forget it. No matter what, cure him first. I still plan to. When he collected the picture, he heard that Mo Yaoer was actually Yun Qingqiu 2DI. Xu Ju was not planning any trouble and his expression became serious. Still on the stars, the young Zhu clan is good at the white grass clothing technique, and this race can inherit the memory of Yuan Jiyu, accumulated from generation to generation. With considerable experience, the force is injected into Mo Yao and the body is swimming in the veins and flesh. After a few weeks of getting high, I opened my eyes on my face. Surprised dance watch, Yun Qingqiu gave a proud green smile, the vision of the ancestors. And Xu definitely lacks the true mother-like status of being re-elected. She must take good treatment so that she can repay her master's death when he dies. Yun Qingqiu took a bite of the gun, and turned the corner of his mouth. He felt that his vision was still wrong. When he chose this fate, he should have chosen this instead of taking this bite. At least he should have chosen it. He spoke nicely. Under the treatment from the bookstore, Mo Yao slowly made up for it. Everything you thought was written was indeed written when he woke up again and you were 2 months old. During this period of time, the chain testers who were in seclusion in Tingxianqi completed their training one after another, and other chain testers also gained opportunities to improve the same skills. Using his strength, Broken Love unknowingly reached the second half of the stage, and his rankings also changed drastically. Thousands of people with 0 incidents will be ranked according to the central program. Check the latest ranking changes near 10 times. Except for the top 4 at 10 times. Which have not changed, the rest of the rankings have almost been reset. A lot of money talismans trial chain sorting word. The most eye-catching thing is that a girl named Han Yu passed through the chain directly from the top 100 to the top 30. It's hard. Of course, most of the trialists come here just to sigh, but when he saw a young man behind him, he saw the practitioner's cheerful smile. This is also the first time for Yun Qingqiu to be directly attracted by so many modifications. It feels like they are angry and depressed, and they are being depressed by their activities. And I don't blame myself in life, and of course he doesn't want to be entangled in Hemo's waist and ears, so he turns around. Just leave. After all, the 3 wives are trying to become a sequel. After the life-saving enemy Yu Mo Yao separated, he quickly returned to his home. When I got Yu Ling, I was very happy and treated him to a drink. Now that there is only 1 month left until the end of the trial, it is time to put the experience ahead of my sister. But at this moment, another fierce thing in him. Without saying a word, Yun Qingqiu turned towards the mainland. After the holiday, Lin Xiaoya, Ruo Wanxi and Mu Yun came to see the seer. Originally, it was to pick the bell-eared cats for pregnancy and maintenance, but he accidentally broke into the training area and was attacked by 2 trialists. Both of them were in the top 30 of trialists. There was a big gap between their strength and combat experience. And they were very familiar with each other. He was quickly defeated. At the critical moment, Han Yu joined the battlefield from nearby. It was his protection that saved the people. Han Yu intimidated them all to face 2 strong men with great difficulty. Even if the situation was not good and they had no strength, they were all filled with anger to resolve their grievances. Yun Qingqiu noticed an uncontrollable and violent aura in the 14th temple, like a healing fire, and he arrived in the blink of an eye. After feeling the familiar force around the 3 women, Lin Xiaoya and others put their minds down and then excitedly raised their heads and looked at their superiors. After seeing Yun Qingqiu's arrival, Yun Yao finally couldn't help it and ordered to let him go. The royal family of the Yang dynasty attaches great importance to bloodline. Those whose bloodline has been retreated by the moon will inherit the ability of the upper house and sword Shu. Corresponding to their status and power, the more he climbs, the less he can climb. Rumor has it that Yun Qingqiu's bloodline is gone and he treats the royal family as a deer, and he is not a royal servant. As a mixed blood, he can never be promoted because of his messed up bloodline. Even if he practices hard and is about to reach his level. According to Ling Jing's agency, he will not be recognized. He is always related to a pure bloodline craftsman, so he had to come up with something to prove that if he could get this deposed prince to do something good, he might be able to do it. There was some respect. As a mixed race, Yun Yao suffered a lot of discrimination, but he also discriminated against this Huangzi who had no blood and wished he could keep everything he had. On him, the royal family of the Dian dynasty had a strong relationship with bloodline skills. I thought that seeing this woman as a mixed race frightened me since she was a child. But he also discriminates against this Swan Manbu. He saw the Lingyu on Yun Yao's body fluttering and scattering, and in an instant he came to Yun Qing. Holding a handful of lingering memories often left behind in both hands, she picked at Yun Qingqiu's neck. The second song, Yun Qingqiu is slightly fascinated by his glasses. He pats his head to avoid the attack of recognition. He tilts his head to the right to see if the face is not too thin and the gray will be chopped off. It collided with a boulder outside by Mi, directly cutting off the blue demon, and then violently transformed into a large. Yun Qingqiu, who was so stubborn in Yun Yao, held the sword in both hands and turned, falling in love before my eyes. The pad instantly cut a deep hook box into the ground, and then followed the sound of Yun Qingqiu retreating. Keep chasing. Yun Yao inadvertently let out a sneer. It is impossible to dodge at such a distance. It settled, but the shattered picture in my imagination didn't work. The three-sword mustaches passed through Yun Qingqiu's body and continued to extend backwards, directly cutting off a small area behind. The spiritual palm legs are trained with a proud smile. Yun Qingqiu's body turns out to be. The king couldn't help but Yun Qingqiu smiled faintly. His figure kept shifting, leaving a trail of doubts, and those that were built up and broken were just doubts themselves. Number 4, 1 and 2 real items, none of them caused damage, all of them being hidden or gone. Yun Yao couldn't help but delete it. Soul God broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be that this guy saw through his sword? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The swordsmanship obtained by Xianchui by Liang, who worked hard for power, can be revealed like a play. Jian Yun Qingqiu walked towards him. He took out a few single pills and swallowed them to quickly practice. Then Tai Chi put a few drops of Jingjing attributes onto the hand practice. A spiritual power that moved step by step surrounded him. The shadow of a huge house instantly changes from Yun Yao to profound achievements. The one who came out first, the emotionless snake boy Jing Yang. At this time, Yun Yao's spiritual energy knot was dissolved, and he came into distance in the blink of an eye. In the midst of the silence, Lin Xiaoya and others just gritted their teeth, but they had to look at them. The other testers were all indifferent. They felt a strong sense of scheming from any Aijuj, so they stepped on it from the bottom of their hearts. I am not afraid of business. I usually practice everything and retreat quickly, for fear of myself. And Mo Yang blocked Ling Xiaoya. When he is alive, Yun Yao wants to use his hands to continue the trap. The figure of the gathering expanded in a circle again. The top of the table opened the mouth of the snow basin and moved towards Yun Qingqiu to swallow him up. The snake head swallowed him up. At that moment, the gentle breeze created a terrifying 0.0.1 and expanded to form a small tornado-like flagship, turning your wind to move towards the giant, directly smashing the energy into many visual manifestations. The sharp black object made Yao Yao's hands and face instantly warm. Suddenly his eyes bulged out, and his soul body was swallowed up and turned into a. The skin and flesh on the body burst, a burst of blood sprayed out, and the body was like a broken wind. The cone fell directly to the ground, creating a deep hole, and the body moved into the earth. Turned towards. Lin Xiaoya and other girls asked for big eye masks. They couldn't believe it, but the young man who walked over to her won Zhong Jinya without knowing it. What can I say? Yun Qingqiu has always been very strong in their eyes, but the strength shown in this battle is real. Beyond imagination, Yun Qingqiu touched the heads of the girls respectively. Don't worry, it's easy to find nothing. The spiritual energy consumed by this family is not as good as being touched by you. The mouth of the instrument rod was opened, and the microscopic observers were all dumbfounded, watching the clouds leaving Tongxianjian. If it hadn't been for this emergency, I really don't know how long this guy would have been hiding. With this kind of strength, he would probably be among the top 5. It's all considered comfortable. This guy is undoubtedly the biggest dark horse of this poetic romance. The same thought emerges in the hearts of those who taste the poetic romance again. This guy is absolutely amazing. At the same time, Hua Ruoshi also knew about this battle. He immediately sent fresh soldiers to him. After bringing it back, he noticed something and opened his eyes. His eyes recorded the most charming smile, and his hands left his face in advance. The young man is heading this way. Seeing this woman quickly, Yun Qingqiu couldn't help but twitching her mouth and legs. Although Hua Ruoshi said it was her maiden period, there was no recognition of this woman in her memory. He didn't know why Jihuaruo Jiwei cared so much about him. He wanted to cultivate a heart fire, look for hungry people, or maybe it was just a simple product. He turned his body and glanced at the frost-covered thighs. He took a deep breath. This kind of disease would never be cured. Jian Yun Qingqiu's body shivered, and Hua Ruoshi's face showed a moving smile. Through these manifestations of heavenly principles, I am very satisfied with you now and even want to reward you. So I want to treat you as a good repairer now. Body, pay attention to the awakening. As the meat is sucked, zero profit flashes on the body. The expression becomes a bath-haired waist girl. She must follow the ears from the top of the hair. Mao Rongrong's tail wrapped around Yun Qingqiu's waist and seemed to be about to fall. He firmly grasped the master, the corners of his mouth raised and his eyes turned into. In the dazzling red, Yun Qingqiu deliberately looked surprised. Hosting the invitation to ancestors, he did not rebel against the country when he sucked the meat. He picked up Jiuhu and put it in his mouth. The awakening of the Dian dynasty system requires one waist and one foot to bleed first. The stronger the waist and foot are, the stronger the ability will be for a while. This skill can help you awaken. Anyone can. It's not worth mentioning. Hua Ruoshi stood up and whispered in Yun Qingqiu's ear, and your emperor also wanted me to help him determine the system, so he broke off our engagement. It's like I was forced into marriage. After receiving this, Yun Qingqiu guessed a few things. It's because I have better control and can realize adults' dreams. Huoluoshi, please calm down. You are very smart, but I have no intention of controlling you. We can work together and give me your essence and blood. I will try to do something. I will also give you my essence and blood to help you repair the broken system and improve your blood quality. It was the semen point again. Yun Qingqiu suddenly remembered the contact with Huan Yan in Lianji held during the second election. He had always suspected that the two had any special connection. Or even the same person, but with completely different auras. After letting go of this idea, Hua's words in the play have further confirmed the idea that the two are the same person. Could it be that they used the 10,000 demonic pearls to do it? At this moment, when he was attracted, he suddenly radiated an extremely powerful. A mental shock instantly broke into Yun Qingqiu's mind. Yun Qingqiu was shocked. The woman in front of him suddenly became a fan. Chang Yaolao, the posture of the fifth sister, the human body, the beautiful face and body, everything is like an active hunting instinct that is constantly arousing the arousal. But at this moment, another rotten person in front of another house suddenly came to his mind. As soon as Liang Gumei merged together, Yun Qingqiu was instantly distracted, and her body gradually. Only then did he finally understand that Li Mai's waist body was not one type of physique, but three types of body types, my body, Huaruoshi, and waist body. Mo Yao, there is another kind of distance that can probably change the medicine hut screen. The terrifying power of Li Mai's demon body girl and Qin Qiuzhong. It's better to experience what kind of waste potion in external rumors can confuse thousands of people. It is indeed powerful, but at this time, I am too sophisticated to. The big move has begun. The electric flower is like tin and it is smeared on Yun Qingqiu's face. If you want to burst your lips and let out a journey of fine snow, go ahead and let it go. Matching Su Hong's face with the most charming eyes. And Yun Qingqiu also completely tried his best because of this scene. Going straight to reason, it pressed Huaruoshi's shoulders with both hands and moved his 4-year-old, blood-white and flawless body. Huaruoshi also had some golden frames to frustrate. He never expected that Yun Qingqiu would be so big. His mind was blank, a little weird, or even empty. Making a resistance, Huaruoshi's thoughts were paraded in the city, her pink face swaying slightly in the wind, blocked. Using your pictures, the scattered memory fragments are slowly put together in my mind to form a picture. He suddenly remembered the memory from half a year ago. The blurry picture of the opera Lin Zhen and Hu Yao began to become vivid. Then Hu Yao is none other than the powerful Princess Huan Yu next to him. Huaruoshi, the person who sucked her to death, is Huaruoshi. One of the 3 systems of fine tax required is him. He took the first 2. She glanced sideways at the woman next to her. If she didn't have any sense of hatred, wouldn't she? But one day and one night made the sweat lessen a little bit. I also calmed down a bit, but at this moment, the plum tree with thin flowers and the last plum tree began to grow thin, and it's a line master that can defend against various advanced tree changes. I couldn't bear it anymore. Another day and night passed before the effect of the inner book began to fade. Yun Qingqiu's spirit was restored again. It picked up the wine shop next to it and performed a few mouthfuls, and also talked about Bo Shui's body caring about the time. There is a fire spirit, Huaruoshi is completely soft next to her. Not having the strength, Yun Qingqiu raised his head, shook his head, and put all the miscellaneous things together. During this period, the semen points of the flower flesh system have passed, and the waste energy on his body has obviously dropped. How Qingqiu will go in and put it away in low order. Once again, the divine order is complicated. Dazzled by the sight, after the experience ended, my body became weak and I don't know why my soul moved back and made another voice louder. And this body has the same name and same gender as one's own, and can accept souls and even soul impressions. They were all exactly the same. Then I met Qingmei's master, Lin Xiaoya, a mature and intelligent little girl. The ugly master, no mystery, silly, little exhibition girl Han Yuan. If he hadn't been sucked to death by Huaruoshi, maybe he wouldn't have. With such shrewdness, Yun Qingqiu breathed a sigh of relief and got back half of the life he owed me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have met Xiaoya and the others. As for the rest of the hatred, I'll see later. Just settle the account. After Mo finished reciting this sentence, he slowly pushed away the flesh lying beside him and opened the curtains first. After Yun Qingqiu left, Huaruoshi's body emitted a faint light, and a complex pattern appeared in the chasing part. The flesh attracts the golden shoes. Try not to think about the grey secretary zero roll pattern, and gradually it comes off the skin. Under the control of the mind. It slowly touches the flesh-like fingers, like a heavy fire on the flying leather back. He stayed on his fingertips, his expression was extremely complicated. He stared at the soul that reappeared for a long time. His lips kept moving slightly, but he didn't say anything. He just said deeply, after taking a breath, when I met the guard, the spiritual seal received extreme pressure and turned into pieces and melted away. After leaving Union, Yun Qingqiu wandered aimlessly in the city of broken love. After walking around for a while, it showed that there were many zero lipping rings in the bodies of the 2 wives. Their bodies are slowly recovering. It should be the result of Mr. Zhong's help. He devoted himself deeply to his skills and found a bartender to work all night. He waited until dawn before getting up and heading towards his bed. The desire to rent and practice definitely kicks off when I come here. We walked in. At this time, Mu Yun was squatting in the wish to fall down. I was overjoyed when I saw it was Yun Qingqiu. I put down the things in my hands and ran over. I saw that its face was pale. I asked it what happened these days. What happened to him? Yun Qingqiu looked slightly uncomfortable at the end of his demonic face and told him it was nothing, he was the one. After going out for a walk, Mu Yun curled his lips, and Ding Xinyan's Qingqiu face was twitching his nose slightly. I felt a breath of air. The strange smell has changed in Xiaoqiu. The old Ziqi suddenly disappeared and became a little more mature. What kind of selling is there? The corners of Yun Qingqiu's mouth twitched slightly. This small world is usually so stupid and out of place. Now go to the picture. Otherwise, Mu Yun turned his head to look at Yun Qingqiu's eyes and put on his clothes. Yun Qingqiu was a little crazy with all the looks in her eyes. It would have been fine if she was doing other things normally, but doing such a thing with He Ruoxi was really heartbreaking. Go to the media and see the teacher to terminate the contract and participate in the industry. Yun Qingqiu feels busy interjecting the topic of the channel towards incompetence. I saw the girls chatting passionately. I decided to immediately investigate the latest information on the Broken Love program and find a way to help my sister quickly improve her cultivation level so that they could become the first son. I want what I want. Shortly after Yun Qingqiu walked out of the courtyard, a businessman appeared in front of him. Mo Yang didn't even wait for the two of them to say a few words. Without saying a word, he pulled Yun Qingqiu. In the finals outside, Yun Qingqiu was about to refuse, but Mo Yao added that there are mysterious spiritual fruits in that area which can be placed on the scars of your wives in advance and can also increase some spiritual power. With the addition of tail trimming, Yun Qingqiu could only grasp his little hand because he was impatient. Follow Mo Yao and walk out of the acne-prone area. Follow the optic chain program along the way. In the past few days, hundreds of Yun Qingqiu and 3 Lovelorn masters have learned that Lovelorn. And after many people's Qianyu acceleration, Yun Qingqiu has obviously become a top 3 existence in the trial. Such strength and ink are very suitable together. Xian Yang Suiyu. It was also less, which made him speechless. Mo Yao was in a room with a group of people, and his arms were getting looser. It seemed like there was nothing wrong with it. The meaning of the explanation was that Yun Qingqiu's words reached the ears of the girls without moving her mouth or feet. It would be troublesome to hit the mark, but now the Luo system has become a complete waistline, and its strength has increased even beyond the distance. But now that the news of Yun Qingqiu's battle with Yun Yao has been spread, I am afraid that Yun Wuxian. Now that he knew it, Yun Qingqiu looked at Mo Yao with a blank look. Mr. Mo didn't know what he was doing. I thought you weren't allowed to be so clear. Mo Yao's lips and feet were slightly bright, and 5 smiles appeared on his face. Mo Yao is not my real name. I am that woman's biological daughter-in-law. You, because her Mo Ri Yun Qingqiu Golden Ducks Liangzhe Mo Yao, Liu Mai Ru Yi, her eye hairs are not moving, and Wu Mai, if you take a closer look, there is indeed some similarity, but she is not. Like He Ruoxi's inner spot Yao Io Wu Mai, who is slightly taller, I feel that their thoughts are very complicated, and the 2 women are both Hu Yao, a demon body. Those media just fell in love with his sister and wanted to take him as his apprentice. The 2 sisters were all tainted by him. Thinking about it, it was indeed a bit. Sorry, with Ren Qingqiu's strength, he will soon become a spiritual god who will fight against each other. At the same time, he received another congratulation. And I used to fight with fruits. Is it better to fight some? After leaving Linjing at night, Yun Qingqiu went to Judo. At this time, the trial tower and the ultimate arena are full of people. But what about those shops that exchange attack methods and lead battles? All the trialists are aiming for the last 17 points of the trial. In this mood, Yun Qingqiu used up some of his skills and walked out of the store. He used all the remaining points to exchange for some zero stubbornness techniques, planning to finally train the girl himself to promote the key. However, it was not Xing Yuan who returned this time, but Zhong Lao who was invited to. Chu Yu who lives there. When Yun Qingqiu was breathed out by He Ruoxi, Mr. Zhong immediately helped to put it in place. The value of the single medicine used broke the high. He went on for 10 minutes and owed 1. So Yun Qingqiu was too embarrassed to refuse the invitation, and the environment here was also good, so he simply accepted the friendship with a girl. I just moved in and moved to the Linjin gate. The zero-profit machine opened up a new space. After traveling through time, I came to the grey-red. The red incense burns in the big shop, the fragrant white duck. The American CEOs sat there and followed the exercises given by Mr. Zhong. While practicing, Yun Qingqiu glanced at the girl who was practicing and turned to Zhong Laodian. It was Xie Yi. Mr. Zhong took out a set of cha ju and immediately injected it into Jiang Qing. He poured a cup and pushed it in front of Yun Qingqiu, then took out the clothes tray. A grey eyebrow was placed on the table and he asked Xia Yu with a smile. But back to the next issue, Yun Qingqiu rang. Okay, they met for a limited time, but soon Qi Panqi was dissatisfied with Qi Zi, and the two began to fight, and the war on the Qi Pan was raging. This kind of discrimination was born in ancient times and imitated the confrontation between the two ancient forces. It spread far and wide and is still regarded by literati today. Human elegance is blue, the speed of the two people's moves is not slow, the disc makes a clear sound of thought during the collision, the material is endless, come together to come. At the moment of decisive battle, Mr. Zhong picked up a cup of tea and slowly realized it. Lu was profound. Nice smile. Lin Xiaoya and others are extremely talented. They are rare encounters. Unfortunately, they have not been practicing for a long time and there are no masters to obey them. They are not outstanding for the time being. He looks at the talents of the girls and wants to focus on them, but the girls are very dependent on Yun Qingqiu. If they can't convince Yun Qingqiu, they will definitely not leave, so they can only start with Yun Qingqiu. Use Japan as the camp, use the Qi-Jiang 7-year press helmet with high fever, and then tell him that there is a world outside the world, and there are people outside the world. Try to promise that single prison will provide some benefits, and tell him to wear 0. There is an order in the middle. The experience of writing Desk 7G has sharpened a very respectable strangeness. Zhong Laohui 7G has very strong control. Although he is busy with strangeness. The strangeness that always appears in his mind. At this time, Yun Qingqiu was on the verge of defeat. One sentence can be broken. He put down the teacup and drank loudly. Ling Zheng. If it was 7 people, he imagined the scene where Yun Qingqiu was sweating coldly in the evening. This young voice had never seen such an oppressive game. He must have been tricked by his fierce sweat. 2 seconds after it broke, the sound of Yun Qingqiu's blue umbrella appeared. Your 0 body was shot by me. Without Zhong Nao Wei, he has already been eaten. That 0, Chen Yu Yun Qingqiu smiled faintly. Your Lingzhen. He has also changed back a long time ago. After Zhong Laozi was in the department, his hands were wiped out and the leader of the clan was born. The posthumous envoy asked Yun, can Qingqiu hold on? Your sect leader was also blocked by me. Unable to move, he silently deceived the guests. Mr. Zhong opened his eyes silently and swept away the directionless air. His eyes bulged when he saw the messy situation. The deceivers from several parties were killed and the sect leader and commander-in-chief were killed by Yun Qingqiu in various ways. No matter how hard the chess piece Wei Yidu moves around, he can't escape from the underworld. As long as Yun Qingqiu takes a step casually, he would be killed in an instant. Old Zhong cold-hearted, his face turned red. He originally wanted to give Bianzi a slap in the face and talk some sense, but he didn't expect Yun Qingqiu to be so ruthless. Bianzi was beaten and killed instead. He didn't have any vacation time, so it might be a trick to force him. Qi Li is already very amazing. Even in a normal game, it may not be a good deal. He also actively asked to be busy. I only lost the big chain. Time has taken a beating. Zhong Laoqi is indeed good. It's a pity that he met A. Seeing Mr. Zhong's disappointed look, Yun Qingqiu couldn't help but lower his head and sneak away. Lin Xiaoya postponed Yuan Qingqiu's visit and gave him away. When Qingqiu fainted, he immediately put away his smile and got up to carry his luggage. He was strange and unskilled, but he was able to control his intentions and cause misfortunes. This is it. Jiang Lao Chen gave in, and Mr. Zhong wiped the cold sweat from his head and immediately put away his qi pan. After drinking a few cups of tea, he looked at the girl in front of him speechlessly. No wonder Mo Yao got cheap love from this hotshot company. She's worse than that little witch. There are many on the wall. This trick of eating half a tiger almost made him lose his face. Old Zhong's tactics and new Clyde are just a few links, and he is a good thief. It's a lesson. When I talked nonsense about the existence of heaven and earth, I suddenly thought of Chuanlin Prefecture beyond the Kanglan Jade. There are abundant resources. Natural treasures, people, machines, land, and a wider world. Once you reach here, you will definitely be able to realize love. Yes, let's talk. The world members outside are more exciting than you think. If you go out and run the lights while you are young, you will live up to this extraordinary world. Then Zhong Lao came up with a way to unify the situation to educate the new year. Can young people face this old monster who has lived for thousands of years? Is he too young? Yun Qingqiu guessed that he would say this, but he didn't guess that he hadn't lost in chess yet. If it goes on like this, as expected, it really looks like it is old. Our talents. Lin Xiaoya and Mu Yun met each other face to face. Kang Lanyu was already a very big place for him. Although a wider place was a little more discreet, it was not. Mu Yun was so imaginative that he seemed to have never thought about Kang Lai, the place outside Yu Yun Qingqiu Mo Ran's heart. There are also some speculations that Huan Yuegong and Kang Lanyu sect had constant conflicts before, but now they suddenly calm down and jointly conduct trials, like a storm. Previous comments. Lin Xiaya not only took out the blood from her arms slowly, it is really a bit tangled. The feet tied with fresh seeds are precious medicines that appear to be in plain shape. But now this medicine Zhong Lao, I have already given myself the role of Yun Qingqiu's speechless sister-in-law in order to deceive everyone. After receiving this reward, Mr. Zhong shook his head helplessly. If he hadn't been impatient, he would have agreed to that house. However, the girls have new worries. As the trial progresses, there will be more and more snatches, and it will become more and more dangerous. They can't help but be afraid. Yun Qingqiu became angry. Lin Xiaya lowered her voice, remembering the inside story of Yun Ya's battle. If Yun Qingqiu wasn't so strong, he would definitely be beaten. The tears were very painful. Mu Yun also lowered his head and thought about what he was thinking. Xiaya and Yuan Jiao are okay, but I am trying to be a big fool. It must be Thunder Cone. I have been thinking about it for the past 2 days. Don't Give Up Trying Faces by Yun Qingqiu Sai. He was valued by Hua Ruoshi and attracted many face testers. Those outsiders in the Big Eyes dynasty are even more concerned about the fact that girls are being targeted because they are just not pregnant. The incident is very serious. Moreover, it is hard to reach the heart of a new woman. Even now, I still want to get there from her. What are you thinking about? Yun Qingqiu Jingjing thought for a while. I don't object if you want to launch a trial. And this way, it seems good. He also has a general idea. He will first follow the Huarushi plan to carry out the love break and see what the woman has thought about. What tricks? If it doesn't work, you can jump out of the game. He doesn't want to play. No one can help it. Mr. Zhong was overjoyed when Yun Qingqiu agreed. What do you think, Xiachuan, Linju, Lin Xiaya, and other female Yaoqiu? Even though they have said so much, they still want to watch the heroes. What Qingqiu meant. Mr. Zhong silently took a breath. Let's discuss it. Lepeng's handler was also pretending, but he decided to continue the trial, for the sake of the sect and also for the pursuit. After that incident, the relationship between Lin Xiaoyaluo and handler was, although I still don't speak much, I can at least talk a little bit when we meet. In the middle of the conversation, an incident came from outside the big power station, which made Gong Jing's voice heard. Mr. Zhong sent me to send something to give the reputation of the person involved in the incident. Elder Zhong raised his hand to Yun Qingqiu and vowed that he would take it off. At this time, Elder Zhong couldn't help but feel his knees. There was some hatred between Mo Yaoer and Hua Ruoshi. And Yun Qingqiu was very close. The dangerous woman was very close, and the three of them were intertwined. If there is some trouble and bad luck, it is possible that the two of them will eat Hua Ruoshi and need to be cured later. The trial history lent a kitchen utensil to Yun Qingqiu, and his grandfather put it away without saying much. Why retreat immediately? Yun Qingqiu forgot to demonstrate the training history. Furious, he took off the Shenlian deep into the Chuwu realm to explore. Who would give him the Chuwu realm? Could it be the one who lost his training before? I don't like to talk about strength. After seeing the objects inside, Yun Qingqiu couldn't help but the corners of her eyes twitching, and she felt speechless for a while. Tiger Pill, the power has been restored, Tianyang Shenshui, and various Yangan. When I look at the storage world, there is also a sign that changes the moonlight. This was sent by Jingsha Hua Ruoshi, and he, what on earth do you want to do? Yun Qingqiu was very speechless. Hua Ruoshi was afraid that these things would force her to hide too much. Give some away. It was indeed a lot of experiences in 3 days and 3 nights, but the Huaro system absorbed the original body's spiritual roots and was one of the media's body-repairing constitutions. The extra equipment that was crushed and exploded like Ying Xiaya and Lu Yuanji was just a loss. Eat some good food and eat some good food slowly and automatically without losing part of the nutrition. However, these things are very odorless and it would be a pity to throw them away. Yun Qingqiu put these things away even if he did not eat them. You can slow down. There is really nothing good for Yun Qingqiu in the days to come. After practicing, he suddenly remembered the essence and blood taken from Hua Ruoshi's body. His spiritual thoughts penetrated into the objects and searched for the costume spirit. Turning the ball in his hand, Yun Qingqiu explored the various names in the world of things. Li Mai's demon body is a legendary structure. Its essence points contain mysterious energy. It is very difficult to refine it and requires various high-level materials and steps. Fortunately, this generation of Li Mai's demon body was divided into 3 people and lost their entanglement with each other. Greatly improved. Open yipping, the delicate smell immediately enters Yongwu's nose. The strong smell of Bone Sister's demonic fragrance. After smelling it, his mind immediately exploded. Take a deep breath of the fragrance. Excuse me, Yun Qingqiu took out the data set and analyzed it at the pharmacy. He took out a large number of data from the kitchen industry. Zhong Jikao failed for 3 whole days. Yun Qingqiu last night. A drop of blood essence was bullied from Yuping, and spiritual power was injected into the top of the medicine. Ling Kao was continuously refined into medicinal chestnuts, and then Shen Dianling grew in size and was refined again into hundreds of plants. This time, Yun Qingqiu Qi crystal has made the most complicated single sample. According to the brilliance, it is the top quality of level 5. The method of practicing medicine in front of the screen is barely enough. It is so difficult to practice fingering with low dispersion of sperm points, let alone the remaining 2 systems. Yun Qingqiu looks pigmented. It seems necessary to go to bed alone, learn rest skills. The flames are constantly devouring the grass. The important work of the grass is constantly being precipitated and compressed. After 10 days, all materials are prepared. After all the complicated measures, the order will finally be placed in 2 days. Then practice pointing out that the single should flash in the sun and say these 14 red waste colors. This extremely special single should at least be fragrant, and the food gift will trigger some strange phenomena. In order to prevent trouble, Yun Qingqiu Guoduan created a spiritual power stage to defend the nearby enemies. It's just that the taste is blocked. I tried applying it to a single concoction and felt it. There is no problem, even if it has no effect. There will also be big stocks, so Yun Qingqiu breathed a sigh of relief and will take the medicine. The experience of not allowing Qingqiu to fall out of love is no better than that of ordinary people. The guidance of Xiaojia restrains some support. Once the energy is placed on the shoulders of the body, all the cells in the body seem to be filled with vitality, and the spiritual energy is running quickly. With the addition of acceleration, the weak body also began to degenerate towards the state of the top phone system. Love marches forward and becomes a surprise in Yun Qingqiu's heart Bingxi Lingshan. At this time, the main effect is like red water that continuously washes away the soft veins, bones, and flesh. Under the continuous wash, Yun Qingqiu's system continues to improve. The spiritual roots in the prisoner's original body were sucked away. Only the mutated spiritual roots are virtual. Those virtual spiritual roots are recovering. It took Ningxia another full 10 days before Yun Qingqiu saw this single eye. As he was about to finish absorbing it, he moved his hands and the system regained its strength. It was about to reach its peak. Huoshenjing is the pinnacle of cultivation. Even if it is half performed, it is still very good. Deng realized bitterly that the Ling Li department's reserve was 10 times stronger. He no longer had to worry about being blown up by the girls, and he could even cook it. Donggu lost his first place, and the days of Xingyu passed by in the blink of an eye, and soon came to the end. Accompanied by the girls, Yun Qingqiu Xiong's final chain trial will be successful. Lin Xiaoya and Lu Yuanji are one Buddha and one Buddha. Mu Yun is aside. Following steadily, Mu Yun curled up his lips and felt a little unhappy. In the past 2 days, the two of them were looking younger than before. After taking a closer look at the two women, they seemed to be in good moods, and their figures were a little fluttery. They seemed to have successfully passed. Recently, Yun Qingqiu discovered the resentment that was ignored during that time. Various head positions are blessed by spiritual seals, providing various comforts for the two women. Unexpectedly, of course, the water in the candidate area has been blocked. Thank you. Lin Xiaoya and the 3 girls will not be able to enter if they do not participate. After chatting with Yun Qingqiu for a while, various housewives watched Yun Qingqiu off. At the early crystal field, the top 500 trialists can participate in the final trial. Of course, they are only qualified to participate. After that, they need to go through several additional trials. The process is very difficult, so most trialists work hard. After entering the front row and defeating Yun Yang's group, Yun Qingqiu ranked 10th, which was regarded as the best in the trial relationship. After some formalities and inspections, it was confirmed that Yun Qingqiu had entered the final information. The store took Yun Qingqiu to a guest room in Power Bay and asked him to burn it here. Soon an adult would come to lead the process. Here, not all those with sights risk their futures for the sake of gambling. There are also some people with sights who were dismissed before being sent to undergo training. These people are almost all important disciples of the sect and will not be picked out after the sighting is over. Still reply. Yun Qingqiu scanned the original door and saw the crowd of trialists dispersed. Among the 3 major sects, Li Shui Zhonglao and Xin Yi Ji Zhonglao walked by, each with a few outstanding positions. They noticed that someone was checking. Li Shui Zhonglao forgot about his tears and Qingqiu threw them out. There were quite a few haters, but Brother Xingye didn't react at all. He was very cold and waited for a while before knocking on the door and asking Yun Qingqiu to come over. Yun Qingqiu followed him to the other side. In a passage, a young man with good spiritual skills was leaning against the wall. He seemed a little depressed and kept holding his hand. He blew the noodles first and stood up immediately when he saw Xin Xiong coming. Xin Qian's luggage. Xin Qian nodded and then turned to face Yun Qingqiu, who introduced him. This is where I will go to the trial for changing jobs. Not only if there is a chance for this trial. You still have to breathe. I want to help and take advantage of it. I'm very careful about my ranking and I'm still in 5th place. Yun Qingqiu, yeah, it's just a green ear. Yun Qingqiu smiled and said hello, how are you? Ji Yuzai glanced at Qingqiu's deep palm and turned his head to come over. Not only is he the only lovelorn sent by Huan Yugong to participate in the lovelorn, but as a soloist, he cherishes this opportunity very much. He practices hard in various ways to try to get a high ranking and show his talent and ability to let Huaro watch carefully. Achieving 5th place was considered a good result, but just when he was about to report his results when he left customs. But suddenly she learned that He Ruoshi had a young man whom she admired very much and even had a golden jade row. The 10 stars in the ancient shield promote one everlasting life versus Yun Qingqiu. After he ran away from the wolf, he soon came to the leash area. After the new people appeared, he immediately faced many broken loves. Yun Qingqiu originally came to Jiayutang. She didn't have any good feelings. She leaned against the wall and waited for the entrance. At the beginning of Ju Qian, after Kang Ran met the adults Wu Luowei, they swept the top 500 testers who entered the final trial. The quality this time was considered good compared to the previous ones. Then he summoned the address of this gatekeeper to go over for interrogation. No matter which gatekeeper it was, Nagato gave an extra reminder, don't just give it to someone else. After all the procedures have been completed, the trial area director immediately announced the final. In the world here, there is a land of bare bones in the center of the hidden sun. It is the remaining battlefield of the 17th ancient times. In the modern world, it is empty and full of wooden windows. It has been desolate and inhabited for thousands of years. There is no interference from many factors. This is the world in the final world. In the final world, 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 in the final world. The best thing is that the final trial is divided into 2 steps. The first step is that all the trialists who enter the final trial go to the wilderness to solve the various randomly distributed zero body machines. After defeat, they obtain the zero box in the zero body. According to the zero box number to pacify each trialist, the top 100 to 31 will be assigned to other rounds for playoffs. The top 30 will directly enter the intermediate round and become the winners of this trial. For the final seed, the land of Desolate Valley is very large and needs to be allocated by drawing lots. Then the tester must draw lots again to select a tester. As a compatriot, there are no other rules to describe it. The content is simple, but the lack of rules is the most troublesome. These rules do not prohibit attacks on other designs. Drawing lots from the same half does not prohibit the exchange of lots. In other words, designs can exchange lots and choose to act together in the same design. After the rules of the last game against the public body are released, the Lovelorn Guanli can announce the draw of lots organized by the regional co-organizers. The draw will be based on the ranking of the Lovelorn players, starting with the first one. Still drawing, Broken Lub Guan pressed his arm on the huge stone tablet next to him. The surface of the stone tablet flickered with light, and there was also a self-server wheel on it. The latest update, ranking of lovers, Huaruoshi heads to the deserted valley to collect. With tens of thousands of demon pigs under his control, Yun Qingqiu could not change the rumors. They quickly collected a large number of zero bodies, but those zero bodies were distributed. It took more than 2 days to remove this piece of land. After the Big Eye dynasty's identity was exposed, Yun Qingqiu was immediately affected by everything about Blue Jade. The girls are now extremely worried about the hostility of those who have lost their training. Yun Qingqiu decides to go back first. It wasn't until the last day of the trial that the trialists in the deserted valley gradually returned to their respective areas. The corresponding big point is either disappointed or excited, waiting for the end. Next, the top 30 will be entered directly according to the job statistics obtained by each trialist. The final trial will be divided again according to the number of Lin He, establish the battle relationship, determine the final noun of this trial, and divide it according to the noun. After distributing the rewards, a Lovelorn officer came up a moment later and scanned the Lovelorn people in the audience. He couldn't help but feel that the amount of books written did not rise too much. He breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Yun Qingqiu in the corner with a strange color. As he announced the trial, he announced the calculation. It was officially over, and all the chain testers stood up and followed the chain test procedure of the chain test official. Wang Chang walked away. At this time, Wang Changju was in power for a while. In addition to the unsuccessful trialists, there are also some elders from other sects who are all looking forward to it. The figure you see can be dragged out in the final trial. Not only will the trial participants benefit, but the reputation of each sect will also be improved a lot. Those leaders and elders will not be weaker than participating in the maneuver. The experimenters appeared on the tennis court according to the pairs assigned to the experiment area. The few hundred people who could enter the final experiment all had certain strength. Although the deserted valley was dangerous, they could protect themselves, so the area basically remained the same every day. The original human genus, except for the desert area. In the desert area, there is only one young deputy standing there. Compared with other areas, there are hundreds of people. Except for Yun Shuwen, no one tried. At this time, the whole audience was filled with Chinese people who were all puzzled. Look over there, the event has a certain time limit. When the time reaches the back valley, it will automatically close. If you miss this time, don't think about it. So regardless of whether you have collected enough zero bodies, you must start from that valley. Returning to the land, staying in the deserted valley for a long time is equivalent to the Song and Ming dynasties. No one would be innocent enough to stay there. And it has not happened so far. In other words, there is only one situation. Those events, it's all dead. The only one who appeared was Yun Shu, literary artist. Who is this incident related to? One glance, it can be seen that everyone is looking at the person with eyes angrily, with anger and fear in their hearts. How can one person, Tongping, be so troubled? But he was the only one who appeared in the third area, and the display was in front of him. There was an incomprehensible look on Mo Yuan's face. Could it be that this guy was already so strong? Although he could have imagined that the area would be uneven. He could not have imagined that Yun Shuwen would be like this. The heartbroken Bihu looked down at his waist and bowed his head. Everyone was killed. Now it's trouble. Yun Qingqiu on the other side of the square. After Yang thought of something, his eyes flashed with an icy coldness. This house, it's time for me to die. After becoming strong, I rushed to the heads of the sects. The important heads save face and are very dark. I will tell the world about it in the desert. It covers almost all the important disciples of the sects. Those heads are all like this. Nuandu didn't dare to say anything, so he locked in the halo with Jiang Muguang. Qin Qiu, after all, he also came from the Dian dynasty. If he can survive until now, he naturally has mysterious abilities. Maybe it is related to Neiyu Shuwen. I still agree. That's not easy to deal with Shuwen, isn't it easy? The various sects discussed it and arranged the talented disciples from several sects together with Yun Qingqiu, and deliberately. There is a deserted valley in the middle of the Jade. For thousands of years, the deserted valley has been inhabited by people. There is no interference from many factors. As the final trial leader, the best thing is to follow the testers of the generation and show the anchor. Those who wrote about the incident in foreign languages couldn't help but discuss the points. The latest ranking will not be the same, then you can be sure. I don't know where this person came from, but his ranking is actually lower than. As the lovelorn information gradually emerged on the stone tablet, Zhongsai discovered to his surprise that Dayun's calligraphy came from. These four of the Daying dynasty were as real as they were, and they stabbed all the people involved in the incident. Bring them under their own control, their appearance becomes heroic, and some even show their eyes. The Dian dynasty controls the 3 domains, and the nearby area is a crawling area. Of course, it is a big thing, Rinsang Sapphire and its fragrance are not good. It is blasted by its energy and spirit. The most miserable thing is that the rear wheels surround its affiliated areas. It requires a great cooperation from the whole territory. Later, the strength of the Great Yang dynasty declined, and several strong men appeared in the Kangan region. After years of struggle, they were finally isolated from the Great Yang dynasty. But after decades of stability, the king of Daying actually appeared in the training area. The lovelorn lovers of the dynasty, no matter their old love or their hearts, are full of love for the Dian dynasty. After seeing a few words about that thing, I prepared for the trial and revealed the secret on my body. After a while, another wave of red brains erupted in the crowd, including Yun Qingqiu. It belongs to the Oiwa dynasty. The fresh golden bird's orifices are very big. The eyes and mouth are looking at the boy in front of her. The person the princess values turns out to be from. In the Daying dynasty, such a sensitive Shen Ben Huoluoshi should have known about it. Such a choice to change the union caused a stir in the audience. Mo Yao looked at the 4 characters played on the stone tablet. Jiang, who was so united in his heart, put his finger in his mouth and gently raised it. Yingheng's move made Yun Qingqiu want to be beaten by the whole audience. When Lan Yufang was beaten, 2 testers from the Great Yama dynasty appeared. The testers were nervous and greeted each other with fierce expressions. One glance is in the past, but the whole attitude of lovelorn made Yuan Shuwen very satisfied. He smiled and said, Princess Fa is reluctant to give up this job. So I will help you. See if you can't suppress it. He Shuwen walked down the stage leisurely with his hands behind his back to draw lots, his eyes cold. As for Qingming, this arrogant attitude makes the lovelorn people speechless and full of respect. Although the lovelorn people are resentful in their hearts, you can know it. This person can't be offended. Yuan Shuwen is a quiet lovelorn person. He randomly draws 2 jade rows and gives them to the lovelorn officer. The fortune-telling cloud of the 4 flying schools. The position of Qing Qingqiu was very fast. In a moment, it was Yun Qingqiu's turn. Yun Qingqiu glanced at the place where he belonged under his name. His hands were very close, going to draw lots. The originally quiet atmosphere was filled with variable power. Most of the testers glared at Yun Qingqiu and tried various methods. People's poison is great. Elemental literature ranks first. Identity. And when Yun Qingqiu was ranked, he was from a small sect in Nuju Prefecture. If you don't argue with the original, you can't offend the former, and you can't offend the latter. They put all their hatred and rebellion into democracy. On Qing Qingqiu, Yun Qingqiu land's strength strode towards the pump. The pioneer passed by, and Yun Shuwen, who had been waiting there for a long time, took a step forward and said slightly to Yun Qingqiu, Master Huang, we have been around for a long time. He stopped. His chest and his eyes were green. This generation of fine study students never expected to meet Silver Box again. The real thing, Yun Qingqiu's eyes, don't think too much, your identity will definitely be exposed. It was the fault of this family. He looked back and cursed the broken love value of various horizontal drawings, and moved slightly with his feet. Not a bad gift. Yun Shuwen shook his head and smiled. But I don't know which one the prince is referring to. It's Yun Yao from a few days ago. Today's surprise. Yun Qingqiu told him with a straight face that no matter which one he did, he would let you show off and be tasted slowly. He passed by and suddenly such a situation appeared. What kind of order was there? This galactic way threw Ling Qingqiu away, and there was meaning in his heart. Dumbfounded by the spiritual power, Yun Qingqiu Shui pumped out 2 points for the rehearsal. After the offensive on the broken love view, and Yen Tu objected along the way, the loud noise continued, and Fan Wen from Yun Qingqiu Hall turned around and released a wave of, everyone is fighting with their souls and bodies. The young man in front of them suddenly looks like a god of death, leaving them in awe. Shut up for now. Not daring to say anything, just after walking more than 10 steps, 2 girls appeared at the intersection, Han Yu and Mo Yao, specifically waiting for him. As for Yun Qingqiu's identity, Han Le felt it didn't matter at that time. There was nothing special about it. It's just those trialists who kept scolding that maid. He was worried. Yun Qingqiu smiled faintly. It doesn't matter. Although it was good, after the 2 girls in Dishi were assigned to Han Yu, Yun Qingqiu immediately asked Mo Yao to help Han Yu, then turned around and walked towards where he was. Ju Yu's big point, when Yu Qingqiu walked into the store, the more than 100 trialists inside immediately stopped talking and laughing, and all showed their tight crotch applications. The breakdown became light yet heavy. Yun Qingqiu walked to the window and dropped down, taking it out of a show, making a companion pre-card. After seeing the name of the new companion, the tea in Yun Qingqiu's mouth almost spurted out. Huan Yan. It's Hua Ruoshi. That woman shouldn't be bored participating in this kind of trial, right? Yun Qingqiu, who has the same name and is about to walk around, walks past a character talking about strategy. A woman who is visiting relatives. When the appearance appeared, Yun Qingqiu suddenly changed. These various appearances compete with each other in the flower years, and they are the same as each other. That was Hua Ruoshi. Under Hua Ruoshi's agency, they soon arrived deep in the deserted valley, where they were showered with water. The spicy potatoes are dense. Hua Ruoshi's arms are just refreshing. Those parts of the body are cheap and tight. With a slight communication between the fingers, all the remaining spiritual cores of the spirit body merged into Yunqing. He and Qingqiu took out a Chu object and put these spiritual lotuses. This kind of step does feel a little uncomfortable. After Yuan Qingqiu has put it away, send it to sea and continue to carry it. He set off forward, and Yang Tu encountered dozens more zero bodies, all of which were tied to Hua Ruo. So in less than an hour, Yun Qingqiu has already obtained enough gold and quantity for ordinary trialists. He put it away. Bing was so breathtaking that even though he was very fast, he was still able to capture him. Those powdery films originating from the zero body are sent into the air and inhaled in a certain way. Several fires flash brightly, which are called energy brightening balls. And then use some kind of method. The way to absorb those powders is naturally the broken blood of the 10,000 demon pearls, which can be absorbed. In other words, Hua Ruoshi carries the 10,000 demon pearls on her body. One of the hidden C's, another purpose of Baihe, what TV has to say. Collecting all the necessary help, Su Wen sorted out the lost love of his teammates in the deserted valley. All instant kills. This can't help but make a kind of blue and modify his oxygen teeth real. Is to put it. They repaired it, and after the discussion, the leader above Cheng Qiong immediately ordered the collection of souls. After receiving the order from the conductors, many of the duets who were practicing and watching went to different areas began to collect. The end of the flower area refers to the total number of lovers in Saint Yinshu's literary and artistic circles. With 1/5 less, those in other regions feel more forced. After all, the pressure of competition is invisible. Zhou said some things, but the facts are not what they imagined. This trial has been destined. There is nothing. Bing Qian, Yun Qingqiu looked ahead at the trial of collecting Linghe, and took out Linghe in a hurry. For him, Linghe said how many clouds. What Xu Wen did will definitely arouse the attention of Kang and the big shots, and they will definitely take some measures to prevent Xu Wen from losing his lovelorn enemy and losing advocacy. Putting aside their dignity and face, the strength shown by Xu Wen impressed them and they did not dare to take it easy. Arrangements were made, and since he came from the Dian dynasty with him and belonged to the same place as Ren Xu Wen, it was natural that he would be considered to have similar fighting methods. Together we can explore Yun Xu Wen's identity. The fighting method, on the other hand, can solve the problem of the lovelorn people in the Daying dynasty and appease the group. Naturally, he will become the first, the target they photographed, and no matter how many times they talked about it, they would follow their imagination. Acting like that is practicing watching and gathering together. Walking to the side of Yun Qingqiu, Yen Wu's departure was realized. He didn't seem to want to look at it more. So he said very coldly, Sungnan Jade Monk was already hostile towards the existence of the great Yama dynasty. Yun Xu Wen killed so many lovelorn people. Even more serious, Jian Yun Qingqing did not move. Lovelorn Guan Bian urged again, in Mo Jin, this time the change was cancelled. Can you cancel your grades? Yun Qingqiu smiled faintly, then cancel it. You can go and repay me. He didn't reply. My listening and trial observation ability was so cold that Yun Qingqi passed directly from his side to collect other trials. Then count the collected unions and finally give the results to Kanglin Yun. Those big face marks, and then we learn where Yun Qingqiu Wei Shong Jiaoling came from, a group of elders. The mission was over, and then there was a struggle in my heart. This kid was actually afraid and wanted to push out the trial. They didn't even hear anything. After exchanging a look, they ordered the results to be tallied and prepared. Half an hour after the results were announced, the large stone tablet in the square shone with a faint light. The text on the ranking of the testers seemed to have been erased and disappeared. Shuai was replaced by the test of entering the top 30. One blow, Yun Qingqiu was still practicing for the zero-height legs. He was very surprised by the result. His face was expressionless. The final place of broken love is located between the blue and the center. Yushima Suzuyama top 30 lovelorn ones per child total. In each group, there will be a lovelorn battle situation and a mountain peak as the class leader. They need to face the challenges of the lovelorn people in the same group. The winner becomes. The new internal leader accepts the challenge of each out-of trainer. The out-of trainer with the most goods wins will form a new step with the other 4 groups of winners. They can also participate in other groups. Challenger Yun Qingqiu is the first class legend. Next, we need to face the same group. Those people won't win easily. Give up after fighting for a while and change to the next will station. After consumption, you can see that another group is the model picture of Yun Qingqiu's face. Mo Yaoer and Han Yuan Yu Yun Xu Wen. The other 2 people ranked on the first page were used as cannon fodder. After filling it in, the 2 girls were not much together, but they were still ranked in the top 30. Totally low. At the same time, Hua Ruoxi also walked to the city wall and looked at the stone tablet and looked down. The 5 people in front of him are all powerful lovelorn people. They are Li Shuizong's elder Neng Yu, disciple of Qing Chuan who is separated from Zifeng Xinya by Biwu Qing Chuan. And Wan Menggu Changneng's son who pretends to be blind. Xiaonyang, there are 2 others I don't know, but I can get along with these 3 people. They are not weak in comparison. When they are in training as officers, they naturally understand the instructions they receive. For a while, Yun Qingqiu may be very strong alone, but they are also geniuses. They think they can't lose to him, and a group of people stand side by side for a while. This Yun Qingqiu is a member of the Dian dynasty again. They have also planned to take turns to teach him a lesson to prevent him from being like this. He will surprise all the testers and attack. The king of Dian. The corners of Qingqiu's mouth twitched slightly. An hour later, the 5 of you will come together. It would be better if there were less subdivisions of the legs. It's too ugly. I can't stand it anymore. The 5 lovelorn people in front of Wen Yang are all in one round. Then Xiong Tan looks at it like a fool. Looking at Yun Qingqiu, each of them has a cultivation level in the middle of the giant forest. Together they can even defeat Liang Lingjin's modification. And the kid in front of him said with respect, not so great. They don't agree in their minds. The case will be decided later. You must make him easy to talk to. If Yun Qingqiu has nothing to worry about, then there is something that makes him uneasy. He and Yun Xu Wen were assigned to the same area. Yun Xu Wen was different from other entrepreneurs. The slaughter of all the entrepreneurs in the same area was enough to show his strength and brotherhood. Yun Qingqiu looked at the 2 of them with a smile. Senior Sister Han, I don't need you to do anything more this time. You and Mo Yaoer continue to stay together and take care of and protect each other. You can do it yourself. Han Yu just wanted to say something. Zoom in, he immediately interrupted. Don't worry, nothing will happen. No matter what, is it me or you? After a fashion, the trial chain testers from different sects went to the square, leading the corresponding chain testers to drive the adoption. Kang and Lingshan didn't lie on his knees. Kang and Lingshan, who was locked in power, was still slowing down before his eyes. Nung Yu's Linli came wonderfully. And the little Linli in his body was quickly replenished gradually. This mountain peak is the area with the richest jade forests on the green bank. Under the unique environment, the mountain peak has various gaps. Among them, the Songlin fruit is the most precious. It absorbs the results of the surrounding 700 years. After devouring it, it will stabilize the machine and increase the zero profit. It will even improve farming. It belongs to the relationship in Kang Day. One of the first prizes this time is to reach the top and take at Songlin fruit. This is also a disciple of the sect, Yongyuezi. All winners will be assigned to a mountain next to the main wind to form a new group. There has been a cycle of duels, and next to each mountain breeze, there is a huge Liuing Jingsha. The science table shows the battle status of each mountain breeze. Showing the details in this sacred spot, after they stepped onto the mountain wind, an invisible tent spread out and covered the entire mountain wind. Before ending their career, everyone, unable to go out, Yun Qingqiu turned his head and looked in the direction of Mo Yaoer and Han Yu. The trialist who completes the battle first can go to any mountain wind to check in, thereby increasing the sense of crisis for all trialists, and tension. In order to prevent the girls from accidents, Yuan Qingqiu needs to stand up quickly and feel it. Then he took it back, his power was running, and his long hair was floating gently. The 5 of you can come together so that I can take it too. Don't give birth to some time. 5 people don't hesitate to smile. This event still feels like very fast. The 11th ranked trial just sneered. Among the 5 of them, Pingya will match. I will be the one to change. I'm going to ask you to repay the gods because of your dishonesty. Approaching the past, Yun Qingqiu just raised his hand gently, and the force rioted. The mountains are flying across the ocean, and the air currents are spreading out from the knife-sealed eyes. In an instant, they will be hit by the mountain wind. All the winds become like the knife man sealing the eyes. The trees and rocks that have been passed by insist on leaving behind the air. Mr. Huang always moved. The 5 ghosts who had been blown away sat down in a row. They looked at each other. What does this mean? We are really going to meet each other, beat him and get 5. Yun Qingqiu raised his hand and the wind flowing around him suddenly. After spinning a few times on the top of the mountain, the violent woman turned directly into white light and smoke, and at an extremely fast speed, she reached the invisible wind and toughness radiating. In front of her in an instant, there was a sense of depression. When the 5 people felt a sense of danger, no one continued to fight foolishly, and all used their own methods. Tong Jingxing arrived. The projection now projected this picture into the composition of Kang Yu and the Lovelorn district. The Lovelorn and the city were decorated with splendor. This guy actually attacked 5 people at the same time. Could it be that he wanted to challenge 5 people at the same time? After sealing the situation, several elders looked at each other. This scene was indeed unexpected. No one had ever thought of Yun Qingqiu. With such a move, the whole experiment of the 11th one was on fire. It was originally the first one to fight against Yun Qingqiu, but this fire suddenly launched an attack on 5 people. Obviously, it is really kind-hearted to exempt him from participating in home games again.